In the midst of a catastrophic global apocalypse marked by rampant zombies and mutated beasts, the modern urban woman, Weilan, finds herself grappling with an insatiable hunger folios. Lowing her recent breakup with her 18th boyfriend. Despite the dire circumstances of the end of the world, she feels an unprecedented level of starvation that she has never experienced before. Struggling against her weakened state, Weilan attempts to rise, yet the overwhelming hunger leaves her devoid of any strength, unable even to lift a hand. Big sister Ming. Oh, it's wonderful. You've finally awakened. At that moment, a sharp-eyed girl, approximately 13 or 14 years old, spots Weilan's open EYS and rushes towards her in excitement. Simultaneously, two other boys, one older and one younger, also notice a revival. Big sister, you're finally awake. How splendid. The elder boy, though not in tears, has reddened eyes that betray his emotions. Mother, you finally opened your eyes. You've been asleep for so long. I was so frightened, the youngest boy adds, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. When did she become their sister and mother? She is certain she has no siblings, nor any children. She has always taken meticulous precautions with her boyfriends, and since losing her virginity at the age of 14, she has never encountered any mishaps. This is a point of pride for her. Just as she was about to inform them of their mistaken identity, a series of memories, foreign to her, suddenly surged in her mind. How did she even arrive here? And why had she assumed the form of this woman, also named Weilan, who shared her phonetics, yet bore no resemblance to her? In a moment of clarity, Weilan recalled the fierce battle she had fought alongside Mingyu, which had seemingly ended in mutual destruction. Just before she lost consciousness, she had observed a distortion in the space before her, pulsating with an unsettling energy. Then, a powerful force had drawn her in, and she had succumbed to darkness. Indeed, it must have been that peculiar pull that transported her to this place. The more she contemplated, the more convinced she became of this truth. Suddenly, a wave of anxiety washed over Weilan. Had she truly arrived here? What of her space? Had it followed her? That space contained the precious resources she had painstakingly gathered. With this thought in mind, Weilan hastily attempted to reach out to her space. In the next moment, relief flooded through her as a serene smile graced her face. Her space remained intact, and all her collected treasures were still there. Yet, it seemed that the space had undergone some subtle transformation. Perplexed, Weilan scrutinized her surroundings, pondering what exactly had changed. Indeed, the treasures she had gathered were no longer scattered haphazardly, but rather meticulously organized within several warehouses. From the outside, these warehouses appeared modest, yet their interiors were remarkably spacious. Furthermore, the ambience had transformed. What was once a dull, gray expanse had become exceptionally bright, accompanied by a gentle breeze. Additionally, a quaint farmhouse had emerged, set before 2 acres of rich, black soil. To the left of the farmhouse stood a small hill, its surface gleaming under the sun that a solitary spring bubbled forth, for which a gentle stream flowed, weaving its way through the entire expanse. Upon surveying this extraordinary space, Weilan was overwhelmed with elation. Ha! How wonderful, how splendid, truly magnificent. Her long-held wish had finally come to fruition. She now possessed a portable agricultural realm. Henceforth, whatever she desired to eat, she could cultivate, all while ensuring it was organic and free from pollution. Weilan was so ecstatic she could scarcely contain her joy. Had she not felt utterly drained at that moment, she would have surely leapt for joy. Observing the myriad expressions on Weilan's face, the children were filled with concern. Sister, what is the matter? Are you all right? Please do not frighten us. The youngest spoke first. It turned out that after being drawn into the rift of this space, Weilan's spirit had somehow merged with that of a refugee named Weilan, who had perished from starvation during her flight to safety. Speaking of Weilan's tragic background, it was indeed more harrowing than her own. Like Weilan, she too was an orphan. Her mother had succumbed to complications during childbirth when she was merely 8 years old, and her father, overwhelmed by exhaustion, fell ill and could not recover when she was 9, leaving her to care for a pair of younger siblings. In order to support her younger siblings, Weilan found herself approaching the age of 20 without having married. In ancient times, reaching such an age without a marriage was almost tantamount to being left on the shelf, as most young women from ordinary families would already be betrothed by the age of 13 or 14, and married by 15 or 16, with no exceptions beyond 18. Initially, Weilan harbored no expectations of ever finding a husband. However, to her surprise, at the age of 20, Mr. Muji from a neighboring village unexpectedly sent a matchmaker to propose marriage. Although Mr. Mu was a widower with an 80-year-old child, the prospect of marrying a poor, older maiden as a second wife was indeed astonishing, given the Mu family's esteem. Lineage. The Mu family was the wealthiest landlord in the region, owning several shops in town and vast tracts of fertile land spanning thousands of acres. Moreover, Mr. Mu was only 26, possessing striking good looks, which made Weilan's opportunity to wed him as a second wife a source of envy for many. Weilan herself was quite content with this arrangement. Additionally, the promise that she could bring her siblings along to continue caring for them until they were married brought her great comfort. After marrying into the Mu family, Mr. Mu treated her with kindness, extending the same affection to her two younger siblings as if they were his own. Weilan, in turn, cherished her 80-year-old stepson as if he were her own flesh and blood. Thus, the family thrived in a harmonious and loving environment. Weilan had always believed that life would continue blissfully, but unexpectedly, a devastating flood obliterated her home and shattered her happiness. In the chaos of escape, her husband Muji perished while attempting to save her. His body was swept away by the torrent before it could even be buried. Without the luxury of mourning, Weilan hurriedly fled with her stepson and two younger siblings, joining the throngs of refugees seeking safety. They journeyed northward with the masses, subsisting on roots and tree bark when hunger struck, and if fortunate, foraging for wild vegetables to quell their hunger. "Mother, what is wrong? Why are you silent?" The little boy gazed at Weilan with wide, anxious eyes, his concern palpable. "I am fine." "Do not worry," Weilan replied. Upon hearing the boy's address, a flicker of an indescribable emotion illuminated her eyes. Having lived for 28 years and lost her family at a young age, Weilan had long yearned for a child of her own. Despite having encountered numerous men throughout her life, none inspired the longing to bear their offspring. At that moment, being called mother stirred something deep within her. "Sister, are you hungry? I just found this, please eat it quickly," the little girl said, her hands, dirty and emaciated, carefully cradling a few blackened morsels Weilan couldn't discern what they were as she offered them to her. Weilan regarded the food with disdain, furrowing her brow as she inquired, "What is this? Could it be that they had been subsisting on such fare during these dire days?" "Sister, this is a tree root. I found it with great difficulty. Didn't you used to dig them up often? How come you don't recognize it?" The little girl gazed at Weilan with a hint of confusion. Upon hearing this, Weilan focused her gaze, scrutinizing it closely, yet she still couldn't identify it. It was hardly her fault. She had lived in the city since childhood and had never dug up a tree root. So how could she possibly know? "I want to eat it." "You all can have it," Weilan declared, resolute in her unwillingness to consume such dreadful things, even if it meant facing starvation. "But sister, you haven't eaten in several days. I know you are worried about us and reluctant to eat. Want to save it for us," the little girl said, her eyes reddening as she choked back tears. "Sister, please eat it. What will we do if you faint from hunger again?" "Big sister, we're not hungry. Please eat. I can't bear to see anything happen to you." The big boy recalled the distressing sight of his sister lying on the ground, eyes tightly shut and utterly unresponsive, no matter how much they called her name. His heart ached with guilt. It was all his fault for being incapable of taking care of her. Despite having grown up, he still depended on his sister for survival. He silently vowed that when he grew up, he would earn a great deal of money to buy her delicious food, ensuring she would never go hungry again. "Mother, eat," the little boy chimed in, saying little else as he took the tree root and attempted to feed Weilan. Seeing the grimy tree root being offered to her, Weilan felt a surge of warmth from the children's concern. Yet, despite their kindness, she found herself devoid of the courage to swallow those dark, clearly unclean pieces. Yulan tightly sealed her lips, shaking her head with difficulty. She wearily uttered, "Please fetch some water. I'm in dire need of it." Her intention was to send them all away, seizing the opportunity to retrieve some food from her spatial realm, for her hunger had reached an unbearable level. "I know where to find water. I shall fetch it immediately," the girl responded promptly upon hearing Yulan's words. "You two should accompany her. It would be safer that way." Given the rampant presence of refugees, There was a genuine risk involved, and Yulon merely wished to redirect the three of them without endangering their safety. Having inherited Weilan's body, she felt a responsibility to care for her siblings and stepson. But, Mother, if we all leave, who will look after you? The little boy hesitated, uncertainty clouding his expression. Once they departed, Yulon eagerly retrieved a bottle of mineral water and several meat buns from her spatial realm. Devouring them hastily, in her rush, she nearly choked, and in her desperation, she produced another bottle of mineral water. However, her prolonged hunger had drained her strength, rendering her incapable of unscrewing the cap. Growing anxious, she suddenly recalled the spring and the brook that had appeared in her space. Without a second thought, she swiftly entered her realm, bypassing the mountain, and knelt by the brook, scooping water with her hands, drinking deeply. Sweet and refreshing. This was the first sensation that Weilan experienced after gulping down several mouthfuls of stream water and swallowing the steamed bun lodged in her throat. Indeed, the universal law of space is truly miraculous, Weilan exclaimed with genuine admiration. After satiating her hunger and thirst, she felt her strength gradually returning. It then struck her that she had yet to ascertain the appearance of the woman whose name she shared, albeit with different characters but similar sounds. Retrieving a mirror from the warehouse, Weilan gazed in dissatisfaction at the reflection staring back at her. The mirror revealed a gaunt and disheveled woman, her true visage obscured by unkempt hair and a sallow complexion. The only redeeming feature she found was a pair of deep, dark phoenix eyes. Weilan fetched a basin and towel, preparing to cleanse herself thoroughly. However, as she grasped the towel, a sudden realization halted her hand. If she were to present herself impeccably before those children, they would undoubtedly harbor suspicions. This matter concerning space must remain a secret. With a sigh of resignation, she dropped the towel, concluding that she would have to postpone her cleansing. Observing the abundance of food within the warehouse and recalling the emaciated figures of the children outside, Weilan felt a pang of compassion. It was unbearable to witness their hunger without intervening. Yet, how could she discreetly procure food from the space without raising their suspicions? Sister, water. Sister, it's merely fetching water. It's not arduous at all. Aren't you thirsty? Please, drink. A girl approached Weilan, holding a chipped wooden bowl, eager to offer her a sip. Upon observing the situation, Weilan subtly furrowed her brow, yet she still took a sip from the bowl she was offered. Although the bowl appeared quite worn and shabby, the water within was remarkably sweet, surpassing even the mineral water she had previously tasted. However, it still paled in comparison to the water from her space. Having consumed about a third of the water, she reluctantly set the wooden bowl aside. Since childhood, she had been an exceedingly particular person, especially regarding food, drink, and clothing. After experiencing the water from her space, she found it rather difficult to enjoy this ordinary water. Sister, you've only had a little. Why not drink some more? The girl, Wei Fong, was 14, while the older boy, Wei Hua, was merely 13, and Mu Yuding was only 8. Sister, where are we going? Upon hearing this, the three children looked at Weilan with eager anticipation. They had been stranded here for several days, and their nearby food supplies had long been depleted. They yearned to venture elsewhere in search of sustenance, but Weilan's illness had necessitated their stay. If she did not recover soon, their endurance would wane. We shall seek out a nearby village and settle down for the time being, Weilan declared. She had already contemplated finding a village and purchasing a small homestead to reside in. Having long yearned for a pastoral life, she felt that now, with the circumstances permitting, she could finally realize this aspiration. Sister, but we have no money, Wei Fong hesitantly remarked. If her sister truly intended to establish themselves in a village, both food and lodging would require financial resources, of which they possessed none. Rest assured, I shall devise a solution. Alara was unperturbed by this, for her interdimensional repository contained a plethora of valuable artifacts. Merely extracting a few would suffice to procure a modest abode in the rustic countryside. Elder sister. Upon hearing Alara's words, Willow's apprehension intensified rather than abated. She possessed an intimate understanding of her elder sibling, despite her industrious nature. Excelling in both agricultural pursuits and domestic affairs, these endeavors did not yield immediate financial gains. Willow was perplexed as to what recourse her sister could possibly employ. Little Sprout, cease your needless fretting. If I assert that I possess a solution, then I assuredly do. Now, hasten to gather your belongings. Theron, escort your mother to cleanse herself. Yes, mother. Theron, upon hearing this, dutifully approached and clasped Alera's hand, leading her away. A mere half-hour's journey from the dilapidated temple lay a diminutive river, from which Willow and her companions had been sourcing their hydration in recent days. Alera had long been unable to endure the grime and disarray that clung to her person. Upon beholding the limpid stream and ascertaining that within a radius of 30 meters, only she and the diminutive Theron were present, Alera promptly divested herself of her garments and plunged into the river, much to Theron's astonishment. Upon immersing herself in the water, Alera emitted a sigh of contentment and eagerly commenced the task of ablution. Alera cast an amused glance at the diminutive child and inquired with a smile, "What troubles you? Do you also desire to cleanse yourself? If so, descend into the water, and we shall bathe together." "Nay, nay, mother, how could you possibly, in broad daylight, amidst this desolate wilderness, expose yourself so brazenly?" stammered Mutating, his face flushed crimson. Realizing the impropriety of gazing upon Weilan's naked form, he averted his eyes in haste. "Heh." Weilan chuckled at the sight of Mutating's discomfiture. "This little imp is quite precocious, already possessing such modesty at his tender age. Mother." Mutating stamped his foot, uttering a plaintive cry before turning tail and fleeing. Weilan's unrestrained laughter echoing behind him. Unconsciously, Mutating quickened his pace. Only when the laughter faded into the distance did he halt, his small face still flushed, a blush creeping from his ears to the nape of his neck, his heart pounding wildly. Mutating was more mature than most children his age, and having been exposed to certain matters from a young age, he was well aware of the distinctions between male and female, despite being only 8 years old. The memory of Weilan's fair skin, her prominent breasts, her slender, pale legs, her shapely buttocks, and the tantalizing glimpses of her hidden depths caused a surge of heat to rise within Mutating, and 2 streams of blood cascaded from his nostrils. Once Mutating had departed, Weilan promptly retrieved bathing milk, shampoo, towels, and other toiletries from her spatial dimension, swiftly commencing her ablutions. Indeed, Weilan had intentionally neglected to forewarn Mutating before disrobing, solely to prompt his departure, enabling her to procure these items from her spatial dimension for a thorough bath and hair wash. Weilan perceived no impropriety in such behavior before a mere 8-year-old child. What could a mere stripling possibly comprehend? It seemed an age since this body had experienced the simple act of ablution, without the aid of fragrant cleansers. A thorough purification was nigh impossible. Moreover, she found herself disinclined to cleanse without such amenities. Upon her entrance, involuntarily averted his gaze, his countenance flushed with a rosy hue. Witnessing this, S lips curled into a gentle smile. How utterly charming. She mused. "Have you all completed your preparations?" "Yes, elder sister." "Eldest sister, we are ready to depart." In truth, their possessions were meager, consisting merely of threadbare garments and a few cracked bowls, scarcely enough to fill 2 bundles. "Since all is in readiness, let us be on our way." After considerable deliberation, resolved to alter their course, eschewing the frigid north in favor of the balmy south. The northern climes were characterized by biting cold and arid conditions, whereas the south boasted a more temperate climate, akin to an eternal spring. From her earliest years, had harbored a fondness for the southern atmosphere, relishing the gentle patter of rain against the window pane, a sound that evoked an indescribable sense of tranquility. After approximately half an hour's travel, the pace of, and began to falter, their stomachs emitting audible rumbles. Having gone without sustenance for a full day, the trio were in the throes of ravenous hunger. Compounding their plight, they had endured a further half-hour's journey, making their continued perseverance all the more commendable. Yet, despite their famished state, the 3 displayed remarkable understanding, refraining from complaint and stoically pressing onward in silence. Perceptive as ever, had long been aware of their condition. She yearned to provide the considerate children with nourishment, but struggled to devise a plausible pretext. The secret of her spatial ability was one she guarded jealously, intending to share it only with a future spouse whom she deeply trusted, and perhaps her offspring. For now, it remained her solitary burden. "Let us pause for respite," she announced. "I shall procure some victuals. Await me here." S eyes lit up as she spotted a small knoll ahead, sparking an idea. She had conceived a way to produce food without arousing suspicion. Upon hearing's words, and promptly collapsed to the ground with audible thuds. "I shall accompany you," murmured. Though equally weary and famished, he refrained from joining the others in their repose. This marked the first instance of initiating conversation with since the encounter with her nudity. "There is no need," replied. I shall be swifter alone. With that, she hastened towards the incline. Despite his desire to follow, found himself too enervated to move, and could only watch helplessly as vanished from sight. Upon reaching the hillside, Weilan cautiously surveyed her surroundings. Once she confirmed that she was alone on the slope, she entered the space with a sense of relief. Upon arriving in the warehouse, despite having previously scanned it with her spiritual sense, she was still taken aback by the mountains of supplies before her. Had she truly gathered so many items? The provisions, whether food or daily necessities, were sufficient to sustain her family. Weilan had already come to regard mutating and Wei Fong as her own kin for 10 lifetimes. However, in such ancient times, most of these items could not be used openly. For instance, cars and other modern technological products, particularly the electrical appliances, were destined to gather dust within her space for eternity. Even if she were willing to take the risk of using them, there was no electricity available. With a hint of regret, Weilan sighed softly, her right hand unconsciously brushing against the silver bracelet on her left wrist. This was a habitual gesture. She would instinctively touch the bracelet whenever lost in thought. Yet, when her fingers finally made contact with the silver chain, she found herself momentarily stunned. A wave of joy washed over her as she gazed at the bracelet. However, upon closer inspection, her brow furrowed, and uncertainty crept into her eyes. Was this truly her bracelet? The one she owned had 7 differently colored beads set into it, yet this one was devoid of any. Aside from the absence of those beads, every other detail appeared identical. Intuitively, Azure surmised that this silver chain was indeed her own. However, if it were truly hers, where had the 7 beads vanished? Azure gazed at the silver chain with perplexity. Could it be? A daring hypothesis suddenly surfaced in Azure's mind. Could the transformations within this space be linked to those 7 beads? Azure pondered for a considerable time, but could not arrive at a definitive conclusion, and thus relinquished the notion. Observing the time, she realized that she had been absent for half an hour. Fearing that the children would grow anxious, she ceased her delay. She selected a roast chicken from the food section, filled a pouch with water from the stream, and promptly exited the space. To avert suspicion from the children, Azure refrained from taking too much. In truth, Azure's earlier conjecture was accurate. The evolution of her space was indeed correlated with the beads on her bracelet. These beads were, in fact, extraordinary treasures passed down from ancient times. When she was drawn into the spatial rift, the 7 beads, in an act of self-preservation, shielded Azure to prevent her from being torn apart by the turbulent currents within the rift. They unexpectedly merged with her space, thereby instigating its evolution. Furthermore, this space is not in its ultimate form and can continue to be upgraded indefinitely. However, Azure remains unaware of all of this. As Azure descended the hillside, she discovered that the children were anxiously contemplating searching for her. Look what I found. Azure hastened towards the trio, her face radiant with a smile. Ah, it's chicken. Sister, where did you find this chicken? Wei Hua exclaimed with delight. Wei Fong and Mu Yuting also exhibited expressions of unreserved elation. Though the 3 children displayed eager and gluttonous expressions, none ventured forth to claim the feast. Upon witnessing this, Weilan felt a surge of affection for their understanding nature. In the grassy thicket on the hillside, fortune smiled upon me as I swiftly captured it. I have prepared it for roasting. Come quickly and partake. With that, Weilan promptly tore off a chicken leg, offering it to Mu Yuting, while presenting another to Wei Hua, and bestowed both chicken wings upon Wei Fong. Xiao Fong, you are older than they are. Share the chicken leg with your younger brothers. I apologize for your sacrifice. Next time, should there be another chicken leg, it shall be yours. No need, she replied. I still have this substantial piece of chicken in my hand. This is sufficient for me. You should eat. Once we have finished, we must continue our journey. Weilan felt increasingly pleased with the children's obedient and considerate behavior, her smile softening further. Perhaps driven by hunger, Wei Fong did not hesitate and began to devour her portion. Before long, Wei Hua had finished his chicken leg, gazing longingly at the chicken still in Weilan's possession. For one leg was hardly enough for a growing youth. Observing this, Weilan promptly tore off a generous piece of chicken and handed it to him. Thank you, big sister, Wei Hua exclaimed joyfully, resuming his hearty meal. In a short time, the chicken had been entirely consumed by the 3 children. Once the last morsel was gone, Mu Yuting suddenly recalled that Weilan had seemingly not eaten at all. The entire chicken had been devoured by the 3 of them. Mother, we have finished the roast chicken. What about you? You have not eaten yet, Mu Yuting said, a hint of regret in his gaze as he looked at Weilan. Upon hearing this, Wei Fong and Wei Hua finally realized their oversight, their faces flushed with remorse as they lowered their heads, silently chiding themselves for having devoured all the chicken without leaving any for Weilan. Weilan smiled and reassured them, "I'm not hungry, so don't worry about me. Come, have some water. We need to get on our way. Mother, you haven't eaten in ages. How can you not be hungry? It's all our fault for being so gluttonous and finishing your share as well," Mutating protested, disbelieving Weilan's words. Weilan could only offer a dry chuckle in response, refraining from telling them that she had already eaten her fill. Chapter 6. Luo City. A month later, Weilan finally led Wei Fong, Wei Hua, and Mutating to the south. Throughout their journey, Weilan would discreetly retrieve food from her dimension to feed them. However, she dared not take out too much, providing only enough to keep them from starving and to sustain their strength for walking. When passing through towns, they had considered exchanging jewelry from her dimension. Weilan had emptied numerous jewelry stores during the apocalypse, resulting in a vast collection of jewelry and ornaments for currency of this era, but ultimately decided against it. It would be better to exchange the jewelry for silver once they had found a place to settle. At this time, the Northwest was experiencing severe flooding, causing widespread disaster and displacement. Starving refugees were everywhere, and there was no telling what desperate acts they might commit. Aside from herself, the entire group consisted of underage children, making it far too dangerous to carry valuables. If she were alone, her extraordinary abilities would render her fearless. However, encumbered by the presence of 3 children, she finds herself unable to adequately safeguard them, as her instantaneous teleportation is currently limited to transporting 1 individual at a time. They paused in Luo City, the foremost metropolis in the southern region and the second largest city in Nanning. The capital city naturally holds the distinction of being Nanning's primary urban center. Luo City truly lives up to its reputation as a major national city, exuding an atmosphere of vibrant prosperity. Imposing edifices, expansive boulevards, the exquisite and opulent attire of the passers-by, a diverse array of shops and stalls, and the bustling cries of vendors created a spectacle that overwhelmed the unsophisticated children, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Only Weilan remained unfazed before uttering a word. Upon hearing Weilan's words, the 3 children, momentarily distracted from the captivating streetscape, turned to her with a hint of trepidation. "Eldest sister, where are you going?" "Sister, please don't abandon us. Wherever you go, I shall follow." Wei Fong and her siblings, being mere children, experienced a natural sense of unease upon encountering such a bustling urban marketplace for the first time without the presence of an adult guardian. Observing their apprehension, Weilan contemplated the situation and decided to bring them along, recognizing that despite its alluring facade, this place was teeming with a motley assortment of characters. It would be prudent to keep them close. "Very well, you may accompany me." Upon hearing these words, the trio's faces lit up with relieved smiles. "Eldest sister, what is this place? What are we doing here?" Wei Hua inquired, his curiosity piqued as he gazed at Weilan. The 4 of them were currently standing outside a pawnshop, which Weilan was preparing to enter. "I am familiar with this establishment. It is a pawnshop, as indicated by the character above, which signifies pawn. Indicate." Yueting gestured towards the quadrangle signboard emblazoned with the character for pawn affixed above the pawnshop's entrance. Wei Fong and Wei Hua, being illiterate, were unable to decipher the signage. Nonetheless, they comprehended its significance upon hearing Yueting's utterance. "Sister, do you intend to pawn something?" Wei Fong inquired with perplexity, casting a glance at. "But what valuables remain in our household? Our family may be devoid of valuables, but I possess some," responded cryptically with a smile. "Very well, let us enter." "Manager, I wish to pawn an item," declared, approaching the counter that towered above her shoulders, craning her neck to address the occupant within. "Esteemed customer, what is it that you wish to pawn?" The manager, a man of approximately 40 years, possessed an ostensibly affable demeanor. However, the glint of shrewdness in his eyes did not elude observation. Despite the humble appearance of the small cloth package, the manager exhibited no semblance of disdain. His countenance remained amiable as he courteously received it. "Manager, what is your assessment? Will you accept this item?" inquired, noting the manager's prolonged contemplation bereft of any discernible reaction, prompting her to interject. At present, the quartet was experiencing considerable hunger upon pawning the item. They needed to procure sustenance. Upon hearing his words, she nodded with indifference. "It is merely a mirror," she thought. "I have numerous others within my spatial dimension." "Indeed. The item intended to pawn was merely a mirror of palm-sized dimensions, gleaned from Weilan's recollections that glass mirrors were yet to exist in this epoch. Behind, Wei Fang, Wei Hua, and Yue Ting directed inquisitive gazes towards the counter, intrigued by the item was pawning and the cause of manager's agitation. Until the disappearance of Manager Li, the gazes of the three shifted towards Weilan. Sister, what exactly are you holding? Why was Manager Li so agitated? Sister, is what you possess from brother-in-law? Have you pawned something given to you by him? Wei Fang was acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding the Wei family, who had always been humble and honest farmers, incapable of possessing anything that could elicit such excitement from a seasoned manager. The only plausible explanation was that the item in Weilan's possession belonged to brother-in-law's family. Although unspoken, the thoughts of the other two mirrored Wei Fang's, leading them to believe that Weilan's item was indeed gifted by Mu Ji. Upon hearing this, Weilan was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing Wei Fang's misunderstanding. However, she chose not to clarify, which only solidified the assumptions of the other three. Wei Hua and Mu Yuting gazed at her with sparkling eyes. Miss, you have neglected the matter. This gentleman is the one who deals in that item. Miss, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Yun, the proprietor of our Yun pawn shop. Greetings, Mr. Yun. Weilan responded with a composed bow. My surname is Wei, and my husband's surname is Mu. You may address me as Madame Mu. After a brief contemplation, Weilan replied, Ah, Madame Mu, it is an honor to finally meet you. An honor? Weilan mused silently. Dear sir, you have only just met me today. Madame Mu, it is rather inconvenient to converse here. May I invite you inside for a more detailed discussion? Mr. Yun Xinghua inquired politely. Yun Xinghua discerned that although Madame Mu appeared simple in her attire, devoid of any adornments, her demeanor exuded an air of distinction that marked her as extraordinary. Consequently, his tone involuntarily shifted to one of courtesy and respect. Of course, Mr. Yun, please. Weilan nodded in agreement. Yun Xinghua first instructed his servants to escort Wei Hua, Wei Fang, and Mu Yuting to the side hall for rest, providing them with some refreshments before he led Weilan to the courtyard for a more in-depth discussion. Madame Mu, may I inquire about the origin of this exquisite mirror that reflects objects so vividly? As soon as Weilan was seated, Yun Xinghua inquired eagerly. I sincerely apologize, but this mirror was a gift from my late husband during his lifetime, and I am unaware of its origins, Weilan replied, shaking her head. Upon hearing this, Yun Xinghua felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment and, with a hint of persistence, asked, Madame Mu, could you please think carefully? Did your husband never mention it to you? Weilan's expression darkened, and with apparent sorrow, she responded, My late husband indeed never spoke of it. I am truly sorry. Noticing the melancholic look in Weilan's eyes and the pain reflected in her gaze, Yun Xinghua realized that she must be grieving deeply for her husband, who had passed away at such a young age. Regrettably, he had pressed her on a matter that brought her sadness, and he felt a pang of guilt. It was evident that Madame Mu genuinely did not possess any knowledge regarding the mirror's provenance. I apologize, Madame Mu. It was thoughtless of me, Yun Xinghua remarked. Though he was known for his keen business acumen, he was not a deceitful merchant, but rather a man of great integrity. It is quite all right. I was the one who lost my composure, Weilan replied. With a facade of forced cheerfulness, Weilan suppressed her sorrow and managed a strained smile. Observing her forced grin, Boss Yun felt an even deeper sense of guilt and promptly shifted the conversation. Madame Mu, may I inquire whether you intend to pawn this mirror as a living pledge or a dead one? Dead pledge, Weilan replied without a moment's hesitation. Upon hearing this, Boss Yun's heart leaped with joy. He had presumed that this mirror was a relic from Weilan's late husband, something she was reluctantly parting with. He had been prepared to persuade her to opt for a living pledge, but here she was, suggesting a dead one herself. Truly, fortune favored him. And what sum does Madame Mu wish to receive for it? You are well aware of the mirror's value, Boss Yun. I dare say, apart from my establishment, there is no other in Nanning or even beyond its borders that possesses a mirror of equal rarity. Moreover, I am opting for a dead pledge, Weilan stated, refraining from quoting a specific price and merely articulating the truth. Understanding her position, Yun Xinghua declared, I shall offer you 10,000 taels for this mirror. Does this price meet your approval? Weilan was momentarily taken aback. In modern terms, one tael equated to approximately 100 yuan, making 10,000 taels a staggering 1 million. The notion that a mirror worth merely 2 coins could fetch such a price left her astonished. However, Boss Yun misinterpreted her surprise as dissatisfaction with the offer. Gritting his teeth, he boldly raised his bid to 15,000 taels. Madam, 15,000 taels is my final offer. Very well, I accept 15,000 taels. Lost in thought for a fleeting moment, Azure unexpectedly gained an additional 5,000 taels, her heart swelling with secret elation. Yet, maintaining an outward composure, she readily acquiesced to the agreement. Chapter 8. A servile waiter's disdain clutching her newfound wealth of 15,000 taels. Azure jubilantly led her 3 younger siblings and stepson away from the pawnshop. This sum would suffice to purchase a courtyard and several acres of land in the countryside. Enough to settle down comfortably. Come, children, Azure exclaimed with a radiant smile, I shall treat you to a lavish repast. The children's faces lit up with uncontained joy at the prospect of a grand meal. They had been famished for quite some time, and the meager pastries they had consumed at the shop had barely assuaged their hunger. Elder sister, I yearn for fluffy, white steamed buns, Wei Hua declared, his mouth watering at the mere thought of the fragrant delicacy. And I crave flaky, white flour cakes, Wei Fong added, her eyes fixed on Azure with hopeful anticipation. What is your desire? Azure inquired, turning to Mu Yuding with a gentle smile. Upon hearing Azure's question, Mu Yuding paused for a moment. Then his eyes sparkled with delight as he proclaimed, I wish for a bowl of steaming hot soup noodles. Noodles, in all their various forms, held a special place in Mu Yuding's heart. In response, Azure chuckled softly and shook her head. Is that all you desire? Now that we possess ample funds, you may choose anything your heart's desire. Azure found the children's simple contentment truly endearing. Yes, the 3 chorused in unison, nodding their heads with conviction. Sister, these simple pleasures are enough for us. Let us save the silver to purchase a house and land, Wei Fong wisely suggested. Her words echoed by the fervent nods of Wei Hua and Mu Yuding. Upon hearing this, Weilan realized that it was not that the 3 of them were reluctant to enjoy delicious food, but rather they were being frugal. She felt a surge of appreciation for their thoughtfulness and maturity. Resolutely, she decided to treat them as her own younger siblings and child. Come, let me take you to enjoy a delightful meal. With this determination, Weilan felt a wave of relief wash over her as she took Mu Yuding by the hand and led them to an extravagant restaurant. Sister, the dishes here must be quite expensive. Let's choose another place to eat, Wei Fong suggested, halting in her tracks at the sight of the grand establishment. No worries. I have enough silver for a meal. Let's go inside, Wei Li said with a smile, leading the way into the restaurant. Seeing this, Wei Fong and the others promptly followed. Weilan selected a table by the window, but as the restaurant's attendant approached, he regarded the 4 of them with disdain due to their tattered clothing. Dear guests, the dishes in our establishment are beyond what you can afford. I suggest you dine elsewhere, the attendant remarked with a condescending tone. The 3 companions, except for Weilan, were incensed by his words and glared at him furiously. Who says we cannot afford it? You shallow-minded wretch, Wei Hua exclaimed, unable to contain his anger. In response, the attendant's expression hardened, and he sneered. Our most basic vegetarian dish costs 80 copper coins, while a meat dish is 180. If you wish to eat, you must first pay. The waiter regarded them with a contemptuous mien, convinced that Violet and her companions could not afford to dine there. Upon hearing the waiter's words, Wei Fong exclaimed in astonishment, for the prices were indeed exorbitant. A single meal would consume a common family's sustenance for an entire month, and that was for the most modest fare. An average family of 5 would only expend half a tael of silver each month. You are practically robbing us. How can it be so expensive? Wei Hua blustered, his face alternating between pallor and flush before finally reddening. Seeing this, the waiter's expression grew even more disdainful, and he waved his hand impatiently. If you can't afford it, then leave. Before the word scram could escape the waiter's lips, a tael of gleaming silver was cast upon the table with a resounding thud, abruptly halting his utterance. Is this sufficient for a meal at your establishment? Violet inquired, without so much as a glance at the waiter, as she nonchalantly tossed the silver. This tael was worth a full 10 silver taels. Although Violet was inwardly incensed by the waiter's presumptuousness, she understood that such individuals were ubiquitous and that it was beneath her dignity to engage with them. Enough, enough. What would the esteemed guest like to order? I shall have it prepared immediately, the waiter responded, his countenance instantly transforming into one of obsequious flattery. Bring us 2 of your finest dishes, both meat and vegetable, along with a clear soup and 4 steamed buns. Be quick about it. You may keep the remaining silver as a gratuity. Upon hearing this, the waiter's eyes lit up, and he nodded and bowed profusely, expressing his gratitude as he retreated deferentially. Eldest sister, why did you give that contemptible fellow silver? Wei Hua inquired with some vexation. Little Hua, one must be magnanimous. Moreover, that waiter is but a minor figure. Such individuals are likely to remain as they are for their entire lives. There is no need for us to hold it against him, Weilan responded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wei Hua felt somewhat appeased, though still slightly disgruntled. Chapter 9. Jinxiu Workshop. The dishes were promptly served. 4 large steamed buns, a plate of boiled celery, a plate of boiled mushrooms, a roasted leg of lamb, a roasted whole chicken, and a soup of pork ribs stewed with carrots. Either boiled or roasted. These were the so-called signature dishes? Weilan furrowed her brow involuntarily. She had not anticipated that such a grand restaurant would produce dishes of such rudimentary quality. It seemed that the culinary techniques here were even more backward than she had imagined. Esteemed guests, these 5 dishes are the finest our establishment has to offer, especially the roasted leg of lamb and roasted whole chicken, which are renowned throughout Luo City. Are you satisfied? The waiter, oblivious to Wei Lan's displeasure, looked at them with a touch of self-satisfaction. Upon hearing the waiter's words, Wei Lan completely lost any hope for the local cuisine. In contrast to Wei Lan's disappointment, Wei Fong, Wei Hua, and Mu Yuting's eyes lit up upon seeing the dishes on the table, and their mouths watered. Wei Lan shook her head, dismissed the waiter, and allowed them to begin. Although the children were famished, none of them dared to touch their chopsticks before Wei Lan. Only after Wei Lan took the first bite did the 3 children eagerly start eating, devouring the food with gusto. Seeing the 3 children relishing their meal, Wei Lan couldn't help but feel a tinge of pity for them. She mused that even with her eyes closed, she could prepare dishes 100 times more delectable than what the local cooks offered. Wei Lan merely nibbled on a single steamed bun and sampled the dishes sparingly before setting down her chopsticks. The fare wasn't exactly unpalatable, but it certainly wasn't anything to write home about. The 2 vegetable dishes were devoid of any trace of oil, simply boiled in water with a dash of salt before being served. The roasted lamb leg and whole roasted chicken were seasoned only with salt as well. It seemed that in addition to the rudimentary culinary techniques, the seasonings here were equally uninspired. Wei Lan rested her chin on her hand, her arm across her chest, and gazed thoughtfully at the dishes on the table. A vague notion began to take shape in her mind. Sister, what are you pondering? Why aren't you eating? Aren't you hungry? Wei Fong was the first to notice Wei Lan's absent-mindedness and inquired with concern. Come on, sister, have some food. Whatever it is can wait. Wei Fong placed a piece of boiled mushroom, glistening with not a hint of oil, into Wei Lan's bowl as she spoke. Wei Lan found herself unable to stomach the mushy, unappetizing mushroom. Having grown accustomed to the diverse culinary delights of the 21st century, she couldn't bring herself to appreciate the crude fare of this era. After forcing down 2 more mouthfuls, Wei Lan ceased eating altogether. The 4 of them swiftly finished their meal. They inquired with the waiter about the finest inn in Luo City, rewarded him with a tael of silver, and then departed. The waiter, bowing and scraping, obsequiously bid farewell to Wei Lan and her companions, his gaze lingering longingly in the direction they had taken until they were well out of sight. The tip he had received from Wei Lan today alone was equivalent to his entire year's wages. Should he encounter more guests like that gracious lady in the future, he would surely prosper. Regrettably, after 4 or 5 years of service here, today was the first time he had the fortune to meet such a generous patron. Stepping out of the tavern, Wei Lan observed the tattered garments adorning the 4 individuals and recalled the disdainful expression of the young waiter upon their initial meeting. Resolute, she decided to procure a few fine garments before heading to the inn. Jinxiu Fong is one of the renowned tailor shops in Luo City, and Wei Lan has always ensured her needs in clothing, food, and shelter are met without compromise. She seeks not the finest, but rather the most comfortable and delightful. Madam, what may I assist you with? Are you in search of garments or fabrics? The shopkeeper of Jinxiu Fong was far more amiable than the earlier waiter, welcoming Wei Lan and her companions with a warm smile despite their humble attire. We would like to purchase several sets of clothing. Please fetch us 4 sets at once. Wei Lan stated directly, without hesitation. Of course, please wait a moment. The female shopkeeper instantly beamed and instructed her staff to bring forth 4 outfits. Madam, these 4 garments are priced as follows. The larger women's outfit is 600 copper coins. The smaller one is 400. And each of the 2 men's outfits is 350 copper coins. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, Wei Fong and Wei Hua behind Wei Lan could not help but exclaim silently at the exorbitance, while Mu Yuting remained impassive. Wei Lan said nothing, merely glanced over the garments and ran her fingers across the fabric, her brow furrowing slightly. Shopkeeper, while the styles of these 4 sets are acceptable, The quality of the fabric is rather poor. Do you not have garments of a finer quality? Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's eyes flickered momentarily. The 4 outfits she had brought were indeed the least expensive in her establishment, yet they were not garments that an ordinary household could easily afford. In her estimation, it seemed improbable that Weilan and her companions could purchase such attire. To her astonishment, Weilan even expressed dissatisfaction with the fabric. Had she misjudged their circumstances? Contemplating this, the shopkeeper scrutinized Weilan and her companions more closely. Her gaze swiftly passed over Wei Fong, Wei Hua, and the petite mutating, finally resting on Weilan. The longer she observed, the more she sensed that Weilan was extraordinary. Despite her tattered clothing, her inherent elegance and grace were unmistakable, betraying no resemblance to the lowly village women. Weilan, acutely aware of the shopkeeper's scrutiny, furrowed her brow in mild annoyance and inquired, "Do you have what I seek? If not, I shall procure it elsewhere." At these words, the shopkeeper was jolted back to attention, her demeanor softening considerably as she hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes, indeed, madam. I will have it brought to you at once. Ensure that the fabric is of the finest quality. Do not attempt to deceive me with inferior goods," Weilan cautioned. "Rest assured, madam, all the garments in our establishment are of the highest caliber," the shopkeeper assured her with a smile. Indeed, when the shopkeeper presented the garments this time, Weilan was thoroughly pleased, and without inquiring about the price, she decided to take them immediately. "Do you have a place where I may change?" she asked. "Yes. Right this way, madam. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, please follow me," the shopkeeper responded. "Sister, those outfits we just saw are quite suitable. Perhaps we should change into them," Wei Fong suggested softly, stopping Weilan. She couldn't help but feel a pang of regret at the thought of the expense these garments might incur. "Don't worry. The cost of these clothes is well within my means. You can wear them with ease," Weilan replied nonchalantly as she stepped into the inner room. Behind her, Wei Fong, Wei Hua, and Mu Yuding exchanged hesitant glances before following suit to change their attire. After a month of companionship, the children had keenly observed that Weilan had transformed. She had grown more assertive than before, and her decisions were resolute and difficult to alter. Chapter 10. The Cloud Inn. In a short while, the 4 emerged from the inner room, clad in their new garments. The innkeeper's eyes sparkled upon seeing them, for indeed, clothes make the man. The transformation was striking, especially for Weilan. If one were to see her, they might easily mistake her for an aristocratic young lady. "Oh my. These outfits seem tailor-made for you all. You look absolutely stunning in them. It's as if you have all been reborn," the innkeeper genuinely praised. "You flatter me," Weilan replied with modesty. "Please, madam, take a seat. I shall personally fetch more attire for you," the innkeeper offered. "Thank you for your kindness. Sister, we only need a couple of replacements each. There's no need to purchase so many. It's rather extravagant," Wei Fong interjected hurriedly. "My dear sister," Wei Hua articulated, echoing his elder sister's sentiment, "2 sets of garments for each of us will suffice. There's no need for additional purchases." Mutating chimed in, "Mother and Aunt Fong, being ladies, may require a few more changes. However, for my uncle and myself, 2 sets will adequately serve our needs." Upon hearing their considerate words, Weilan was deeply moved by their maturity. Despite their tender years, the eldest being merely 14 and the youngest a mere 8, they exhibited a level of understanding rarely seen in children of their age in modern times. A wave of tenderness washed over Weilan as she contemplated their circumstances, fueling her desire to provide them with the utmost care and affection. "Enough, my dears," Weilan interjected gently. "I have made up my mind. We shall acquire all these garments. Shopkeeper, please proceed with wrapping them up." "Sister," Weilan, with a tender smile, forestalled her. "My decision is resolute. Shopkeeper, kindly expedite the packaging of these clothes." "Certainly, madam. Please allow me a moment." The proprietress, taken aback by Weilan's generosity, marveled at her willingness to purchase 20 sets of such exquisite attire. Each garment commanded a price of no less than several dozen silver taels, amounting to a total expenditure of several hundred. "Sister," Wei Fong inquired, her voice tinged with concern, "is it truly necessary to acquire so many expensive garments? Several hundred taels could have been invested in acquiring a substantial tract of land." The thought of parting with such a significant sum of money for mere clothing caused her heart to ache. "Sister, we still need to acquire a house and purchase land, all of which will require money. Furthermore, in our future lives, we will constantly need funds. You have spent so much on clothing, depleting our resources significantly. Will we have enough left to secure a home and land?" Wei Hua inquired with concern. Uncle, since mother is willing to do so, she must not be worried about this sum of money. You need not fret, mutating replied. Despite his youth, he possessed a clarity of insight that surpassed that of Wei Fong and Wei Hua. He observed how effortlessly Weilan had spent hundreds of taels on garments. Understanding that she was indifferent to such monetary concerns, it appeared that the items she had pawned must have been quite valuable. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what exactly Weilan had pledged that was worth so much. Was it truly a gift from father? When had father acquired such precious treasures? Though his family was affluent, they were not extraordinarily wealthy. It was implausible for his father to possess anything so valuable. If it was not a gift from his father, then from where had mother procured such items? Mu Yuting furrowed his brow, regarding Weilan with thoughtful contemplation. Upon hearing Mu Yuting's words, Weilan looked at him in surprise, their eyes locking in an exchange that sent a jolt through her. Could it be that the child had sensed something? Was it possible? After all, he was only 8 years old. Noticing his gaze, Weilan's expression shifted momentarily before she smiled gently, saying, "It's all right. You are quite right. Little Hua and Fonger. Rest assured, I still possess ample funds. You shall not go hungry, nor shall we lack a place to reside in the future." Weilan decided to keep the matter of the mirror to herself, as explaining would be rather cumbersome. Weilan, guided by the waiter's directions, arrived at Yunlai Inn, the most prominent lodging in Luo City. Indeed, Yunlai Inn lived up to its reputation as the city's premier establishment, boasting opulence, spaciousness, immaculate cleanliness, and impeccable service. Weilan promptly secured 3 superior rooms for their accommodation. While the quartet could have comfortably shared 2 rooms, she preferred her solitude and needed space to access her dimension, making sharing a room impractical. Although she considered granting Mu Yuting and Wei Hua each their own room for fairness' sake, she was apprehensive about Mu Yuting being young and away from home, sleeping alone. Thus, she arranged for him to room with Wei Hua. "Understood, sister. Please indulge in a soothing bath and retire early. You've borne the brunt of the journey," Wei Fong expressed with genuine concern. Upon entering her room, Weilan luxuriated in a fragrant, steamy bath. After dressing, she swiftly transported herself into her dimension. Previously, her visits had been fleeting and hurried, affording her no opportunity to thoroughly explore the space. Now, undisturbed, she resolved to embark on a comprehensive tour. Chapter 11. Tilling the land. Weilan meticulously traversed the entirety of her dimension. It was not expansive, encompassing approximately 30-odd acres. The hill occupied the lion's share of the space, spanning roughly 30 acres. The courtyard, conjoined with the rear warehouse, accounted for 2 acres, while the 2 acres of land in front, along with a small stream, brought the total area of the dimension to approximately 34 or 5 acres. Before long, she had finished reading, but there was little of interest to behold. The entire space appeared stark and devoid of vitality. Weilan gazed longingly at the small hill, lamenting the wasted potential of such an empty expanse. What could be cultivated here? Fruit. She envisioned a plethora of fruit trees flourishing upon the hill, and the thought of being able to savor any fruit she desired at her leisure filled her with delight. Moreover, there were those 2 acres of land that should be utilized wisely for vegetable cultivation. Inspiration ignited within her, and without hesitation, Weilan dashed toward the storage area. She recalled having emptied several seed stores during the apocalypse. Now, the warehouse was brimming with an assortment of seeds, selecting a few varieties of her favorite vegetables and seasonings. She suddenly realized that she lacked fruit tree saplings. How could she plant fruit trees without them? It struck her as a missed opportunity during the apocalypse to have not thought to acquire some saplings from the fruit tree nursery. Disappointment and regret washed over her. The mere thought of fruit made her crave it. Yet fortunately, her warehouse was well stocked with a variety of fruits, abundant in both species and quantity. Upon reaching the fruit section, she chose her favorites, peaches and guavas. She washed 2 by the creek and began to indulge. Alas, Nanning did not yet offer peaches or pomegranates. Otherwise, she would have shared them with the children. As she took a hearty bite of the peach, a sense of longing enveloped her, and her feet unconsciously led her up the hill. This small hill, modest in size and height, barely reached a few dozen meters. In truth, it could hardly be deemed a mountain. It was more accurately described as a slope. With a contemplative air, Azure deposited the 2 guavas casually on the ground and proceeded to the 2 acres of dark soil with the chosen vegetable seeds in hand. Her predecessor in this corporeal form, Weilan, had been a farm girl, adept at domestic tasks. Azure, inheriting her memories, naturally possessed the knowledge of cultivation. The initial task was tilling the land. Azure grasped the hoe and, guided by Weilan's recollections, began to turn the soil with earnest strokes. However, despite possessing the memories of her predecessor and a clear understanding of the tilling process, the actual execution proved to be a challenge. After toiling for the better part of the day, she was left with an aching back, numb and tingling hands, and legs weakened to the point of collapse. Having managed to turn less than a fifth of the land, this was largely thanks to the loose, yielding nature of the soil. Otherwise, she would have accomplished even less. Azure abandoned the hoe and collapsed onto the ground, disregarding the dirt, spreading her arms wide in a cruciform pose. This was more exhausting than facing zombies. The thought of the remaining acre or so filled her with a sense of helplessness. After lying on the ground for a while, Azure began to feel parched. She struggled to rise and went to the stream, where she drank several mouthfuls of water. After imbibing the water, Azure noticed that her fatigue rapidly dissipated, and her strength soon returned. Azure was elated. How had she not realized the beneficial properties of this stream water before? With this water, she would no longer have to fear exhaustion when tilling the land. With this in mind, Azure spiritedly picked up the hoe once more and resumed tilling the soil. Weilan toiled through the night, turning over the earth with diligence. When fatigue set in, she quenched her thirst with a few sips of stream water before resuming her labor. Thus, she persevered until dawn, managing to till an entire 2 acres. With a sense of accomplishment, she surveyed the neatly prepared vegetable plot, nodding in satisfaction. "Oh, there will be no time for sowing today. I shall continue tomorrow evening," she mused before exiting the space. Despite the night's exertions, Weilan felt invigorated. Her spirit buoyant as she stepped outside, where she fortuitously encountered mutating, who was also on the verge of leaving his home. "Good morning, Tinger," she greeted cheerfully. "Morning, Mother," he replied. "Tinger, why are you up so early? You should rest a little longer," she remarked, glancing at the dim light of dawn. Estimating it to be around 5:30. "I woke up and got up. I used to rise at this hour, Mother. Have you forgotten? Are you eager to study, my dear? Rest assured, once we secure a house and settle down, I shall promptly hire a tutor for you." During this time, there were no schools, nor any imperial examination system. Positions of power were attained through recommendations, leaving few literate, primarily the offspring of wealthy families. "Is that true, Mother?" Mutating's eyes sparkled at her words. For reasons unknown, he had developed a fondness for reading and writing at a tender age. When he was merely 3, Muji had arranged for a tutor to enlighten him. "Understood, Mother. I shall wash up immediately and wake Uncle." Upon hearing the prospect of continuing his studies, Mutating's little face brightened with delight as he joyfully dashed into the room to freshen up, calling for assistance along the way. Observing the cheerful figure of Mutating, Weilan felt that he had indeed taken on the demeanor befitting an 8-year-old child. Typically, Mutating presented himself with the gravitas of a miniature adult, and Weilan had long wished for him to embrace a more carefree spirit. It seemed that the child genuinely possessed a passion for reading. Weilan contemplated the feasibility of introducing him to the books within her space, but for the time being, she decided to hold off until they were more settled. Chapter 12. Acquiring property. "Excuse me, dear innkeeper, may I inquire about something?" After finishing her breakfast, Weilan summoned the young attendant and asked, "Madam, please feel free to ask. I shall answer without reservation," the young man replied. "Well, I am interested in purchasing a modest residence, and I would like to know if there are any reputable real estate agencies in Luocheng," Weilan inquired politely. "Madam, you do not appear to be from around here. The most prominent and reputable agency in Luocheng is the Yunqing Real Estate, well known throughout the city. If you wish to buy a house, they're the ones to approach," he informed her. "The Yunqing Real Estate in the western part of the city. Thank you, dear innkeeper." Weilan expressed her gratitude as she produced a small piece of silver to reward him. "This is for your efforts, and I would appreciate it if you could arrange a carriage for us." "Thank you, madam, thank you," the young attendant exclaimed, his spirits soaring at having earned half a tael of silver for just a few words. He bowed repeatedly in appreciation before making his exit. Before long, a carriage was summoned. "Madam, the carriage is ready for you. Uncle Wang knows the way to Yunqing Yaji in the western part of the city, and he will take you there directly," said the clever innkeeper. "Thank you, I appreciate your assistance, Uncle Wang," was the first expression of gratitude directed at the innkeeper, followed by a second directed toward the carriage driver. "Ah, madam, you are too kind. Please, ladies and gentlemen, step aboard," Uncle Wang replied with an amiable smile. "Tinger, I shall carry you up," Weilan said, reaching to lift Mutating. However, Mutating's cheeks flushed slightly as he deftly evaded her grasp. "Mother, I am grown now. I can ascend by myself, he declared, using his hands to nimbly climb onto the carriage. Weilan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and turned to Wei Fong and Wei Hua, saying, "You too should also board." Wei Hua quickly darted onto the carriage, while Weilan assisted Wei Fong in climbing aboard before finally joining them herself. "Uncle Wong, we may depart now." "Ah, madam, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, please make yourselves comfortable." After a brief half-hour, they arrived at Yunxingyaji in the western part of the city. No, please, madam. This half-tael of silver is too generous. Rest assured, I shall wait here for you, Uncle Wong said joyfully, receiving the silver and speaking hurriedly. In truth, a driver like Uncle Wong could earn, at best, 100 or 200 copper coins in a day during peak times, with 300 being the utmost. The half-tael of silver that Weilan offered was more than he could earn in 2 days at his most prosperous. In Nanning, 1,000 copper coins equate to a tael of silver, so half a tael translates to 600 copper coins. Azure offered a smile to Uncle Wong, refraining from further insistence. "Then we shall trouble you, Uncle Wong." With that, she led Wei Fong and the other two into the brokerage. "Esteemed madam," the broker greeted, "I am Li Qian, a broker with this agency. Please, inform me of your requirements." "Mr. Li," Azure stated directly, "I wish to purchase a residence in a village near Luo City, along with several acres of land. May I inquire as to the type of residence you desire, madam? And the grade of land you seek?" Li Qian inquired with practiced expertise. "There are merely 3 or 4 of us," Azure responded, "so the residence need not be grand. But it must be tranquil. As for the land, the more expansive, the better, preferably in proximity to the residence, regardless of its grade. That is all." Upon hearing Azure's words, Liam responded without hesitation, "In light of your preferences, I am reminded of 3 locales. The first is situated 10 li to the east of Luo City, where a manor resides. The estate encompasses a triple courtyard residence and 300 mu of prime land. The second lies to the west of the city, a mere half-hour's journey from here. The manor is twice the size of the eastern suburban one, with land directly behind it, though it is smaller, comprising only about 50 mu. However, it is exceedingly tranquil, perfectly aligning with your requirements. The last is located in Yunhua Village, under the jurisdiction of Yulio Town near Luo City, a full 2-day carriage ride away. Yunhua Village is sparsely populated with abundant land. A wealthy family there is looking to relocate to the city and wishes to sell their rural estate. The residence is quite expansive, occupying approximately 10 mu. And directly adjacent to it is a vast expanse of uncultivated land, roughly 1,500 mu. However, this land belongs to the government. If you are interested, it would be prudent to inspect all 3 locations before making a decision. Each of these places is exceptional. Nevertheless, madam, I would advise you to consider the eastern and western locales near the city. The land in Yunhua Village is exceedingly barren, requiring considerable time, effort, and expense to cultivate. However, this uncultivated land is inexpensive, costing only 1 tael of silver per mu, which is several dozen times cheaper than the other 2 options." Listening to Liam's introduction, Azure felt a stirring of interest. All 3 locations sounded promising. Although 2 of them did not perfectly align location-wise, she was not inflexible. If the eastern and western suburbs of the city were truly remarkable, being situated in a village was not essential. Considering her options, Azure stated, "Mr. Li, I would prefer to personally inspect these 3 locations before making a decision. However, Westhua Village is rather distant, which presents a slight inconvenience." "That's not a problem at all. If you're genuinely interested, I would be delighted to escort you there myself," Li Qian offered. "In that case, I extend my sincere gratitude." "Mr. Li, shall we begin with the site west of the city and then proceed to the eastern outskirts this afternoon? Would that be agreeable?" Azure inquired courteously. Certainly. That is perfectly acceptable. I shall take you there immediately," Li Qian responded with a beaming smile. After examining the land and residences west of the city and in the eastern suburbs, Azure found both locations quite appealing, leading to some indecision. Ultimately, she resolved to postpone her decision until after she had surveyed the situation in Westhua Village. Although she had yet to visit Westhua Village, Azure was already somewhat inclined toward it. This was not only because the location aligned with her preferences, but also because of the extensive land area available at a bargain price. 1,500 acres, equivalent to 1,500 taels of silver, was an exceptionally favorable deal. She was undeterred by the land's barren state, viewing it as merely requiring some manpower, funds, and time. Resources she was willing to expend. Most importantly, life in a small village was considerably simpler than in a large city. While the city might offer better prospects for future development, it was teeming with wealthy and influential individuals. Inadvertently offending one of them could have dire consequences. In this ancient, autocratic society devoid of human rights, the nobility and affluent could extinguish the lives of ordinary citizens like themselves with the same ease as crushing an ant. Sister, I find the residence in the western part of the city appealing. Why don't we consider purchasing it? Wei Hua is particularly fond of the larger estate, hence his inclination towards the western side. However, I believe the eastern outskirts would be more advantageous, as the land there is more abundant. Acquiring those plots would secure our family's livelihood in the future. Clearly, Wei Fang's perspective diverges from his. The western side also offers land. 50 acres would suffice for our family's sustenance. Moreover, the residence in the west is considerably superior to that in the eastern outskirts. Sticking to his viewpoint and arguing his case, he remarked, "You truly do not comprehend the rising costs of basic necessities. What use is a large house? A home should merely be sufficient for our needs. An excess would remain unoccupied and wasteful. Furthermore, living in the city incurs significantly higher expenses compared to the outskirts. Whether 50 acres would adequately cover our daily expenditures is still uncertain," Wei Fang stated pragmatically. Chapter 13. Purchasing Property. Uncle Hua, Aunt Fang, please refrain from arguing. Let us first hear what Mother has to say. Noticing Wei Hua was about to retort, Mu Yuding quickly interjected. Upon hearing this, both Wei Fang and Wei Hua fell silent, realizing that ultimately, it would be their elder sister who would make the final decision. They turned their gazes toward her, each hoping she would side with them. Sister. Elder sister. Yes, sister, Wei Fang replied obediently. Understood, elder sister, Wei Hua echoed promptly. The following morning, Li Qian arrived at Yunlai to escort them. After 2 days of travel, they finally reached Yuliu Town. Madam Mu, we've arrived at Yuliu Town. Judging by the journey, it will still take about half an hour before we reach Yinhua Village. By the time we arrive, it will already be dark, and we won't be able to see anything. Perhaps we should seek lodging in Yuliu Town for tonight and resume our journey to Yinhua Village tomorrow morning. Upon arriving at Yuliu Town and noticing the lateness of the hour, he proposed to Weilan. Very well, we shall proceed as Mr. Li suggests. Weilan concurred with a nod. Upon hearing Weilan's agreement, Li Qian promptly led them to the finest inn in Yuliu Town with practiced ease. Mr. Li, you seem to be quite familiar with Yuliu Town, Weilan remarked with a smile as she alighted from the carriage, directing her gaze towards Li Qian. Li Qian dismounted his horse and responded with a smile. I have frequented Yuliu Town on several occasions in the past, so I am naturally well acquainted with it. I see. Madam Mu, please. Mr. Li, after you. Weilan deferred slightly before entering the inn ahead of him. Greetings, esteemed guests. Are you seeking lodging or a meal? Both lodging and a meal. Please prepare 5 superior rooms for us, and we have 2 horses outside. See to it that they are well fed with the finest fodder. Li Qian instructed. Yes, sir. This humble one will ensure that your horses are fed with the best fodder available. The waiter responded promptly with a smile and assurance. Very well. Weilan interjected. Let us refresh ourselves first before partaking in the evening meal. Having been seated in the carriage all day, save for meal times, I have accumulated quite a bit of perspiration. Indeed, young man, please bring us some hot water first. We are rather travel-worn and could certainly use a refreshing wash. Li Qian added with a smile. Very well, I shall promptly arrange for everything. Now, esteemed guests, please follow me. The steward guided everyone to the guest rooms. After a night's rest, the group rose early the next day, partook in breakfast, and set forth towards Yunhua Village. The carriage gradually came to a halt in front of a grand residence. This estate appeared even larger than those located in the western and eastern outskirts of Luo City, seemingly occupying an area of approximately 30 acres. Madam Mu has arrived. Please disembark, Li Qian announced as he leaped down from the horse. Upon hearing this, Weilan and her companions sequentially exited the carriage. Is this the residence? Indeed, this is the one. I shall knock. Nodding, Li Qian stepped forward to rap on the door. In a short while, the door creaked open. May I inquire whom you are seeking? An elderly doorkeeper, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, peered out and asked. I am Li Qian, he replied, cupping his hands in greeting. I have an appointment with Lord Yu to accompany the guests in viewing the estate. Oh, you are indeed the one. Please, come in, the doorkeeper responded, evidently having been informed in advance. He swung the door wide open. Thank you, Madam Mu, after you. Li Qian gestured for Weilan to proceed ahead. Please. Do come in, esteemed guests. Allow me a moment to summon my master, the servant said. Much appreciated. A short while later, Lord Yu arrived. Mr. Li, you have come. Is this lady the Madame Mu who is here to view the residence? Greetings, Lord Yu. You are correct. I am she. If it is not too much trouble, might I request that Lord Mu accompany me on a tour of this estate? With a slight curtsy, Azure addressed Master Yu. Indeed, the elder responded. Allow me the honor of escorting Madame Mu on a comprehensive tour. The Yu estate sprawled across 30 acres, a labyrinth of courtyards and verdant gardens. Partitioned into 7 distinct sections, the main court, east and west wings, the forecourt, and others. Yet, it was the expansive bamboo grove, encompassing roughly an acre in the rear, that captivated Azure's heart. Upon beholding this verdant sanctuary, she resolved, without reservation, to acquire the residence. However, lest Master Yu discern her eagerness, she maintained an impassive facade, betraying no hint of her intentions. Madame Mu, what are your impressions of the estate? Does it meet with your approval? Master Yu inquired, unable to decipher her sentiments from her serene countenance and courteous smile. Master Yu, I prefer to dispense with circumlocution, Azure replied forthrightly. In essence, the estate is quite agreeable, and I find it reasonably satisfactory. While it may lack the refined elegance of the estates situated in the eastern and western suburbs, its virtue lies in its ample dimensions, providing ample accommodation for my brother and son when they take wives. Provided the price is equitable, I shall proceed with the purchase. Azure paused, then declared with resolve. Indeed, Madame Mu possesses a refreshing candor, a quality I greatly admire. In light of your forthrightness, I shall dispense with any pretense and present you with a straightforward offer for 1,000 taels. This residence is still in excellent condition, approximately 70 to 80% new, having been constructed just 3 years prior with premium timber. As the furnishings within are cherished by my late wife, I shall ensure they are entirely removed, leaving only the house itself. Otherwise, I would not have quoted a mere 3,000 taels. Were this property located in a bustling town, its value would surely be far greater. You speak the truth, Mr. Yu. For a residence of this scale, if situated in Luo City, it would fetch no less than 6 or 7,000 taels. Upon hearing the price, Weilan felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet a flicker of perplexity lingered in her heart. Mr. Yu, I perceive your fondness for this abode. Why then do you wish to part with it? With a sigh, Mr. Yu replied, to speak candidly, Madame Mu, I am a merchant of textiles with a modest fortune. However, in recent years, I have sensed the weight of age upon me, rendering me increasingly unable to manage my affairs. Consequently, 3 years ago, I entrusted my business to my 2 sons and relocated here to build this house, intending to spend my twilight years in peace with my mother and several wives. Alas, those ungrateful sons squandered our fortune in a mere 3 years, accumulating considerable debts. Reluctantly, I find myself compelled to sell this residence to settle those obligations. His demeanor was tinged with melancholy. If you sell this house, where will your family reside? Hearing Master Yu's words, Azure felt a pang of sympathy. I am grateful for Madame Mu's concern. I possess a small estate elsewhere, and I have already made arrangements to relocate there, Master Yu stated. Upon hearing Master Yu's words, Azure felt relieved and swiftly concluded the exchange of property deeds. After the transaction, Master Yu and his entourage removed the remaining furnishings from the residence. The furniture had been gradually removed over the past 2 months, and only a few items remained, so the process was completed within 2 hours. Azure seized the opportunity to inspect the land, and the purchase of 1,500 acres of wasteland was quickly finalized. In truth, she merely went to identify the location, as her decision had been made long beforehand. The 1,500 acres of wasteland were conveniently situated adjacent to the rear of her newly acquired residence. Chapter 14. Settling down. Having purchased the residence, Azure commenced preparations for acquiring furniture. The house was entirely devoid of furnishings, rendering it uninhabitable, so new furniture was essential. In addition to furniture, it was also necessary to hire servants, as such a large residence required maintenance. It was preferable to procure furniture in a major city like Luo City. Madame Mu, we have arrived in Luo City. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Should you require any assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to contact me at Yunxing Brokerage. Farewell. One moment. Azure hastily called out, as she saw Li Qian turn to leave. Mr. Li, if you are not pressed for time, I do indeed have a matter for which I would like to request your assistance. Please, Madame Mu, articulate your needs without reservation. If it lies within my capabilities, I shall endeavor to assist you, Mr. Li stated. Upon hearing this, Weilan offered him a grateful smile, elucidating, I am desirous of acquiring some domestic staff. However, being unfamiliar with Luo City, I am unacquainted with any reputable purveyors of indentured servants. I would be most grateful if you could recommend one to me. Upon hearing this, Mr. Li was taken aback. Since Weilan had acquired the residence, he had been meaning to inquire about this matter. However, observing that Weilan and her entourage, though clad in opulent attire, were unaccompanied by any attendants, he surmised that there might be some undisclosed reason, and thus refrained from broaching the subject. He had not anticipated that she would broach the subject at this juncture. If it is inconvenient for Mr. Li, then please disregard my request, Weilan said, misinterpreting his expression as a lack of knowledge. It appears that Yunqing brokers also engages in the trade of human beings, Weilan mused, a fact previously unknown to her. Then, I shall impose upon Mr. Li's magnanimity, she added. It is no imposition at all. I am merely acting in the interest of Yunqing brokers, Mr. Li responded with a smile. Pray, Madam Mu, when do you require these individuals? If there is no urgency, Yunqing will be receiving a new consignment of servants in 5 or 6 days. I shall ensure that you are the first to be notified when the time comes for selection. That is most agreeable, she replied. Furthermore, Madam Mu, should you be in the market for furnishings, I am aware of a reputable furniture emporium in Luo City. They utilize only genuine materials and possess an impeccable reputation. Might I escort you there for a perusal? Upon hearing this, Weilan was naturally delighted, as she had been pondering where to procure such items. However, mindful of the inconvenience she was causing him, she demurred, would that not be too much of an imposition? After all, they were not related by blood. And it felt somewhat awkward for Weilan to receive such assistance. It's merely a trivial matter, no trouble at all, Li Qian replied with a smile. Moreover, you have taken care of 2 significant business matters for me these past few days, allowing me to earn quite a bit. Consider this a way to repay you. Thank you, Mr. Li, Weilan responded, fully aware that Li Qian's words were intentionally crafted. In a large enterprise like Yunqing, he must have encountered numerous substantial deals. And from her observations over the last couple of days, it seemed that Li Qian held a considerable position within Yunqing. Come, I shall take you there now, Li Qian said with a gentle smile. Madam Mu, this is Li Yapo. Pleasure to meet you. Madam Mu, Li Yapo greeted Weilan with a sharp bow. Li Yapo. Weilan returned the gesture politely. Madam Mu, I have brought the people, and these are all of them. Please feel free to select whom you desire. Li Yapo indicated a group of ragged individuals, men, women, and children, standing behind her. Very well, thank you. Weilan nodded, gazing at the group of slaves. She contemplated how many to purchase. For such a large residence, it would likely require about 20 for regular cleaning and maintenance. Given that her household was small, she decided on 4 individuals, along with a steward. Each of the 4 should also have 2 personal attendants, one for close service and another for more menial tasks. What skills do you possess? How many of you can read? Weilan inquired thoughtfully. The servants can perform domestic tasks, including cooking, one replied. We have some experience in cooking, and the women can manage a bit of sewing. The younger ones can cultivate the land and chop wood. Cooking, laundry, and weaving are all within our capabilities. Tilling the land, working with wood, butchering pigs. I possess proficiency in all these tasks. Are there truly none among you who are literate? Upon hearing this, a slight furrow creased between Azure's brows. I attended school for a few years in my youth and can recognize some characters. A young man of about 23 or 24 years of age promptly declared. I am also literate, a middle-aged man of around 40 added. Subsequently, several others claimed to be literate, though all were male. Nearly none of the women possessed the ability to read. Just as Azure began to feel disheartened, for comely maidens, aged 17 or 18, stepped forward from the rear. Madam, we 4 are also literate. Had they not come forward, concealed as they were at the back, she would not have noticed them. Oh, what are your names? And why were you sold? Azure inquired, observing that the 4 maidens did not appear to have originated from impoverished backgrounds, particularly the one in white, who was the only one among them whose garments were immaculate. My surname is Wan, and my given name is Qi. My father was a merchant in his lifetime, but he was deceived by someone, leading to his bankruptcy. In a fit of anger, he fell ill and passed away not long after. My stepmother could not bear me, so she sold me along with my attendant girls. These 3 are my personal attendants, named Cui Zhu, Bai Zhu, and Xuelan. Noticing the placidness in Wen Qi's eyes when mentioning her stepmother, devoid of any resentment, Azure raised an eyebrow. Such a maiden was either profoundly astute or inherently innocent. However, Azure had no interest in discerning which category she belonged to. Having acquired her, her indenture would be in her possession, and her destiny would be entirely under her control. Whether she lived or died would be at her discretion, without any possibility of objection. Upon reflection, Azure had reached a decision. "Madamly," she declared, "I shall take these girls." She gestured towards several individuals in the first and third rows on the left, stating, "I will take all of them." Madame Lee's face lit up with a radiant smile upon hearing this. She had not anticipated encountering such a significant patron today, one who would purchase over 20 individuals at once. Before her elation could fully materialize, Azure turned to Wei Fong and the other two, who had remained silent by her side, and said, "Fonger, Xiaohua, Tinger, you may each select 2 servants or maids to your liking." Chapter 15, Settling Down, Part 2, Elder Sister, are we also to choose? Wei Hua asked, bewildered. "Indeed, as these individuals will be attending to your needs. It is only fitting that you select those who suit your preferences," Azure responded with a smile. "Sister, is it truly necessary? We hardly require personal servants. With the maids and servants already in the household, there are ample hands. I believe we should refrain from further purchases. Saving this silver would contribute to the household funds." Wei Fong remarked, concerned by her elder sister's lavish spending. Azure had not disclosed to the children the items she had pawned, nor the amount of silver she had obtained. This was not out of distrust, but rather a lack of a suitable explanation. She simply chose to remain silent on the matter. "Just select as you're bidden. Our household is not lacking in funds." Her tone, tinged with impatience, belied her delight at the understanding and obedient nature of Wei Fong and the others. Yet, she disliked their provincial mannerisms, for they possessed the means to relish a more refined existence, and she had no desire to be a miser. In her oversight, had neglected to inform Wei Fong and the others about the sale of her mirrors and the sum she had acquired. Eventually, purchased a total of 56 individuals, including and her companions. That very afternoon, led the entourage, accompanied by a grand procession of carriages, towards Yunhua village. 2 days later, the extensive caravan finally reached the newly acquired residence, renamed. The sheer scale of the arrival drew the attention of the entire village, but, preoccupied with numerous tasks, had no time to attend to the onlookers. With such a multitude of hands, the manor underwent a remarkable transformation in a matter of hours. Wei Fong and Wei Hua each selected their preferred courtyards. She instructed, attend to the assignment of these servants and maids, formerly known as, had adopted the surname upon joining the household. The other servants, too, had their names altered. The men were designated numbers, while the women were named after various flora. With the exception of the steward, the principal maids, and the personal attendants of the masters. "Yes, I shall take my leave," the steward responded, retreating with his group. Now, within the main hall remained only Wei Fong, Wei Hua, and their respective attendants, and were appointed as her principal maids, resolved to cultivate their talents, ensuring that she would have capable assistance in her future endeavors. "From this day forward, the 4 of you shall be known as Red Sun, Bright Moon, Ink Star, and Rain." After Butler Mu departed with his entourage, Weilan immediately turned her gaze upon the 4 handmaidens who had been officially promoted. "Your servants thank you, mistress, for bestowing upon us these names," when she said, kneeling and kowtowing, her heart filled with a mix of emotions. "Rise, then. The 4 of you should first attend to the task of organizing my belongings." "Yes, madam. Fonger, Water, and Tinger. It is also time for you to bestow new names upon your page boys and maids," Weilan remarked with a smile. "Sister, I am illiterate. How would I possibly choose names? The names you select are so melodious. Would you be so kind as to choose names for them on my behalf?" Wei Fong implored, gazing at Weilan with hopeful eyes. "Eldest sister, I am also incapable of selecting names. Please choose them for me as well," Wei Hua added hastily. "Very well. And you, Tinga?" Mu Yuting responded, "Mother, I am capable of choosing names for them myself." Weilan, aware that Mu Yuting had begun his education at the age of 3 and had read several books, knew that bestowing names upon a few servants would not be an issue. She nodded with a smile, allowing him to proceed first. Mu Yuting nodded, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Mother has named her maids after the sun, moon, stars, and constellations. I shall name mine after the seasons and weather. You shall be called Summer Chill, and you shall be called Warm Winter." Upon hearing this, the 2 page boys immediately knelt and kowtowed, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, young master, for bestowing these names upon us." "Very well, you may withdraw," Mu Yuting said with a wave of his hand. He then turned to Weilan and asked, "Mother, are the names I have chosen acceptable?" The names Tinger has chosen are as melodious as those of eldest sister. It is evident that those who have been educated are different, Wei Hua remarked, gazing at Mutating with a hint of envy. Observing their circumstances, Azure realized that due to their family's humble origins, the three siblings from the Wei family had never had the opportunity to receive an education and were illiterate. Alas, if this were the 21st century before the apocalypse, children of their age would still be in junior high school. Xiaohua, Fanger, if you are willing. Once we have settled down, I will teach you to read. Would you like that? In this place, it is impossible for commoner families like theirs to find a tutor, so Azure had no choice but to personally instruct them. However, Azure had apparently overlooked one thing. Weilan was also illiterate. Sister, aren't you also illiterate? How will you teach us? Indeed, Wei Fong looked at Azure with suspicion. Yes, sister, you didn't know how to read before either. Could it be that your husband taught you after you married him? Upon hearing Wei Fong's question, Azure inwardly panicked, realizing she had forgotten that Weilan was also illiterate. Wasn't she practically inviting suspicion with her words? Then, hearing Wei Hua's words, her eyes lit up. Look, someone had already found an excuse for her. That's right. Your brother-in-law indeed taught me, Azure said, feeling somewhat guilty as she went along with his explanation. Mother, when did father start teaching you to read? How come I didn't know? Mu Yuting asked, looking at Azure with some perplexity. Of course, it was in the evenings. You weren't there, so how would you know? Azure glossed over the question and immediately changed the subject. I have already decided on the names for Fanger and Xiaohua's servants. Fanger, your two maids will be called Chaoxia and Yunxi, and Hua's servants will be named Qingshu and Moyan. The mistress has bestowed names upon the young master and young lady. Very well, you may all withdraw and assist your respective masters in preparing their chambers. With a wave of her hand, Azure dismissed the four servants. Yes, your servant, I, shall take my leave. Understood, sister. What about you? Won't you join us in having a look? No, it will soon be nightfall. And I must arrange for the evening meal. Azure responded with a dismissive wave as she took the lead and departed from the main hall. Steward Mu, Azure called out. Spotting Steward Mu directing several servants from afar on her way to the kitchen. Recalling something, she promptly summoned him. Madam, what are your instructions? Steward Mu inquired with a slight bow, his tone respectful. Now that we have settled in Yunhua village, I ought to pay a visit to the village chief. Prepare a welcoming gift and inquire as to the chief's residence. I shall visit him tomorrow. Yes, that was precisely my thought as well. I was just about to remind the mistress, but I did not anticipate that she would bring it up first. I shall make preparations immediately and present the list of gifts to the mistress for her perusal later. Chapter 16, Visiting the Village Chief and so. Azure's family settled down in Yunhua village. The following morning, after partaking in breakfast, Azure personally escorted a collection of gifts, 2 bolts of cotton cloth, 2 pairs of silver bracelets, 5 pounds of pork, 50 eggs, and 5 packages of pastries, followed by Steward Mu and the 2 maids, Crimson Sun and Bright Moon, to pay a visit to the village chief's residence. Steward Mu, is this the residence of village chief Liu? Azure inquired, standing before a courtyard. The estate was noticeably more refined than the other dwellings in the village. In that case, please proceed to knock on the door. Yes, madam. Butler Mu replied affirmatively and stepped forward to summon the occupants. In such a rural village, it is customary for households to leave their gates unlocked. And the village chief's residence was no exception. The courtyard was open at that moment, so Butler Mu stood outside the gate and called out loudly, Is anyone home? Is village chief Liu present? Who is it? A woman emerged from within the house, raising her voice to inquire, Who are you? What do you want? Greetings. We are the residents of the Mu family who have just moved to Yunhua village. My lady has come to pay a visit to the village chief today. Oh, so you are the lady of the newly arrived Mu family. Please, come in, come in. Old man, we have a distinguished guest. Come out quickly. The woman, upon realizing that the lady of the Mu family had personally arrived, was taken aback with surprise and hurriedly ushered them in. To possess such a grand residence as the Mu family, accompanied by a multitude of servants, is quite an extraordinary feat in this rural setting. Although they were newcomers, even the village chief must extend them a degree of respect. Who was making such a commotion? Hearing the woman's exclamations, a man in his 40s emerged from the house, his demeanor somewhat displeased. It is the lady of the Mu family who has come to visit. The one who purchased the estate from old Master Yu and subsequently renamed it the Mu residence, the woman quickly clarified. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes brightened, and he shot a reproachful glance at the woman. Why didn't you mention this sooner? He chided, but immediately donned a welcoming smile as he turned to the visitor. Madam Mu, greetings. My sincerest apologies for the oversight. Please, do come in. You are the village chief of Yunhua village, are you not? I sincerely apologize for disturbing you so early in the morning, Weilan said as she stepped into the courtyard with an air of regret. Not at all. The villagers are accustomed to rising early. I have also been awake for some time. It is not a disturbance at all. The presence of Madame Mu graces my humble abode, illuminating it with her elegance, replied Chief Lu with a beaming smile. You are too kind, Chief Lu. My family, the Mu family, has just arrived in Yunhua village, and we shall rely on you and the villagers for guidance and support in the days to come, Hongri and Mingwei. Weilan called out, prompting Hongri and Mingwei to step forward with gifts in hand. Chief, as newcomers, we do not possess anything of great value. But please accept these humble tokens of our appreciation. Oh dear, how could I possibly accept such generosity? The chief and the woman gazed at the gifts in Hongri and Mingwei's hands, their eyes lighting up with delight. The woman's gaze was fixated on the 2 pairs of silver bracelets and the delicate cloth, unable to tear her eyes away for quite some time. Weilan merely smiled softly, feigning ignorance, and gestured for Hongri and Mingwei to place the gifts on the table. In addition to visiting you and familiarizing myself with the surroundings, I have another matter for which I seek your assistance, Madame Mu. You are too courteous, Chief Lu. Please feel free to express any request you may have, he replied promptly. It is as follows. I have purchased 1,500 acres of wasteland in the village and wish to enlist some individuals to help in clearing the land. Therefore, I kindly ask the chief to inquire if anyone would be willing to lend a hand. The remuneration will be 30 copper coins per person per day, including meals. Upon hearing Weilan's words, the village chief's expression brightened with joy. Yes, indeed. It is the perfect season of leisure for the villagers, and the strong men are idling at home. I shall not wait until tomorrow. I will immediately summon them for you. The daily wage is 30 coins, which is a third higher than what those laborers earn outside. If the villagers can take on this task, it will provide an additional source of income this year, allowing each household to fare better this winter. Thank you, Chief. By the way, in 3 days, the Mu residents will host a housewarming banquet. And I would like to extend an invitation to your entire family to join us for the festivities, Weilan said warmly. Madame Mu, you are too gracious. I shall certainly attend, the village chief replied with a beaming smile. Then I shall await your esteemed presence. It is getting late, so I shall not impose further. Weilan announced as she rose to her feet. Madame Mu, must you leave so soon? Please have breakfast before you depart, the warm-hearted Mrs. Lu urged. Indeed, Madame Mu. Please dine with us before you go. We have yet to eat, the village chief added. No, I have already partaken. Thank you, Madam Village Chief, Weilan declined politely, offering a slight bow before departing with Butler Mu and the others. Madame Mu, travel safely. Both the village chief and Mrs. Lu called out as they escorted her to the door. Once Weilan's figure had vanished from sight, Mrs. Lu swiftly turned around, her face alight with delight as she hurried toward the pile of gifts. The village chief, equally pleased, gazed at the generous offerings on the table, his eyes sparkling with excitement. In merely a couple of months, the new year will be upon us. This pair of fabrics is just right. One piece for you and mother to fashion new garments, and the other to be given to Delang's wife, so she may create new attire for Delang and the children. Our third daughter will soon be of marrying age in a few years. These 2 silver bracelets shall be kept as part of her dowry. Speaking of which, we cannot possibly consume all these pastries ourselves. I shall deliver a couple of packages to our second daughter later, along with 20 eggs and 2 pounds of pork. Luluo sure happily murmured to herself. Very well. You decide on these matters yourself. I shall now seek out individuals to clear land for Madame Mu, the village chief said, as he turned to leave. Hold a moment, dear. My family has 3 or 5 strong laborers. Let us summon them as well. They only ask for 30 copper coins a day. Charity begins at home, after all. Is that proper? The village chief asked, with some hesitation. Why would it not be? Madame Mu never stipulated that we could not employ individuals from outside the village. Lu Luosher retorted, with a glare. The village chief considered this and nodded in agreement. Then you shall inform them shortly. Yes, I understand, Lu Luosher responded gleefully. Chapter 17. New discoveries in the spatial realm, madam. Were the gifts you presented perhaps a bit too generous? The Mu butler inquired hesitantly, after leaving the village chief's home. Although it was his master's decision, and he ought not to interfere, he had observed in the past few days that his master was not at all unkind to them, her servants, and was quite amiable, Thus he could not help but offer a word of caution. In his estimation, for a rural place such as this, what he had initially prepared, a bolt of coarse cloth, 2 copper bracelets, 30 eggs, and 2 pounds of pork, would have been more than sufficient. Madame later added that the attire was indeed too cumbersome. We find ourselves in unfamiliar territory, reliant on others, and since this is our first visit, it is only fitting to present ourselves with greater decorum. In time, such formalities will no longer be necessary. Weilan smiled as she elucidated her reasoning. Indeed, it was a testament to the madame's meticulous consideration. Butler Mu reflected on this and concurred, acknowledging the insight of their master compared to the short-sightedness of those in their station. Yes, madam, Butler Mu respectfully replied. Upon returning home, Weilan casually inquired about what Wei Fong, Wei Hua, and Mu Yuding were engaged in. Typically, a residence of common folk would not feature a study, however. The former master of the Mu household, Lord Yu, had an affinity for the arts and managed to procure a few books, thereby establishing this study. Now, it has unwittingly benefited Weilan, saving her the trouble of creating one herself. Oh, she paused, somewhat surprised, raising an eyebrow. She had not anticipated the children to be so eager. It seemed that Wei Fong and Wei Hua genuinely wished to learn to read and write. Did the Mu household study contain books? She recalled that upon their arrival, they had brought nothing but writing implements and paper. When she decided to teach the children, she intended to purchase a few books here, but to her dismay, there was no place to acquire them among the common folk. After some inquiries, she learned that in Nanning, books could only be obtained at the official schools organized by the government, which were exclusively accessible to the privileged. Commoners were left with no hope unless they had an official endorsement or came from wealthy families willing to pay a substantial sum for admission. In the realm of official education, children of all backgrounds, whether noble or common, can ascend to governmental positions if recommended by esteemed educators. Consequently, many affluent merchants and families invest substantial sums to secure educational opportunities for their offspring, aspiring for even modest official titles, thus elevating their family status. What kinds of books are these? Weilan inquired with curiosity. However, Master Yu did not seem to possess the demeanor of someone educated in official academies. Where did he acquire those few books? Weilan pondered, a sense of doubt creeping into her mind. Forgive me, madam, for I am illiterate and cannot identify the books. Yuchen hastily knelt, seeking pardon. What are you doing? Rise at once, Weilan exclaimed, taken aback by Yuchen's fright in response to her simple question. She rushed forward to assist her up, unaware that in ancient times, a master had the absolute authority over their servants, capable of inflicting punishment or even selling them at will, with no one to intervene, not even the authorities. Thank you, madam, for your kindness. Yuchen expressed her gratitude repeatedly. Enough, enough. You have done nothing wrong, so why would I blame you? Weilan sighed, feeling perplexed. Did she truly appear so fearsome as to frighten the young maid in such a manner? Waving away the other servants, Weilan secured the door, finally granting herself a moment of respite. The past few days had been consumed with acquiring furniture and a myriad of other items. By nightfall, she was exhausted, longing only to lie down and sleep, having had neither the energy nor the inclination to enter her space to cultivate the land she had prepared. With this in mind, Azure could no longer restrain herself and swiftly entered the dimension. Upon entering, she immediately retrieved the packets of vegetable seeds and began planting. When weary, she would sip a little stream water and then continue planting. Azure's movements transitioned from initial awkwardness to later proficiency, and within a mere half-day, 2 acres of land were sown. Azure gazed at the 2 acres of vegetable garden with a sense of accomplishment, her face filled with a satisfied smile. Abruptly, her smile froze on her face, her eyes fixed straight ahead toward the direction of the small hill. She observed that 4 fruit trees had appeared on the hill at some point, 2 peach trees and 2 guava trees. The 2 peach trees were about 7 or 8 meters apart, while the 2 guava trees were growing in a V shape, their roots tightly intertwined as if they were conjoined twins. All 4 fruit trees were laden with abundant fruit. Each fruit was large and succulent, tempting anyone who saw them to pluck them and taste them. Azure resisted the urge to rush forward, standing rooted to the spot, gazing at the 4 fruit trees, and racking her brains to figure out where they had come from. She recalled that they were not there the last time she entered. Suddenly, as if she had an epiphany, her eyes lit up. Could it be the 2 peach pits she had casually discarded that day, and the 2 guavas she had placed on the hill? But how could that be? Azure quickly dismissed her conjecture. Even if she was ignorant of agricultural matters, she still had some common sense. Fruit trees are grown from seedlings, and she had never heard of fruit pits or fruits being used for planting. Azure's head was about to explode with thoughts, but she couldn't figure it out. Could it really be due to the 2 peach pits and 2 guavas? Upon encountering the locations of 2 peach trees and 2 pomegranate trees, Weilan was compelled to ponder once more. Yet, the familiar knowledge she possessed instilled a sense of doubt within her. How foolish she felt. If she could not comprehend it, why not conduct an experiment instead? After much internal conflict, Weilan finally reached a conclusion. Once she had planted all the fruits in succession, she exited the space. As soon as Weilan emerged, a knocking sound resonated at the door, prompting her to hastily open it. Fonger, are you not in the study with Ting learning characters? What brings you here? Weilan inquired upon seeing Wei Fong outside. Dear sister, one must eat as well as learn. It is already noon, time for the meal. I have come to summon you to the dining hall. Everyone is waiting for you, Wei Fong replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Weilan realized that indeed, it was the height of midday. After laboring all morning, she felt quite hungry. Let us go then. We must not keep Ting and the others waiting. Upon reaching the dining hall, it was evident that Ting and Wei Hua were already seated, awaiting her arrival. You must have been anxious waiting. Let us begin the meal, Weilan declared as she took her seat at the head of the table, promptly instructing the maid nearby. Elder sister, what were you doing locked in your room during the day? Why did it take you so long to come out? Wei Hua queried directly, voicing her curiosity upon seeing Weilan. It is nothing. I was simply a bit fatigued and took a short rest, inadvertently dozing off, Weilan replied casually, offering a dismissive response. Believing her words, Wei Hua ceased her inquiries. The dishes were swiftly served, the rice a yellow hue, appearing as though it had not been thoroughly washed. Such rice was a luxury reserved for affluent households. The vegetables were, of course, boiled, while the meat and fish were either steamed or braised or simply boiled and roasted. Upon witnessing this, Weilan could only sigh, feeling utterly devoid of appetite. It seemed imperative for her to diligently train a skilled cook. However, she needed to devise an appropriate rationale to explain the origins of oil and seasoning. She had not anticipated that this place was so backward, lacking even oil, with seasonings limited to just salt and sugar, the latter being the most unrefined type. By the way, Ting, I heard you discovered 3 books in the study? Weilan, unable to eat any longer, set down her bowl and inquired of Ting. What books are they? Do you recognize the characters within? One is an introductory book, which I can read, but the other 2 are more challenging. The records of the Grand Historian and the Essentials of Governance, containing numerous characters I do not recognize. Ting replied with a hint of discomfort. It's all right. For the characters you don't understand, you can ask me. Starting tomorrow, I will dedicate an hour each day to teach the 3 of you reading, writing, and arithmetic, Weilan assured. Really? Upon hearing this, Ting could not help but feel an immense joy. However, his brow soon furrowed in contemplation as he cast a hesitant glance at Weilan. Mother, those characters are quite difficult, and you have only studied with father for half a year. Ting hesitated to finish his thought. Yet the implication was clear to any perceptive listener. He had commenced his education at the tender age of 3, having more than 5 years of literacy experience, far outpacing Weilan, who had only begun. If he struggled with certain characters, could Weilan possibly recognize them? Weilan, however, was not lacking in intelligence. She discerned the subtext of his words, and, with an affectionate pat on his little head, replied with an enigmatic smile, "Just consider me a genius." With that, she promptly stood up, indicating that he should continue his meal alone, and turned to leave the room. Sister, where are you going? You haven't finished your meal yet. Wei Fong called out anxiously, noticing that Weilan's bowl remained untouched. Wei Fong glanced at Weilan's chopsticks and, realizing the food had not been disturbed, exclaimed, Sister, your meal hasn't been touched. Unfortunately, Weilan had already walked away, oblivious to her calls. Chapter 18, The Genius Wei Fong, Experiment Successful but Madam. All 4 of us have gone to eat. Who will attend to you? Hongri cautiously suggested. There's no need for anyone to attend to me. You may all go. When I do not summon anyone, please do not enter. Furthermore, if the young masters inquire about me, simply inform them that I am occupied. Any matters can be discussed later in the evening. If I have not emerged by dinner time, allow the 3 of them to eat first without waiting for me. Weilan instructed. Understood, madam. Upon hearing this, Hongri and her 3 companions lowered their heads and turned to exit. Mingyue, Moxing, and Yu Chen, observing this, followed closely behind Hongri, indicating her implicit leadership among the 4. Of course, Weilan had long since noted this dynamic, Although their statuses had now become equal, there remained a certain reverence from Mingwei, Moxing, and Yuqin towards Hongri, a fact that Weilan did not mind. As long as they did not conspire against her, she could overlook their private interactions. After the four maidens departed, Weilan secured the door and retreated into her space. She made her way directly to the warehouse, first visiting the food section to satiate her hunger, before proceeding to the bookshelf in search of suitable learning materials for the children. Before long, Weilan selected several children's books, each adorned with minimal text and abundant illustrations, ideal for the novice readers Wei Fong and Wei Hua. Although Tinger might have recognized all the characters, the content was new to him, likely sparking his interest. However, before distributing the books, she needed to convert the simplified characters into traditional ones. This task was straightforward, as her space was equipped with a photocopier and a solar-powered generator. She merely had to cover the simplified characters with white paper and replace them with traditional script. After several hours of diligent work, Weilan completed the revisions for the 8 children's books, which collectively contained around 1,000 to 2,000 characters. By the time she finished her photocopying and editing, night had fallen. Hongri, Weilan called out as she opened the door. "Madam, you are awake?" The Crimson Sun, stationed resolutely at the door, detected no sounds from within the abode and presumed that Weilan was in slumber. A flicker of concern crossed their minds on several occasions, worrying that their mistress might be sleeping too long, prompting them to contemplate a visit inside. Yet, recalling their mistress's prior admonitions, they hesitated to intrude. Weilan initially felt a twinge of confusion, only to swiftly realize the misunderstanding on Hongri's part. She responded in accordance with the implication of her words, inquiring, "What time is it now?" "Reporting to you, madam. It has just passed the hour of you. Are you hungry? Would you like me to prepare a supper for you?" "The 2 young masters and the young lady have already dined," came the reply. "Very well, please prepare some millet porridge and a plate of pickled vegetables," she instructed. The pickled vegetables here were quite decent, and they were the only sustenance she could still tolerate. "Understood, madam." Although Hongri found it somewhat perplexing that her mistress eschewed lavish feasts in favor of humble fare typically consumed by the less fortunate, she dared not inquire further. "Where are Mingyu, the young lady, and the 2 young masters?" At this, Weilan could not help but feel a surge of surprise. "So, those 2 children have been cooped up in the study all day?" she mused. Since when has Wei Hua possessed such patience? If it were Ting Er, it would be somewhat plausible, for despite his youth, he can read and is fond of books. However, Wei Hua is illiterate and has never shown an inclination towards reading. How could he possibly remain in the study all day long? "Let us go and see what they are occupied with in the study," Weilan resolved, intending to bring the book to Mu Yuting and simultaneously ascertain their activities. "Madam, your porridge." As the sun rose, it was just the right moment for Hongri to bring in the porridge. Upon seeing Weilan walking out, he hastily called out to her. In the study, Mu Yueyun was engrossed in his reading, while Wei Hua diligently wrote beside him. Today, Tinger had instructed him and Wei Fong to learn 10 new characters each, requiring them to write 10 sheets. Perhaps due to his own lack of aptitude, Wei Fong had already mastered the characters by the afternoon and completed her task, while he had only managed to write 8 sheets so far, leaving 2 unfinished. Beneath his table lay a heap of crumpled papers, clearly the result of his earlier mistakes. It was hardly his fault, as he had been accustomed to wielding a hoe under Weilan's guidance. Now, being asked to use a pen was indeed a challenge for him. Alas, he had made another error. Wei Hua crumpled another paper and tossed it under the table, casting a despondent glance at the engrossed Mu Yuting. "Little Ting, do you think I am too foolish? I simply cannot write these characters correctly." Upon hearing this, Mu Yuting set aside his book and looked toward Wei Hua. "How could that be? You are doing remarkably well." Mu Yuting reassured him. "Please do not comfort me. I am aware of my own shortcomings. I am simply not suited for studying. Unlike my second sister, she is far more intelligent than I. The characters you teach her, she grasps after just 2 or 3 readings, and her writing is both better and faster than mine," Wei Hua lamented. "Uncle, I am not merely comforting you. The fact that you can write so accurately on your first attempt is quite impressive. And Fong is an exception," Mu Yuting stated, and indeed, it was true that Wei Fong possessed a natural talent for learning, mastering concepts swiftly, and producing excellent handwriting. Upon encountering Wei Hua and Mu Yuting, who both stood up simultaneously, Wei Hua shyly lowered his head and said, "Sister, you've arrived. I was practicing my calligraphy, but I simply cannot get it right." "Oh, let me take a look," replied Weilan, intrigued as she stepped forward to examine the several sheets that lay before Wei Hua. Indeed, Wei Hua's handwriting was rather unsightly. The strokes varied in thickness, and the characters were inconsistently sized. Some radicals were so widely spaced that they could easily be mistaken for 2 or 3 separate characters. Sister, how is it? Although fully aware of the quality of her own writing, Wei Hua still looked at Weilan with a glimmer of hope. Well, although your writing does appear rather unappealing, there is ample room for improvement. Moreover, this is your first attempt at calligraphy, and the complexity of these characters is quite challenging. It is only natural that you would struggle. As you are still a beginner, you should start practicing with simpler characters. Beginning tomorrow, I shall guide you. Weilan replied candidly. Upon hearing Weilan's words, Wei Hua felt a surge of joy. Oh, whose handwriting is this? Weilan's keen eyes spotted a small stack of neatly written characters beside Wei Hua. These were all pinned by Aunt Fong. Mutating interjected. You mean to say, this is Fong Er's writing? Are you certain? Weilan asked, her disbelief evident as she examined the characters in her hand. They bore no resemblance to the work of a novice. Rather, they seemed to reflect at least 2 years of practice. Caught off guard, Weilan paused for a moment before breaking into a delighted smile. How wonderful. I had no idea Fong Er possessed such talent. Mother, not only that, but today I taught Aunt Fong 10 characters, and after merely 3 readings, she memorized them instantly. Upon witnessing Weilan's joy, Mutating immediately remarked. Upon hearing this, Weilan, naturally overjoyed, secretly resolved to cultivate Wei Fong into a talented woman. Upon returning to her room, Weilan dismissed several maids who wished to stay and keep watch, for she found it uncomfortable to sleep with others observing her. Such circumstances would prevent her from finding rest. Habitually, she locked the door and then slipped into her space. Upon entering, she was taken aback by the sight before her, and soon thereafter, she let out an ecstatic scream. Before her lay 2 acres of lush vegetable fields. The vegetables planted just that afternoon had all ripened, appearing vibrantly green and exceptionally fresh. Additionally, the fruits planted on the mountain had also truly begun to grow. Although they had yet to bear fruit, they had indeed sprouted, reaching nearly a meter in height. It seemed that the experiment had indeed succeeded. Ha ha, Weilan laughed joyfully. Splendid. From this day forth, she would no longer have to worry about running out of fruit. Furthermore, she would not be limited to a mere handful of monotonous vegetables. She could cultivate whatever she desired. In Nanning, there were only a few varieties of fruits, and the vegetables numbered merely 8 or 9. Most intolerable to her was the absence of her favorite, lotus root. Although Weilan was an orphan in modern times, her life was not as difficult as one might imagine. After her parents' demise, they left her a substantial inheritance. 3 luxurious apartments, a quaint villa, over 20 million in cash, several tens of millions in stocks, and the insurance compensation following the demise of 2 individuals. Thus, although she became an orphan at a tender age, her life remains quite affluent. The provisions she enjoys, while not the most expensive, are undoubtedly of the finest quality and utmost comfort. Even in the direst of times, she leads an extraordinarily carefree existence. It must be said that, aside from her lack of parental figures from an early age, Weilan is indeed fortunate, always has been. Even her reincarnation into this ancient body comes with a status she finds thoroughly satisfying. She is liberated from the prying eyes of in-laws, free from the need to serve with the utmost caution as women of old, and does not face the strangeness of an unfamiliar husband. Instead, she has a delightful adopted son and 2 obedient and understanding younger siblings. This familial affection is precisely what she has long yearned for. Now, even the issue of her unsatisfactory meals has been effortlessly resolved, reinforcing her belief in her fortune. Chapter 19. Lessons in the Study in the Nation of Nanning. The varieties of vegetables available are limited to only 9 types: celery, mushrooms, carrots, white radishes, Chinese cabbage, amaranth, mustard greens, shepherd's purse, and coriander. The selection of fruits is even scarcer, comprising just 6 varieties: pears, oranges, loquats, hawthorns, lychees, and bananas. The diversity is truly meager. Were it not for her spatial abilities and the vast collection of seeds she has gathered, had she traversed into this era, Weilan would likely have succumbed to despair. However, the pressing question now is, how can she discreetly procure the vegetables that are absent in this world for her own consumption? She cannot simply hide away in her space, eating alone. Concealing it felt untenable. The mere thought of indulging in delicacies while her brother's children subsisted on meager fare was unbearable. Thus, Azure paced about, her brow furrowed in deep contemplation, desperately seeking a solution. Goodness, she mused. Even a simple meal is fraught with complications. An idea sparked within her, her eyes gleaming with sudden inspiration. She hastened to the seed rack, deliberating over which vegetable seeds to sow. The following dawn, as the first light kissed the horizon, Azure emerged, cradling her carefully selected seeds. She summoned 4 servants, instructing them to cultivate several garden plots in the backyard's vacant expanse. Though curiosity piqued the servants, they dared not question their mistress's motives, and swiftly set about tilling the soil. Having toiled as impoverished farmers, the servants were adept at agricultural labor, their movements far surpassing Azure's amateur attempts. A sense of satisfaction washed over her as she estimated that within the hour, the entire yard would be transformed. Her reverie was interrupted by the arrival of mutating. "Mother, what are you doing?" he inquired. "Ah, good morning," Azure replied, her voice brimming with delight. "Can't you see? I'm having the land tilled." "Indeed, I see," mutating responded. "But isn't this your courtyard? How is it becoming a vegetable garden?" With a smile, Weilan took the opportunity to explain. "During my time of fleeing, while foraging for wild vegetables on the mountainside, I stumbled upon some vegetable seeds. I noticed they were varieties not sold in our nanning, so I decided to keep them. Now, I have resolved to try my hand at planting them." The seeds discovered amidst her struggles represented the best justification Weilan could muster for bringing forth her vegetables. Even if some were skeptical, they could not possibly trace the origins of her seeds. Along the journey, all edible resources had long been stripped bare by the refugees, leaving no evidence to investigate. "Mother, why have you never mentioned your seed collection before?" mutating asked, regarding Weilan with a mix of belief and doubt. "When I was digging for wild vegetables, I simply couldn't bear to discard those seeds, so I collected them without much thought. Which is why I never brought it up." She then swiftly diverted the conversation. "By the way, what brings you to seek me so early?" "All right. I almost forgot the main matter," mutating exclaimed, instantly dismissing his earlier doubts. "Mother, the village chief is looking for you, and is currently waiting in the front hall." "Yes, dear," Weilan replied. "Come along." She took mutating's small hand and turned to walk ahead, unaware that his handsome face flushed slightly at her touch. Upon entering the front hall, Weilan greeted the somewhat uneasy village chief. "Village chief, I apologize for keeping you waiting." Hearing her voice, Chief Lu hurriedly rose and bowed respectfully. "Not at all. I have only just arrived myself." "Village chief, please take a seat." Weilan smiled gently as she settled into the main seat, while mutating stood quietly behind her. "Madam Xia, the individuals you asked me to invite yesterday are all here. We have a total of 63 able-bodied men. Do you think this number is excessive?" The village chief spoke somewhat sheepishly. In truth, there were only 60 young men in the village. The extra 3 were from his wife's family, a detail he had withheld from Weilan, incorporating them without her knowledge. "Not at all. I have a vast expanse of barren land, measuring 1,500 acres. If possible, I would like to request your assistance in recruiting even more individuals from neighboring villages." "The more, the merrier," Weilan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the village chief's face brightened. "Madam Mu, is what you say truly the case?" "Indeed it is. In just a few months, spring will arrive. That extensive stretch of desolate land cannot be managed by merely 60 men. We will need at least 100. Each person would need to tend to 15 acres. The land is overrun with weeds, and the underbrush has grown taller than a person's head, alongside numerous trees. The roots of both grass and trees are deeply entrenched in the soil, making them exceedingly difficult to uproot. Without machinery, we must rely solely on manual labor. I wonder if we can complete the task in 2 months, even with 100 men. Very well. I shall take care of this matter, Madam Mu." Truth be told, once the villagers heard about the situation yesterday, many inquired whether they could bring their relatives to assist. I did not dare to promise them anything. But now that you mention it, I shall promptly instruct them to gather more people. This time of year is ideal for farming, and there are many idle men available. "Madam, I will now go speak to the villagers regarding this matter." The village chief, having spoken, rose to his feet. "No need for such haste," interjected promptly. "The land reclamation can commence after the housewarming feast. I require your assistance with another matter." Upon hearing this, the village chief, somewhat abashed, resumed his seat. "Madam Mu, please do not hesitate to ask. If it is within my capabilities, I shall certainly assist you." "Indeed," village chief continued, "with the engagement of laborers for the land reclamation, the preparation of midday meals solely by the servants of the Mu estate may prove overwhelming. Therefore, I would be grateful if you could enlist the aid of a dozen or so village women. The remuneration shall be 18 copper coins per day, per person, in addition to the provision of lunch. Would this be agreeable? This is easily accomplished, the village chief responded without hesitation. There is no shortage of idle women in the village. Procuring the necessary hands will be effortless. Consider it done. Then I extend my gratitude, village chief replied with delight. No need, no need, the village chief demurred. If Madame Mu has no further requirements, I shall take my leave. Please, there is no need to stand on ceremony. I shall see myself out, the village chief insisted repeatedly. Village chief, after you. I do not intend to lease out these lands. Had long since formulated her plans for these lands and had no intention of leasing them. Upon hearing this, was visibly surprised. Such an extensive tract of land, mother? If you do not lease it out, do you intend to employ laborers to cultivate it? This would be administratively burdensome. Would it not be more prudent to lease it out and collect rent annually? This would be both effortless and convenient. Would this not be preferable? Very well. Regarding this matter, I have my own opinions. You, being still so young, need not concern yourself with such things. Your primary focus should be on your studies. Now, let us dine first, and then proceed to the study. Starting today, I shall begin teaching you. Breakfast consisted of a simple congee and pickled buns, as specially instructed. Weilan managed to consume half a bowl of congee accompanied by a small dish of pickles, while she devoured an entire bun. The buns here are indeed exquisite, both fragrant and sweet, truly delightful. However, eating nothing but buns, no matter how delectable, can become tiresome. Weilan resolved to teach the cook how to make dumplings, as the filling was readily available and required no additional preparation. After breakfast, Weilan led Mu Yuting and the others to the study. She began by praising Wei Fong effusively, which filled Wei Fong with joy and bolstered her confidence in learning. Then, she presented the children's books she had hastily prepared the night before. Upon seeing such captivating illustrated storybooks, the three children were overjoyed, eagerly clamoring to take a look. Mother, where did you acquire these books? Mu Yuting inquired, his excitement not diminishing despite his curiosity. He couldn't shake the feeling that ever since his mother awoke from her coma, she seemed transformed, displaying a newfound boldness and at times, an air of mystery. The thought of her boldness reminded him of that incident by the river, causing his handsome face to flush uncontrollably, his cheeks radiating heat, and his heart racing rapidly. Tear, what is the matter? Why is your face so suddenly flushed? You are not coming down with a fever, are you? Suddenly, Weilan noticed that Mu Yuting's face was flushed with a deep crimson, which caused her to feel an overwhelming sense of concern. She nervously reached out to touch his forehead, but to her surprise, before her hand could make contact, he recoiled in alarm like a startled rabbit, swatting her hand away and leaping backwards to distance himself from her. I am fine. You needn't worry. Mu Yuting exclaimed in a somewhat flustered and raised voice. Weilan gazed at him in astonishment. Realizing his own indiscretion, Mu Yuting was filled with regret. I apologize. I simply didn't sleep well last night, so I'm a bit fatigued, he murmured, his head bowed, unable to meet her eyes. Chapter 20. The housewarming banquet. Seeing that Mu Yuting was unwilling to elaborate, Weilan did not press him further. Despite his usual silence and tranquility, he possessed an unwavering stubbornness. When he chose not to speak, no amount of coaxing would elicit even a single word from him. These illustrated storybooks are all my own creations, Weilan unabashedly claimed, having appropriated the work of others, knowing full well that there were no patent rights to contend with here. Sister, are these books truly your own illustrations? Wei Hua and Wei Fong gazed at her in astonishment, while Mu Yuting, though he spoke, wore an expression of complete disbelief. Noticing their reactions, Weilan felt a wave of relief wash over her. If they continued to inquire, she feared she would soon be unable to maintain her faade. I shall go check on the servants in the backyard to see if they have finished tilling the land. You may continue reading in the study, she said. Her footsteps hurried as she departed from the study. Unbeknownst to her, as she turned to leave, Mu Yuting raised his gaze to her retreating figure, his eyes reflecting a complexity of emotions far beyond that which a 9-year-old should possess. The yard is rather modest, with the cultivated vegetable plot spanning approximately an acre. Weilan divided the land into 5 sections, each measuring 2/10 of an acre, and planted a different type of vegetable in each. The 4 servants, being adept in agricultural matters, each took on a 2/10 section and completed the planting in under 2 hours. Weilan rewarded each of them with 10 copper coins. Naturally, the 4 servants were overjoyed by this unexpected bounty. Although 10 coins may seem trivial, it was a delightful surprise for them. Madam, what troubles you? You appear to be perspiring profusely. Allow me to wipe your brow, lest you catch a chill, observed Yuchen, noticing Weilan's disheveled state. He promptly produced a handkerchief to assist her. I can manage it myself, Weilan replied, taking the handkerchief and wiping her forehead as she made her way indoors. Mingyu, please prepare a basin of hot water for me. I wish to cleanse myself and take a bath. Yes, madam, Mingyu responded immediately, scurrying off to fulfill her request. Yuchen, what hour is it now? Weilan suddenly recalled her intention to instruct the cook on how to make dumplings. No need. I am not hungry. Please inform Madame Gua that lunch can wait. I shall teach her to prepare a new dish, and we shall have that for our meal. She instructed. Madame Gua was the cook of the Mu residence. Understood, madam. Yuchen, what sort of new dish is the madam planning to teach us? She inquired eagerly as Yuchen began to relay the message. I truly do not know. The madam only instructed me to convey her message without providing any details. Please do not press me further. If you are genuinely curious, you shall learn when the madam arrives, Yuchen replied, turning to leave and leaving Madame Gua with a look of disappointment. Madame Gua is not truly old. She is merely in her mid-30s. Before her arrival at the Mu residence, she worked as a humble kitchen maid. However, the family she served fell into disgrace, resulting in the confiscation of all their servants by the authorities. Fortuitously, she was purchased by the discerning Weilan. Yet, she became separated from her husband and a pair of children, leaving her to ponder their current well-being. She wonders if they suffer and fervently hopes they encounter a benefactor as kind as the Mu family. For those in servitude, a master who refrains from arbitrary punishment and harsh reprimands is deemed benevolent. In reflecting upon her husband and children, Madame Gua cannot help but feel a tinge of sorrow. Madame Gua, what are you contemplating? A voice interrupts her thoughts. Startled from her reverie by an abrupt jolt, she quickly realizes who stands before her and, in a panic, kneels down, pleading for mercy. Madam, please forgive me. Madam, please forgive me. Enough, enough. I hold no grievance against you. There is no need for such alarm over this trivial matter. Rise, please, Weilan replied, feeling quite perplexed and weary. Does she truly appear so fearsome? Why do these servants regard her with such trepidation? Throughout these days, she has never chastised them, nor has she raised her voice in their presence. Seeing that Weilan's expression bore no hint of reproach, Madame Gua felt her anxiety dissipate. Allow me to assist you, said Yuchen, who was closest to Madame Gua, as she extended a hand to help her up. Thank you, madam. Thank you, Miss Yuchen. Pray rise. I hold faith in your character and assure you that diligent work will be duly rewarded, said Ms. Lan with a tender voice. Thank you, madam. Very well. With the exception of Dame Gua and the quartet of Hongri, all others may withdraw. Yes, madam. Your servants take their leave. In an instant, the throng of maids and servants receded from the kitchen. Time advances swiftly. Dame Gua, let us commence. Hongri and Mingwe, you two shall mince this pork. Yuchen and Moxing, cleanse and sever these celery stalks. Dame Gua, knead half a sack of flour. We shall provide an augmented repast for all this noon, Ms. Lan instructed. Yes, madam. They responded in unison, promptly setting to their tasks with alacrity. In half an hour, a delicate fragrance emanated from the kitchen, eliciting a flow of saliva from the nearby servants. What aroma is this? It is truly delightful. I overheard that madam has imparted a novel dish to Dame Gua. This fragrance must originate from it. I, too, heard the whispers. The mere scent is enticing. If only I could partake in a morsel. It is exceedingly fragrant. Ms. Lan, with her keen hearing, naturally overheard the thrall's discourse, and, upon witnessing the famished expressions of Dame Gua and the quintet of Hongri, felt a surge of modest pride. Madam, your sagacity is unparalleled. To conceive of such a dish. How did I never envision this? That flour could be prepared in such a manner. Dame Gua expressed with admiration towards Ms. Lan. Madam, what is the name of this delicacy? Yuchen inquired, his mouth watering as he gazed upon the steaming, snow-white buns. Upon learning that the madam had yet another novel dish, Inqua's eyes lit up with excitement, and she eagerly agreed to the request. Very well. Help yourselves to one each if you desire, said Weilan. Inqua, please prepare 2 additional dishes and a soup. 10 buns should suffice for us. Distribute the remainder among the household. At Weilan's words, the maids cheered and rushed toward the steamer. Careful to first cover the topmost layer of 10 buns with a cloth and set them aside. The following day, Weilan instructed Aunt Gua in the preparation of fried fish balls, utilizing lard for the oil. Regrettably, The absence of proper seasonings diminished the flavor of the dish, nevertheless. Aunt Gua and the others savored it immensely. Moreover, Aunt Gua finally realized that lard could indeed be used in cooking, which further deepened her admiration for Weilan. Weilan contemplated whether to retrieve some seasonings from her interdimensional storage, but ultimately decided against it. Instead, she instructed the servants to cultivate the small half-acre of vacant land behind the kitchen, planting scallions, ginger, garlic, cumin, and other spices. 3 days swiftly elapsed, and on this particular morning, the Mu residence was abuzz with activity. Servants diligently scrubbed and cleaned every nook and cranny of the estate, after which they arranged the tables and chairs. The kitchen was a hive of activity. As noon approached, tantalizing aromas wafted through the air, enticing the arriving villagers of Yunhua, who salivated at the prospect of the feast. She frequently glanced towards the kitchen. At long last, the feast commenced, with dishes being successively brought to the table. Each course was a revelation to the villagers, who ate with beaming smiles and ravenous appetites. The banquet was a resounding success, with all in attendance thoroughly enjoying themselves. Subsequently, the villagers eagerly inquired about the recipes for the novel dishes from the servants of the Mu residence. Weilan, being magnanimous, instructed Aunt Gua to impart her knowledge to them. Chapter 21. Reclamation. Following the lively housewarming banquet, the Mu residents arranged for the clearing of wasteland the next day. When the village chief led a large group of villagers, Weilan was taken aback. This dense crowd, composed entirely of young, robust laborers, numbered about 200 to 300 people, according to Weilan's estimation. "Sister, why are there so many people?" Weihua asked, perplexed, whispering to Weilan beside her. "Didn't you say you only hired 100? Indeed, she had only requested 100 individuals. The village chief should be most aware of why there were so many." Weilan directed an inquiring gaze towards the village chief. "I apologize, Madam Mu," the village chief said, bowing his head contritely. Upon hearing Weilan's words, Village Chief Lu was relieved. "Village Chief, with so many additional people, could you please assist me in finding more village women to help prepare lunch? Otherwise, the current staff will be insufficient," Weilan requested. Hearing this, the village chief immediately thumped his chest in assurance. "No problem, leave it to me. I shall promptly summon someone to ensure that a meal is prepared for the laborers by noon today. My gratitude extends to the village chief. I must attend to my tasks now. Madam Mu, do not hesitate to continue with your endeavors. I shall seek out assistance immediately." The village chief, aware of the busyness that must occupy Weilan at this moment, tactfully took his leave. "Xiaohua, Steward Mu, please escort them to the fields. Keep a vigilant eye on them. With so many people, we must prevent any disorder." As a young widow, Weilan must refrain from exposing herself too openly, lest she become the subject of gossip. Although she is indifferent to such matters, she endures this for the sake of her children. In truth, Weilan possesses a naturally aloof disposition, often maintaining a certain distance from others. Even when adorned with a smile and a gentle demeanor, it is merely a fade. Her heart has always been resolutely cold, imbued with an underlying chill. Indeed, ever since she witnessed her parents perish in their efforts to protect her, her heart has been irrevocably sealed off, and since that time, no one has been able to breach its defenses. However, of late, Weilan has sensed a transformation within herself. Her heart has softened. She seems to genuinely cherish those 3 children as if they were her own kin. She has begun to understand the importance of caring for them and considering their needs. In observing them, a warmth fills her heart, evoking a long-lost sense of home, a feeling she finds delightful and deeply appreciates. Thus, Weilan willingly embraces the prospect of change for their sake. "Rest assured, elder sister. I shall do so." "Indeed, my lady." Half an hour later, the village chief arrived with 20 women from the village, including his wife, Lu Luosher. It appeared that the daily wage of 18 copper coins held considerable allure for the chief's household. Upon meeting Madame Mu, Lu Luosher smiled ingratiatingly. "Madame Mu, we are truly grateful for the opportunity you have provided us to earn some money." The other women eagerly chimed in to echo her sentiments. As Weilan listened to their flattery, she responded with modesty, though internally, she began to feel a sense of impatience. Nevertheless, she maintained a gentle and courteous smile. 2/4 of an hour passed, and the 20-some women continued their incessant praise, pushing Weilan to her limits. It was her first encounter with the remarkable eloquence of rural women. Noticing that their chatter showed no signs of abating, she felt compelled to interject. "Dear aunts and sisters-in-law, the time grows late. Shall we proceed to the kitchen to prepare lunch? We can converse further then, Weilan suggested politely. At her words, the women suddenly recalled the purpose of their visit and fell silent, somewhat abashed. Seizing the moment, Weilan promptly led them to the kitchen. Due to the large number of attendees, many had to be stationed outside the kitchen to assist. Today, there were twice as many helpers as anticipated. Fortunately, the Mu household had prepared extra provisions in advance, yet this meal alone consumed what had been intended to last for 3 days, necessitating a restock for the following day. Today, Azure intends to prepare steamed buns and white bread as the main course, accompanied by braised pork, 2 vegetable dishes consisting of celery and carrots, and a richly simmered bone broth. Such an opulent array of dishes elicited gasps of astonishment from the 20 village women. Indeed, the affluence of the household was evident, as even the meals provided to the hired help were so lavish. For 300 individuals, allotting 2 steamed buns and 1 meat-filled bun per person. Over 300 meat buns and 600 steamed buns were required. The mincing of meat and the kneading of flour alone constituted a considerable undertaking. Fortunately, strength lies in numbers. Although the initial pace of the farm women was somewhat slow due to unfamiliarity, they were all accustomed to household chores and swiftly gained proficiency, their movements gradually accelerating. Before an hour had elapsed, all preparations were complete. Azure possessed a slight fastidiousness. After donning a set of pristine garments, she did not immediately venture forth, but instead leisurely surveyed her domain within the dimension. Although the space was not vast, it was entirely her own private sanctuary. A contented smile involuntarily graced Azure's countenance. As Azure strolled, she abruptly halted before the small courtyard. It suddenly occurred to her that, having possessed the dimension for so long, she had yet to set foot inside the rustic farmhouse. With this thought, she eagerly pushed open the gate. The courtyard of the small house was quite spacious, complete with a chicken coop, duck pen, pigsty, cattle and sheep shed, and doghouse, as well as 2 plots of vegetable garden. The house itself, however, was not large. From the outside, it appeared to consist of only 2 or 3 rooms. She wondered if it might resemble a warehouse, appearing small from the exterior but possessing a vast interior space. Anticipating what lay ahead, Azure promptly pushed open the door and entered the dwelling. However, upon beholding the interior, a sense of disappointment washed over her. The dimensions within appeared to mirror those outside, contrary to her expectations. It seemed the warehouse was the sole spatial anomaly. Yet, upon reflection, Azure deemed herself somewhat avaricious. To possess such a realm was already an immense stroke of fortune, a serendipity likely bestowed upon her alone. She ought not to succumb to insatiable desires. With this realization, her disappointment dissipated, and she began to examine the abode with renewed interest. The house was modest in size, comprising merely 3 rooms and a main hall. Upon entry, one found oneself in the hall, sparsely furnished with an octagonal table and 4 matching stools. Adjacent to the hall lay the kitchen. This culinary space featured a sizable earthen stove, reminiscent of those found in ancient households, a feature that particularly delighted Azure. Aside from the stove and a wall cabinet, the kitchen contained only a counter upon which rested a cutting board and a cleaver. Having surveyed the kitchen, Azure retreated and proceeded towards the nearest room. Upon opening the door, she discerned it to be a bedroom, presumably belonging to a male occupant. The room's furnishings were exceedingly simple, consisting solely of a bed, a desk and chair set, and a wardrobe. Despite the lack of embellishment, Azure's discerning eye recognized that the furniture was crafted from the finest timber. Azure resolved to procure additional furnishings from the warehouse to adorn this chamber, for it was destined to become her own. Additionally, the kitchen required the acquisition of essential accoutrements. She resolved to avail herself of its provisions frequently. With this decision made, Azure proceeded towards the final chamber. Curiously, the portal was unlatched, yet resisted her attempts to breach it. Could it be secured from within? She pondered. Immediately, she dismissed the notion. But there is no one inside. How could it be locked? Undeterred, Azure exerted further pressure upon the door, but it remained steadfast. I refuse to be thwarted by this mere portal, she declared, her resolve hardening. Azure possessed a spirit that thrived on adversity. The more challenging the task, the more determined she became. However, as she prepared to advance, she noticed an inscription etched into the lower right corner of the door. Abandoning her forward momentum, she knelt and scrutinized the marking. It was an octagonal diagram, one half dark, the other light, adorned with symbols indecipherable to Azure. As she examined it with growing curiosity, A deafening roar erupted, and the octagonal figure swelled before her eyes, expanding exponentially. Then, with a thunderous impact, her mind reeled as if struck a mighty blow, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon regaining her senses, Azure found herself supine upon the floor, limbs splayed. The door, which had previously defied her efforts, now stood ajar. Before she could register her astonishment, a torrent of information flooded her consciousness. It appeared that the space had once been inhabited by another, a legendary figure who had utilized this chamber as a repository for a vast collection of treasures. The reason Azure could not initially open the door was due to an enchantment placed upon it by a legendary figure. Only those deemed worthy could gain recognition and unlock the door. Evidently, Azure had been acknowledged as the door yielded. Chapter 22. Divine Canon of Treasures. It transpired that this realm once belonged to a previous master, a mythical prodigy who used this chamber as a repository for all the techniques and treasures they had amassed. The reason Azure could not initially open the door was due to an enchantment placed upon it by this figure. Only those deemed worthy could gain recognition and unlock the door. Evidently, Azure had been acknowledged as the door yielded. The message also briefly introduced the space, revealing that it was named the Grand Cosmos. As the name implied, its size was not fixed. The realm could be upgraded by practicing the accompanying techniques. The realm would expand in proportion to the master's cultivation level. Not only would the space increase, but new features would also materialize. Alas, the prodigy's aptitude was insufficient, and their cultivation of the divine incantation stagnated at the late third level, never to advance further before their passing. From the information gleaned, Azure only knew the appearance of the realm after its third upgrade. The space had expanded several-fold, and a lake, a vast meadow, and a verdant mountain had emerged. On this grassy expanse, numerous first and second-tier spirit beasts roam, while the tall and small mountains alike are adorned with an abundance of medicinal herbs. The Inshinju, as the name suggests, is a technique designed for cultivation that can lead one to divinity. It consists of a total of 81 layers, each layer further divided into foundational and intermediate stages, with a formidable threshold that many cannot surpass, thus squandering a remarkable opportunity, ultimately benefiting oneself alone. However, the information did not mention the small storage shed located behind the Agricultural Academy. Weilan speculated that it might not have been deemed significant enough to warrant mention. In truth, Weilan's assumption was erroneous. The enigmatic individual omitted it because he was entirely unaware of the existence of that row of storage sheds. In fact, this row of sheds constituted Weilan's unique space, an evolved variant born from the fusion with the 7 lost orbs. This was simply knowledge that Weilan lacked. Upon finishing the message, a flicker of confusion crossed Weilan's mind. Wasn't this space an upgraded version of the ability she had brought from her previous life? She had always held this belief, when had it transformed into the Grand Thousand Worlds. Could it be that this was not her ability space at all? Weilan then recalled the 7 missing orbs, an instinct whispering to her that this space might be connected to those vanished orbs. Could it be that this space was indeed the internal realm of the 7 orbs, essentially the Grand Thousand Worlds? But how did these 7 orbs come to reside in the Wei family, and why were they embedded in a bracelet? Weilan pondered until her head ached. Yet she found no resolution. Perhaps it was best to let it be. After all, this Grand Thousand Worlds was hers now. Unable to fathom further, Weilan chose to cease her relentless inquiry, reflecting on the changes brought about by the upgrade of her space. She began to look forward to the Inshinju with anticipation. Weili rose from the ground and entered the storeroom. Upon stepping inside, the contents became immediately apparent. The first thing that caught her eye was a pair of wooden cabinets, one large and one small, both filled to the brim with books and jade slips. The floor was neatly lined with dozens of chest-high boxes. Weilan approached the larger cabinet filled with books, pulling one out. The sensation of the book in her hands was peculiar, as it did not seem to be crafted from paper. Weilan examined it closely, confirming it was not paper, yet she could not discern its material. Nevertheless, she instinctively felt it was no ordinary item, for the books exuded a remarkable pliability. When she attempted to tear one, she found it utterly impossible. All the volumes on the shelves possessed this unique quality. Moreover, Weilan noticed that these books were completely devoid of dust, or rather, the storeroom itself was astonishingly immaculate. It suddenly dawned on her that this entire building appeared to be untouched by dust, despite the fact that it seemed no one had visited for quite some time. Although she was filled with wonder at this realization, Weilan chose not to dwell on it. As she was captivated by the contents of the book she held, It turned out that the volume was a collection of essays from the realm of cultivation, chronicling essential knowledge and various accounts from that mystical domain. Weilan was taken aback to discover such a remarkable place existing unbeknownst to her, and she read with great delight. After finishing the book, she returned it to the shelf, lost in thought, pondering the revelations she had just encountered. This essay chronicles the notion that in order to cultivate immortality, one must possess a spiritual root. Those devoid of such a foundation are incapable of absorbing the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, and thus cannot embark on the path of immortality. Although Weilan harbors a curiosity about the enchanting realm of cultivation, she does not yearn for it. She is no fool. The world of cultivation, while shrouded in mystery, is also rife with perilous dangers. She remains uncertain whether such a realm exists in her vicinity, yet until her own strength reaches a level sufficient for self-preservation, she will refrain from any active exploration. Nonetheless, while Weilan does not aspire to all that the cultivation world offers, she is indeed captivated by the techniques of cultivation. Beyond her desire to upgrade her spatial abilities, her foremost concern lies in matters of safety. This place is far from the peaceful era of pre-apocalyptic Earth. Although she is unaware of the presence of cultivators here, martial artists undoubtedly exist. With her current capabilities, she would find herself helpless against any martial artist. And should she encounter one, her only recourse would be to flee. Weilan is well aware that in such a small mountain village, the likelihood of encountering a martial artist is exceedingly slim. It is nearly impossible. Moreover, even if she were to cross paths with one, as long as she does not provoke them, the martial artist would naturally refrain from harming a single mother and her orphan child. It is not the fear of the multitude that troubles one, but rather the dread of the singular calamity. The treasures possessed by Weilan are indeed abundant, and merely the items she has brought from the modern era could certainly incite a bloodbath for the Mu family. However, as long as she refrains from revealing them, others shall remain oblivious, thus alleviating her concerns. Yet, the grains and vegetables present a different dilemma. In this era of extreme scarcity, she is confident that the provisions she possesses would even entice the emperor. Nevertheless, she harbors no fear regarding this, if necessary. She would willingly present these offerings to the court. What truly troubles her is the potential for ambitious individuals to conspire against her family for their own gain. In such a scenario, as a widow with her children, they would be utterly defenseless. Should she attain the path of immortality, her circumstances would transform dramatically. Not only would she possess the means for self-preservation, but she would also instill a sense of trepidation in others. At the very least, those in power would hesitate to openly confront them. Yet, how might she discern whether she has spiritual roots? And where could she find the divine chant? The moment these thoughts crossed her mind, she felt an inexplicable sensation and turned her head. A small, golden-hued orb, akin to a pigeon's egg, shot towards her forehead with the swiftness of lightning, instantly merging with her being. Weilan felt a sharp pain at her brow, followed by a deafening thrum in her head. Shortly after awakening, she succumbed to unconsciousness once more, this time while standing, and with a dreadful crash. The back of her head struck the floor. Time passed in an indeterminate haze before Weilan regained consciousness again. Oh, how it aches! Azure, cradling the throbbing protuberance that had formed on the back of her head, gingerly rose from the floor, a soft moan escaping her lips. Confounded, she muttered, "That smarts. Who struck me?" Her fingers, encountering the swollen lump, instinctively led her to believe she had been assaulted. A surge of indignation coursed through her as she uttered the curse, but her hand froze midair. A compendium of cultivation techniques, known as the Divine Canon Treasure Record, had inexplicably materialized within the recesses of her mind. After perusing this tome, Azure came to the realization that the Chant of the Gods was merely one facet of the Divine Canon Treasure Record. It encompassed treatises on artifact crafting, alchemy, talisman creation, and the arrangement of arcane arrays. It seemed the enigmatic figure had not possessed the complete Divine Canon Treasure Record. The reason for this eluded Azure, and she saw no need to delve into it. At present, she could only access the initial stratum of the Chant of the Gods, and the other disciplines were limited to their rudimentary forms. Nonetheless, Azure was elated, confident that as her power grew, the subsequent techniques would become available. Ah, yes, she mused. The methods are here, but how does one ascertain the presence of spiritual roots? In the midst of her excitement, this crucial question sprang to mind. Surely, she pondered, casting her gaze about the repository, there must be instructions on how to test for spiritual roots. She began to pore over the books, hoping to unearth the method. As fortune would have it, her search proved fruitful. While examining the fourth book, she discovered the information she sought. Testing for spiritual roots was a straightforward process, requiring only a specific instrument. The test instrument was clearly described in the book, and Weilan eagerly opened the boxes scattered on the ground, beginning her search. Fortuitously, she found what she was looking for in the first box. Overjoyed, she immediately conducted the test. However, the result left her in a state of mixed emotions, elation and disappointment. She was thrilled to discover that she possessed a spiritual root, yet disheartened to learn that it was the most inferior type in the cultivation world, a waste spiritual root. In the realm of cultivation, the most coveted spiritual roots are the singular or extraordinary types, both of which are exceedingly rare and signify prodigious talent, allowing for rapid advancement in practice. Following these are the dual roots, then the triple roots, the quadruple roots, and finally, the quintuple roots, which are deemed waste roots. Those with waste roots can still cultivate, yet no matter how diligently they strive, their lifetime achievements will never surpass the second level of qi refinement. Peaking at that very level, upon realizing this, Weilan felt tears welling up within her. How could this happen? Wouldn't it have been better if she had no spiritual root at all? With her head hung low in despair, she contemplated giving up. If her efforts could only yield such meager accomplishments, what was the point of continuing her cultivation? Yet, these despondent thoughts were fleeting. Clarity soon washed over her. Having a spiritual root, even a waste one, meant she was already among the fortunate few. This realization brought her solace. Being a part of the select few was indeed a stroke of luck, far superior to being an ordinary mortal devoid of the ability to cultivate. Cultivation is a path to be traversed, but she would no longer cling to the notion of achievement. She would allow things to unfold naturally. With this understanding, Weilan's mindset shifted, and she began to regain her enthusiasm as she revisited the items in the storeroom. The multitude of books on the shelf was overwhelming, and it was impossible to read them all at once. There would be ample time to explore them later. As for the jade slips, she realized she was not yet prepared to delve into their contents. She needed to begin her cultivation and successfully channel qi into her body. Only then could she hope to access them after reaching the first layer of qi training. Weilan shifted her gaze to the boxes resting on the floor, pondering what treasures they might contain. Surely, items deemed worthy by extraordinary individuals must possess remarkable qualities. She eagerly opened several boxes, discovering a plethora of unfamiliar objects, likely exclusive to the realm of cultivation. This brought her immense joy, as she enthusiastically continued to explore each box. The storeroom housed a total of 21 boxes, each approximately half a person's height. Weilan managed to inspect 18 in one go, most of which were unrecognizable to her, save for 2 that contained an assortment of peculiar weapons and some rare medicinal herbs of indeterminate age that she could barely identify. However, the more she encountered the unknown, the happier she became. Her lack of recognition only reinforced the notion that these must be extraordinary items, though she was uncertain where this theory originated. While the weapons remained a mystery, the aged herbs were undoubtedly treasures of immense value. As her delight grew, her gaze shifted with eager anticipation towards the 3 remaining boxes stacked at the back. With effort, she managed to lower the topmost box and, upon opening it, was taken aback to find it filled not with the unfamiliar objects she had expected, but rather with a dazzling array of gleaming jewelry and ornaments of all kinds. Upon seeing these, Weilan found herself unexpectedly disappointed. Though these items possess considerable value, they ultimately remain mere trinkets, lacking the grandeur of treasures exclusive to the realm of cultivation. Moreover, the abundance of such items in her storage renders them rather unremarkable to Weilan. With a fleeting glance at the chest of jewels, she closed the lid and opened another box. To her disappointment, this box contained yet another assortment of jewelry. With waning interest, Weilan proceeded to open the final box, only to find it filled once more with resplendent gems. A sense of curiosity stirred within her. Shouldn't the most precious items be hidden away? Why did this individual choose to do the opposite? In this moment, Weilan seemed to overlook the fact that this realm could only be accessed by its master, rendering entry impossible for others. In truth, these gold and silver treasures were the personal possessions of that extraordinary figure, whether he was a remarkable being or an ordinary mortal. Upon acquiring this space, he had stored them away and subsequently devoted himself to cultivation, completely forgetting their existence. In the mundane world, he was wealthier than nations, and the 3 chests of jewels represented the majority of his estate, each piece a top-tier treasure, worth its weight in gold. After examining all the contents, Weilan restored them to their original state. Before closing the last 3 chests, she hesitated momentarily, ultimately selecting a few seemingly ordinary gold ornaments and a couple of jade pendants to keep close to her heart before sealing the boxes shut. Within these sizable chests, the gold ornaments, though commonplace, were each exquisitely crafted and adorned with pearls and gemstones, ensuring their considerable worth. Upon restoring everything to its original state, Weilan was taken aback by the lateness of the hour. Startled, she hastily exited the spatial dimension, forgoing her cultivation of the spirit incantation. Weilan's sojourn within the spatial realm had extended to a full day and night due to her 2 episodes of unconsciousness and the subsequent delay. Meanwhile, her disappearance had thrown the entire Mu household into a state of near-frantic disarray, with the search extending to the entire village. Uncle Aunt Fong, it has been a day and a night, and Mother is still missing. Let us report to the authorities and enlist their assistance, Mu Yuding declared, his face pale, his eyes betraying barely suppressed anxiety. Very well, I shall go at once, Wei Hua responded, moving to depart. Hold, Wei Fong interjected, halting him. She then turned to the village head, who had been leading the villagers of Yunhua village in the search, and implored, Village head, would you be so kind as to accompany him? My younger brother is young and may not be familiar with the proper decorum, lest he offend the officials. The village head promptly nodded. Even if you had not mentioned it, second miss, I would have accompanied him. As the village head, I bear a degree of responsibility for a person's disappearance within our village. Thank you, village head, thank you. Then let us hasten, Wei Hua urged, leading the way. Uncle, wait for me. I shall go as well, Mu Yuding quickly followed. The village head, in turn, kept close behind. Seeing that everyone had left, Wei Fong began to busy herself once more. Undeterred, she took the servants of the manor and meticulously searched the entire Mu residence again. After still failing to find anything, she summoned the maid Hong Ri, who attended to Weilan, and inquired in detail once more. As soon as Weilan spoke, the room fell into an instant silence. Everyone stood there, dumbfounded. Wei Fong stared at Weilan for a moment, then suddenly called out sister, and rushed towards her. Sister, you have been missing for a day and a night. Where have you been? Do you have any idea how worried we were? As she spoke, tears began to stream down her face. Madam, this is bad. Upon hearing Weilan's question, Wei Fong could not help but exclaim. What is it? Sister, what should we do? Xiao Huan and Tinger have gone to the government office with the village head to report your disappearance, Wei Fong said with a hint of concern. Common folk always harbor an innate fear of the authorities. They would rarely disturb them unless it was something of great significance. How long have they been gone? Weilan asked, feeling at a loss. If they had just set out, she could have intercepted them, but since they had already reached the government office, there was little she could do. When the officials arrive, we will simply pay a fine. It will be all right. You need not worry. I will handle it. Upon hearing this, Wei Fong felt reassured, as if a weight had been lifted from her heart. Sister, where on earth have you been for a whole day and night? We searched the entire village and couldn't find you. Once her worries were alleviated, Wei Fong began to inquire about Weilan's whereabouts. I have not ventured far. I have merely been in my private storeroom. Since our family has commenced clearing the land, I needed to devise a plan for that parcel, deciding what to plant and how to cultivate it. Once I had thought it through, I began organizing the seeds I had collected. Eventually, weariness overcame me, and I fell into an unintentional slumber, awakening to find myself here. Weilan spoke with an air of nonchalance. In truth, she had not been deceitful. She was indeed in the storeroom, albeit not the one they imagined. Upon hearing her words, Wei Fong and the others believed her without question. Oh, why did I not think to check the storeroom? We need not have mobilized so many to search for you. Sister, you cannot fathom the extent of the village chief's efforts since your disappearance. He has enlisted the entire populace of Yunhua village to aid in the search, and they continue to seek you even now. Weilan felt a twinge of gratitude at this revelation. She had only just moved in a few days prior. Yet the village chief had been so diligent in his assistance. Regardless of whether his intentions were genuine or otherwise, she appreciated the gesture. Wei Fong, now 14, would soon be of age for marriage, a cruel remnant of a bygone era. Weilan found it difficult to reconcile the notion of young couples marrying at such an early age, yet it was a custom of this place. One she could not change. To spare Wei Fong from gossip, she felt compelled to acquiesce to societal norms. The thought of Wei Fong, with whom she had only just begun to forge a bond, soon being wed filled her with profound sorrow. Village Chief Lu, accompanied by Wei Hua and Mu Yuting, hastened to the town's magistrate to file a report, bringing along a dozen constables. "Sir, we have arrived at my home," he announced. Wei Hua's anxious expression was unmistakable. Yet his demeanor remained respectful as he addressed the leading officer. "Is the missing person the mistress of the Mu residence?" The officer, seemingly satisfied with Wei Hua's attitude, inquired in a relatively gentle tone. His face was a canvas of worry, though one could only speculate how genuine his concern truly was. "Rest assured, as long as she is still in Yulio Town, we will undoubtedly find her," the officer stated with unwavering confidence. "First, escort us to the courtyard where Madame Mu resides. I wish to examine any potential clues." "Yes, sir, please follow me," Wei Hua responded, gesturing politely. He, along with the previously silent Mu Yuting, led the way ahead. From a distance, Weilan spotted Wei Hua and Mu Yuting guiding a group of uniformed officials toward her courtyard, accompanied by the village chief and several villagers. Immediately, she quickened her pace to meet them. Upon seeing Weilan, those who recognized her, including Wei Hua and Mu Yuting, were momentarily taken aback, just as Wei Feng had been. Mu Yuting was the first to recover, rushing toward Weilan. "Mother!" he exclaimed, tightly embracing her waist, burying his face in her bosom, his voice choked with emotion, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Elder sister," Wei Hua could not embrace Weilan as Mu Yuting had done, but he grasped her sleeve tightly, his face alight with a mixture of excitement and joy. He repeatedly inquired, "This is merely a misunderstanding. You have made the journey for nothing. You must be weary and famished after traveling from the town. I implore you, esteemed officers, to rest briefly at my humble abode and partake in a meal before departing. Right, Moon, please hurry to the kitchen and urge the cook to expedite the preparation of the lunch." No need. Our official duties require it. And it is only fitting that we undertake this journey, so as not to trouble you, madam." While the words are pleasant, the officials show no signs of departure. Witnessing this, Weilan quickly insisted on inviting them into the main hall. The officials, albeit reluctantly, followed her inside, and the other officers soon followed suit. However, the village chief and several villagers remained outside the hall. Once Weilan had settled the group of officials, she instructed Hong Ri to serve tea and pastries before promptly stepping outside. "Chief, I truly appreciate your assistance today. I am sincerely sorry for the inconvenience caused to the entire village on my behalf. Please extend my gratitude to all the villagers." "Madam, you speak too humbly. Now that you are in Yunhua village, you are one of us. It is only natural for us to lend a hand. You must attend to the officials, so I shall not disturb you any longer." "Very well, I shall personally express my thanks to you, Chief, on another occasion." "Xiaohua, please see the chief off." "Yes, elder sister," Wei Hua replied from the side. No, I can manage on my own," the chief hastily insisted, turning to leave with quick steps. Wei Hua, seeing this, hurriedly followed. After the officials had enjoyed their tea and the meal was ready, Weilan invited them to the dining hall. Since it was inappropriate for her to join them at the table, she allowed Mu Yuting and Wei Hua to attend to the guests while she remained nearby, separated by a screen. "What is this? I have never seen such food before." One of the officials, encountering the steamed buns and other delicacies that Weilan had introduced, was utterly astonished. Upon hearing this, Wei Hua promptly introduced them. "This is a steamed bun, conceived by my sister and taught to the cook. It is filled with various fillings, including celery, shiitake mushrooms, and pork. It is truly delectable. Esteemed officials, do indulge." After tasting, the officials indeed praised the buns extravagantly, leaving Wei Hua immensely pleased. He went on to introduce several other dishes, which elicited yet more compliments from the group. Once they had feasted and drunk their fill, the officials prepared to take their leave. Weilan quickly instructed someone to present a bag of silver, which the officials accepted without hesitation. As the lead official weighed the bag in his hands, his eyes brightened, and his smile grew considerably warmer. "We shall take our leave then. Should anything arise at the Mu residence in the future, do not hesitate to come find me at the yamen." "Certainly." After bidding farewell to the officials, Wei Hua and Mu Yuting could not help but exhale in relief. They hurried to the main courtyard, as they still had many inquiries to make of their elder sister. After taking a hot bath, Weilan habitually attempted to send a few maidservants away, but to her surprise, they vehemently opposed, fearing she might vanish once more. It took considerable persuasion on Weilan's part, culminating in a firm command, before she was able to successfully dismiss them. However, even though the maidservants left, they did not truly depart. Instead, they took turns keeping vigil outside her room. Seeing this, Weilan could only acquiesce, knowing it was impossible to have them enter. She resolved to gradually persuade them in the future. Locking the door, Weilan lay down on her bed and then entered her space. She first ascended the mountain to pluck a few peaches to savor and then seated herself upon the ground, commencing her earnest attempt to cultivate the spirit chanting technique. Aware of her lackluster aptitude, she dedicated herself to her practice with exceptional diligence. However, her age had surpassed the prime for cultivation, and her inherent deficiencies rendered her efforts largely unfruitful. After an entire night of striving, she found herself devoid of any sensation, let alone the ability to channel energy into her body. Despite her disappointment, Weilan remained undaunted. She understood her circumstances. She did not aspire for mastery, but merely sought to attain the first level of the spirit chanting technique, equivalent to the chi gathering stage. Achieving this would allow her to learn some rudimentary spells, which, although insignificant in the realm of cultivation, would grant her a near-divine status among mortals, sufficient for self-preservation. With this thought in mind, Weilan intensified her efforts. Thus, during the day, she busied herself outdoors, while at night, she retreated into her secluded space for training. In the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed, yet Weilan remained unable to perceive any energy. Nevertheless, she had transformed the barren land entirely. Overjoyed, she cultivated saplings of fruit trees across 100 acres, allocated another 100 acres for a small-scale pasture where she tended to chickens, ducks, pigs, sheep, and cattle. Additionally, she excavated a pond of approximately 5 acres to raise fish and plant camellias. When no one was watching, Weilan discreetly infused the pond's water with the stream water from her space. In her heart, Weilan was preoccupied with thoughts of shower gel and shampoo. Consequently, she allocated an additional 500 acres for planting flowers and herbs. Although she currently lacked the knowledge to produce them, her space was equipped with relevant literature, and she was confident that with some experimentation, she would eventually succeed. Ultimately, Weilan designated another 100 acres for cultivating medicinal herbs, while the remaining 700 acres would be utilized to purchase slaves to assist her in the cultivation of various grains and vegetables. The crops she intended to grow were exceedingly rare for the local populace. Hiring the local tenants would inevitably lead to the revelation of her plans. Therefore, she opted to acquire slaves for her agricultural endeavors. Once she enclosed all 1,500 acres, who would ever know what they were cultivating? However, Weilan was aware that no matter how meticulously she guarded her secret, it was bound to come to light. Her intention was merely to buy time. If she could delay for a year, she believed she would be able to absorb the energy and advance to the next level, at which point she could ensure her own safety. Weilan retained 100 individuals to assist her, tasking them with digging holes for fruit trees, constructing a small ranch, and excavating ponds, in addition to erecting 2 rows of houses for the future slaves. Surrounding these structures, she planted a thorny hedge, standing at a height of 1.5 men. With 100 people working together, these tasks were completed in merely 2 days. The following day, Weilan hired a broker and purchased 80 strong men. Initially, she had intended to acquire 100, but the broker had no more able-bodied men available. Only a few children, the elderly, and women. Upon beholding the children, Azure was struck by an idea, yet she hesitated, uncertain whether it was wise to proceed. Should it be mishandled, it could backfire, leaving her with profound regret. This matter had been the source of her disquiet for several days, a fact that had not escaped Mu Yuting's notice. One evening, after dinner, Mu Yuting, unusually, did not retire to his study to read. Instead, he followed her to the main courtyard. Azure regarded him with curiosity, inquiring with a puzzled tone, "Why aren't you in the study? Is there something you need from me?" "Mother, it is not I who has a matter, but you," Mu Yuting replied, seating himself before Azure with an air of maturity beyond his years. Azure paused, amused by his attempt to appear grown-up despite his youth. She reached out playfully, pinching his soft, rosy cheek. "You're so adorable," she chuckled. "Mother." Mu Yuting swatted away Azure's hand with a smack, his face flushing slightly. "Mother, I am growing up. It is not fitting to call a man adorable. That is a term for girls." Mu Yuting frowned earnestly. Though he could not explain why he disliked being treated as a child, it stirred a vague unease within him. Azure could not help but find his rosy cheeks and lively demeanor endearing, like a modern-day cherub. "You little rascal, you're only a few years old. Yet you aspire to be an adult. Perhaps in a few years, but for now, be a good child." With unrelenting determination, Weilan disregarded the protests of the young Yuting. firmly pinching his cherubic face, and teasingly remarked, "Such smooth and tender skin. Truly, children possess such delightful qualities." A blend of envy and jealousy surged within her as she playfully squeezed his cheeks a couple more times before relenting. "I don't want this." Yuting, momentarily forgetting the purpose of his visit, glared at Weilan with indignation before storming off in a fit of embarrassment. Weilan, taken aback, gazed at the rapidly vanishing figure of the young Yuting, perplexed by his exaggerated reaction. What has gotten into him? It was merely a playful pinch on his face. Does he truly feel so shy? She mused, chuckling softly to herself. Ancient children certainly seemed to be quite reserved. Then, a thought struck her, and her eyes brightened as she whispered in realization. "I can teach Yuting, along with Wei Fong and Wei Hua, the art of cultivation. If the three possessed spiritual roots, that would be splendid. She could instruct them in their practice. Even if only one of them had the potential, it would suffice. If none possessed such abilities, she could still impart martial skills to them. Thus, even if she failed to master the Song of the Gods, she need not worry. After teaching those slaves their techniques, should they learn and turn against her, she could manage them." Indeed, Weilan contemplated acquiring a few gifted children to nurture as guardians for her family. In a world devoid of power, one must rely on absolute strength to safeguard oneself and loved ones. With so many secrets to protect, it was imperative to prepare for any eventuality. Otherwise, if her secret were inadvertently exposed one day, their lack of power would render them vulnerable to exploitation. After a month of cultivation, with no progress to speak of, Weilan, though not yet resigned, harbored the somber realization that her potential was likely capped. She could only place her hopes on Wei Fong and the others to strive for excellence. With these thoughts, Weilan slipped into the grand Thousand Worlds. This time, she did not immediately settle down to cultivate after consuming a few fruits, as she had done before. Instead, she made her way to the courtyard's repository, seeking out several mundane martial arts manuals. Should Wei Fong and the others prove devoid of spiritual roots, they could practice these secular techniques. A few days prior, while perusing the shelves, Weilan had discovered that the majority of the books were top-tier martial arts manuals of the mortal realm, encompassing all 18 forms of weaponry. Though swordplay and saber techniques were the most abundant, those with exceptional talent could readily attain the innate stage through diligent practice. Innate martial artists were on par with chi-refining stage cultivators in the cultivation world. Regrettably, she was still unable to decipher the contents of the Jade Scrolls. She surmised that they undoubtedly contained other cultivation methods. Apart from her, no one else could practice the Spirit Chant incantation. It seemed imperative that she exert herself to quickly draw chi into her body and advance to the first level. Otherwise, she would be unable to read the Jade Scrolls. And even if she found individuals with spiritual roots, she would lack the means to impart cultivation techniques to them. With this in mind, Weilan immediately sat down where she was, silently reciting the incantation for the first level of the Spirit Chant incantation, attempting to guide the external spiritual energy into her body. Weilan initially believed that this time would unfold just as the previous occasions had, yet to her astonishment, after merely one cycle of operation, she succeeded. Momentarily taken aback, she dared not become complacent, forcefully suppressing the overwhelming joy swelling within her. Weilan continued to channel the ancient Ju. After a brief interlude, a delightful smile graced her lips as she slowly opened her exceptionally dark and luminous eyes. After an entire month of arduous cultivation, Weilan had genuinely stepped into the first layer of the ancient Ju, becoming a member of the ranks of cultivators. The elation and excitement she felt were insufficient to encapsulate her current sentiments. After some time, Weilan regained her composure and once again practiced the technique to solidify her progress. Now that she had attained the first layer of the ancient Ju, she could commence the practice of several minor spells. A wave of exhilaration surged through her. Although these were merely a few low-level spells that posed no threat to anyone, Weilan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Despite her lackluster innate talent, her comprehension was remarkably astute, enabling her to successfully execute the minor spells after only a few attempts. This instilled in her a newfound confidence in her path of cultivation. The thought that she could now access the jade slips filled her with joy, and she was delighted to learn that, among the thousands of jade slips, the majority were blank, with only a small fraction inscribed with content. Viridian meticulously sought out cultivation techniques, and indeed, she swiftly discovered over a dozen. However, they were merely intermediate-level cultivation methods. Fortunately, These techniques were complete. Presumably, the eccentric cultivator had collected them for this reason. Otherwise, with a wondrous technique like the divine Chan incantation, he would hardly have favored these inferior cultivation methods. After examining so many jade slips, Viridian felt mentally fatigued. Noticing that there were still dozens of unread jade slips, she resolved to continue her investigation the following evening. Viridian did not take the jade slips containing cultivation techniques. Deciding to search again the next day and make a decision after reviewing them all, she took the spirit root testing artifact and left the great thousand world, lest the young maids become alarmed by her absence. Upon returning to her room, dawn was breaking. Having exhausted much mental energy the previous night, she felt utterly weary. Just as she was about to lie down for a restful sleep, a sudden impulse stirred within her. Instead of lying down, she sat in a meditative posture and began to cultivate. Half an hour later, the sky was bright, and a warm ray of sunlight shone upon Viridian. Bathed in the golden, gentle light, Viridian appeared graceful and ethereal, captivating the gaze of onlookers. The maids, Rouge and the others, stood at the doorway, somewhat entranced by the scene. The small figure behind them was also mesmerized. Sensing the attention, Viridian opened her eyes, meeting 5 bewildered faces. She was taken aback. "What are you all looking at?" She was completely unaware of how beautiful she appeared bathed in the sunlight. Indeed, in retrospect, Azure's former self possessed a beauty that far surpassed even the present era. Otherwise, she would not have captivated the gazes of so many men. Albeit her current countenance may not rival the allure of her previous existence, it remains by no means unattractive, still qualifying as a woman of above-average loveliness. Coupled with Azure's singular charm, she stands on par with even the most exquisite beauties. Upon hearing her voice, the 4 maids promptly awoke from their reverie and greeted Azure with respectful curtsies. Thereafter, each of them carried an assortment of washing and toiletries into the residence. "Madam," Henri exclaimed with a smile, "you were truly enchanting just now. We were all so captivated that we lost ourselves in admiration. Madam, what I speak is the truth. If you doubt me, you may inquire of the other maids." Henri, sensing Azure's skepticism, grew somewhat anxious. "What brings you to seek out your mother so early in the day?" Azure inquired with a hint of surprise, having failed to notice him standing behind the 4 maids earlier. I merely came to offer my apologies to Mother," Muyuting uttered softly, his face slightly downcast. Upon hearing Azure's absolution, Muyuting finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Mother, what is it that you wish to impart?" he inquired with curiosity. This daily ritual of the past month had become commonplace, yet Wei Fong and the others keenly perceived that their elder sister's countenance appeared graver than usual today. A sense of unease stirred within the hearts of the Wei Fong siblings, unsure of what had transpired. Muyuting surreptitiously scrutinized Azure, pondering what she intended to discuss with them. Chapter 26. Cultivation. Upon arriving at the study, Azure seated herself behind the desk, gazing upon Wei Fong and the others, contemplating how to broach the matter at hand. The matters of space must remain undisclosed to them, at least for now. It is a secret that belongs solely to her. Yet, how should she explain this to them? In her eagerness to teach them the art of cultivation, she had overlooked this crucial point. "Eldest sister, is something amiss?" Observing Wei Wa's serious demeanor and contemplative expression, Wei Wa could no longer contain her anxiety. "Mother, did you not mention that you had something to discuss with us? What is it?" Muyuting furrowed his brows, apprehensive that their mother might have some unfavorable news to share. Noticing the 3 of them gazing at her with concern, Weilan felt a stir within her and ultimately made a decision. "All right, you 3, do not let your minds wander. There is no cause for alarm. What I am about to convey is of great significance. When the time comes for you to act, you shall do so without question. If you inquire, I will remain silent, but rest assured, when it is time for you to know, I shall reveal it." With that, Weilan retrieved the prepared artifact for testing spiritual roots from her bosom. "Now, one by one, please come forward and grasp this." Although the 3 found her actions rather peculiar, they raised no objections and approached in turn. Wei Wa, standing closest to Weilan, was the first to be tested. Upon gripping the jade-like handle of the artifact, a red light gradually emanated from it within mere seconds, followed by a yellow glow. Weilan, witnessing this, could not suppress her delight. She had not anticipated that Wei Wa possessed such exceptional talent. Indeed, he had dual spiritual roots. Upon witnessing the enigmatic artifact emanate luminescence, the individuals present were understandably astounded, their eyes widening in astonishment and mouths agape. However, mindful of Weilan's prior admonition, they suppressed their fervent desire to interrogate her. Their collective gaze fixated upon the mystical instrument. Excellent, truly excellent, Weilan murmured, barely concealing her elation as she gestured for Weifang to proceed. Weifang, having eagerly anticipated her turn since the artifact's initial illumination, promptly displaced Weihua and grasped it with unbridled enthusiasm, eager to experience the luminous phenomenon firsthand. Upon Weifang's contact, the artifact promptly radiated light, this time manifesting an additional ray compared to Weihua's display. Weifang possessed 3 spiritual roots, a commendable attribute, albeit inferior to Weihua's. Nevertheless, Weilan deemed it a remarkable feat, surpassing her own deficient spiritual roots by a considerable margin. Mu Yuting's assessment proceeded seamlessly, mirroring Weihua's possession of dual spiritual root attributes, specifically fire and earth. Weilan regarded her 3 adopted siblings and son with a complex mixture of emotions, encompassing both sentimentality and gratification. In response to her words, the trio nodded vigorously. Sister, what is this object? Weifang inquired, her curiosity piqued as she examined the artifact with fascination. And how does it illuminate upon our touch? This is a magical artifact, Weilan elucidated, specifically designed to assess an individual's spiritual roots. The emanation of light signifies the presence of such roots. Subsequently, Weilan imparted fundamental knowledge of cultivation to the 3 individuals. Upon assimilating Weilan's pronouncements, the trio experienced profound shock, overwhelmed by the sheer incredulity of her words, rendering them momentarily speechless. Seeing the 3 in a daze, Weilan refrained from disturbing them, cognizant that they needed time to process the revelation. She merely surveyed them with an amiable smile, her mind already contemplating which cultivation methods to select for their training. The techniques she held were merely of intermediate caliber, leaving her somewhat dissatisfied. She wondered if the jade slips held any advanced manuals. With this thought, Weilan resolved to search further, hoping for the best, and if not, she would endeavor to find suitable alternatives. Mother, have you also embarked on the path of cultivation? Can you now wield magical arts? May I also learn? Came Mu Yuting's voice, interrupting Weilan's musings. Mu Yuting gazed at Weilan with undisguised yearning. Of course, I will impart my knowledge to you. Otherwise, why would I reveal this to you? Weilan responded. Upon hearing this, the youngster's eyes lit up with elation, their gazes fixated on Weilan with fervent anticipation. You must first memorize the acupuncture points and meridian pathways depicted in this book before commencing your cultivation. Remember, thorough memorization is paramount, Weilan instructed, handing them a slender volume. Mother, if we master this book, will you then guide us in the art of cultivation? She had perused a fraction of the inscribed jade slips the previous night, with dozens more remaining. Weilan's spiritual perception was still nascent, and absorbing so much information at once was mentally taxing, necessitating a gradual approach. Remarkably, after examining 4 or 5 more slips, she discovered an advanced water-based cultivation technique called the Celestial Water Sutra, perfectly suited for Fonger's training. Weilan gleefully stowed away the jade slip. Shortly thereafter, Azure discovered a copy of the Violet Blaze incantation in the corner of the bookshelf, also an advanced cultivation technique. Azure was overjoyed. But after examining a few more jade scrolls, there were no further discoveries. Nevertheless, with these 2 sets of techniques, Azure was already content. Weifang possessed the 3 spiritual roots of water, earth, and wood, making her perfectly suited to cultivate the celestial water incantation. Weihua and Mu Yuting both had dual spiritual roots and shared the fire spiritual root, allowing them to cultivate the violet blaze incantation together. Azure turned to him with a puzzled expression. Is there something else, Butler Mu? Madam, the old servant respectfully inquired. The end of the year is fast approaching. This old servant wishes to ask you how the New Year's provisions should be handled, and how the New Year's gifts should be prepared. Hearing Butler Mu's words, Azure suddenly remembered that the New Year was only half a month away, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Realizing that she had been here for half a year, Jin Jing must be worried about me not returning to the capital, she thought. I wonder how she is now? Will she come looking for me? Although she knew that Jin Jing's temperament would compel her to search for her if she waited too long, Azure still hoped that she would not take any risks. Seeing Azure suddenly fall into contemplation, Butler Mu did not dare to disturb her and quietly waited with his head bowed respectfully. No, no. It is this old servant's duty to wait for Madam. Butler Mu was flattered and somewhat flustered upon hearing this. Azure smiled faintly and said, Very well, you may take care of the New Year's gifts and provisions. Simply prepare a list for me to review later. Yes, madam. This old servant shall take his leave, Butler Mu said with relief. Go then. Indeed. Butler Mu acted with remarkable promptness. After the midday meal, he arrived with a list in hand. Weilan regarded it with satisfaction, offering no further comment, and instructed him to proceed accordingly. Madam, there is one more matter. I have followed your instructions and sought out Liazi in town. He informed me that he currently possesses only a handful of children under the age of 15. He mentioned that the quantity you require is rather substantial and will take a few days to gather. I took the liberty of assuring him that he should bring them to Butler Mu within 5 days. Butler Mu observed Weilan's expression with trepidation, apprehensive that she might reproach him for taking such initiative. Yes, you have done exceptionally well, Weilan commended, her approval evident. Upon hearing her words, Butler Mu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Chapter 27. Establishing the mountain manor within a span of 2 days, Mu Yuting, Wei Fong, and Wei Hua each successfully memorized the diagram of the human meridians. After a fortnight, all three managed to draw energy into their bodies, thus entering the first layer of the qi refining stage. Mu Yuting and Wei Hua were merely a day apart in their progress. The former achieved this on the 4th day, while the latter did so on the 5th. Wei Fong, however, required a full 15 days to succeed. Witnessing their accomplishments, Weilan could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of envy, recognizing the stark differences in their innate talents. Had she known that if the three of them practiced within her space, their time to draw in energy would be significantly reduced, merely half a day for Mu Yuting and Wei Hua, and just 2 days for Wei Fong, she would have acted differently. The spiritual energy within her space was extraordinarily dense, far surpassing that of the Wei residents. Furthermore, with each advancement she made, the spiritual energy in her space would continue to amplify. Upon successfully entering the first level of the divine incantation decree, Azure discovered that the space had indeed doubled in size. The stream had broadened, and the once barren mountainside was now adorned with a variety of fruit trees. The mountain spring had expanded twofold, and an assortment of medicinal herbs and flowering plants had emerged. At the foot of the mountain, a grassland had formed. The trio was diligently engrossed in arduous cultivation. Not wanting to be outdone, Azure was compelled to dedicate herself to rigorous training as well. Fortunately, upon advancing to the first level of the divine incantation decree, Azure discovered that she could manipulate the temporal ratio between the space and the outside world. Currently, she could only adjust it by a factor of 1, meaning that 2 days within the space equated to a single day outside. This afforded Azure significantly more time for cultivation. However, due to her exceptionally poor spiritual roots, her cultivation progress remained frustratingly slow, even in such a spiritually rich sanctuary. Conversely, the scarcity of spiritual energy in the outside world hindered the cultivation speed of Mu Yuting and the others. Consequently, the cultivation levels of the four remained relatively balanced, with Wei Fong perhaps being marginally weaker. Nevertheless, as they were all in the early stages, the difference was not yet pronounced. Regrettably, among the 104 individuals, only a mere 2 were found to possess spiritual roots, and neither was particularly gifted. The 2 were a boy of 11 with 3 spiritual roots and a slightly older girl of 12 with 4 spiritual roots of even lesser quality. They practiced cultivation techniques that differed from those of Wei Fong and the others, focusing on intermediate-level techniques. However, Azure identified 12 children with exceptional innate talent for martial arts in the mortal realm. Although they lacked spiritual roots, their dedication could potentially lead them to become sword cultivators in the future. Thus, among these 12 children, Weilan placed greater emphasis on them than on the 2 gifted with spiritual roots. The 2 children blessed with such roots were named Mu Tianxin and Mu Tianru, both bearing the character Tian in the middle of their names. In contrast, those without spiritual roots had Ling as their middle character. Apart from the 12 children endowed with exceptional martial talents, whom Weilan personally named, the others of ordinary aptitude were designated by numbers, naturally incorporating the character Ling as well. Among these 12 children, there were 8 boys and 4 girls. Weilan bestowed upon them the following names: Mu Lingfeng, Mu Lingyun, Mu Lingyi, Mu Lingyu, Mu Linghua, Mu Lingxi, Mu Lingyue, Mu Lingya, Mu Lingyi, Mu Lingshang, Mu Lingwu, and Mu Lingsnow. She meticulously selected martial arts suitable for their individual training and even guided them herself. To this end, Weilan took the time to study the martial arts manuals of the mundane world. Although she practiced celestial techniques, and her cultivation was still rather low, her perspective and mindset had significantly improved. A mere cursory study of worldly martial arts allowed her to grasp their essence with ease, making her more than capable of teaching these children. Weilan secretly resolved that if these children could indeed achieve the innate realm through their own efforts by the age of 30, and if they exhibited commendable character, she would free them from their status as slaves and accept them as disciples. However, she chose not to disclose this decision. While revealing it would undoubtedly motivate them to strive harder in their cultivation, she did not wish to incite negative feelings among those less gifted, potentially leading to undesirable outcomes that she wished to avoid. After the arrival of 100 children, the Mu residence has grown increasingly crowded. They are still but children, and their proximity is manageable for now. However, as they mature, the space will undoubtedly become insufficient. Moreover, with the addition of these youngsters, the household will require more diligent servants to handle the heavier tasks, leading to further accommodation issues. Additionally, Weilan intends to seek out more children with spiritual roots. Currently, their family of 4 comprises merely 6 individuals with such potential, which is rather scant, especially considering that 4 of them possess subpar roots. Should they encounter other cultivators in the future, their small number would be insufficient to stand against them. After some contemplation, Weilan resolved to establish another estate dedicated to providing these children with a space for residence and cultivation. However, the construction of such an estate necessitates land. Although the Mu residence possesses ample territory, it has already been designated for spring planting. There are no sizable vacant plots nearby, and while the village has numerous fields, she prefers not to build in densely populated areas, as disturbances are detrimental to cultivation. Ultimately, she aspires to establish the estate in a more secluded location, ensuring that the spiritual energy is not too sparse. Initially, Weilan believed that mutating and the others were progressing rapidly in their cultivation. However, upon discovering within the ancient texts that cultivators like Wei Hua and mutating, endowed with dual spiritual roots, took half a year to reach the second level of qi refinement, she realized how exceedingly slow their progress was, even lagging behind those with 3 spiritual roots. With diligent effort, a cultivator with 3 spiritual roots could achieve the 3rd level of qi refinement within the same time frame. Initially, Azure was perplexed, unable to comprehend why. Despite engaging in the same cultivation practices, their progress differed so drastically. However, upon gaining insight into the intricacies of the cultivation world, she began to understand. In the various sects of the cultivation world, even solitary cultivators sought out mountains imbued with spiritual energy and supplemented their training with elixirs. In contrast, the Mu estate was devoid of spiritual veins and possessed only a meager amount of spiritual energy, let alone the aid of elixirs. Chapter 28. Establishing the Mountain Estate. Part 2. She possessed the alchemical recipes for crafting elixirs, but her cultivation level was insufficient to produce them. The creation of qi gathering pills required a minimum of the 4th level of qi refining, equivalent to the middle stage of the 1st layer of the spirit invocation art. Currently, she lingered in the early stages of the 1st layer. Qi gathering pills were among the most rudimentary elixirs in the cultivation world, designed specifically for cultivators in the qi refining stage. The issue of elixirs could be resolved once her cultivation improved, and the matter of spiritual energy was even more straightforward. 2 solutions presented themselves. Firstly, the arrangement of a spirit gathering array, and secondly, the discovery of a mountain with spiritual veins. Azure resolved to pursue both options, commencing with the construction of the spirit gathering array while searching for spiritual veins in due course. However, the arrangement of arrays was not a simple task. Despite the spirit gathering array's lack of complexity, it posed a challenge for someone with no prior experience in array formations, perhaps endowed with a natural aptitude for array construction. Azure independently explored and learned the spirit gathering array within a mere 10 days. This success ignited her passion for studying array formations. In the garden of the Mu residence, Weilan established a spirit gathering array, enabling Wei Fong, Wei Hua, Mu Yuding, Mu Tianqian, and Mu Tianrua to cultivate within its confines. Weilan intended to keep the matter of immortal cultivation a secret from these mortals incapable of such practice. Consequently, for the sake of secrecy, this garden was henceforth sealed off. Those within the residence were merely aware that the 5 were cultivating there, yet remained ignorant of the distinct nature of their practice. Indeed, with the formation of the spirit gathering array, the spiritual energy within the array became tenfold more concentrated than that outside. The cultivation speed of the 5 individuals increased dramatically. However, Even with the spiritual energy within the spirit-gathering array being 10 times more concentrated than that outside, it still could not compare to Weilan's spatial realm. Eldest sister, Wei Hua, akin to a gust of wind, swiftly dashed towards the main courtyard. Before his arrival, his excited voice echoed from afar. To avoid suspicion, Weilan consistently refrained from entering the spatial realm during the day, instead managing affairs at home, guiding the group in cultivation, studying array formations, refining elixirs, or perusing miscellaneous books. At this moment, Weilan was troubled by the lack of land to build a manor when she heard Wei Hua's excited voice approaching from afar. Eldest sister, I have broken through to the 3rd level of the Qi refining stage, Wei Hua exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at Weilan, his tone uncontrollable. Upon hearing this, Weilan's eyes flashed with surprise, yet also with anticipation. Xiaohua, congratulations, Weilan said, looking at him with gratification. Indeed, exclaimed with fervor, his countenance radiating confidence. Your spirit convergence array has proven exceptionally efficacious. In a mere 3 days, we have all achieved breakthroughs. I had previously perceived a deficiency in spiritual energy, but with the advent of the array, such concerns have been alleviated, and I am certain that my cultivation will advance at an accelerated pace. However, felt compelled to temper his enthusiasm. You are mistaken, she cautioned. The cultivation of immortal techniques is not as facile as you envision. Your rapid progress is attributable to the nascent stages of cultivation. Advancement becomes increasingly arduous with time. You have now attained the 3rd level of Qi training, and the transition to the 4th level will not be facile. The chasm between the 3rd and 4th levels represents a watershed. Without the requisite state of mind, even those endowed with exceptional aptitude will encounter difficulties in advancing. Realizing the neophyte's lack of familiarity with the fundamentals of immortal cultivation, resolve to elucidate certain rudimentary principles for their edification, lest they appear uninformed. Initial excitement waned upon hearing's admonition. He conceded that his elder sister's assessment was accurate, for if immortal cultivation were so straightforward, the world would be replete with immortals. By the way, interjected, sensing a shift in his mood and seeking to mitigate any discouragement, you mentioned that everyone had achieved breakthroughs. Aside from yourself, who else has advanced? And I have both ascended to the 3rd level, he replied. Second sister has entered the 2nd level, has successfully initiated Qi induction and entered the 1st level of Qi training. Only remains in the process of sensing spiritual energy, but it appears that success is imminent. Upon hearing the question from Weilan, Wei Hua immediately brightened up. He was not one to dwell heavily on his thoughts. Why is it that only you have come to share the joyous news? Where are the others? Weilan, upon hearing this, was not surprised, since Wei Hua had advanced. It was only natural for others to have progressed as well. However, she was slightly astonished that Mutating had successfully drawn Qi into his body in just 3 short days. My second sister and Mutating have just broken through and are currently consolidating their cultivation. Tinger broke through even earlier than I did. He is now striving to ascend to the 4th level of Qi training, determined to push through all at once, Wei Hua explained. Upon hearing this, Weilan was taken aback, rising to her feet and exclaiming, "What? This is absurd." A wave of concern and anxiety surged within her, prompting her to rush outside without a second thought. Seeing Weilan's alarming demeanor, Wei Hua sensed something was amiss and hurriedly followed suit. You are being utterly reckless. Cultivating immortality is not like anything else. It requires patience and a step-by-step approach. How can you act so impulsively, wanting to soar before you've even learned to walk? Have you forgotten that you have just ascended and have yet to solidify your foundation? Do you have a death wish? Weilan glared at Mutating, scolding him in exasperation. I'm sorry, mother. I won't do it again, Mutating replied, though he was uncertain about what he had done wrong. Nevertheless, seeing Weilan's anger, he dared not retort and lowered his head, obediently admitting his fault. Upon witnessing the situation, the azure flames of anger within her gradually subsided. In truth, after completing her admonitions, she quickly realized that this predicament was not entirely his fault. The fundamental principles of the cultivation world had never been conveyed to them, leaving them in ignorance. The path of cultivation itself is a defiance of destiny, fraught with perils that are beyond the comprehension of outsiders. They were merely novices, newly embarking on their journey of cultivation, and thus should exercise utmost caution rather than rushing headlong into danger. Resolved to rectify this oversight, she decided to immediately document the essential tenets of cultivation for their benefit. Very well, I acknowledge my own shortcomings in this matter. It is not entirely your fault, Tinger. First, solidify your cultivation and do not act so recklessly in the future. Inform the others to gather here in the study tomorrow. I have some foundational knowledge of cultivation that I wish to share with you. It is time for you to familiarize yourselves with these concepts, as I have neglected this responsibility in the past. Upon hearing her words, Mutating and Wei Hua could not help but feel a surge of excitement. They had long been eager to learn about the intricacies of the cultivation realm. Very well, you may all return to your practice. Yes, mother, elder sister. Chapter 29. Establishing the Mountain Manor. Kai Lan meticulously compiled a collection of over 10 volumes detailing the knowledge and miscellaneous writings of the cultivation world. After some contemplation, she resolved to include a selection of introductory texts on magical artifacts, herbal identification, and various crafts such as weapon forging, alchemy, talisman crafting, and array formations. To see who might be interested in learning these additional skills, which would ultimately benefit them. To her astonishment, this endeavor resulted in a compilation of nearly 100 books. Having placed these items in the study, Azure then cast the most rudimentary illusion she had recently mastered. This enchantment served only to deter ordinary mortals, permitting entry exclusively to cultivators. With the illusion in place, Azure arranged the books on the bookshelf. Though these 100 volumes occupied less than a tenth of the small bookshelf's capacity, they were a marked improvement over the previous meager collection, lending the room a more authentic air of a proper study, which pleased Azure considerably. With these tasks completed, Azure began to fret over the construction of the manor. She sought a secluded location with abundant spiritual energy, but where could such a place be found? Aside from establishing a spirit-gathering array, only blessed lands rich in spiritual veins could provide such energy, and these were typically located amidst mountain ranges and peaks. Could she possibly build the manor on a mountain? Indeed, why not? If other cultivators could, so could she. She recalled that behind Cloud Blossom Village, beyond her desolate plot of land, lay a sizable mountain range, comprising a dozen or 20 smaller peaks spanning over 100 miles. This mountain range, neither excessively large nor insignificant, was situated conveniently behind the Mu estate, separated by those 1,500 acres, making it an ideal location for a mountain manor. As she pondered, Azure grew increasingly enthusiastic about the idea. However, to build a manor on the mountain, she would first need to acquire ownership of it. She wondered if mountains in this region could be bought and sold. Crimson Sun, Azure called out, raising her voice. Although she typically did not allow the maids to attend her directly, Azure knew that the 4 of them remained diligently nearby. At the slightest elevation of her voice, they would hear her. Madam? Indeed. The bright sun and moon responded to the call and swiftly arrived at the door of the study. Please summon Butler Mu. I have matters to discuss with him. Yes, I shall go at once, replied the maid. Kiriri bowed slightly toward the room before hastily retreating. After observing for more than a month, Weilan discovered that Butler Mu and the 4 maids, Hongri, Mingyue, Moxing, and Yuchen, possessed commendable character and were trustworthy individuals. Consequently, she did not deliberately conceal her cultivation endeavors from them. Moreover, the 5 of them were her closest confidants. Butler Mu managed the entire household, while the 4 maids attended to her personally, making it nearly impossible to keep secrets from them. Mingyue, please enter. I have something to inquire. Without Weilan's command, the maids would not dare to enter the study uninvited. Yes, madam. Mingyue entered upon hearing the call, approaching Weilan directly, and bowed respectfully, saying, Madam, rise. Weilan gestured for her to stand, and immediately asked, Mingyue, do you know if mountains in Nanning can be bought or sold? If a mountain is purchased, is it outright ownership or for a limited duration? Limited duration? Generally, mountains are not leased, they are sold outright. However, if Madam wishes to cultivate land on a mountain, no one would interfere. And there are no restrictions on how much land can be cultivated. There is no need for Madam to buy the entire mountain. Upon hearing that the mountain could be owned outright, Weilan felt a surge of joy, hardly registering Mingyue's subsequent words. Madam, Butler Mu has arrived. Came Hiriri's voice from outside the door. Please, come in. Upon hearing her summons, head Butler Mu and Hongri entered the room. Hongri first paid her respects to Weilan with a curtsy. Noticing that Weilan did not dismiss them, she and Mingyue positioned themselves beside her. Greetings, madam. Head Butler Mu followed suit, offering his salutations. You may dispense with the formalities, Head Butler Mu. I am contemplating purchasing the mountain near Yunhua village. What are your thoughts on this matter? Upon hearing this, Head Butler Mu promptly advised, Madam, I implore you to reconsider. The mountain is predominantly rock, and the soil is infertile, rendering it unsuitable for cultivation. If you desire to acquire land, you could purchase it from the villagers directly, obviating the need to purchase the mountain for reclamation. Head Butler Mu, you misunderstand my intentions. My aim is not to cultivate the mountain, but rather to construct a villa. As you are among my most trusted confidants, I shall be candid with you. Weilan paused, deliberating before deciding to disclose certain matters concerning the estate. Otherwise, their own discovery might engender a sense of estrangement. I am aware that you are all astute individuals and have undoubtedly perceived certain anomalies. Today, I shall elucidate the situation for you. However, the matters I am about to impart must be held in the strictest confidence, without my express consent. You must not divulge them to anyone, including other members of the household or even your closest relatives. Do you understand? Weilan's demeanor grew stern as she concluded. Rest assured, Madam, this old servant, this handmaiden, would sooner die than divulge a single word, the three responded, deeply appreciative of Weilan's trust and solemnly vowing to maintain absolute secrecy. Upon witnessing this, Weilan nodded with satisfaction. Mingyu, please summon Mo Xing and Yu Chun as well. Let them hear about this matter. Yes, madam. At these words, Mingyu joyfully departed. If the secret the madam wished to share was known only to her and the young lady, while keeping Mo Xing and Yu Chun in the dark, it would undoubtedly cause her distress. Although she would never divulge anything without the madam's consent, a sense of guilt would inevitably arise within her. After the five of them, housekeeper Mu, Hong Ri, Mingyu, Mo Xing, and Yu Chen emerged from the study. Their hearts remained in turmoil. Once they reached the periphery of the study and approached the backyard, Hong Ri suddenly halted, turning to face the other four with a serious expression. Listen closely. The madam has placed immense trust in us by confiding such a significant secret. If any of you dare to leak it, I will be the first to hold you accountable. Do you understand? Moreover, housekeeper Mu, as the steward of the Mu residence, being much older than Hong Ri, should comprehend the potential troubles that could arise from such a secret being exposed. I trust you would not engage in any actions that would harm the Mu household, Hong Ri stated, her eyes fixed intently on housekeeper Mu. Although by the rules, housekeeper Mu's authority within the Mu residence surpassed that of Hong Ri, and she had no right to admonish him. Despite being the personal maid of the household head, it was evident that housekeeper Mu bore no resentment. He understood that Hong Ri's intentions were for the madam and the well-being of the entire Mu household, and this realization brought him a sense of delight. Rest assured, Miss Hong Ri, the old steward affirmed, that I am deeply grateful to the madam for her kindness in accepting me into the Mu household as its steward. I would never do anything to harm the madam or the Mu family. You need not worry, Miss Mingyue and the others chimed in. You know our character. We are well aware of what should and should not be said. Hearing this, Hong Ri smiled. Very well. Steward Mu, please attend to the madam's instructions promptly. There is no time to waste. Understood, Miss Hong Ri. I shall go at once, replied Steward Mu, before turning and hurrying away. Mingyue, I am no longer a miss. We are all maids of the madam now. You and the others must refrain from addressing me as miss in the future. It would be most inappropriate for others to hear. Yes, me. Hong Ri, we understand. Mingyue and the others responded obediently, aware that Hong Ri had their best interests at heart, though they felt saddened for her. The three handmaidens felt a pang of sorrow and pity, thinking of how their miss, once a daughter of a noble family, had been reduced to a lowly servant. That's right, remember to address me that way from now on. In truth, Hong Ri herself was the most distressed, but her wisdom had allowed her to accept her fate. Oh, Mingyue, what were you about to say earlier? Little Red Sun, you mentioned that the lady possesses remarkable abilities. Do you think she would consent to teach us the ways of immortality if we beseech her? Upon Red Sun's reminder, Mingyu recalled her inquiry, her expression transforming into one of eager anticipation as she gazed at Red Sunday. Upon hearing Mingyu's words, the three of them were indeed stirred. Who wouldn't desire the art of cultivation? Yet, could their status permit them to practice such divine techniques? Do not indulge in such fanciful thoughts. We are merely servants, unworthy of pursuing the path of immortality. It is best to focus on fulfilling our duties. Red Sun firmly dismissed the impractical notion while addressing Mingyu. Mingyu is indeed correct. Let us implore the lady to teach us the art of immortality. Do you not yearn for the power of such skills to attain eternal life? Yu Chen chimed in, supporting the idea. Red Sun, I too believe we should make an effort to seek the lady's guidance. Do you wish to live your life in this manner forever? If we do not strive for our desires, I shall never find contentment in this life. Furthermore, the lady is not a harsh individual. Even if she chooses not to impart her knowledge, she would not hold it against us. Let us give it a try. Even the usually taciturn Mo Xing spoke up, her eyes sparkling with an extraordinary brightness, her demeanor imbued with an unprecedented seriousness and yearning. Upon hearing Mo Xing's words, Red Sun found her long-suppressed heart once again stirred. Indeed, why not take the chance? They would not know whether the lady would be willing unless they made an attempt. If she were willing, it would undoubtedly be delightful, and they would have their wishes fulfilled. Conversely, if she were not inclined, at least they would have made the effort, and there would be no regrets in the future. Reflecting on this, Hong Ri ultimately resolved, very well, let us seek the lady. As soon as Hong Ri's words fell, Ming Yu and the other three could not help but cheer with joy. Chapter 30. Establishing the manor, feeling a warmth radiating from her dantian. A gentle current began to swirl in her lower abdomen before eventually returning to the dantian. The azure law was being practiced repeatedly, and as the pace of her cultivation quickened, the absorption of spiritual energy intensified. The energy flowed into her body, circulating through her meridians, gliding smoothly, and ultimately converging in the dantian. Since she had decided to purchase Yunshan, the mountain adjacent to her 1,500 acres, which she later learned had a name, she naturally needed to visit the site. Cautiously, she informed the four maidens and then set off alone towards Yunshan. The mountain was far grander than she had imagined, featuring 19 peaks that stretched over 200 miles, with the tallest reaching approximately 1,000 zhang. In the southern climate, where spring prevails year-round, the vegetation on the mountain remained lush and vibrant, free from withering even in the midst of winter. As she walked amidst the verdant hills and flowing waters, accompanied by the melody of birds and the fragrance of flowers, the thought that this paradise would soon belong to her filled her heart with elation. Unable to contain her excitement, she employed the wind-riding technique and soared freely across the mountain. The azure figure swiftly darted through the mountains, savoring the cool breeze that caressed her entire being. A faint fragrance of flowers wafted into her nostrils, refreshing her lungs and making her feel as if every pore in her body had unfurled. An indescribable sense of ease enveloping her. Suddenly, a resounding roar of water cascaded from a distance, compelling her to pause momentarily, tilting her ear to listen intently. A sudden wave of ecstasy surged across her face as she activated her wind manipulation technique, propelling herself with even greater speed toward the source of the sound. Moments later, she arrived at the tallest peak in the Cloud Mountain range, her breath taken away by the breathtaking sight of a majestic waterfall plunging from the heights like an eagle taking flight. The thunderous sound echoed like a roaring lion, deafening in its intensity. Never had she witnessed such a magnificent, naturally formed waterfall. Her spirit trembled in awe as she unconsciously approached its base. There, she beheld the silvery torrents cascading down, crashing against the rocks with a spectacular splash, the droplets shimmering like fragmented pearls. The wind carried a fine mist that gently kissed her face, refreshing her with its coolness. Enchanted by the natural beauty before her, her heart raced with exhilaration, and a sudden clarity dawned upon her. She felt a subtle tremor within her core, prompting her to leap gracefully onto a smooth rock beneath the waterfall, settling into a cross-legged position as her inner techniques began to circulate. A warmth blossomed in her dantian, a gentle current spiraling within her abdomen, eventually converging back into her dantian. The azure incantation coursed through her, each repetition accelerating the absorption of spiritual energy. This energy spiraled within her meridians before settling in her dantian. Countless cycles of the incantation blurred together as she felt the previously thin strands of spiritual power in her meridians thicken and quicken, nearly doubling in velocity. As time elapsed, the spiritual energy within azure accumulated until her dantian was saturated. A gentle tremor ran through her body, followed by a soft poof as her meridians expanded twofold, marking a significant breakthrough in her cultivation. Azure opened her eyes, elated. She had finally transcended the initial phase of the incantation, reaching the 5th level of Qi training. Overjoyed, she marveled at the unexpected breakthrough during her mountain visit, occurring less than a month after her last advancement, her most rapid progression yet. Beyond this delightful surprise, Azure discovered an even greater marvel, a medium-sized spiritual vein nestled within the mountain. The concentration of spiritual energy here dwarfed that of the gathering array in her abode by dozens of times. Fortune truly favored her. If she could have her companions cultivate here, their progress would undoubtedly accelerate. Moreover, her advancement to the middle phase of the incantation now enabled her to concoct elixirs. With the spiritual vein and elixirs at their disposal, their cultivation speed might rival that of the great sections. I wonder, what is the Mu family doing buying so many children? What kind of work can children do? It's just a waste of food to feed them. Mrs. Lu remarked idly while picking vegetables, questioning the village chief. Upon hearing this, village chief Lu paused, seemingly puzzled by the question himself. How would I know? Perhaps Madame Mu is benevolent and bought the children out of pity. The village chief's words sounded somewhat insincere, and he himself seemed unconvinced. As expected, Mrs. Lu rolled her eyes at him, retorting, "Don't say things you don't believe yourself. If you want to do good deeds, you can just give away some rice. There's no need to buy such a large group of children. I think Madame Mu must have some ulterior motive for buying them." Mrs. Lu's tone was certain. All right. Why do you care so much? It's none of your business." Village Chief Lu stood up, signaling the end of the conversation. "I warn you, you're not allowed to spread rumors about this." The village chief thought for a moment, then sternly cautioned. "Understood. Am I the type to gossip? Is Village Chief Lu at home? Who could be looking for you at this hour?" Mrs. Lu looked at the village chief with some curiosity. As soon as Village Chief Lu heard the voice, he quickly realized who it was. It's the Mu family steward. Hurry up and open the door. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Lu also remembered. Of course, it's Steward Mu. She hastily dropped the vegetables in her hands, wiped her hands on her apron, and hurried to open the door. "Oh, isn't this Steward Mu? Please, come in, come in." Lu Luosher smiled as she opened the gate to the courtyard, warmly greeting Butler Mu. "Good day, Sister Lu. May I inquire if the village chief is at home?" Butler Mu, carrying a few gifts, stood outside the door and politely asked. "Yes, indeed," Lu Luosher replied, her eyes sparkling upon seeing the items in Butler Mu's hands. "That is truly wonderful." Upon hearing this, Butler Mu happily entered the house. At that moment, Lu Kaichong also emerged. "Butler Mu, you have arrived. If your lady wife requires my assistance, please do not hesitate to let me know." Butler Mu, not in a rush to discuss business, first handed the gifts to Lu Luosher. "Village Chief, Sister Lu, these are but a few small tokens from my lady. Please do not think them insignificant." Chapter 31. Establishing the mountain villa. The village chief, not having seen the gifts before, cheerfully ushered Butler Mu inside and took a seat in the main room. He then called out to the outside, "Child's mother, aren't you going to bring the tea?" "Oh, I know. I'll be there shortly." No need. I just had a small pot before coming." Butler Mu quickly interjected. Hearing this, Village Chief Lu readily complied and did not insist. "Butler Mu, if you do not mind, I shall address you as Brother Mu." "How could I dare? I am merely a humble steward of the Mu household. I am hardly worthy of being called brother by someone of your stature, Village Chief." Butler Mu humbly replied. "What is there to fear? Although I hold the title of Village Chief, my life does not surpass yours in any way." Village Chief Lu decisively established the address. "Then I shall take the liberty." The steward of the Mu household responded with a polite smile. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they transitioned to the matter at hand. Apparently, Madame Mu was interested in acquiring Yun Mountain. However, the mountain was overgrown with trees and wild grasses, some of which had been there for countless years. Clearing the land would be far more arduous than reclaiming the previous 1,500 acres of wasteland. Moreover, the deep wilderness was teeming with wild animals, making it unsuitable for cultivation. If Madame Mu is seeking land, I would be glad to assist in contacting potential sellers. The village chief offered helpfully. "Thank you, Village Chief," the steward replied. "We are aware of these challenges. Should my mistress desire to purchase land, I will certainly seek your assistance. However, this time, her intention in acquiring the mountain is not for cultivation. As you may know, Madame Mu acquired over 100 new servants half a year ago. The estate lacks sufficient space to accommodate them all. For now, it suffices, but in a few years, as the servants grow older, living quarters will become inadequate. Therefore, Madame Mu has resolved to construct a manor. Yun Mountain boasts scenic beauty and tranquility, and its proximity to the Mu estate makes it an ideal location. Thus, Madame Mu has decided to purchase it and erect the manor upon the mountain." The steward made no attempt to conceal their intention to build a manor on the mountain. Such a thing could not be kept secret, and they would need the village chief's assistance with construction and labor recruitment. Upon hearing the steward's words, the village chief regarded him with astonishment. How did Madame Mu conceive of the idea of erecting a manor on the mountain? I have never heard of anyone doing such a thing. Is she not concerned about the wild beasts that inhabit the mountain? Upon hearing this, Butler Mu cast a gaze filled with inscrutable confidence at the village chief, asserting, "They are merely wild beasts. What is there to fear? Our lady possesses remarkable skills." Acting on Weilan's suggestion, Butler Mu intentionally disclosed the information regarding Weilan's martial prowess, thus facilitating future dealings and instilling a degree of intimidation among the villagers. After all, the Mu family would commence farming in the spring of the coming year, cultivating rare crops and fruits that had never graced this land before. One could only speculate what the villagers might do for such extraordinary produce, as the allure of profit can drive individuals to madness. Hence, one must be well prepared. What does that mean? Brother Mu, do elaborate, the village chief inquired, his curiosity piqued. Observing this reaction, Butler Mu donned a look of feigned hesitation, deliberating for a moment before reluctantly stating, "Very well. In light of the assistance you have extended to our Mu family, I shall share a few details with you. However, this matter must remain confidential." Of course, the village chief assured earnestly. Satisfied with the chief's sincerity, Butler Mu nodded approvingly and leaned in closer, whispering, "I must tell you, our lady is quite skilled in martial arts. Not even a few tigers or wolves would stand a chance against her." The pride in Butler Mu's expression was unmistakable. "What?" Upon hearing this, the village chief, Lu, was taken aback, gazing at Steward Mu with incredulity. She could scarcely imagine that the seemingly beautiful, gentle, noble, and graceful Madame Mu possessed martial prowess, a legendary feat. "Steward Mu, is what you've just stated indeed true?" The village chief inquired, grasping Steward Mu's arm with some trepidation. "Indeed, it is true. Would I deceive you?" Steward Mu responded. "Allow me to elucidate. To master martial arts, one must commence training from a tender age. The optimal period for martial arts instruction lies between the ages of 6 and 15. My mistress intends to cultivate a contingent of guards for the Mu estate, hence the acquisition of so many children under the age of 15. Steward Mu had no reason to deceive him, after all. With this realization, the village chief's gaze brightened, betraying a train of thought. "Steward Mu, Madame Mu is constructing the manor in the mountains for the express purpose of training these children, is she not?" "Precisely. That is indeed the case. We would be grateful if the village chief could assist us with this matter," Steward Mu stated. The village chief readily assented, "No problem at all. I shall attend to it forthwith. You need only prepare the funds. Would you require me to procure some skilled builders as well? That would be most appreciated." This matter was to be broached with the village chief in due course, and upon his overture, Steward Mu naturally seized the opportunity. As he spoke, Steward Mu withdrew a purse from his bosom and presented it to the village chief. "Village chief, these funds are for you to treat the esteemed officials within the Yamen to tea and to facilitate matters. Please accept them." "Very well." Village Chief Lu chuckled heartily, unreservedly accepting the matter at hand. Indeed, it required some maneuvering from above and below. He was inclined to cover this sum himself. Yet his household could scarcely afford such an expenditure. "With the affairs settled, I shall not trouble you further, esteemed village chief. I take my leave," remarked Steward Mu, rising politely. "My dear brother Mu, you are a person of great importance, and it is I who should not have consumed your precious time." Village Chief Lu replied with an unusual warmth, his demeanor far more sincere than before. No, I could never impose upon you, village chief," Steward Mu quickly interjected. Chapter 32. Cloud Mountain One Father. "Look at this. Madame Mu is indeed generous. Her gifts are always so exquisite," Lu Luosher said, her face alight with joy as she held the lavish presents bestowed by Steward Mu. Village Chief Lu appeared oblivious, or perhaps simply inattentive to Lu Luosher's words, as he paced the room with his hands clasped behind his back, lost in contemplation. "Ah, our third daughter is 14 this year. It is time she finds a suitable match. How fortunate she is to have encountered the generous Madame Mu at this moment, bestowing such splendid gifts. When our third daughter weds, her dowry shall surpass that of the second daughter by far," Lu Luosher remarked cheerfully. After chattering for some time without eliciting a response from Village Chief Lu, Lu Luosher finally realized, with dawning awareness, that he was not listening at all, lost in his own thoughts as he continued to stride back and forth. Father! Lu Luosher called out loudly. "What occupies your thoughts? I addressed you moments ago, yet received no response," Mrs. Lu chided, her eyes widened in mild reproof. Displeased by the interruption of his reverie, Village Chief Lu retorted, "What could possibly concern you but trivial matters? I am contemplating affairs of significance. Do not disturb me." Observing her husband's demeanor, Mrs. Lu's curiosity was piqued. Affairs of significance? Does it pertain to the steward Mu's visit? She inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Village Chief Lu decided to confide in her, hoping she might offer some insight. He recounted Steward Mu's words verbatim. Is this veritable? Mrs. Lu exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. The Mistress Mu possesses martial prowess? The notion of such a delicate and beautiful woman being versed in combat filled her with incredulity. If Steward Mu avows it, it must be so. It defies expectation that such a tender and fragile woman should be skilled in martial arts. I had believed only men were capable of such feats. It seems maidens are not excluded. No wonder Mistress Mu, a widowed woman, dares to venture forth with her son and siblings. In this region, martial arts were not widely disseminated, nor was it common to hear of women practicing them. Those skilled in combat were often reclusive eccentrics, either toiling in remote mountains or ensnared by the imperial court or influential nobles. They were rarely encountered among the common folk, which accounted for the astonishment of Village Chief Lu and his wife. Suddenly, a thought illuminated Mrs. Lu's countenance, her eyes gleaming with newfound inspiration. Husband, she exclaimed, given the formidable prowess of Madame Mu and her willingness to impart martial skills, should we not consider sending our children to the Mu residence? Acquiring such abilities would secure their future prospects. Here, the pursuit of martial arts, akin to scholarly endeavors, hinges upon connections. Without proper introductions, finding a master is an insurmountable task. Consequently, martial practitioners are far fewer than scholars on this continent. Wife, your thoughts mirror my own. I was contemplating the same. Yet I harbor reservations about Madame Mu's willingness to instruct them, lamented Village Chief Lu, his brow furrowed with concern. If she demurs, we shall implore her. I perceive Madame Mu as a reasonable woman. At worst, we shall have the children enter into indentured servitude, Mrs. Lu declared, her resolve hardening. Upon hearing this, Village Chief Lu gasped, retorting in dismay. Have you lost your senses? How could you even conceive of such a notion? Mrs. Lu bristled at his reaction, countering. What is so objectionable about this idea? Even if our children are bound to the Mu household, they remain our descendants. Would they disown us? Furthermore, by doing so, the children would acquire martial skills, paving the way for future success. Even serving as guards in the Mu residence surpasses the drudgery of tilling the fields daily. Struck by Mrs. Lu's words, the village chief fell into contemplative silence. However, he began to stomp his feet once more. After a considerable pause, Village Chief Lu seemed to have made a decision. He suddenly halted and turned to Lu Luoshi, saying, You are right, for the sake of our children. We shall proceed as you suggested. However, let us first beseech Madame Mu to take a few of the children as her apprentices. If that proves unfeasible, we will resort to your proposed method. Village Chief Lu spoke with solemnity. Indeed, that is also my intention. By the way, I must make a trip to the town to finalize the purchase of the mountain, he added, preparing to leave. Understood, Lu Luoshi replied. Upon hearing this, Village Chief Lu nodded and headed to the backyard to harness the ox cart. On Yunhua Mountain, Weilan had concluded her cultivation and began to curiously survey her surroundings. Upon her arrival, she was immediately captivated by the waterfall, neglecting to observe the scenery around her. This mountain peak was the tallest in the entire Yunshan range, encompassing a vast area approximately 3 to 4 times larger than the smallest peak. The landscape was beautifully serene, perhaps due to the presence of spiritual veins. The mountain was adorned with numerous spiritual herbs. Although their quality was not particularly high, their abundance was striking. Weilan noticed that the closer one was to the waterfall, the higher the quality and quantity of the spiritual herbs. Contemplating the waterfall, she focused her spiritual senses and discovered that the spiritual vein indeed resided within the mountain behind the waterfall. To her surprise, she also found a naturally formed cave concealed behind the waterfall, which filled her with delight. Weilan utilized her wind control technique to glide over the pool beneath the waterfall, and without a second thought, she soared through the cascade, entering the cave hidden behind the curtain of water. As the azure figure gracefully descended to the ground, she began to survey the cave before her. The cavern was modest in size, approximately 50 square meters, with its stone walls adorned with numerous glimmering crystals, ensuring that the interior was far from dim. Even an ordinary person could see clearly within. The cave was devoid of any clutter, exuding an air of cleanliness, free from any oppressive dampness. Instead, it felt quite arid and refreshingly cool, likely due to a vent. Indeed, following the direction of the breeze, she soon discovered concealed at the far end of the cave. An exit blocked by a massive stone, rising over a meter and just wide enough for an adult to pass through. With a gentle smile directed at the boulder, she approached and placed her hands upon the rock, channeling her thoughts. In an instant, the colossal stone, weighing 1,000 pounds, was effortlessly absorbed into her spatial realm. Delighted to have cleared the obstruction, she clapped her hands in satisfaction and began to make her way toward the cave's entrance. Upon stepping outside, she found herself momentarily entranced. Chapter 33. Cloud Mountain 2. Father, look at this. Madame Mu is so generous. Every time she sends gifts, they are always of such exquisite value, remarked Lu Luoshi with a beaming expression, holding the precious items just delivered by Butler Mu. However, Village Chief Lu seemed oblivious to her words, lost in his own thoughts as he paced back and forth within the room, his demeanor suggesting deep contemplation. Oh, the third girl has reached the age of 14 this year. It is indeed time for her to seek a husband. How fortunate she is to have encountered the generous Madame Mu at this moment, who has bestowed upon us such splendid gifts. When the third girl marries, her dowry shall far surpass that of the second girl, chuckled Mrs. Lu. After chattering for quite some time without receiving any response from Village Chief Lu, Mrs. Lu finally realized that he had not been listening at all, lost in his own thoughts as he paced back and forth. What are you pondering, dear husband? Mrs. Lu called out. I was speaking to you just now, and you seemed oblivious. She glared at him. Village Chief Lu, interrupted mid-thought by Mrs. Lu, felt quite displeased. What could be so important? It is merely trivial matters. I am contemplating serious affairs, so do not bother me. Noticing the serious expression on Village Chief Lu's face, Mrs. Lu grew curious. What serious matter? Does it pertain to the intentions of Steward Mu? Upon hearing her question, Village Chief Lu pondered for a moment and deemed it prudent to share the details with her, hoping she might assist in devising a plan. He recounted everything Steward Mu had said. Is this truly the case? Madame Mu can wield martial arts? Mrs. Lu's eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief etched across her face. A delicate and seemingly fragile beauty could possess such prowess? If Steward Mu has claimed it, then it must be true. It is truly unexpected that a seemingly gentle and delicate woman could be skilled in martial arts. I had always assumed that only men were capable of such skills. How surprising it is to learn that women can also engage in martial arts. No wonder Madame Mu, a widow, dares to venture alone with her son and younger siblings. In this place, martial arts are not widespread, and it is rare to hear of women practicing them. Those who can wield weapons are often extraordinary individuals, either honing their skills in remote mountains or being recruited by the court or powerful nobles, making them seldom seen among the common folk. Thus, it is understandable that the couple, Mr. and Mrs. Lu, would be so astonished. Suddenly, Lu Luoshi seemed to have an epiphany, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Husband, since Madame Mu is so formidable and willing to impart her martial skills, we should send our child to the Mu residence as well, so they too can learn the art of combat. With such skills, our children will never face hardship in their lives. Here, practicing martial arts is akin to studying. Both require connections. Without a network, one cannot even find a teacher. Therefore, in this land, martial artists are far less common than scholars. My dear wife, you and I share the same thoughts. I was just contemplating the same idea. However, I am uncertain if Madame Mu would be willing to teach them, Mr. Lu lamented. If she refuses, we shall not beg her. I believe Madame Mu is not entirely devoid of compassion. At worst, we can have our child sign a servitude contract, Lu Luoshi declared resolutely. At her words, Mr. Lu gasped in shock, exclaiming in anger, Have you lost your mind? How could you even conceive such a notion? Lu Luoshi, displeased, retorted, Why is this idea so terrible? Even if our child is sold into the Mu household, they will still be a descendant of the Lu family. They may yet refuse to acknowledge us, but should they choose to do so, our children have acquired martial skills and will undoubtedly find success in the future. Even serving as guards in the Mu residence is preferable to toiling endlessly in the fields, is it not? Upon hearing Lu Luoshi's words, Village Chief Lu fell into a contemplative silence. However, he soon resumed his pacing, and after a considerable time, it appeared that a resolution had formed within him. He abruptly halted, turning his gaze towards Lu Luoshi. You speak the truth. For the sake of our children, we shall proceed, as you suggest. Nevertheless, let us first beseech Madame Mu to take a few children as apprentices. If that proves unfeasible, we shall then resort to your proposed method. Village Chief Lu stated with gravity. Indeed, that is also my intention. By the way, I must first make a trip to the town to finalize the purchase of the mountain, he added as he prepared to leave. Understood, Lu Luosha replied. Village Chief Lu nodded in acknowledgement before heading to the backyard to harness the ox cart. On Yunhua Mountain, Weilan, having completed her training, curiously surveyed the surrounding scenery. Upon her arrival, she was immediately captivated by the waterfall, barely taking notice of the landscape around her. This mountain peak is the highest in the Yun mountain range, covering an area approximately 3 to 4 times that of the smallest peak. The scenery is enchanting and tranquil, perhaps due to the presence of spiritual veins. Numerous spiritual herbs thrive in the mountains. Although their quality may be modest, their abundance is remarkable. Weilan observed that the closer one approached the waterfall, the higher the quality of the spiritual herbs became, as well as their quantity. Lost in thought, she gazed at the waterfall and, with her spirit, sensed the area behind it. Indeed, the spiritual vein lay within the mountain concealed behind the cascade. Moreover, Weilan unexpectedly discovered a naturally formed cave hidden behind the waterfall, which filled her with uncontainable joy. Utilizing her wind manipulation technique, she soared over the pool beneath the waterfall and, without a moment's hesitation, flew through the cascading water into the cave beyond the curtain of water. Gently landing on the ground, she began to examine the cave, which was modest in size, approximately 50 square meters. The surfaces of the stone walls shimmered with numerous glistening crystals, illuminating the cave sufficiently so that even an ordinary person could navigate within. The interior was devoid of clutter, pristine, and lacked any stifling or damp atmosphere. Rather, it felt pleasantly dry and refreshingly cool, likely due to the presence of ventilation. Following the direction of the breeze, Weilan searched for a while and eventually discovered an exit at the far end of the cave, obstructed by a massive stone over a meter high, barely allowing passage for an adult. With a gentle smile at the boulder, she approached, placed her hands lightly upon the rock, and with a mere thought, the hefty stone, weighing at least 1,000 pounds, was effortlessly absorbed into her spatial realm. Satisfied with the removal of the obstruction, Weilan clapped her hands and slowly made her way toward the exit. Upon stepping outside, she found herself momentarily stunned. Before her lay a vast expanse of bamboo forest. If it were merely an ordinary bamboo grove, Weilan would hardly have reacted so strongly. However, this forest was entirely comprised of over a century-old purple jade bamboo. In the realm of cultivation, spiritual plants are categorized into 4 grades: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, each further divided into 9 levels, with the first being the lowest and the 9th being the highest. Weilan had been lamenting her lack of spiritual plants for alchemy, and this patch of purple jade bamboo arrived just in time. The previous owner of the space had amassed an abundance of refining materials, yet remarkably few elixirs, all of which were high-grade spiritual plants that held little value for her current needs. Little did Weilan realize that those superior spiritual plants had been painstakingly acquired by the former master of the space from various sources, while the lower-grade varieties thrived naturally within the realm, thus requiring no collection. Furthermore, the prior owner lacked the aptitude for alchemy, rendering the gathering of elixirs and spiritual plants futile. It is not that the previous master collected an excess of refining materials with the intent to craft. Rather, he was neither proficient in alchemy nor particularly skilled in refining, which explains the scarcity of medicinal pills and the abundance of only mediocre magical artifacts, with a few spiritual tools likely obtained during his travels. Magical artifacts are categorized into different tiers: magical tools, spiritual tools, treasures, and celestial artifacts, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Although the former owner was not notably adept at alchemy or refining, he possessed a remarkable talent for array formation. Within his collection of texts, Weilan discovered numerous notes detailing his insights into array crafting. It was these writings that facilitated her swift mastery of the spirit-gathering array. Upon returning home, Weilan immediately retreated to her study to contemplate the construction of the manor and the selection of its peak. She concluded that it would be prudent to separate mortals from cultivators. Consequently, this would necessitate the establishment of 2 distinct manors. The main peak, where the waterfall was discovered, harbors a spiritual vein, thus warranting the construction of a facility for the cultivation of practitioners. As for the location of the second manor, she pondered deeply on this matter. After much contemplation, Weilan resolved to establish another villa on the outermost peak. This peak, separated from the main summit by 3 intervening mountains, was neither too distant nor too close, ensuring a harmonious coexistence. Once the decision was made, Weilan set about personally sketching the design for the villa. She endeavored to preserve the natural beauty of the mountain, centering her design around simplicity and tranquility. Although not a trained architect in her previous life, she had observed numerous architectural styles from various cultures and eras. Drawing upon these influences and her own aesthetic preferences, she crafted the designs for 2 villas in a single night. Pleased with her creations, Weilan admired the sketches for a moment before setting them aside. Feeling fatigued after a day and night of labor, she stretched her back, realizing her weariness. Just as she intended to retreat into her space for rejuvenation, a knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. "Come in," she called, recognizing the footsteps of her 4 young attendants, Hongri, Mingyu, Mo Xing, and Yuchun. Upon entering, the 4 girls bowed respectfully before her and, unexpectedly, knelt in unison. Weilan was taken aback. "What are you doing?" she inquired. "Madam, we beseech you to teach us the ways of immortality," they implored, their foreheads striking the floor with a distinct sound that resonated in Weilan's ears. Upon hearing their request, Weilan finally understood the nature of their performance. In truth, she had anticipated their actions. The allure of cultivating immortality was far too enticing, and no one could remain untempted by such an opportunity. If the 4 of them possessed spiritual roots, she would not mind fulfilling their wishes, for they had diligently attended to her needs over the past 6 months. "Why do you wish to cultivate immortality?" Weilan inquired, her expression betraying no emotions. Nor did she urge them to rise. She merely gazed at them with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing her words, the 4 girls lifted their heads, their foreheads bruised and bleeding, marked by the struggles they had endured. "By cultivating immortality and acquiring celestial skills, we can lead a better life. We do not dare to hope for true ascension, but we yearn to no longer be the weak, oppressed women we once were," boldly stated Hongri, her eyes clear and bright as she met Weilan's gaze without reservation. The ability to impose restrictions within the human body was something Weilan had only recently discovered in ancient texts, and she had promptly experimented with it on Mutiantian and Muyu, yielding excellent results. "We are willing," the girls affirmed. Weilan had anticipated that the 4 would take time to consider, perhaps even hesitate, but to her surprise, as soon as her words fell, they eagerly responded in unison. "Very well, I shall first test your spiritual roots." The results of the tests astonished everyone present. Among the 4, only the usually taciturn Mo Xing possessed spiritual roots. To Weilan's delight, Mo Xing's roots were exceptional, an extraordinary spiritual root. The results of the aptitude test for the 4 young ladies of the Sugao household evoked considerable surprise among those present. While Hongri, Mingyu, and Yuchen experienced a blend of disappointment and elation, it was the taciturn Moxing who was revealed to possess a spiritual root. Her close companions were naturally delighted for her, yet saddened by their own lack thereof. Upon discovering Moxing's aptitude, Weilan was both astonished and overjoyed, for Moxing's spiritual root was none other than a rare and coveted ice variant. Fortuitously, Weilan possessed a set of ice-attributed cultivation techniques, the Profound Ice Sutra, a distinguished and advanced manual. "Moxing, make preparations today. Commencing tomorrow, you shall relocate to the inner courtyard and join Fonger and the others in cultivating within the Spirit Convergence Array. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to consult Fonger or myself." "Thank you, madam," Moxing responded, kneeling in gratitude. Noticing the expressions of her companions, her initial excitement waned, and a pang of sorrow resonated within her. "Madam, what about Hongri and the others?" Moxing inquired, her gaze beseeching Weilan. Understanding Moxing's concern, Weilan sighed softly and replied, "Hongri and the others lack spiritual roots, precluding them from the path of immortal cultivation. However, they may study martial arts alongside the children in the outer courtyard. Be forewarned, the optimal period for martial arts training has passed for them, and achieving significant accomplishments may prove challenging. Nevertheless, with diligent practice over the course of a year or 2, they should be capable of contending with 3 to 5 robust men simultaneously. The decision to pursue this path rests with them." "Thank you, madam. We are willing to learn." Hongri, Mingyu, and Yuchen exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with delight. "Very well, from tomorrow onwards, you shall accompany me to the outer academy for your studies." Given that the entire household is illiterate, it has proven quite troublesome. Thus, 2 months ago, I arranged for all the servants to learn to read and write. The mornings are designated for the literacy sessions of the household staff. while the training of over 100 children in martial arts is scheduled for the afternoon. The educational lessons are conducted by 4 young maids on a rotating basis, while I personally impart the martial training. Yes, we are deeply grateful, Madame Xie. The 4 maids responded joyfully with respectful bows. Off you go. With a wave of her hand, I dismissed the 4, and in an instant, I vanished into the vast world beyond. I quenched my thirst with some stream water and indulged in a few of my favorite peaches before settling down on the mountain to meditate. After half an hour, I emerged from my state of contemplation, feeling a surge of spiritual energy coursing through me, my mental and physical vigor rejuvenated. With a gentle leap, I rose to my feet, casually plucking a large pomegranate and sinking my teeth into its succulent flesh. As I savored the fruit, I glanced towards the area where I had planted the purple bamboo and noticed that it appeared even more vibrant than when viewed from outside. A satisfied smile graced my lips. Recalling that there were still several unprocessed purple bamboos stored in the warehouse, I swiftly transported myself there. Although I have yet to learn the art of crafting weapons, I have been studying alchemy for quite some time, albeit without undertaking any practical experimentation. Now, with an abundance of purple bamboo at my disposal, it is the perfect opportunity for me to hone my skills. The purple bamboo serves as the primary spiritual herb for both the nourishing chi pill and the gathering chi pill, differing only in the age of the bamboo required. The nourishing chi pill necessitates leaves from 100-year-old purple bamboo, while the gathering chi pill demands specimens that are at least 300 years old. Alara resolved to commence with the practice of concocting chi nourishment pills. Nevertheless, the creation of chi nourishment pills necessitates several rudimentary spiritual herbs in conjunction with the primary component, purple jade bamboo. The apothecaries here should stock these supplementary ingredients. Generally, any botanical ingredient aged a century or more can be deemed a spiritual herb, albeit of the most basic kind, some not even meriting a formal classification. Alara, having materialized from the Grand Thousand Worlds, promptly composed a list of the requisite herbs, intending to delegate their acquisition to Steward Mu. Radiant Sun, Alara proclaimed. Madam, how may I be of service? Radiant Sun responded, entering the chamber with an expression of placidity. Her earlier agitation seemingly subsided. Summon Steward Mu for me. Yes, madam, Radiant Sun replied, departing immediately. Shortly thereafter, Radiant Sun returned with Steward Mu. Greetings, madam. This old servant was just about to come and apprise you of the morning's affairs. Steward Mu greeted, bowing respectfully. Judging by your countenance, the matter has progressed favorably? Alara inquired with a smile. Indeed, madam, your foresight is impeccable. The matter has been successfully executed. Chief Lu conveyed that we should prepare the funds, and we may secure Cloud Mountain by tomorrow. Furthermore, Chief Lu has pledged to find skilled builders on our behalf, with news expected in the next day or 2. Alara, elated by the news, exclaimed, excellent, well done. Once the matter is finalized, prepare a generous gift to express our gratitude to Chief Lu. Yes, this old servant understands. Butler Mu chuckled and suddenly recalled something, casually reminding Weilan, Madam, the funds in the public account of the Mu residence are running low. There is only enough to cover this expense. Oh, how much is left? Weilan inquired nonchalantly. There remain 41 taels and 96 copper coins, Butler Mu stated without hesitation, providing the precise figure. Very well, I shall replenish the funds for you tomorrow, Weilan replied. However, she noticed Butler Mu gazing at her with a look of hesitation, as if he had something he wished to convey. Is there something you would like to discuss, Butler Mu? Hearing her words, Butler Mu hesitated before speaking, Madam. There is a matter I am uncertain whether I should address. Please, feel free to speak openly. There is no reason to hold back in my presence. Then I shall be forthright. Madam, the number of people in the Mu residence is steadily increasing, and our daily expenditures have become substantial without any corresponding income. Even if you possess considerable wealth, it will soon dwindle if we continue to spend without replenishment. Madam, should we not consider what sort of management we might seek? Butler Mu carefully chose his words while observing Weilan's expression. Upon hearing Butler Mu's concerns, Weilan pondered deeply. Her 1,500 mu of land had just commenced with aquaculture and the raising of livestock and poultry, but it had only recently begun. Any potential profits would not materialize until the next spring or summer, and the remaining portion of land for cultivation would also not be ready for planting until next year. Thus, it seemed unlikely that any income would be forthcoming in the near term. 6 months prior, she had cultivated vegetables within the estate, which had yielded a modest saving on the cost of groceries. Nonetheless, this amount constituted merely a fraction of the household's expenses. Sustaining over 200 individuals daily demanded a considerable sum. She could not rely indefinitely on selling items from her spatial inventory for sustenance. Furthermore, she currently lacked the funds required to purchase the mountain, and she still needed to enlist someone to construct a mountain villa. Financial resources were essential in every aspect here. Overtly, she required some means to obscure her activities, as the fresh produce in her estate was exceedingly conspicuous. Until she attained the ability to safeguard herself, it was imperative that she kept her endeavors concealed. Indeed, she had much to ponder, yet before devising a solution, she needed to sell a few more items to address her immediate needs. Upon returning to Luocheng, she was now at the 5th level of Qi refinement, which permitted her to fly with a sword. Having just advanced to the mid-stage of the Singing God technique, she was naturally ready to learn sword control. She selected a flying sword left by the previous master of the spatial realm from her storeroom and practiced sword technique for 2 hours within the vast universe, finally mastering the skill and achieving proficient flight before exiting the expansive world. Once she emerged from the vast universe, she seized the opportunity of the early dawn, when the townsfolk had yet to stir, to soar towards Luocheng on her sword. While a carriage journey would take several days, her flight required merely a quarter of an hour. Upon reaching Luocheng, she found the city gates still closed. After a moment's contemplation, she turned and descended towards the mountains outside the city, hoping to discover some spiritual herbs. However, finding such herbs proved to be no simple task. While there were plenty of ordinary herbs on the mountain, not a single mature spiritual herb could be found. Alas, it appears that the elusive elixir is indeed a rare find, murmured Weilan with a hint of regret in her voice. With a sense of futility, she gathered a few ordinary herbs that were not found in the vast world, transplanting them onto the mountain before departing on her sword. Perhaps it was her intense focus on searching for the herbs, or perhaps her inexperience, or maybe the hidden prowess of another was simply too exceptional. Weilan remained blissfully unaware that ever since her ascent, a pair of piercing eyes had been intently observing her. It was only after her departure that the owner of those eyes, unable to conceal his astonishment, swiftly emerged from concealment. Gazing in the direction she had vanished for an extended moment. Soon, with renewed determination, he rapidly unfurled his form and darted away, employing a superior technique of lightness known among the mundane. In a secluded spot, Weilan dismounted from her flying sword and leisurely joined the throng entering the city. She first enjoyed a modest breakfast at a food stall before proceeding at a relaxed pace to the Yun pawn shop, a place she had previously visited. "Master, do you remember me?" Weilan inquired as she approached the grand counter, where the same proprietor stood. Upon hearing her voice, the shopkeeper looked up and instantly recognized Weilan, his eyes lighting up with delight as he welcomed her warmly. "Ah, it is indeed Madame Mu. What a pleasure to see you again. What brings you here today? Surely, you have something valuable to entrust to the Yun pawn shop?" "Indeed, Master Yun, you have guessed correctly. I do have a rare item to pawn today," Weilan replied. Upon hearing this, the proprietor, Master Yun, beamed with delight. "Madame Mu, it is rather inconvenient to converse here. Let us retire to the back hall for tea and a more thorough discussion." "Very well," Weilan acquiesced. Following Master Yun into the rear quarters, they arrived at the familiar reception hall, and after taking her seat, Weilan was promptly served tea by a maid. Once the maid had withdrawn, Master Yun eagerly delved into the matter at hand, inquiring about the item Weilan intended to pawn. "Madame Mu, might I inquire what treasure you wish to present today? Would it not be appropriate to unveil it for my inspection?" "Certainly," Weilan replied without hesitation, producing a square box from her bosom and placing it upon the table. With a gentle motion, she opened the box and turned it towards Master Yun. From the moment Weilan revealed the box, Master Yun's gaze was fixated upon it, and when she turned it around to face him, he was struck with astonishment. He gasped involuntarily, rising abruptly, and with a mix of excitement and trepidation, he carefully lifted the box from the table, his eyes nearly glued to the exquisite items within. Inside the box lay a stunning set of crystalline adornments, a crystal hairpin, a crystal necklace, crystal earrings, a crystal bracelet, a crystal ring, and a pair of crystal anklets, all radiating brilliance. Weilan had an abundance of such crystal jewelry stored away, too numerous to count, and she had grown weary of tallying them. In the pre-apocalyptic modern era, a complete set like this would scarcely fetch a modest sum. Thus, she had been concerned that the value of this ensemble might be disappointingly low. However, witnessing Master Yun's reaction, her apprehension began to dissipate. "These crystal ornaments must be worth a considerable sum, enough, perhaps, to acquire Yushan." The proprietor, enraptured, cradled the box, his gaze unwavering, utterly captivated by the shimmering crystals, inwardly extolling their splendor. Observing his fascination, did not press him, but leisurely began to sip her tea. A full quarter of an hour elapsed before the proprietor emerged from his reverie, the dazzling crystals releasing their hold on his attention. Slightly abashed, he turned to, saying, "I must beg your pardon for the delay, Madame Mo. Please forgive my lapse. Your articles are simply too captivating. Even I found myself irresistibly drawn to their allure." "It is of no consequence. I am not pressed for time," replied. "Then, Proprietor Yun, the Yun family pawnshop will accept this set of crystal ornaments?" "Undoubtedly. Such rare treasures are our prerogative," he affirmed. "But I must inquire, Madame Mu, do you intend to redeem them, or are they to be forfeited outright?" His eyes burned with anticipation as he posed the question. "The customary arrangement, forfeiture," responded, granting him the answer he so eagerly sought, under his intense scrutiny. "Truly?" The proprietor seemed incredulous, as if such good fortune could not befall him, regarding with a mixture of disbelief and excitement. "Indeed," confirmed with a nod. Hearing this, the proprietor was overcome with elation. He offered a most generous price, hastily drafted the contract, paid the silver, and then, as if fearing she might retract her offer, swiftly secured the crystal ornaments, visibly relaxing as his face broke into a wide smile. "Madame Mu, such exquisite and singular pieces. Do you not find yourself reluctant to part with them?" Once everything was settled, the shopkeeper, Yun, couldn't help but inquire with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Weilan feigned a sorrowful expression and sighed lightly, saying, "How could I bear to part with them? Yet as a woman with a large family and no other means of support, what else can I do if I do not sell these jewels?" After speaking, Weilan cast a reluctant glance toward the back of Yun's shop. Noticing this, Yun instinctively shifted his body, nervously blocking her view. "Oh, by the way, I believe I heard the lady mention that these ornaments are called crystals, correct?" "Indeed, these adornments are crafted from crystal," Weilan replied with a somewhat detached nod. "What a lovely name, crystal. These ornaments truly live up to their name, being so translucent and radiant." Yun couldn't help but offer a compliment, then casually inquired, "May I ask, Madam, where did you acquire these crystal trinkets?" Weilan racked her brain to navigate Yun's probing questions, finally managing to extricate herself after a lengthy exchange. With a solemn expression, she departed from the pawnshop, realizing that she could no longer sell items from the vast world. People are not fools. After repeated encounters, they would eventually discern the truth behind her fabrications, leading to potential trouble. It seemed that Yun was already beginning to harbor doubts, as he had been subtly testing her for quite some time. Fortunately, the silver gained from the sale of the crystal ornaments exceeded her expectations, allowing her to purchase a residence in Yun Mountain, which should suffice for the expenses of the Mu family for several years. By next year, the livestock and small animals she raises will be ready for market, along with the crops she has sown. These will be sufficient to sustain an entire household. Weilan primarily cultivates local crops, with only a few new varieties planted in the center, reserved solely for her family's consumption. As for the fruits she has grown, she does not intend to sell them outright. Apart from those meant for the residents, the remainder will be transformed into wine, vinegar, or preserves for sale. With a bit of caution, she believes they will remain undetected. With these thoughts, Weilan's steps became noticeably lighter. Glancing at the sky, she felt the hour was still early and decided to explore Luocheng. After all, Luocheng is the second largest city in Nanning, and having visited twice, it would be a shame not to wander about. Indeed, Luocheng lived up to its reputation as the bustling second-largest city in Nanning. Filled with a constant flow of people and vehicles, a myriad of street foods, trinkets, fabrics, cosmetics, and various stalls showcasing delightful crafts, creating a vibrant tapestry that dazzled Weilan's senses. Unconsciously, she found herself purchasing numerous items: fabrics, hair ornaments, sweets, pastries, and other charming curiosities. Upon reaching a secluded corner and ensuring no one was around, Weilan swiftly stashed her purchases into the vast expanse of the world before leisurely making her way toward the city gate. At the Yicheng public house in Luocheng, a handsome young man in a blue attire sat in the study, lost in a daze, his expression betraying a mix of shock and barely contained excitement. "Grandfather, father, you have finally arrived. I have something of great importance to share with you," he exclaimed, rising abruptly with an unusual fervor. "Yue, what has come over you today? Such abnormality?" The younger of the two men who entered, a strikingly handsome middle-aged gentleman, spoke with a hint of reproach. "Grandfather, father, what I am about to say is entirely true. Although it may sound implausible, it is an undeniable fact, and you must believe me." The youth clad in green, Feng Yu, took a deep breath, his expression solemn as he gazed at his father and grandfather. Sensing the unusual gravity in Feng Yu's demeanor, Feng Yuha and Feng Chongwen could not help but adopt a more serious countenance. "What is it? Speak," they urged. Thus, the young man recounted everything he had witnessed that morning on the mountain outside the city, revealing that he was indeed the one who had seen the figure soaring through the skies on a blue sword. After listening to Feng Yu's account, Feng Yuha, though remaining seated, experienced a whirlwind of emotions. Had he not known his grandson well enough to dismiss the notion that he would jest about such a significant matter, he would have surely thought Feng Yu was joking. How could there be immortals in this world? Yet, the certainty in his grandson's words compelled him to reconsider. How could this be possible? How could this be? Feng Chongwen, however, was not as composed as Feng Yuha. Upon hearing Feng Yu's narrative, he first murmured in disbelief, then could no longer contain his astonishment, rising to his feet with a fervent gaze fixed intently on Feng Yu. Upon hearing this, Feng Yu let out a bitter smile and said, "Father, grandfather, I understand that this matter is utterly astonishing. However, it is indeed something I witnessed with my own eyes. Were it not for that, I would find it hard to believe that such extraordinary celestial beings truly exist in this world. I had thought my master was a rare and remarkable individual, yet it turns out there are indeed others beyond him, realms beyond realms." "Please recount the events from beginning to end," spoke Lord Yicheng with a grave expression. "Is it truly the case that such wonders exist in this world? Have you clearly discerned the appearance of that celestial being?" Feng Yuha asked, his eyes gleaming as he gazed intently at Feng Yu, who appeared somewhat anxious. "Of course, should I encounter her again, I will recognize her immediately. Although I was taken aback at the time, the visage of that celestial lady is vividly etched in my mind. I believe I shall never forget it in my lifetime." "Very well, you must set out at once to find that celestial being. You must absolutely locate her, and if possible, persuade her to take you as her disciple," Lord Yicheng urged solemnly. "Indeed, splendid. You must find that celestial being and become her apprentice," Lord Yicheng declared, his expression filled with excitement and his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Feng Yu. Upon hearing this, Feng Yu felt a stir in his heart, yet his expression soon dimmed, and with a wry smile, he replied, "Grandfather, please do not jest. That is a veritable immortal, capable of soaring through the heavens. Immortals are inherently enigmatic, appearing and vanishing without a trace. It would be no easy feat for our esteemed Feng family to locate her. Even with the entirety of Nanning Kingdom at our disposal, if that immortal does not wish to be found, then we stand no chance. Moreover, even if fortune smiles upon us and we happen to find her, what assurance do we have that she would accept me as a disciple? Indeed, father," Feng Yu continued, "what we know of her temperament is minimal. Should we recklessly seek her out, we might inadvertently provoke her ire." Feng Chongwen furrowed his brow and remarked, "To be able to take an immortal as a mentor, a little risk is certainly worthwhile. Do you not yearn to learn the art of flight and transcendence from her?" The Duke of Yicheng's eyes sparkled with fervor. "But, grandfather, I already have a master." Feng Yu was deeply stirred by the Duke's words, yet thoughts of his current master caused him to hesitate. "You may first seek your master's consent. I believe that upon hearing of this matter, he would agree to your endeavor. Perhaps he might even accompany you in the quest to find that immortal." Upon hearing this, Feng Yu's eyes gleamed with realization. His master had devoted his life to martial arts. If he were to learn that such an immortal existed, there is a considerable chance he would wish to pursue her as well. "Very well, grandfather, father, I shall seek out my master immediately, in pursuit of celestial arts." Feng Yu resolved to take this gamble. Even if he could not become a disciple, merely catching a glimpse of that immortal would suffice. "Hold a moment." Duke Yicheng beckoned Feng Yu to halt. He turned back to the bookshelf and retrieved a lacquered ebony box from a concealed recess. Upon sight of the box, both Feng Chongwen and Feng Yu visibly paled. Duke Yicheng opened the box and extracted a jade kirin, which he solemnly presented to Feng Yu. "You, henceforth, I entrust this jade kirin to you. With it, you may command all the secret guards of the Duke Yicheng's manor. Aided by the earthly guards, your search for the immortal will be expedited. Remember, beyond your master, this matter must remain unknown to any other soul." "Yes, grandfather." Feng Yu reverently accepted the jade kirin, his countenance grave as he responded, before swiftly departing. "Father, Do you not intend to report this matter? Feng Chongwen inquired hesitantly, watching his son's receding figure. That is precisely my concern. I summoned you to discuss this very issue, hoping to enlist his master's aid. However, even now, we have a more promising avenue. Should you truly locate the immortal and become his disciple, our Duke Yiqing's manor might yet evade calamity. Father, do you genuinely believe in the existence of immortals? Feng Chongwen questioned after a moment of silence, voicing his innermost doubts. Chongwen, do you not have faith in Yu's words? I comprehend your thoughts. However, I firmly believe that Yuer has not erred, that immortal indeed exists. Since that immortal has allowed Yuer to encounter them, perhaps this is the fortuitous opportunity for our esteemed Yiqing Duke's residence, and even more so, for Yuer herself. The expression on Yiqing Gong's face was grave. Yes, father, I understand what I must do. Given your conviction, there must be reason behind it, and thus, I too shall choose to believe. In truth, Feng Chongwen did not doubt that Feng Yu was lying. Rather, he had never heard of an immortal's existence in this world. Hearing only Feng Yu's account, it was natural for him to harbor some hesitation. Unless he witnessed it with his own eyes, he found it exceedingly difficult to accept. Nevertheless, since his father chose to believe Yuer, he would endeavor to cooperate wholeheartedly. On another note, after sending off Weilan, Manager Yun immediately embraced the exquisite crystal jewelry and swiftly boarded a carriage towards Yun Manor to meet the head of the Yun family, Yun Qinghua. Upon seeing the translucent crystal adornments, even Yun Qinghua, the wealthiest patriarch of Nanning accustomed to treasures, could not help but be moved. From overseas? He mused, delicately caressing the crystal set, his eyes narrowing as a glimmer of brilliance flickered within. Suddenly, he called out, Yun Lu. Yes, master, Yun Manager responded promptly. Investigate the origins of this Madame Mu. Remember, be thorough in your inquiry, and ascertain precisely where she acquired these two precious items. Yes, master. Without hesitation, the steward assented deferentially, retreating from the study with a bow before quietly closing the door behind him, seemingly oblivious. Yun Qinghua thoughtfully toyed with the crystal chain in his hand. The Dowager Duchess Yiqing's birthday was fast approaching, and he had been vexing over what felicitous gift to present. This set of crystal ornaments was most opportune. For over 2 months, he had been searching, and though he had found many exquisite items, none had met his exacting standards. While the objects were of considerable quality, they lacked the distinction of true rarity. He regretted having gifted the mirror so prematurely. In hindsight, he should have retained it. However, this set of crystal jewelry would now suffice. Gazing at the crystal adornments, Yun Qinghua was once again reminded of Madame Mu. Who exactly was she? How did she come to possess such singular treasures? Yun Qinghua found Weilan's explanation utterly implausible. Intuitively, he sensed that Madame Mu, whom he had met only once, was far from ordinary. Madame Mu, Yun Qinghua murmured pensively, a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. Weilan sauntered out of the city at a leisurely pace. Upon reaching a secluded spot, she cast an invisibility spell and took to the skies on her sword towards Yulu town. It was broad daylight, and she dared not fly without concealment. Little did she know that 2 families in Luo City had already taken a keen interest in her affairs. Arriving above the county government office in Yuyo town, Weilan noticed that village chief Lu and steward Mu had already arrived. She swiftly flew to a secluded alley, descended from the sky, stowed her flying sword, and dispelled her invisibility spell. She then strolled out, heading towards them. Steward Mu, with his keen eyes, quickly spotted Weilan and hastened forward. Madam, you've arrived? Indeed, Weilan replied, nodding to Steward Mu before turning to Village Chief Lu. Village Chief Lu, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Not at all, we just arrived ourselves. Village Chief Lu responded promptly. Madam Mu, shall we proceed inside? Very well, Weilan agreed with a nod. Having made prior arrangements, Village Chief Lu ensured that the 2 gatekeepers did not create any difficulties, and Weilan and her companions entered smoothly. Greetings, Master Yang. Ah, Village Chief Lu. This must be the Madame Mu you mentioned, who wishes to purchase Yinshan. Master Yang scrutinized Weilan with shrewd eyes, taking his time as he sipped his tea. Upon hearing her response, Master Yang looked at Weilan with some surprise. Usually, commoners would be too intimidated to speak in the presence of an official, but this village woman possessed such poise. However, considering that she was willing to buy an entire mountain and judging by her appearance and bearing, she was no ordinary villager. He thought that she must have some background, at least from an official family. The more Master Yang considered it, the more likely it seemed. And he became involuntarily more courteous to Weilan. Please, Madame Mu, have a seat. Thank you, Master Yang. Upon hearing this, Weilan, though somewhat perplexed by Master Yang's unusual civility, settled into her seat with unaffected poise. This gesture further solidified Master Yang's conjecture, prompting him to treat Weilan with even greater deference and caution. Madam Mu, this is the deed for the Yunshan purchase. Simply affix your fingerprint, remit the silver, and Yunshan shall be yours. Master Yang, with practiced efficiency, swiftly retrieved the document and presented it to Weilan. Thank you, Master Yang. Overjoyed at the sight of the deed, Weilan unhesitatingly imprinted her fingerprint, promptly dispensed the silver, and carefully stowed away the Yunshan contract before rising to take her leave. After departing the county office, Weilan, accompanied by village chief Lu, paid visits to two master builders renowned for their exceptional craftsmanship throughout the neighboring villages. Weilan presented them with the meticulously drafted manor blueprints she had prepared overnight. The two masters, captivated by the novelty of the design, expressed keen interest and affirmed their ability to construct it. Weilan entrusted the manor's construction to these two families, assigning one manor to each. Having paid the deposit and arranged the schedule, the trio departed. Madam, what purpose do these medicinal herbs serve? Despite the brevity of the list, Butler Mu couldn't help but inquire, given the astonishing quantities Madam Mu requested. I have my reasons. See to your tasks. Weilan waved her hand, reluctant to elaborate. Yes, aware of overstepping his bounds, Butler Mu dared not press further, promptly departing with the prescription and silver notes. 2 days later, construction officially commenced on the two manors atop Yunshan. The Azure Sky has entrusted the entire project to those two seasoned craftsmen, thus she need not constantly oversee their work. An occasional check would suffice. Typically, villager Lu and some of the more available villagers would voluntarily attend to this task daily, without needing to be asked. Aware of this, she felt a deep sense of gratitude. Madam, Villager Lu and Mrs. Lu seek an audience. In recent days, she planned to transcribe all elementary alchemical techniques, artifact crafting, talisman crafting, and array formations, bringing them forth to her study, so that other cultivators in her household might also cultivate an interest. Currently, the Mu family boasted a total of 7 cultivators, including herself, Mu Yuding, Wei Fong, Wei Hua, Mu Tianchen, Mu Tianluo, and the recently identified spirit root owner, Imo Xing. Yes, Imo Zhu replied, and soon after, she returned with Villager Lu and Mrs. Lu. Upon seeing them, she promptly approached, Villager Lu, Aunt Lu, what brings you here today? Villager Lu and Mrs. Lu exchanged somewhat awkward greetings with her. Villager Lu then added, I do not approach without purpose. I have a matter to discuss with you, madam. Please feel free to speak, Villager Lu. There is no need for formalities. She invited them to take a seat in the guest area before settling herself in the main seat. At that moment, 2 maids presented tea and refreshments. Villager Lu, Aunt Lu, please enjoy some tea. Take your time to share what is on your mind. After expressing their gratitude to Weilan, the village head and his wife took a sip of tea, their demeanor uneasy. They set down their cups and cast anxious glances toward Weilan, nervously addressing her as Madam Mu. Sensing their discomfort, Weilan understood that their visit carried an ulterior motive. They likely had matters of significance they found difficult to articulate. She chose not to press them, patiently waiting for them to disclose their intentions. However, she had secretly resolved that as long as their requests were reasonable, she would assist them in gratitude for their care of the Mu residents. After a lengthy pause, the village head struggled to find the right words. Training children in martial arts was no trivial matter. Although he held the position of village chief in Yunhua village, he was merely an ordinary citizen. Given that Madame Mu possessed martial skills, her status must be extraordinary, and he was uncertain whether she would agree to accept his children as her disciples. Most importantly, having just assisted the Mu residents, he worried that Madame Mu might perceive his request as an attempt to leverage her kindness for his gain. Noticing the village head's reluctance to speak and his unusual demeanor, Mrs. Lu grew increasingly anxious. She discreetly tugged at his sleeve, urging him to voice their request. Initially hesitant, the village head, upon recalling the futures of his children, gritted his teeth and resolved to take the plunge. He raised his head, determination in his gaze, and addressed Weilan. Madam Mu, we have come to implore you for a favor, to accept my children as your disciples and teach them the art of combat. In truth, Weilan had anticipated such a request ever since she revealed her martial prowess. It was only natural that individuals would seek her guidance, for in this realm, the path to status and power for common folk lay solely in the mastery of martial arts. Of course, one could still pursue scholarly endeavors, though such an undertaking would necessitate a considerable sum of silver, a sum that even affluent families might find prohibitive and certainly beyond the reach of commoners. Thus, the martial arts present themselves as the most viable alternative, contingent upon the fortuitous encounter with those elusive and extraordinary individuals willing to take one under their tutelage. Now that the village elder is aware of her martial prowess, he will undoubtedly seek her out with earnest entreaties. Azure hesitated, for though she had anticipated this, she had yet to determine her course of action. Observing the earnest and expectant expressions of the village elder and his wife, she found herself unable to utter a refusal. To accept would be contrary to her intentions, as she had resolved to only accept those with spiritual roots as disciples, while to decline would seem uncharitable. After a moment of contemplation, Azure sighed softly, her decision made. The village of Yunhua has been filled with unprecedented jubilation these past few days. The villagers, whose spirits had been dulled by a life of poverty, seemed to have been instantly revitalized, their faces radiating hope. Each household took turns slaughtering chickens and pigs in lavish celebration. The village elder even went so far as to slaughter his family's only ox. The ox was the farmer's greatest asset and the most important to them. The village elder even killed the ox to celebrate, which shows how happy he was. The reason for this exuberance throughout Yunhua village was not due to the approaching year-end nor a bountiful harvest, but rather because, 3 days prior, Madame Mu of the Mu estate had announced that the estate would dispatch 10 disciples to impart martial arts to the village children between the ages of 5 and 15. Upon discovering individuals of exceptional talent, they may be admitted into the esteemed Mu estate as disciples. Of course, those who do not meet the age requirements are welcome to practice nearby. However, the Mu estate will not provide special guidance, though they will not be prevented from observing. Upon hearing this news, the villagers of Yunhua village realized that Madame Mu was, in fact, an extraordinary martial artist. Before they could express their astonishment, the entire village was swept up in a frenzy of excitement. The prospect of learning martial arts was something they had only dared to dream of. The fact that it could actually become a reality filled them with elation. Yunhua village was abuzz with activity for an entire month before gradually returning to tranquility. At this time, the end of the year was also approaching. The Mu estate had already taken care of the New Year's goods, as well as the New Year's gifts and the rewards for everyone in the estate, which were prepared by Steward Mu long ago. Basically, everything in the Mu estate had been taken care of, and they were just waiting for the whole family to stay up on New Year's Eve. At this moment, Weilan was practicing alchemy in the Great Thousand World. Now the mountains of the Great Thousand World are covered with medicinal herbs, and they are all spiritual medicines of the top grade, although they are all yellow grade 1 and 2. But they are always spiritual medicines. However, the ample supply of spiritual medicines has led to Weilan's rapid advancement in alchemy. Except for Weilan, everyone else in the Mu mansion is in the early stage of Qi training, which is perfect for them to use. 2 days ago, Weilan officially distributed the Qi nourishing pills, since deciding to impart martial arts to the villagers of Yunhua village. Weilan formally divided all disciples in the Mu estate into outer disciples, inner disciples, registered disciples, and disciples. All disciples surnamed Mu who practice mundane martial arts, currently, the 100 slaves acquired, are designated as outer disciples. Those who are cultivators are considered inner disciples. Nominal disciples are those who have been accepted into the sect but are not yet official disciples. The master will only occasionally offer guidance. Their status is a grade below that of personal disciples. Personal disciples are individuals with the best innate talent, aptitude, and comprehension. After their induction, the master will provide meticulous instruction, and their treatment within the sect will be exceptional. Currently, the Mu estate has no nominal or personal disciples, only outer and inner disciples. The outer disciples are naturally the purchased children, including the 12 with the highest talents, while the inner disciples consist of only 3 individuals, Mo Xing, Mu Tianchen, and Mu Tianluo. Wei Fong, Wei Hua, and Mu Yuding do not fall into these categories. They are considered family members, with Wei Lan being the mistress of the family. As for the villagers of Yunhua village who will soon receive instruction from the Mu estate, they are not considered disciples of the estate. Madam, have you prepared so much ground meat to make steamed buns? If you desire steamed buns, you need not do it yourself. You can simply obtain them from the main kitchen. Weilan had not informed her beforehand about making dumplings, so hungry, upon seeing Weilan chopping so much ground meat, mistakenly assumed she was preparing to steam buns. I am not making steamed buns. I am making dumplings, Weili clarified. Upon hearing this, the maids realized that the madam was about to prepare a new dish, and they were overjoyed. Whenever the madam conceived of a new dish, she would invariably share a portion with them. Therefore, the maids were naturally delighted to hear that Weilan was about to create a new culinary delight. Madam, what are dumplings? And why do they also require filling? Is it truly feasible to envelop fillings with such delicate, wafer-thin wrappers? Rainchen inquired, her gaze fixed upon Weilan as she meticulously crafted the diminutive, diaphanous dough skins. Her hands continued to mince the meat with unwavering precision. Given Weilan's consistent affability and equitable treatment, the young maids gradually shed their inhibitions, daring to pose queries before her, a development that Weilan found rather gratifying. Assuredly, they are designed to encase the filling. Otherwise, why would Madame undertake their creation? Mingyu retorted playfully, as she diligently sorted through the verdant greens. For now, concentrate on mincing your meat with diligence. Observe Madame's technique attentively, and all will become clear. Why inundate us with superfluous inquiries, lest your spittle contaminate the meat? A prospect we find rather unappetizing. Upon hearing this, Rainshin's countenance flushed crimson, and she stamped her foot in feigned indignation. You wretch, she exclaimed, glaring at Rainshin. You pledged to keep that matter confidential. How dare you betray my trust? Very well, I shall regale Madame with tales of your own blunders. Rainshin remained unfazed, confident that her past was devoid of any discreditable incidents. She chuckled triumphantly, "Heh. I harbor no trepidation, for I possess no unsavory habits." Indeed, Mingyu responded with a knowing smile. What of your nocturnal soliloquies? Just the other night, did someone not vociferously proclaim, Brother Lingjio, in their slumber? That is preposterous. Rainshin retorted, her delicate face now ablaze with embarrassment. She stamped her foot vehemently, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. How did Mingyu glean knowledge of her and Brother Lingjio? Could it be that she genuinely uttered those words in her sleep? Indeed, I heard it too. Hongri cast a playful glance at Yuchen, nodding in affirmation. Sister Hongri. Yuchen blushed crimson, utterly mortified, as the young women jested and laughed. Weilan observed them with a smile, neither intervening nor adding to the conversation. However, when Mingyue mentioned Yuchen and Lingjio, Weilan's thoughts stirred. She realized that the girls would all be 18 or 19 after the new year, considered spinsters in this era. If they did not marry soon, it would be too late, and it was time to arrange suitable matches for them. With this in mind, Weilan gazed at the young women and saw Yuchen's face flushed with embarrassment. The figure of Lingjio surfaced in her mind. Like Mu Qi and the others, Yuchen was among the first servants she had purchased. He was 20 years old this year, possessed decent looks, and had good bones. He had also begun practicing martial arts a month ago. He and Yuchen would indeed make a compatible pair. For the past month, the Mu residence had instructed all its servants to study and practice martial arts. Yuchen, you will be 18 after the new year, right? It is indeed time to consider marriage. That Mu Qi is quite a promising young man. If you have feelings for him, I will gladly arrange your union. Weilan said with a smile. Madam, why do you make fun of your servant as well? Yuchen stamped her foot in utter embarrassment. It is only natural for men to marry and women to be wed. There is no need to be shy. Not only you, but also Hongri, Mingyue, Maju, and Moxing. All of you young men and women of age can come to me if you have someone you fancy. I will prepare a dowry for you and arrange your marriage. Weilan said earnestly. Upon hearing the suggestion of matrimony, the attending young women were suffused with embarrassment, their countenances flushed crimson, and their gazes lowered in modesty. Should you remain silent, I shall undertake the task of selecting suitors myself, and you must not fault me if the matches prove unsatisfactory, remarked with a gentle smile. Observing their bashful demeanor, the young women, their cheeks ablaze with a delicate heat, expressed their coyness with soft rebukes. In turn, responded with a jovial countenance. Yet her expression soon adopted a tone of earnestness. My dear girls, she began, do not allow yourselves to be consumed by shyness. For this matter pertains to the very course of your lives. Save for, you must all give careful consideration to this matter. If your hearts are already betrothed, then so be it. However, should you remain unattached, I shall be compelled to arrange matches for you within 2 months' time, lest you resign yourselves to spinsterhood. Understood that in this era of entrenched tradition, entrusting the young women with the task of finding their own husbands was an unreasonable expectation. Yet, she could not bear to witness them condemned to a life of solitude. Thus, the matter rested solely upon her shoulders. Of course, there were exceptions, such as the bold and spirited, but such instances were exceedingly rare. Perceiving the sincerity in his words, the young women, with the exception of, blushed delicately and murmured in unison, "We shall abide by your judgment, madam." "Very well," replied. "If, within these 2 months, any of you should discover a mutual affection, you may confide in me, and I shall assuredly champion your cause, provided that the affections are indeed reciprocated. You are also welcome to diligently seek out a suitable partner during this interim. Should your efforts prove fruitless, I shall then undertake the task of finding appropriate matches for you. Rest assured, having followed me for so long, I shall surely select a fine one for you." Weilan laughed. "Thank you, madam," several maids responded, a blend of joy and shyness adorning their faces. "What are you all discussing? Why are your faces so flushed?" Wei Fong entered the small kitchen and was met with the sight of all the maids blushing, prompting her to inquire with curiosity. "Miss Fong," the maids present hastily greeted her. All right, no need for so many formalities. What were you discussing just now?" Wei Fong pressed further. "We ought to congratulate several elder sisters. In just a couple of months, the Mu residence shall host numerous joyful events. However, sister, there are still many eligible servants in our household. You must not show favoritism." Wei Fong first extended her congratulations to Hong Ri and the others, then reminded Weilan, "This matter, I shall have the steward handle meticulously, ensuring he finds suitable matches for those servants over the age of 18 this year, facilitating their early marriages. Henceforth, every year, as servants reach the appropriate age, we shall proceed in this manner." Before long, Weilan's decree spread throughout the entire Mu residence, filling all the servants with elation and gratitude towards Weilan, which in turn compelled them to work with even greater diligence and dedication, deepening their loyalty to the Mu household. After a brief interlude, the dumplings were finally ready. Weilan portioned out the servings for her family of 4 and a few maids, then graciously distributed the remainder to the steward and 2 cultivators from the Mu family, Mu Tianxian and Mu Tianluo, along with 12 martial prodigies. "Madam, these dumplings are truly delectable, possessing a delicate skin and generous filling, surpassing even the finest steamed buns. Pray, madam, might you prepare some more this evening? I find myself yearning for another serving," quoth Wei Hua, devouring the dumplings with gusto, not forgetting to implore Weilan. "You little rascal. Scarcely have you finished this meal, and already you are contemplating the next." Weilan responded with a smile, feigning rebuke. "It is solely due to your exceptional skill in crafting these dumplings, madam, that one cannot help but crave more," Wei Hua flattered. "Cease your flattery. If you desire more, I shall prepare them anon," Weilan responded, patting Wei Hua's head playfully. Upon hearing this, Wei Hua was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Thank you, madam. You are ever so kind to me. Sister, I too desire a portion. Pray, do not forget to prepare one for me as well," Wei Fong promptly interjected. "I too desire a portion," Mu Yuting chimed in, having remained silent and engrossed in devouring the dumplings until now. Very well, I shall not neglect any of you. Haste now and partake, lest the dumplings grow cold." It seemed she must hasten to impart the art of dumpling making to Aunt Lu, for she had no desire to be perpetually confined to the kitchen, crafting dumplings ad infinitum. Heaven knows, those skilled in the culinary arts. She harbored a profound aversion to the aroma of cooking fumes. During the vernal equinox, the children are at their happiest, not only donning new attire, but also receiving red envelopes filled with money. Their homes are replete with delicacies that they are normally unable to acquire, and the adults do not prevent them from indulging to their heart's content. They can also share these treats with their friends. Joyful laughter frequently reverberates throughout the entire village. Upon hearing this, Weilan paused, inquiring with a touch of bewilderment, "What is it? Do you require silver? Have you exhausted the monthly allowance I provide you?" "Not at all. Every month, I prudently save the allowance you provide. I haven't spent a single coin," Wei Hua quickly clarified, not wanting his elder sister to misconstrue his financial habits. "Since you are in need of money, why are you so eager to ask for the New Year's gift money?" "I just went out for a short while and saw that other children received their red envelopes. It reminded me that I have never received one myself. Given that our family is financially stable this year, dear sister, surely you wouldn't be stingy in granting me a few red envelopes?" Wei Hua looked at Weilan with a somewhat pitiful expression. "Rest assured, I have everything prepared. Your red envelopes will not be lacking. Once Fong Air and Ting Air arrive, I shall present them to you all together," Weilan replied gently. Before long, Wei Hua burst in, one hand holding Wei Fong and the other tugging Mu Yuting. "Elder sister, I brought second sister and Yuting along." Seeing his urgency, Weilan couldn't help but feel both affectionate and amused. Is it truly necessary for you to be in such a rush? Mutating still held a book in hand, not yet having the chance to set it down. Upon hearing Wei Hua's words, Wei Fong rolled her eyes at him, both exasperated and amused. Third brother, you gathered us for this? Indeed. Elder sister said that the three of us must be present to receive our red envelopes together, so I went to fetch you, Wei Hua stated matter-of-factly. The red envelope is unnecessary for me. I am already of age. To ask for it now would be rather embarrassing. Wei Fong quickly interjected. Abruptly, a shadow crossed Mutating's countenance, his youthful voice tinged with a rigid formality. I am no longer a child and have no need of New Year's money. With these words, he pivoted and departed the main hall. Eldest sister, what ails Yuting? Why such a sudden fit of pique? Wei Hua queried, directing a perplexed gaze towards Weilan. It is all you're doing, engaging in such frivolous antics. To accept New Year's money at your age, have you no sense of decorum? Wei Hua, abashed, responded, second sister, I have simply never before received such a gift. Enough, Fonger, do not chide Hua. Here, this New Year's gift is for the two of you. Take it. Weilan produced 2 red envelopes from her sleeve and pressed them into the hands of Wei Fong and her sibling. I shall see what troubles Tinger. So saying, Weilan proceeded in the direction Mutating had taken. Wei Hua, filled with glee, accepted the gift, expressing his gratitude to Weilan's retreating figure with a joyous shout. Thank you, eldest sister. Wei Fong, observing this, had no choice but to accept her share as well. Having left the main hall, Mutating was suddenly beset by regret. Why had he allowed himself to be angered, and why had he departed with such discourtesy? Would his mother be displeased with him? The thought of Weilan's displeasure filled him with increasing remorse. He was at a loss to explain his sudden fit of temper. Triggered by his uncle's remark in Weilan's presence that he was but a child, he felt as though he had been diminished in Weilan's eyes, as if an insurmountable chasm had opened between them. He could not fathom why such thoughts had taken root in his mind. Mutating stood before the gate of his courtyard, an expression of utter bewilderment and helplessness etched upon his face. When Weilan arrived, she was greeted by such a scene. Tinger, why are you standing here? Why not come inside? Weilan approached him and gently urged, let us go in. As she spoke, she took Mutating's hand and stepped into the courtyard. Mutating felt his hand enveloped by a warm and soft palm, slightly larger than his own. Someday, my hand will surely be larger than Mother S. In the future, I shall be the one to hold her hand. A flutter of excitement surged within Mutating, as such thoughts suddenly flooded his mind. Tinger, what are you thinking about? Weilan's voice jolted him from his reverie, and he realized they had already entered the house. Mother, what did you just say? Mutating asked, somewhat flustered, having been lost in thought and not fully listening to Weilan. I was asking what you were thinking about. Tinger, what is the matter with you today? Why are you suddenly in a bad mood? If something is troubling you, do share it with me, and I shall help you find a solution, Weilan said softly, feeling a pang of guilt. In recent days, she had been so absorbed in her training and various tasks that she had neglected him. Tinger was still just 9, no, soon to be 10. A child in need of parental love and companionship. It was no wonder he was upset. Weilan silently resolved to dedicate more time to him in the future. I'm fine, Mother. I apologize. I shouldn't have lost my temper. I will go and apologize to Uncle later. Overlooking Azure's initial inquiry, Mutating responded with a touch of unease. It's nothing, as long as you're all right. However, should any matters arise in the future, you must seek out your mother. I was previously preoccupied and unable to spend quality time with you, but that will change. I shall endeavor to dedicate more time to your company. Azure affectionately caressed Mutating's head, her voice gentle and soothing. While somewhat discomfited by Azure's treatment of him as a child, Mutating found himself yearning for such intimacy and closeness. Upon hearing Azure's promise to spend more time with him, the minor displeasure he felt dissipated entirely. Mother, do you truly mean it? Mutating inquired, his eyes alight with anticipation. Indeed, have I ever deceived you? Azure responded, perceiving that her actions had been well received by Mutating's delighted expression, reinforcing her belief that children require reassurance and affection. Upon hearing this, Mutating was overcome with joy, his smile radiant and luminous. Yuting, are you perhaps intrigued by the art of alchemy? I noticed you were holding a book on rudimentary alchemy techniques earlier, Azure remarked, her gaze inadvertently falling upon the volume Mutating had been perusing on the table. Yes, I am fond of alchemy, but I am unfamiliar with many of the spiritual herbs mentioned within, and certain passages remain unclear to me, Mutating admitted with a hint of embarrassment. Why did you not inform me sooner? You are welcome to seek my guidance on any points you find perplexing. However, prior to delving into this alchemy treatise, you should first commit the compendium of spiritual herbs to memory. It is imperative to be able to identify the various spiritual herbs when practicing alchemy, as you're advised. I understand. Mother, I shall endeavor to memorize it, mutating replied, his cheeks flushed with a touch of shame. Very well, once you have thoroughly memorized it, peruse this book. Should any ambiguities arise, do not hesitate to seek my counsel, and I shall elucidate them for you, Azure stated with satisfaction. Upon your completion of this compendium of alchemy, I shall bestow upon you an alchemical furnace. The previous sovereign of the great 1,000 worlds bequeathed 3 rudimentary furnaces, one of intermediate caliber, and even a solitary advanced furnace. The one she employed for cultivating chi-nourishing pills was one of the elementary models. Upon hearing Azure's pronouncement, Muyuting's eyes gleamed with delight. Thank you, mother. There is no need for gratitude. You are my cherished son. It is only fitting that I provide for you, Azure said with affection. Muyuting's countenance underwent a dramatic shift upon hearing this, though Azure remained oblivious to his altered state. She retrieved another red envelope from her sleeve and pressed it into his hand. This is your New Year's gift for this year. Your maternal uncle and aunt have already received theirs. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have matters to attend to. You should avail yourself of this opportunity to study the compendium of spiritual herbs. With that, Azure patted his head and departed. Chapter 53. Imparting Martial Arts. The children's martial training today marked the auspicious occasion for the formal commencement of martial arts instruction at the Mu estate. Without any prompting, the villagers, as early as daybreak, spontaneously congregated at the village's largest threshing ground with their eligible children, as it was the most level terrain conducive to martial practice. The hamlet of Yinhua was but a modest settlement, sparsely populated, comprising a mere 32 households. Each household averaged fewer than 10 individuals, resulting in a total village population of approximately 299 souls, just one shy of the 300 mark. Naturally, this figure excluded the entire Mu household. Among the 32 households, there were 77 children under the age of 15, including the 15-year-old girl, Lu Xiaoqiao, from the village chief's family, as well as a 6-year-old granddaughter and a 5-year-old grandson. It must be acknowledged that the fecundity of this place was rather impressive, with children constituting nearly a quarter of the entire village's population. Silence, everyone, and be still. Madame Mu will be arriving shortly. See that all the children in your families who meet the age requirement step forward, and the rest of you, please step back. The village chief commanded in a resounding voice before all the villagers. Hearing this, the villagers dared not disobey and immediately quieted down, obediently following the village chief's instructions. Daniu's family, is your Huzi really 5 years old? As I recall, he only just turned 4 this year. And Wangzi's family, your Debao, is already 17. Why are you trying to join in? Quickly, take away the children from your families who do not meet the requirements. What if Madame Mu sees this and becomes displeased, regretting her offer to teach? The village chief exclaimed with some indignation, seeing that some families were trying to include children who did not meet the criteria. Upon hearing the village chief's words, the other families began to voice their disapproval of these particular households. Indeed, if because of you, the other children who meet the requirements are unable to learn martial arts, can you bear the responsibility? You mustn't harm the entire village. That's right, you wish to learn. Just observe from the sidelines. It's not as if you're forbidden. Why must you resort to such opportunistic tactics? The villagers, unceremoniously accusing several families of violating regulations, felt an overwhelming sense of shame and awkwardly retreated into the crowd. However, one woman from a defiant household, possessing a rather thick skin, immediately engaged in a quarrel with the other villagers. You speak nonsense. What do you have that merits our envy? You can't even afford a wife. Enough. This matter ends here. Should anyone dare to repeat such actions, do not blame me for revoking the funding for your descendants' martial arts training, the village chief stated sternly. If we do not put an end to this situation today, and if Madame Mu discovers it, believing that our Yunhua village is filled with insincere individuals, losing faith in us and ceasing to teach us martial arts, what shall we do? Upon hearing this, the villagers felt a collective tension. Those with children who did not meet the requirements immediately quelled their rebellious thoughts. They certainly did not wish for their offspring to be deprived of martial arts training. Fortunately, in their families, there was not just one child. If one did not qualify, another might, and even those who did not meet the criteria could still learn alongside. After all, if this generation failed, there would always be the next. Just as the commotion subsided, keen-eyed villagers spotted Madame Mu and her entourage approaching gracefully from a distance, prompting an immediate shout of recognition. The village chief, upon hearing this, followed the gaze of the villager and, indeed, spotted Madame Mu nearby, rushing forward with a beaming smile to greet her. Madame Mu, you have arrived. It remains uncertain when it began, but the village head held Weilan in increasing esteem. Unable to meet her gaze directly, often bowing his head unconsciously. I apologize for the delay, esteemed villagers. Weilan addressed the crowd with a touch of contrition. Not at all. We have only just arrived ourselves. The village head responded promptly, his gaze shifting towards Weilan's entourage. He noted Wei Fong, Wei Hua, Mutating, and the Mu family's steward flanking her, with 10 youths, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years of age and clad in fine cotton garments, standing 3 paces behind her. His eyes lit up with curiosity. Madame Mu, are these 10 young gentlemen the instructors who will impart martial arts to the village children? Upon hearing the village head's inquiry, the villagers' attention collectively turned towards the 10 youths behind Weilan. Indeed, these 10 young men will take turns instructing the children in martial arts from today onward. Ling Yi, I ask that you 10 introduce yourselves, Weilan instructed. As you wish, madam. I am Mu Ling Yi announced, stepping forward. I am Mu Ling Mu Ling San, Mu Ling Si. The introductions continued in turn. Once the introductions were complete, Weilan continued. While their martial prowess may not be the pinnacle within the Mu household, it is certainly above average. They are more than capable of guiding the children. Everyone must strive diligently. After 3 years, those children who pass the Mu family's assessment will be eligible to enter the Mu household as outer disciples. Upon hearing this, the entire village erupted in unrestrained cheers. Madam, may those of us who do not meet the age requirements also undergo the assessment? At that moment, an adolescent, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age, navigated through the throng and, emboldened, approached Azure, inquiring with intrepidity. Azure nodded in affirmation. Indeed, anyone, so long as they hail from the village of Yunhua and successfully pass the trials, may enter the house of Mu and become a disciple of the outer court. Is that truly the case? The youth exclaimed, his eyes widening in elation. Young sir, the house manager Mu interjected, perceiving the lad's query. Our mistress is a woman of her word, and what she speaks is invariably true. Upon hearing this, the boy was beside himself with joy. I extend my gratitude to the mistress. I shall exert myself to the utmost. Though I may not meet the age requirement, I shall strive diligently, and, in 3 years' time, I shall become a disciple of the house of Mu. The youth avowed with resolution. Observing the boy's countenance, still bearing the vestiges of youth, yet brimming with determination, Azure inwardly commended him and inquired, what is your name? I am called Lu Yuntian. Upon hearing Azure ask for his name, the boy was overwhelmed with gratitude, and after a long pause, he excitedly replied, a fine name, Lu Yuntian. I shall remember you. Strive diligently, and I hope to see you in the house of Mu in 3 years' time. Azure encouraged the boy with a smile, eliciting envy from those nearby. Village chief, are these all the children from Yunhua village who are 15 years of age or older? Azure turned to face village chief Lu, inquiring. Yes, Mistress Mu. These children number 77 in total, village chief Lu promptly replied. Master, the individual has been located. Yun Lu bowed respectfully, stating. Upon hearing this, a glint of shrewdness flashed in Yun Qinghua's eyes, and he stated in a concise and forceful tone, speak. Upon hearing this, Yun Lu promptly reported all the information he had gathered over the past few days to Yun Qinghua, recounting every detail meticulously. What did you say? Please repeat it. Yun Qinghua requested as he listened to Yun Lu's account. Initially, he appeared indifferent, but as the narrative unfolded, his expression shifted rapidly. By the end, he was utterly astonished, rising abruptly and staring wide-eyed at Yun Lu. Understanding what Yun Qinghua sought to hear, Yun Lu obliged and reiterated the details. Indeed, when he first perused the investigation report, he too had been taken aback, astonished that the seemingly delicate woman possessed martial prowess. The most unexpected revelation was that this Madame Mu had imparted her skills to the entire populace of Yunhua village. It was unclear whether she was oblivious to the gravity of such a secret or simply did not care. Yes, master, this is indeed an irrefutable fact. Now, every resident of Yunhua village has begun training in martial arts. Upon hearing this, Yun Qinghua's expression became inscrutable, as if he were deep in contemplation. After a moment, as if resolved to a decision, He suddenly lifted his gaze and spoke earnestly. Yun Lu, find a way to send Yun Ji and Yun Li to the Mu residence. Yun Lu grasped the master's intent but hesitated, uncertain whether Madame Mu would accept the eldest young master and the second young lady. Considering his eminent status as the wealthiest man in Nanning, it was disheartening for him to be unable to secure a single martial arts guard. These extraordinary individuals invariably declined his offers upon discovering his mercantile profession. Yun Xinghua found their condescending attitude towards merchants particularly vexing. Yet, what recourse did he have? Even as the foremost magnate in Nanning, he remained, at heart, a mere merchant, occupying the lowest rung of the social hierarchy. Regardless, he was determined to accomplish at least one of his objectives. A glint of determination shone in Yun Xinghua's eyes as he spoke with unwavering resolve. Yes, I shall certainly fulfill the mission, Yun Lu affirmed, fully cognizant of his master's deep-seated concern, offering a solemn assurance. Yun Lu was not merely a pawnshop manager. He had once been Yun Xinghua's most trusted attendant, having served him faithfully for over 2 decades since childhood. As one of Yun Xinghua's most trusted confidants, Yun Lu possessed keen discernment and had acquired considerable expertise in appraising antiques and calligraphy from a young age. Consequently, Yun Xinghua had appointed him as the public face of the pawnshop. However, this was merely a faade, as Yun Lu secretly managed various clandestine affairs on Yun Xinghua's behalf. Given the expansive nature of the Yun family's enterprises, it inevitably engaged in numerous illicit ventures, with Yun Lu overseeing the intelligence operations. Hold on, Yun Xinghua called out, stopping Yun Lu as he was about to leave. I believe it would be more sincere if I personally escorted them. Yun Lu, immediately instruct the steward to prepare the carriage and summon Jier and Lier. We shall depart this afternoon. Without mentioning the Yun family, let us focus on Yun Xinghua, who energetically travels with her 2 legitimate sons and daughters in a carriage towards Yunhua village. Meanwhile, at the Yiqinggong residence in Luocheng, those seeking Weilan have not been as fortunate. Despite the relentless pursuit of their shadowy guards for over a month, they still have not uncovered any trace of Weilan. What more can be done? The past remains unchanged, just as the present, the Duke of Yicheng stated firmly. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuhe felt a surge of anxiety. But, father, enough, do not speak further. I am aware of your concerns. Do you truly believe that even if we ally with one of them, the other 2 would simply let us be? Do not be so naive. Are you not familiar with the temperaments of these 3 princes? We have rebuffed them countless times, given their natures. Even the one we choose to support will not spare us once he ascends to the throne. The Duke of Yicheng had a profound understanding of the dispositions of the 3 princes. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuhe's complexion turned pale. Then, father, what shall we do now? Did I not just express it? The past remains unchanged, just as the present, the Duke replied. His expression tinged with regret, as if he had recalled something. It is a pity that the 6th prince is disinterested in the throne. Otherwise, with his character, he would undoubtedly bring peace to the realm upon his ascension. Yiqinggong, with a hint of regret in his demeanor, lamented as if a thought had crossed his mind. It is a pity that the 6th prince shows no interest in the throne and has chosen to wander the world at an early age. Had he desired such a position, his character and talents would render him the most suitable candidate. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuhe could not help but sigh, recalling the handsome and intelligent 6th prince, who had always preferred the tranquility of nature over the chaos of court life. By the way, has Yuer found that immortal yet? Yiqinggong was more concerned about this matter than the myriad troubles of the court. Finding an immortal is no simple task. One must be patient. If fate permits, they will undoubtedly meet in due time. Yiqinggong maintained a serene outlook. Indeed, father, on a clear, refreshing day, amidst the verdant mountains and waters, the melodious notes of the bamboo flute floated in the air, enchanting all who heard it. After a moment, the music gradually ceased. In the distance, a strikingly handsome young man stood upon a small boat, holding a purple jade flute, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he admired the picturesque scenery of the lake before him. My lord, your flute playing has become increasingly captivating. Those who often listen find themselves entranced, reluctant to awaken from the reverie. Should those young ladies hear it, they would surely succumb to the charms of your melody. Behind the young man stood 2 attendants clad in blue, along with 2 others in dark green fitted attire, of similar age to him, one of whom had just spoken. Evidently, the quartet comprised the retinue and bodyguards of the gentleman bearing the violet jade flute. The 2 azure-clad youths served as attendants, while the duo in dark green, form-fitting attire were undoubtedly the protectors. The azure-clad youths were of comely countenance, scarcely 14 or 15 years of age. Though the two men in verdant garb did not possess the divine handsomeness of the violet flute-bearing gentlemen, they were nonetheless dashing and refined. However, their demeanor lacked the warmth and elegance of their master, instead exuding an air of aloofness and severity. Upon hearing the azure-clad youth's words, the gentleman with the violet jade flute chided with a gentle smile, "Cease your prattle, Qingji. Your impudence grows with each passing day." Unfazed, Qingji, realizing his master was not truly angered, responded with a playful grin, "Your servant speaks but the truth. If you doubt me, my lord, inquire of Qishu." Qishu concurred, bolstering his claim with a compelling precedent. "Indeed, my lord, Qingji speaks veraciously. Recall, 2 years hence, when your melody in Luo City captivated countless souls, and the ladies of the city were so enamored that they besieged you for an entire day, each vying for your hand." The gentleman with the violet jade flute, reminded of the incident, visibly paled, his heart still shaken by the memory. The two emerald-clad guards exchanged fleeting glances, their lips curling into imperceptible smirks. But the expressions vanished in an instant, unnoticed by their master. "Let this matter be spoken of no more," he commanded. A moment later, the man holding the purple jade flute cast a meaningful glance at Qing Shu and remarked. Upon noticing this, Qing Shu's smile froze, fear coursing through him as he trembled slightly, hastily acquiescing. How could he be so reckless with his words? He was acutely aware that this matter had long been a source of inner turmoil for his master. Why provoke it further? Judging by his master's expression moments ago, Qing Shu knew he was in for a rough time ahead. He truly wished to avoid finding an unexpected worm in his meal or while using the toilet, having the footboard suddenly give way, causing him to fall into the pit unceremoniously. Even more dreadfully, he did not wish to share his slumber with snakes at night. Although these serpents were harmless and posed no threat, a snake remained a snake, and heaven knew that despite Qing Shu's fearless nature, he harbored a profound aversion to them. Qing Shi cast a sympathetic glance at Qing Shu but refrained from offering comfort, wary of becoming collateral damage. "Lin Xiao, where have we arrived?" The man with the purple jade flute ignored the flustered Qing Shu and inquired as their small boat neared the lakeshore. In response, Yi Lin Xiao did not lift his head, his tone cold and unyielding as he replied, "Luo City." His words were succinct and powerful, devoid of any superfluous embellishment. Upon hearing the man's words, both Qing Ji and Qing Shu's expressions changed, concern flickering in their gazes as they hesitated to speak. Noticing their reticence, the man chuckled. "Since when did you two learn to be so circumspect? Speak your minds freely." Upon hearing this, the man's expression stiffened, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, a shadow of despondency crossed his handsome visage, and he sighed softly. "I seem to have forgotten this. It appears that entering Luocheng is not in our favor. Thus, we shall alter our course here." Seeing the gloom on her master's face, Qingji and Qing Shu exchanged glances, fully aware that their master's mood was undoubtedly quite dismal. They dared not speak further and remained silently attentive behind him. After pondering for a moment, the man decisively declared, "Let us head south to Yuliu Town. I have never been there before, and it is an opportune time to explore." Unbeknownst to him, this decision would irrevocably alter the fate of the 5 of them. Thanks to the villagers' enthusiastic assistance, coupled with the subsequent dispatch of 80 strong laborers from her household to aid in the construction, the progress of the Mu residence's estate exceeded initial expectations by more than double. Standing high above, Weilan gazed down at the foundation of the estate that had already been laid, a broad smile illuminating her face. If this pace continued, the completion of the estate would surely be expedited. Originally projected for the end of next year, it now appeared feasible by the end of this year. With the aid of nourishing qi pills, the cultivation levels of Wei Fong and the others experienced significant advancement. Mu Yuding had already reached the peak of the 3rd layer of qi training, while Wei Hua was nearly at the same level, though not quite at its pinnacle. Wei Fong, on the other hand, lagged behind, having only recently ascended to the 3rd layer of qi training. Ultimately, her spiritual root dictated the speed of her cultivation, a fact that no amount of effort could alter. At present, they are still in the initial stages of cultivation, and as their abilities advance, the disparity among the 3 will only widen. As for the last to cultivate, Mo Xing possesses the finest spiritual root among them, and his cultivation speed, aside from Mu Yuding and the other 2, is the swiftest, having already ascended to the 2nd level of qi refinement. Why is Fonger so idle today? She hasn't gone to cultivate. Weilan inquired with surprise upon seeing Wei Fong. Since beginning her cultivation, Wei Fong has worked diligently, fearing that her spiritual root, inferior to Wei Hua and mutating, would lead to her falling behind. She has always devoted her time to the spirit-gathering array, never having wasted time as she has today. Well, that is fine. What do you wish to learn? Weilan asked while enjoying her 8-treasure porridge. Upon hearing this, Wei Fong retrieved a booklet from her bosom and said, "Sister, I would like to learn artifact refining. What do you think?" Weilan, taken aback by Wei Fong's declaration, gazed at her in astonishment, not expecting her interest to lie in artifact refining. Noticing Wei Fong's unease, she asked, "What's wrong, sister? Is there something amiss?" "There's nothing wrong, Paresi. Although you lack a fire spiritual root, which makes artifact refining somewhat challenging, it is not insurmountable. You could substitute fire talismans for true fire." "But Fonger, have you truly thought this through?" Weilan inquired earnestly. These children have indeed surprised her. The quiet and reserved Mu Yuding is drawn to alchemy, while the lively and outgoing Wei Hua is captivated by the intricacies of formations, which demand intricate calculations, yet can be quite tedious. Now, even Wei Fong has shown an interest in artifact refining. She had always believed that the seemingly delicate Fonger would have a penchant for talisman crafting. Alas, it appears her judgment of character has significantly deteriorated. "I have made up my mind. I truly adore artifact refining, and thus I shall pursue it," Wei Fong declared with conviction. "Very well, then. You shall study independently at first, and should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to approach me. Moreover, you must gather the materials for your practice on your own," Mu Yuding responded. Both Mu Yuding and Wei Hua were also tasked with collecting their own materials, which was a requirement set by Weilan. A few days prior, Tinger and Wei Hua had ventured out together to seek the materials they needed. Although they were still quite young, Weilan harbored no concerns for their safety. Days after she had mastered sword flight, she had thoroughly scoured the vicinity for 1,000 miles and found no threats to them, thus allowing her to grant them such freedom, viewing it as a form of training. "Sister, I understand. In a few days, I will venture out to search for refining materials," Wei Fong stated. "When you do go, ensure that Tianqin and Tianlu accompany you," Weilan advised. After all, Wei Fong was a young lady, although she might not face danger alone. There were still certain inconveniences that warranted the company of others. "Understood. Thank you, sister," Wei Fong replied without hesitation. In truth, if she were to embark on a journey alone, she would indeed feel a twinge of fear. Despite her acquired skills, it was her first time venturing out alone. And being a young woman, it was impossible for her to remain entirely at ease. Despite the languid pace of her cerulean spiritual roots cultivation, Azure possessed an exceptional aptitude for grasping miscellaneous disciplines, a veritable prodigy. Devoid of tutelage, she mastered rudimentary alchemy, artificing, talisman crafting, and array formations in an impressively brief span. Had she not swiftly acquired these skills, she would have been mortified when Mu Yuding and Wei Hua sought her counsel. Albeit proficient in theory, her practical execution was not infallible. In alchemy, for instance, she achieved flawless success with the most basic qi nourishment pills. Yet her success rate dwindled to approximately 70% with the more advanced qi-gathering pills. Likewise, in artificing, she could only forge the most rudimentary inferior-grade magical implements. And even then, the process was protracted. She had yet to attempt talisman creation, as she could produce the yellow paper herself, but lacked vermilion ink for practice, the warehouse's stock being too precious to squander on mere exercises. She resolved to procure some at her leisure. As for array formations, common low-level arrays no longer posed a challenge. 057 visitors arrive upon observing his resolve. Madame Lu Chen reluctantly acquiesced and entered the room. The Lu family's dwelling was dilapidated and diminutive, comprising merely 2 small chambers, one occupied by Madame Lu Chen and the other by Lu Yutian. The kitchen was a makeshift enclosure of wooden planks, topped with a layer of thatch, appearing both rudimentary and precarious. Due to the absence of his father from a young age, Lu Yutian was raised single-handedly by his mother, Lu Chuncher, who toiled relentlessly, ultimately succumbing to a myriad of ailments. For the past 2 years, she has been confined to her bed, in a desperate bid to procure medicine for her. Lu Yuntian has taken to the mountains daily, gathering firewood and hunting, only to sell his findings in the town. Despite Lu Chincher's consumption of numerous remedies, her condition shows no signs of improvement. As a result of her illness, their family has been left in disarray, and their poverty has rendered Lu Yutian, now 17, unable to marry. As he assisted Lu Chuncher onto the bed, Preparing to lay her down, she promptly interjected, "I can manage with a little support." After a moment's consideration, Liu Tian acquiesced, placing a pillow behind her for comfort and covering her with a tattered quilt, patched in numerous places. "Mother, I shall prepare the meal and bring it to you once it is ready. The weather is quite chilly. Please do not venture out again." With that, he turned to leave, eager to complete the meal before he had to attend the village's training grounds. The largest of these grounds had become the communal hub for martial arts practice among the villagers. "Wait a moment, Tianer," Lu Chunshir called after him. "I have heard that Yun-san has been purchased by Madame Mu. Where will you and the villagers go for firewood and hunting? If they cannot gather wood or hunt, how will they survive? Without firewood, they cannot even cook their meals." "Do not worry, mother. There are plenty of places in our village for gathering wood and hunting. Is there not a vast expanse of woodland adjacent to Yinhua village? It is abundant with firewood and some game as well. Although the journey may be longer, it is manageable," Liu Tian replied nonchalantly. "That is reassuring, but it is you who must bear the burden." Lu Chen's heart ached as she spoke. "My dear, it is nothing. I am still young, so what is there to fear in enduring hardship?" Liu Tian replied dismissively, "Alas, yes, my son is already 17 and can marry. It is I, the incapable one, who has burdened you." As she reflected on the years spent battling her illness, which drained the family's finances, she felt a wave of sorrow wash over her, lamenting that her only son, at 17, had yet to find a wife. Lu Chun wished fervently for her own demise, believing it would alleviate her son's burden. Hearing her words, Liu Tian could not help but furrow his brow. "Mother, what nonsense are you speaking? There is no burden. You are my beloved mother. It is my duty to care for you. I feel inadequate as a son, unable to earn enough to provide for a good doctor for you." Your words only deepen my distress. Seeing her son's expression, Lu Chun understood he disliked such talk and decided to refrain. "Very well, I shall say no more. Did you not mention cooking? Off you go, or you will miss the chance to dry the grain later." "Indeed, I shall go now, but you must cease these troubling thoughts," he admonished gently before hastily departing her room to prepare the meal. Just half an hour after Weilan had entered the vast world, a dozen guests arrived at the entrance of the Mu residence. "I apologize, but Our Lady is unavailable these days. If you have matters to discuss, please return in a few days," the doorman said politely. A quarter of an hour earlier, the setting sun had already conveyed the message that the Mu residence would be closed to visitors for the next few days, with all affairs managed by Steward Mu. Upon hearing the gatekeeper's words, Yin Lu was instinctively skeptical, finding the coincidence improbable. However, despite his disbelief, he dared not be presumptuous. Adopting a humble posture, he politely inquired, "Then, esteemed elder, might I ask when Madame Mu would be available to receive us?" The gatekeeper hesitated, a hint of unease in his demeanor. "I am uncertain, sir. I only received word from the Honri maiden moments ago. May I inquire as to the nature of your business? If it is convenient, you may leave a message, and I shall endeavor to deliver it." Observing the gatekeeper's sincere and courteous manner, Yin Lu began to doubt his initial suspicion of a mere pretext to avoid them. Could it be that Madame Mu was genuinely occupied, rather than simply putting on airs? "Master," Yin Lu said, turning to Yin Qinghua, who stood a short distance behind him. "It appears Madame Mu is indeed indisposed. Perhaps we should return in a few days?" "Indeed," Yin Qinghua concurred. "The gatekeeper seems forthright. Madame Mu is undoubtedly engaged. We shall find lodging in a nearby residence and await her availability." While the Yun family sought accommodations in the vicinity of the Mu estate, Wei Fong, accompanied by Mu Tianxin and Mu Tianlu, embarked on a quest to procure materials for forging. Their first destination was Jade Willow Town. As Chao Xiao and Yunxi lacked the means to defend themselves and could not maintain their pace, Wei Fong had decided to leave them behind. "Miss Fong," Mu Tianxin inquired, "where shall we seek these forging materials? Did Madame provide any guidance as to their location?" Wei Fong shook her head. "No, my sister instructed me to discover them myself." Upon hearing this, Mu Tianxin and Mu Tianluo frowned slightly, a tinge of disappointment evident, as the prospect of searching on their own seemed daunting and time-consuming, potentially impeding their cultivation. Sensing their apprehension, Wei Fong reassured them, "Do not fret. Besides assisting me in procuring crafting materials, this excursion serves another purpose: to broaden our horizons through travel, enriching our understanding, and providing invaluable insights that will greatly benefit our future cultivation." Wei Fong, as if discerning their innermost thoughts, added, "Rest assured, this journey serves a dual purpose. In addition to aiding me in my quest for crafting materials, It presents an opportunity for us to traverse the land, expanding our knowledge and broadening our perspectives, which will undoubtedly prove advantageous to our cultivation rather than hindering it. Mu Tianxian and Mu Tianluo, realizing their subtle thoughts had been perceived, blushed slightly. Very well, cease your contemplation. As luncheon is still some time away, let us first visit the blacksmith shop to acquire some common iron before we dine, Wei Fong suggested, aware that their eagerness for cultivation, rather than genuine discontent, fueled their concerns. Yes, Miss Fong, they responded promptly, banishing further thoughts. In truth, Mu Tianxian and Mu Tianluo harbored no reluctance in accompanying Wei Fong. Their impatience stemmed solely from their stalled cultivation progress. Their loyalty to the Azure and the Mu estate remained steadfast and unwavering. In Yulio Town, there exist but two blacksmith shops, one situated in the east and the other in the west. Upon hearing Miss Wei Fong's arrangements, Mu Tianxian and Mu Tianluo immediately voiced their objections. Miss Fong, how can you venture alone? It would be wiser for Tianxian to head to the west while Tianluo accompanies you to the east. Despite their status as the servants of the Mu family, their cultivation had elevated them beyond such a menial designation, allowing them to refer to themselves by name. Miss Fong, let Tianluo accompany you. This way, we shall feel more at ease, Mu Tianxian added. Upon hearing their concerns, Wei Fong acquiesced. She had initially suggested that they both accompany her due to their inferior cultivation levels, fearing potential dangers. However, reflecting on it, she deemed her worries excessive. After all, Yulio Town was merely a small locale, unlikely to harbor any threats. Then let us proceed. We shall meet at the Kexenlai Inn in the town center in half an hour. Certainly, Mu Tianxian replied respectfully, bowing to Wei Fong before hastily making his way towards the west. Miss Fong, we too shall depart, Mu Tianluo stated. Yes, let us go, Wei Fong nodded. Leading the way ahead, Wei Fong ambled at a leisurely pace. Both she and Mu Tianluo, being merely 14 or 15 years of age, were still in the throes of youthful exuberance. Realizing they had ample time, they decided to explore Yulio Town thoroughly. As they strolled, they observed their surroundings, pausing at intriguing stalls to browse or purchase delightful trinkets, snacks, cosmetics, and various adornments such as hairpins and bracelets. As the appointed hour approached, the two young ladies reluctantly made their way to the blacksmith shop. Wei Fong and Mu Tianluo located the establishment with remarkable ease, its prominence owing to the conspicuously displayed square of fabric emblazoned with the character for iron. What might the two young ladies be seeking? My shop is replete with all manner of iron implements. Pray, come in and peruse the selection, the proprietor inquired. We seek not these wrought items, but rather iron ore. What quantity do you possess? We shall purchase it all, Mu Tianluo declared. Iron. And for what purpose might two young ladies require such a quantity of iron? The blacksmith, upon hearing their request, regarded them with undisguised suspicion. Mu Tianluo, displeased by the query, retorted, our purpose is our own affair. Why do you pry into matters that do not concern you? Tianluo, restrain yourself, Wei Fong interjected, swiftly curtailing Mu Tianluo's impetuosity. She then turned to the blacksmith, her countenance radiating affability. You need not harbor any apprehension. Our acquisition of this iron is devoid of ulterior motives. Upon purchase, we shall depart forthwith. You have my word. Wei Fong was acutely aware that the blacksmith's suspicion stemmed from the fear that they intended to hoard iron or, worse, establish a rival blacksmith shop in the town. By addressing his concerns directly, she hoped to allay his fears. Ah, ladies, please, come in. A smile instantly graced the blacksmith's face as he said, I do, indeed, possess a quantity of iron ore, perhaps 2,000 or 3,000 pounds. Would you desire it all? The iron ore, weighing 2,000 to 3,000 caddies, though not as valuable as crafted iron tools, could still yield a handsome profit of several taels of silver upon sale. With a contemplative demeanor, Wei Fong assessed the iron lumps before her, discerning that they were all common iron, albeit of commendable quality with minimal impurities. With her current skills, she surmised that from these 2,000 to 3,000 caddies, she could refine approximately 3 caddies of superior iron. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught sight of a small piece of black iron in the corner. This piece was distinct from the others, appearing even darker and possessing a notable luster, reminiscent of the black, mysterious iron she had encountered in her readings. A glimmer of excitement flickered in her eyes as she discreetly bent down to retrieve the black iron. To her surprise, despite its diminutive size, it was remarkably heavy. Had she not reacted swiftly, she would have struggled to hold it. Instead of being alarmed, Wei Fong felt a surge of joy, becoming increasingly convinced that this piece of black iron was indeed the mysterious iron recorded in her books. Elation spread across her face as she marveled at the serendipity of discovering such a treasure in a humble blacksmith shop. The proprietor, acutely aware of the weight and value of the black iron, was taken aback to witness such a lovely young lady effortlessly lifting a piece he himself could hardly manage. A sense of apprehension washed over him, and he instinctively recognized that this young woman was no ordinary person. His demeanor shifted to one of reverence and deference, and he dared not entertain thoughts of exploiting her financially. With a resolute expression, he quoted her a price that merely covered his costs. Wei Fong was unaware of the true value of the iron. Thus, when the blacksmith quoted his price, she did not sense any discrepancy. However, she was acutely aware that the piece of dark iron in her possession was undoubtedly worth much more than what he proposed. Disliking the idea of taking advantage of others, she willingly offered the blacksmith double the amount he requested. Naturally, the blacksmith was adamant about refusing her generous offer. "Please, accept it," she insisted. "To be frank, this lump of iron is worth this price, and giving you this silver is still a bargain." Seeing his unwavering stance, Wei Fong felt compelled to speak candidly. The blacksmith, observing the sincerity in Wei Fong's expression, realized she was truthful. After a moment of contemplation, he found himself unable to resist the allure of the silver and ultimately accepted her offer. "Very well. I shall arrange for several ox carts to deliver the goods to you ladies, and you need not concern yourselves with the transport fees," the blacksmith replied. Wei Fong carried the piece of dark iron with her all the way to the designated meeting place, the Kashuan Inn, where she was to rendezvous with Mutianshin. Though it was merely a second-grade yellow-level spiritual material, it could be directly refined into flying swords. Now at the third level of the Qi refining stage, she was nearing the capability to fly with a sword. With diligent practice in weapon crafting, by the time she ascended to the fifth level of Qi refining, she would be able to forge several flying swords from this piece of dark iron. Given its size, crafting 3 swords should pose no challenge. One for herself, one for her third brother, and one for Tinger. Mu Tianlu nodded in agreement and summoned the waiter, instructing him to prepare a feast featuring the inn's most renowned dishes. As per Wei Fong's preferences, he concluded, "First, let us have a pot of fine tea accompanied by a selection of pastries." "Indeed, dear court attendant. Please hold on a moment. I shall be there shortly." Soon, the delectable refreshments were served. Wei Fong finally relented, setting aside the block of mysterious iron, and lifted her teacup to sip. After a long journey, she found herself quite parched. The tea was pleasant, yet it paled in comparison to that which her sister procured. Though this tea could not be deemed exquisite, it certainly ranked among the finer varieties available on the market. Its flavor was undoubtedly more than satisfactory. Weilan had cultivated several tea trees in the vast expanse of the world, utilizing spatial water for brewing, rendering its taste incomparable to these ordinary offerings. Over the past year, Wei Fong had indulged frequently, thus her palate had grown discerning. Mu Tianluo, fortunate enough to partake a few times, also recognized that this tea could not hold a candle to the superior brew. She felt that Miss Fong was being excessively modest. This tea could hardly be considered high quality. With a slight curl of her lips, she set her cup down, refusing to taste another drop. Even the seemingly delectable pastries lost their appeal to her. Having been away for less than a day, she already found herself yearning for the culinary delights of the Shu residence, which boasted a variety of rare vegetables and fruits not found elsewhere, alongside an array of innovative dishes. Neither Wei Fong nor Mu Tianluo resumed their consumption of the refreshments, instead idly gazing out at the street scene beyond the window. "Ladies, your meal is prepared. May I serve it now?" After half an hour, the young attendant inquired. Only then did Wei Fong and Mu Tianluo realize they had been seated in silence for quite some time, and yet Mu Tianshin had not yet arrived. Could there be some unforeseen trouble? "Let us wait a little longer. You may go for now." Wei Fong dismissed the waiter, while Mu Tianluo cast a concerned glance towards Mu Tianshin. "Miss Fong, why hasn't Tianshin arrived yet? He should have been here by now. What if something has happened? Perhaps I should check on him." "Very well, you." Just as Wei Fong was about to utter the words "go ahead," the door of the inn swung open, revealing none other than Mu Tianshin. A wave of relief washed over her face, and she smiled, altering her response. "No need to go. My apologies for causing you worry," Mu Tianshin said, his expression apologetic. "It's a relief that you are safe," Wei Fong replied with a smile, refraining from probing further into the matter. However, Mu Tianluo was not so easily pacified. "Tianshin, You haven't yet explained why you took so long to arrive. Look at the time. Miss Fong and I have been waiting for you without having eaten. Upon hearing this, Mu Tianxin promptly offered his apologies once more, instructing the waiter to bring food immediately and skillfully avoiding the topic of his tardiness, hoping Mu Tianluo would not press him further. The thought of the reason for his delay filled him with embarrassment, leaving him visibly uncomfortable. Brother Mu, will you not introduce us? At that moment, a melodious male voice emerged from behind Mu Tianxin, effectively providing him with an escape. It was only then that Mu Tianxin remembered the new friends he had made. Standing behind him, my sincerest apologies, Brother Nan, for my rudeness. Mu Tianxin, feeling somewhat apologetic, clasped his hands in greeting to the gentleman behind him, then proceeded with the introductions. Miss Fong, this is my newly acquainted brother, Nan Yuchen. The others are his guards and attendants. Brother Nan, this is my master, surnamed Wei, with the given name Fong. Beside her is my junior sister, Mu Tianluo. The young ladies returned the greeting. Nan Yuchen took the initiative to bow respectfully to Wei Fong and Mu Tianluo. In truth, Wei Fong had already noticed Nan Yuchen and his companions and was aware that they had arrived alongside Mu Tianxin. Observing their remarkable demeanor and striking appearances, she discerned that apart from the attendant, the martial prowess of the other three was formidable, especially that young man wielding the purple jade flute, who was on the verge of entering the innate realm. His presence exuded an unmistakable air of nobility, suggesting a distinguished lineage. Intrigued, Wei Fong felt inclined to forge a connection with him. Although they were cultivators, their true strength remained concealed, and the Mu residents harbored many coveted treasures that could incite envy. Even a single item could drive others to madness, let alone the multitude they possessed. While the Mu family endeavored to keep their riches hidden, such secrets could not remain veiled indefinitely. Eventually, the treasures within the Mu residence would inevitably be revealed, and the family would become a target for envy, pursued by nobility and even the state, possibly facing annihilation. Thus, forming alliances with noble youths was prudent. They did not expect these connections to provide substantial aid, but merely hoped to diminish the number of adversaries facing the Mu family. Then it is better to comply than to decline. Nan Yuchen, embodying grace, responded with a smile. The four attendants behind him, sensing the atmosphere, instinctively moved to a nearby table. Tianxing, how did you come to know this young master Nan? After they settled, Mu Tian's curious gaze lingered on Nan Yuchen for a moment before he turned to Mu Tianxing and inquired. Upon hearing the question, Mu Tianxing, feeling somewhat awkward, let out a dry laugh and replied vaguely, we met on the way here. At Mu Tianxing's words, a subtle smile graced the corners of Nan Yuchen's lips. Meanwhile, the two attendants at the adjacent table, Qing Shu and Qing Ji, could not contain their laughter. Indeed, the five who had come together were the same group that had traversed the lake. Hearing their laughter only heightened Mu Tianxing's embarrassment. Wei Fong and Mu Tian, noticing their unusual demeanor, sensed that the story behind their acquaintance must harbor some intrigue. Thus their curiosity intensified. At that moment, the waiter arrived with the dishes they had ordered. Mu Tianxing let out a sigh of relief and hastily encouraged everyone to dine. The food is getting cold. Let us eat first, and we can discuss matters afterward. Mu Tian, quickly discerning his intentions, retorted with dissatisfaction, Humph. Don't think that changing the subject will deter my inquiries. Speak up. Upon witnessing the scene, Mu Tian realized that evasion was no longer an option. Resignedly, he thought to himself that he might as well speak up. After all, he would only be subjected to a bit of laughter, which was hardly consequential. Yet, despite this reasoning, Mu Tianxin felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. He rubbed his nose and, with a wry smile, uttered a few words before immediately burying his face in his chest, awaiting the inevitable mockery from those around him. Indeed, no sooner had his words escaped his lips than a clear, melodious laughter echoed forth. Ha! How amusing. Mu Tianxin, a distinguished cultivator, lost his way. Ha! This is too hilarious. I'm dying of laughter. Mu Tianluo pointed at Mu Tianxin with one hand while the other clutched her stomach, which ached from laughter. It was true, Mu Tianxin was inherently directionally challenged. In the past, they had always traveled together, rendering his navigational shortcomings unnoticed, even by himself. Thus, it was only fitting that he would find himself in such a predicament today. Wei Fong, upon hearing Mu Tianxin's words, paused momentarily. However, her position as a leader and her inherent demeanor prevented her from exhibiting the same unrestrained behavior as Mu Tianluo. Nevertheless, The mirth on her face was impossible to conceal. It was no wonder he had been so late. He had gotten lost. All right, let us dine. The food has grown cold. Noticing Mu Tianqin's handsome face flushed to the point of near embarrassment, Wei Fong kindly intervened to alleviate his discomfort. Grateful. Mu Tianqin cast a thankful glance at Wei Fong. In response, Mu Tianluo struggled to suppress her laughter. Yet the thought of an adult like Mu Tianqin losing his way ignited a new wave of amusement within her, which she barely managed to stifle. After a leisurely conversation, Wei Fong and Mu Tianluo finally learned about the encounter between Mu Tianqin and Nan Yuchen's group. Their amusement was uncontrollable upon hearing the tale. It turned out that after parting ways with Wei Fong and Mu Tianluo, Mu Tianqin headed straight to the west of the town. As the name suggests, he needed to venture westward. Although he was not particularly skilled in discerning directions, he was not foolish. Walking in the opposite direction of Wei Fong and the others was undoubtedly correct. Fortunately, he arrived at the western part of the town without incident, as the blacksmith shop was easily recognizable at the town's western street. Upon arrival, he quickly struck a deal with the owner and soon departed. However, just as he exited the western part of the town, he found himself bewildered by the streets before him. Each path felt unfamiliar, and he could not recall which way he had come. Relying solely on instinct, he wandered aimlessly. Unfortunately, it seemed all of his luck had been exhausted that day. The further he walked, the more he strayed from his intended course. He had initially aimed to reach the town's center, but instead, he inadvertently stumbled into a dilapidated alley. The unsightly conditions of the alley and the filthy beggars made it clear to even him that he had taken a wrong turn. Concerned that Wei Fong and the others might be worried, he cast a sympathetic glance at the beggars, contemplated for a moment, and offered them some silver before hastily departing. Yet, after several attempts, each time he believed he had found the right path, he would soon realize he had strayed even further from the town center. Ultimately, Mu Tianqin resigned himself to the realization that navigating back on his own might take until nightfall. It appeared he had no choice but to ask someone for directions. Just as Mu Tianqin was about to inquire for directions, he noticed a group of individuals approaching him, which naturally included Nan Yuchen and his companions. Filled with delight, Mu Tianqin stepped forward to ask for guidance. However, upon recognizing the group, his initial fondness dissipated, and a frown creased his brow as he contemplated turning away to seek assistance elsewhere. At that moment, the gentleman holding the purple jade flute hurriedly interjected. "Might I have a moment, young sir?" "What is it?" Mu Tianqin, having searched for directions for quite some time, was already feeling a bit agitated. The appearance of these peculiar individuals only exacerbated his irritation. Yet, the gentleman seemed undeterred, gazing at him with a gentle expression and cautiously inquiring, "Young sir, can you read?" The reason behind his question stemmed from Mu Tianqin's attire, which was evidently crafted from fine materials, and his demeanor suggested a noble upbringing, leading him to believe that he was likely literate. However, out of an abundance of caution, he opted to probe further. "What do you mean?" Mu Tianqin was beginning to lose his patience. The gentleman, maintaining his good-natured demeanor, smiled softly and gestured behind Mu Tianqin, his voice warm and inviting. "Look behind you. Is that not Qianlai?" Upon hearing these words, Mu Tianqin momentarily froze, then abruptly turned to glance back. Indeed, the three characters Qianlai stood out prominently before his eyes, and in an instant, Mu Tianqin's handsome face flushed a deep shade of crimson. "It is of no concern, young master, such situations are not uncommon. I have previously encountered several individuals like you, inherently lacking in directional sense. In the future, when you venture out, it would be prudent to bring along a few attendants." Observing the young master's flushed face, the kind-hearted companion offered words of comfort. Subsequently, the two exchanged names, and coincidentally, the young master's party was also headed to the dining establishment, thus they entered together. For an entire day, Weilan diligently dedicated herself to her cultivation, successfully advancing from the mid-stage to the late stage of the singing spirit technique, akin to reaching the 9th level of qi refinement. To her surprise, her progress was remarkably swift, even exceeding that of Ting Er and Wei Hua. Initially, she had presumed that, given her innate talents, they would quickly surpass her. However, upon reflection, she found solace in the fact that the spiritual energy within this vast world was significantly denser than that of the outside realm, and she possessed double the time for cultivation. While others practiced for 1 year, she effectively experienced the benefits of 2 years, aided by spiritual elixirs. Under such advantageous conditions, even with less than stellar roots, her advancement would not be unduly slow. With a satisfied smile, Weilan thought of the pace at which she was progressing. Soon, she would be ready to enter the second layer of the singing spirit technique. She eagerly anticipated the transformations that would accompany her ascension to this next level. What intrigued her most was the spirit eye technique. Upon mastering this technique, she would be able to discern the capabilities of cultivators 3 tiers above her without the aid of artifacts, and easily determine whether a mortal possessed spiritual roots. Achieving this was a simple matter, requiring only the initial completion of the spirit eye technique. Once the spirit eye reached a minor accomplishment, she would be able to perceive the true essence of all things in the world. In the realm of distant vision, where mastery reaches its zenith, it is said that one can perceive not only 1,000 miles, but even 10,000 miles, or indeed, countless miles in an instant. The entirety of the cosmos may be unveiled at a mere glance. However, attaining the pinnacle of spiritual cultivation is no simple endeavor. Currently, Weilan does not aspire to reach such lofty heights. She is content with achieving a modest level of proficiency. With this thought in mind, she focused her intent and silently recited the incantation for her spiritual vision, commencing her practice. Upon contemplation, Weilan chose not to hasten her training in spiritual vision, as she had already attained the initial stage of mastery. Progressing to a higher level would undoubtedly require more than just a few days. Instead, she resolved to concentrate on other spells that were within her reach. Among the spells available in the latter stages of the first layer of the divine incantation, aside from the heavenly vision, there were 3 others: the heavenly thunder technique, the water dragon technique, and the fire dragon technique. Perhaps it is true that when the heavens close one door, they open a window. Although Weilan's spiritual roots were exceedingly weak, her innate talent and comprehension were exceptionally remarkable. Consequently, while her cultivation progressed slowly, her ability to learn spells was remarkably swift. She grasped the heavenly thunder technique, the water dragon technique, and the fire dragon technique after merely a few practice sessions. For over 10 days, Weilan subsisted on little more than fruit when hungry and drank from the mountain spring when thirsty. Several days prior, she had discovered that the spring water on the mountain was far superior in taste and health benefits compared to the stream water below. Thus, she continued to rely on the mountain spring for her sustenance. After days of consuming no rice, she now felt a profound emptiness within her abdomen and longed for a proper meal. She is currently at the first level of the singing god decision and is utterly incapable of abstaining from food. Only upon advancing to the second level, which is the foundation establishment stage, can she achieve this. The higher the cultivation level of a practitioner, the longer they can fast. Typically, those in the foundation establishment phase can forego earthly sustenance for 10 consecutive days, while those at the core formation stage can last nearly a month. However, to genuinely attain a state of not consuming earthly fare, one must ascend to immortality. Regardless of whether one is a practitioner or an immortal, a small amount of primordial energy is consumed during the fasting period, although the quantity is negligible and can almost be disregarded. Unable to wait for someone to prepare her meal, Weilan resolved to cook for herself within the vast world. She picked some fresh vegetables from the garden and brought them to the kitchen, which was stocked with firewood, rice, oil, salt, and an array of spices. There was no need for her to laboriously retrieve supplies from the storeroom. In no time, Weilan had prepared a delightful feast. The fragrant Thai jasmine rice filled the air with its aroma even before it was fully cooked, enhanced by the use of spring water from the mountains, which made it even more enticing. Alongside, she had 2 stir-fried vegetables, all of which were visually appealing and flavorful, though lacking soup and meat. While the storeroom contained ample ingredients for soup and a variety of meats, there were no fully cooked meats left to consume. Eagerly, Weilan decided against preparing soup and meat. She fetched a large glass of spring water from the mountains. Even without soup, the spring water sufficed. Swiftly, Weilan served herself a bowl of rice and began to eat. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Weilan stretched languidly and stepped out of the kitchen. Before her lay the empty courtyard, appearing desolate and lifeless. It was then that she remembered her initial intention to raise livestock and poultry in this very yard, a plan she had completely forgotten. Upon this realization, Azure resolved to procure a selection of fowl, cattle, sheep, and swine to raise. Acting with alacrity, Azure promptly departed the Grand World. Without alerting anyone, Azure exited the Grand World and proceeded directly to the estate behind the Mu residence, the erstwhile wasteland now transformed into an estate, where a comprehensive array of animals was kept, including all those Azure desired. Initially, Azure intended to abscond with the animals surreptitiously, but upon reflection, Azure reasoned that while the loss of smaller creatures might go unnoticed by the estate's servants, the disappearance of larger livestock such as pigs, cattle, and sheep would undoubtedly be detected, causing complications. Therefore, Azure deemed it prudent to inform the steward. Although the steward harbored suspicions regarding Azure's motives for acquiring the animals, the steward dared not inquire. Azure successfully obtained the desired domestic animals. Azure took only a male and a female of each species, intending to observe whether these animals would exhibit accelerated growth within the grand world, akin to the fruits and vegetables. If so, raising a large number of them could lead to overpopulation in the future. Thus, Azure limited the selection to a single pair of each. Azure acquired chickens, ducks, rabbits, pigs, sheep, and cattle, 6 species in total. Azure had initially considered acquiring a pair of geese but discovered that none were kept at the estate and was forced to abandon the idea. The estate also did not raise rabbits, as the inhabitants had not yet recognized the potential for large-scale rabbit farming. When people desired rabbit meat, they typically hunted in the mountains. The pair of rabbits Azure obtained was provided by the steward upon request, who claimed they had been captured alive that morning. Fortuitously, they were a male and a female, which proved convenient for Azure. These Azure skies remain unaware, as typically, such trivial matters are entrusted to Butler Moo. Upon hearing the steward's remarks, she pondered and resolved that each day, the servants on the estate may procure 80 eggs and 40 pounds of meat, selecting freely from the chickens, ducks, pigs, cattle, and sheep. The steward and the nearby servants, upon receiving this news, could not help but express their heartfelt gratitude. After ensuring the proper arrangement of these small creatures in the courtyard, Weilan found herself somewhat troubled by the daunting task of their care. The cattle, sheep, and rabbits posed less of a challenge, as they are herbivores, easily sustained by the grass she could gather from the mountains. However, the question of what to feed the chickens, ducks, and pigs lingered in her mind. Surely she could not part with the precious rice stored in the granary. Furrowing her brow in distress, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated her thoughts. How could she have overlooked the 20 acres of vegetables growing just beyond the courtyard? These could serve as sustenance for the animals. The vegetable garden flourished abundantly, continually expanding in density, and she had been worried about how to utilize the surplus. Remarkably, having planted the vegetables only once and occasionally watering them with stream water, she had neglected them thereafter. To her astonishment, the plants not only thrived at an astonishing rate, but also remained unspoiled. Most surprisingly, they bore seeds that fell to the ground, sprouting into new vegetables. What began as less than 2 acres had now burgeoned to 20, densely packed with greenery. Had the land not been limited to 20 acres, one could only imagine the vast expanse these vegetables might have covered. These 20 acres of vegetables are just enough to feed these animals, as she can't possibly consume that much herself, saving it from being wasted. With this in mind, Weilan, with a mere thought, harvested enough vegetables from the field to feed the animals for a day. Of course, she selectively picked from the densest areas, shaking off the soil from the roots. And then, through her will, shredded the vegetables and fed them to the animals. Within this grand world, Weilan is akin to a deity, capable of accomplishing anything with a single thought. No sooner had Weilan placed the vegetables into each enclosure than all the animals swarmed forward, vying for the food. Weilan smiled contentedly and fetched some stream water from the creek, pouring it into the troughs. Seeing the animals drinking with gusto, Weilan smiled with satisfaction. The spiritual energy within the grand world is abundant, imbuing even the cultivated plants with spiritual essence, and the water is even more replete with it. It is indeed capable of attracting animals. The food and water within the grand world not only greatly benefit mortals upon consumption, but also augment the spiritual power of cultivators. Of course, the spiritual power gained is minimal, but if consumed daily, the cumulative effect becomes quite considerable. Every few days, Weilan would add some stream water to the wells used for consumption throughout the manor, and she had quietly replaced the water and ingredients in her main courtyard with those from the grand world. Currently, her entire family of 4 dines in the main courtyard, and even Mu Tianchen, Mu Tianluo, and Mo Xing's meals are delivered from there. Weilan went to the mountains to gather some spiritual herbs, refined a batch of qi-nourishing pills, enough for Wei Fong and the others to consume for a year, and then began attempting to refine qi-gathering pills. The Vitality Pill is a first-tier intermediate elixir, relatively easy to refine, and Yulan has now achieved a remarkable success rate of 100%. The Gathering Chi pill surpasses the Vitality pill by one tier, classifying it as a first-tier advanced elixir, although she has attempted to refine it. Her success rate has been disappointingly low, at less than 30%, with only inferior-grade pills produced. Occasionally, she manages to obtain a couple of medium-grade pills, yet not a single superior-grade one has been achieved. However, with her enhanced abilities and improved control over spiritual energy, it is anticipated that her success rate will significantly increase. Elixirs are categorized into 10 levels, each of which is further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades, with each grade also having upper, middle, and lower qualities. Recently, including the Vitality pill she just refined, all her creations have been of superior quality. Yulan has prepared all the necessary materials for refining the Gathering Chi pill and has proceeded to the alchemy chamber. Outside the vast world, at the entrance of Yulan's abode, the maidens, led by Hong Ri, have diligently taken turns guarding the door since Yulan entered. Following her explicit instructions that no one is permitted to enter unless summoned, they have refrained from intruding, even after several days of silence from within. Had they been unaware of Yulan's identity as a cultivator, Hong Ri and the others would have undoubtedly been anxious and would have forcibly entered to check on her. However, since discovering her true nature, their concerns have dissipated, and they have previous instances to draw upon, recalling how Yulan has previously isolated herself for days, only to emerge in a state of tranquility and composure. However, this time is different. In the past, Weilan would emerge after a maximum of 2 days. Yet now it has nearly been 7, and the house remains eerily silent, the door firmly shut. Hongri and the other girls could not help but feel a sense of unease. Coincidentally, all the masters were absent. Sister Hongri, what should we do? The lady has been locked inside for 7 days and has yet to come out. This is unprecedented. Something must have happened, Yu Chen said anxiously, her gaze fixed on the door. Mingyue, overhearing Yu Chen's words, quickly interjected, Pa. Yu Chen, be quiet. The lady is an immortal. How could anything possibly be wrong? Do not speak such nonsense. Yet, despite her reprimand, a flicker of worry danced in Mingyue's eyes. Indeed, this situation was far from ordinary. For 7 days, the lady had not stepped outside nor consumed a morsel of food, not even a sip of water. Typically, a person would struggle after just 1 day without sustenance. 7 days without nourishment could prove fatal. Although the lady was an immortal, it seemed implausible that she could endure such a lengthy period without sustenance. Could it truly be that something had gone awry? The more she pondered, the graver her expression became. Hongri appeared to share Mingyue's concerns as they exchanged anxious glances before both turning their worried gazes toward the door. Sister Hongri, should we perhaps go inside to check? Mingyue tentatively proposed after a moment's hesitation. Indeed, let us venture in and see, Hongri agreed, as Yu Chen, previously silenced by the reprimand, could no longer contain herself upon hearing Mingyue's suggestion. Given that Red Japan is their former mistress and of more advanced years, the others, namely, Mingyue, Yu Chen, and Moxing, instinctively hold her in high regard, heeding her counsel and soliciting her input on various matters, despite their current equal footing. Very well. Let us proceed and assess the situation, Red Japan conceded after a moment's deliberation, acquiescing to the notion of entering the dwelling. But, Sister Red Japan, are we acting prudently? The mistress instructed us to remain outside, interjected Maju, whose unassuming presence had caused her to be nearly overlooked. Maju, having recently ascended from a lower position, maintained a cautious and dutiful demeanor, adhering to the principle of fewer words, more action. Over time, she grew accustomed to Red Japan and the others, realizing their amiable nature, which gradually allowed her to relax. Nevertheless, she generally refrained from excessive chatter. She was, of course, privy to the most confidential matters of the Mu household, namely, the existence of cultivators. On her second day, Red Japan had enlightened her, as per Weilan's directive, for Red Japan would not have otherwise divulged such information. Subsequently, Weilan had her tested, and as anticipated, she possessed no spiritual roots. However, she did commence martial training alongside Red Japan and the others. Upon hearing Maju's words, Red Japan and her companions recalled Weilan's instructions, causing them to hesitate. However, the thought of Weilan having remained in the room for an extended period without sustenance or hydration filled them with concern for her well-being. The moment of hesitation was swiftly cast aside, Regardless of the circumstances, let us proceed inside to ascertain the situation. If the lady expresses discontent, I shall bear the consequences. Red Sun resolutely declared. Upon hearing Red Sun's words, Emoju hastily interjected, Sister Red Sun, that is not what I meant. I understand. I harbor no grievances against you. Very well, let us discuss this later. For now, we must see how the lady is faring. Red Sun, well aware that Emoju's intentions were not ill, bore no malice towards her. After speaking, she stepped forward, reaching for the door to push it open. At that moment, the door swung open from within, revealing figures that had not appeared for several days. Lady, upon seeing Weilan, Red Sun and the others were momentarily taken aback, then joyfully exclaimed, Lady, you have finally emerged. We were worried something had happened to you, and were just about to check inside. Red Sun spoke with palpable excitement. Have you all been waiting outside these past few days? Weilan, noticing the genuine delight on the girls' faces, felt a stir in her heart, her eyes flickering. I had mentioned before that while I am in seclusion, you need not linger at the door. Why did you not heed my words? Weilan chided, her brow furrowed. Sensing no anger in Weilan's demeanor, Red Sun realized she was not truly reproaching them. Yu Chun, with a mischievous grin, chimed in. It is a blessing for us that the lady is considerate of her servants. How can we dare to take the lady's kindness for granted and become complacent? Lady, you must be famished after so many days without food. You should have some millet porridge. It is most suitable for you after such a long fast. A voice emerged from behind the crowd, revealing that Emoju had stealthily made her way to the small kitchen. She brought forth a small pot of millet porridge and several exquisite dishes. Take them to the front hall. I shall dine there, she instructed. Although she had just satisfied her hunger in the vast world outside, Weilan felt compelled to partake a little, not wanting to arouse any suspicion among the others. Moreover, she could not bear to disregard the young girl's heartfelt intentions. The steaming, delicately prepared dishes clearly indicated that Emoju had meticulously prepared them in advance, likely on a daily basis, for her convenience. Upon seeing what Emoju had brought, Hong Ri and the others could not help but feel a wave of regret wash over them. They chastised themselves, lamenting, We have been negligent. We completely overlooked the fact that Our Lady has not eaten for so long and must surely be famished. We even burdened her with so many words. How careless of us. It is indeed Emoju who is more attentive. Oh, what is the matter? Weilan inquired nonchalantly. Madam, it is as follows. The moment you entered your chamber the other day, a group of individuals arrived seeking an audience with you. However, since you were in seclusion, I dared not disturb you and thus did not report it to you, Hong Ri explained. Who were they? Do you know? Weilan asked, her curiosity piqued. She was astonished, having scarcely met anyone during her time here. Who could possibly be seeking her? Upon hearing that they had been waiting for her, her intrigue only deepened. Oh, they are still waiting? What could be so urgent? Where are they currently residing? They are staying in a few nearby households, Hong Ri replied. Upon hearing this, Weilan furrowed her brows in confusion, pondering who could have such pressing matters to seek her out, especially after having kept them waiting for so many days. Why would the Yun family wish to meet her? Moreover, how did they ascertain her whereabouts? The thought that the Yun family might have dispatched someone to investigate her unsettled her, causing her to frown in displeasure. She soon became apprehensive. Wondering just how much the Yun family had uncovered about her, she hoped they had not discovered the vegetables and fruits in the Mu residence. However, she was certain that they must have learned about her martial skills, leading her to speculate whether their intent in contacting her was related to this matter. It was said that you have pressing matters that hinder your availability to meet guests, she heard. Weilan nodded without further comment and inquired, by the way, has the Yun family exhibited any peculiar behavior in the village recently? Peculiar behavior? Hong Ri replied, puzzled. You mean inquiring about the affairs of the Mu residence, or perhaps about me? Weilan prompted. I cannot say for certain, but the steward Mu would undoubtedly know. Hong Ri responded. Madam, should I summon steward Mu? Weilan nodded, and Hong Ri promptly took her leave. In no time, she returned with steward Mu. Upon seeing Weilan, steward Mu was filled with immense joy. Like the other maidens, he had been greatly concerned about her well-being. Yet as a man, he could not linger in the courtyard all day, burdened by the responsibilities of managing the household. Nevertheless, he made it a point to inquire about her situation daily. And he had just departed a short while before she emerged. Younger one pays respects to Madam, he greeted. Pray dispense with formalities, esteemed steward Mu. Are you cognizant of the activities the Yun family has been engaged in within the village these past few days? ventured directly into the heart of the matter. "Have they not made inquiries among the villagers regarding the affairs of the Mu estate?" inquired. Upon hearing this, was somewhat perplexed, yet inwardly relieved. She instructed, "Dispatch someone to summon the Yun family hither. They shall be received in the main hall of the front courtyard." The front hall was reserved exclusively for receiving guests. Her cultivated vegetables were all situated in the rear courtyard, ensuring that the Yun family would remain oblivious, provided they did not venture there. "Madam, perhaps a moment's pause is warranted. You have yet to partake of your meal," interjected. Steward Mu, upon hearing's directive, promptly dispatched a messenger to invite the Yun family. Proceeded to her meal without further ado. "Tomorrow, the next installment shall be released at 6 p.m. Refrain from imprudent utterances, lest we be overheard. Be obedient, I beseech you. Endure these remaining days, and soon, Madame Mu shall grant us an audience. Should you capture her favor, and she deign to accept you as her disciple, you shall acquire martial skills, and thereafter, you need no longer fear the depredations of others." Gently coaxed, his gaze imbued with affection. In truth, was fully aware that confining the habitually vivacious young maiden within such a dilapidated dwelling for so many days was indeed a hardship for her. However, for her own betterment, this slight imposition must be borne. "Understood, father, shall be obedient as always." Listening to her father's words, Yun Li, though deeply reluctant to remain in this dilapidated house, understood that her father spoke the truth. To master martial arts, one must endure. At merely 9 years of age, she grasped the significance of successfully apprenticing under Lady Mu for their Yun family. If she and her brother could indeed become her disciples and acquire martial skills, the Yun family would gain a warrior, and more importantly, establish a connection with the Mu estate. With such a formidable ally, the Yun family would possess greater confidence in the future. These considerations stemmed from familial interests, yet on a personal level, she harbored a profound desire to train in martial arts. Ever since she had heard tales of extraordinary individuals, she felt an irresistible yearning to emulate their legendary feats. Aspiring to attain remarkable abilities and earn the admiration of others, Yun Chiwa felt a sense of solace at his daughter's understanding. "Father, what if Lady Mu does not accept my sister and me?" At that moment, Yun Ji, who had been silently observing the conversation, suddenly voiced a poignant inquiry that struck at the heart of their concerns. This was precisely what troubled Yun Qinghua the most. Those exceptional individuals often possessed eccentric temperaments. Although Lady Mu was willing to teach the villagers of Yunhua, it did not guarantee she would take his children, Yun Li and Yun Ji, as her apprentices. "Brother, I wish to learn martial arts. If Lady Mu does not accept us, we shall kneel and implore her until she agrees to take us as her disciples." With determination etched upon her delicate features, Yun Li resolutely proclaimed that, for herself and for the Yun family, she must succeed in becoming a disciple this time. And after enduring so much indignity, her sacrifices must not be in vain. Well, my Lier truly understands," praised Yun Qinghua, clearly pleased by her words. However, upon hearing his sister's declaration, Yunji furrowed his brow, realizing that extraordinary individuals like Madame Mu would not be easily swayed by mere pleas. If she truly did not wish to take them as her disciples, no amount of kneeling or supplication would suffice. Although he harbored a desire to be accepted as Madame Mu's apprentice, he knew he must also prepare himself for the worst. Despite being merely 14 years of age and appearing quiet and reserved, Yunji possessed a keen intellect, coupled with a hint of cunning. After all, he was destined to be the future head of the Yun family, and lacking ability was simply not an option. Observing his son's troubled expression, Yun Qinghua understood his unspoken thoughts. Indeed, he too was aware of the slim chances of success. Yet, even if the opportunity was but a flicker, he was determined to make the attempt. Perhaps, just perhaps, the exceptional talents of both Ji and Lier would catch Madame Mu's eye. "Father, let us not indulge in overly optimistic thoughts. We must be prepared for the worst," Yunji cautioned, wishing to spare his father from undue disappointment. For he himself held little hope for their endeavor. Although he had never witnessed the warriors' appearances, their legendary exploits had been recounted to him since childhood, and he had gained some understanding of their formidable nature. It is generally known that extraordinary martial artists are selective when it comes to accepting disciples, even for scions of royal or noble families. Unless they possess exceptional talent, no amount of entreaty will sway these masters. Yunji doubted that he and his sister possessed the fortunate aptitude to capture Madame Mu's attention. As Yunji pondered this, a knock echoed from the doorway. followed by Yun Lu's voice. Master, Madame Mu has dispatched someone to invite you to her residence. Upon hearing Yun Lu's words, Yin Chihua rose with elation, exclaiming, Excellent. This is wonderful. Quickly, Zhi'er, Li'er, prepare yourselves and change into more suitable attire. Make haste, and let us not keep Madame Mu waiting. Yes, father. Yun Ji and Yun Li responded with delight, hurrying to their respective chambers to change. Moments later, they emerged, and Yun Qinghua, having also donned new garments, promptly led his children out. As their lodgings were situated not far from the Mu residence, they proceeded on foot rather than by carriage. Following her departure from Jade Willow Town, Wei Fang journeyed northward, pausing only at blacksmith shops in the hope of discovering another hidden gem. She had already acquired a substantial quantity of ordinary iron and now sought more exceptional materials, primarily spiritual ore, which was the primary objective of her excursion. Her acquisition of mundane iron had merely been incidental. Otherwise, she would have simply delegated the task to others rather than undertaking it herself. One day, the trio arrived at Yin City, a settlement of considerable size. Mukin and Tianlu embarked on a quest for information. Aware of Mukin's geographical disorientation, Fang and Tianlu were wary of allowing him to venture out alone. Fang awaited their return in a tea house. Fair maiden, to partake of tea in solitude must surely be a melancholic endeavor. Permit me to offer my company. A voice, unctuous and grating, intruded upon Fang's reverie. Instinctively, her brow furrowed, and she turned her gaze from the window to behold the speaker. A few paces away stood a portly gentleman, his hair slicked back, adorned in opulent attire. With a flourish, he fanned himself as he approached, attempting a debonair demeanor. Were Londa witnessed this scene, she would undoubtedly chuckle. How familiar. How kitsch. The corpulent man had initially been captivated by Fang's profile, deeming it exceptionally alluring. Upon seeing her face in full, he was utterly smitten, his eyes widening in astonishment. Fang possessed a natural beauty, marred only by slightly coarse skin. However, since embracing the path of cultivation, her skin had become refined, and her aura had acquired an ethereal quality. Such loveliness was indeed captivating. Exquisite, truly exquisite. Far more alluring than the haggard woman at home and those other commonplace beauties. Fortune smiles upon me this day, for I have encountered such a resplendent beauty. Pray tell, fair maiden, from which house do you hail? I have not had the pleasure of making your acquaintance previously. Inform me forthwith, for I shall dispatch emissaries to your abode to propose matrimony. Though I am already wed to a principal wife, and possess 8 concubines, fret not. Upon your union, you shall be regarded as an equal spouse. Such pulchritude as yours, fair maiden, I could not bear to see diminished by subservience. The corpulent gentleman unceremoniously seated himself across from Wei Fang, his prodigious frame causing the chair to creak ominously. His swollen eyes fixated upon her with lascivious intent. Remove yourself, Wei Fang retorted, incensed by the portly man's audacious gaze and impertinent words. His uninvited presence and presumptuous seating before her provoked her ire, and she rebuked him with a vexed, melodious voice. Alas, fair maiden, why so unyielding? I am, after all, your betrothed. What harm is there in a little dalliance? The corpulent gentleman's countenance betrayed his carnal desires, his tone frivolous. Wei Fang, unaccustomed to such lewd advances, was overcome with shame and indignation, her complexion fluctuating between crimson and azure. Silence, you insolent libertine. Utter but one more vulgarity, and you shall incur my wrath. Wei Fang rose abruptly, her comely face contorted with anger. Your ire only amplifies your beauty, fair maiden. I am captivated. Deign to feel the frantic beating of my heart. The corpulent gentleman, enraptured by the radiant glimmer in Wei Fang's eyes, felt his body succumb to a languorous sensation. His lascivious gaze greedily devoured her form. Yearning to consume her whole, he circumvented the table, advancing toward her, intent on seizing her hand. Wei Fang's face grew cold as she deftly evaded his grasp. A wave of nausea washed over her, and she could no longer restrain herself from teaching the repulsive fat man a lesson. However, before she could act, the rotund figure suddenly let out a pained yelp, blood instantly staining his mouth, and it appeared that 2 or 3 bloodied teeth had fallen out. The attendants behind him, witnessing the scene, rushed forward in alarm, calling out, "Young master, are you all right?" Wei Fang stood momentarily stunned, only to hear a familiar, gentle male voice. Such foul language deserves punishment. As the voice resonated, several familiar figures entered through the doorway of the tea house. It was none other than Nan Yu-chun and his companions, whom she had only recently met. It seemed he was the one who had intervened. Upon seeing Nan Yu-chun, Wei Fong felt a surge of joy. "Miss Wei, are you unharmed?" Nan Yuchen approached her, his concern evident. Wei Fong, along with Mutian Qin and Mutian Luo, were cultivators, while Nan Yuchen and his companions were merely martial artists of the acquired stage. Thus, they remained oblivious to the true extent of Wei Fong and her friend's powers. They had always assumed that she and her companions were ordinary individuals. "I am fine. Thank you for your concern, young Master Nan, and for coming to my aid just now." Although Wei Fong could have handled the situation herself, she deemed it proper to express her gratitude, as he had indeed assisted her. Just as Nan Yuchen was about to respond, the fat man erupted with rage, shouting, "You little brat, do you know who I am to meddle in my affairs? Are you tired of living?" Though the corpulent fellow couldn't discern his assailant, he instinctively linked the sudden appearance of the youth to his misfortune. "You incompetent dolts! Did you not witness this young scoundrel's assault upon me? Avenge me at once. But take heed not to harm my fair maiden." "Yes, master." The lackeys responded obsequiously, eagerly advancing toward Nan Yuchen. Yet, before they could reach him, Yi Linshao intercepted them with a dismissive wave, effortlessly felling the corpulent fellow's retinue, their cries of agony soon filling the air. The corpulent fellow, witnessing this, recoiled in terror, clutching his injured mouth. Abandoning his fallen lackeys, he turned and fled, not before issuing a venomous threat. "You shall rue the day you crossed me. I shall return with reinforcements to settle this score." Wei Fong and Nan Yuchen remained unperturbed by the outburst. Qingxi approached the fallen lackeys, prodding them with her foot, and said with impatience, "Your master has fled. Why do you linger? Begone." The lackeys, upon hearing this, scrambled to their feet, enduring their pain, and hastily retreated, offering profuse thanks as they fled. With the unwelcome presence gone, Wei Fong invited Nan Yuchen to join her table. "Master Nan, what a delightful coincidence. I did not anticipate our paths crossing so soon." "Indeed," Nan Yuchen responded, "it seems fate has conspired to bring us together." Nan Yuchen also smiled and remarked, "By the way, why haven't I seen young Master Tian and Miss Mu? Are they not accompanying Miss Wei?" He recalled that since his arrival, he had not laid eyes on Mutian Qin and Mutian Luo and couldn't help but inquire. Reflecting on the earlier perilous encounter, his handsome brows furrowed slightly. Had they not fortuitously passed by this tea house, Miss Wei would have found herself in a precarious situation. Merely imagining this beautiful and demure young lady being subjected to the lascivious advances of that scoundrel stirred an undeniable surge of murderous intent within Nan Yuchen. Standing behind him, Yi Linshao and Qi Moli keenly sensed the ominous aura radiating from Nan Yuchen, causing their expressions to shift with unease. This was their first encounter with such palpable hostility emanating from him. Yi Linshao regarded Nan Yuchen's back pensively, while Qi Moli's demeanor returned to its usual impassivity. His gaze lowered like a wooden post standing silently beside him. "We went out to gather some information and procure provisions. I shall wait for them here," Wei Fong elucidated. Upon hearing this, Nan Yuchen instinctively frowned, expressing his disapproval. "Miss Wei, why did you not retain someone by your side to attend to you? It suffices for only one person to go out. It is exceedingly perilous for a young lady to be alone in such circumstances." Nan Yuchen's dark eyes shimmered with an inquisitive light as he scrutinized Wei Fong deeply. Although astonished internally, his expression quickly reverted to its usual calm demeanor. "Please, young Master Nan, do not say such things. Regardless, you have indeed come to my aid just now," Wei Fong replied gently. "May I inquire, from whom did you receive your teachings, Miss Wei?" Suddenly, a deep and transparent voice interjected into the conversation between the two. Wei Fong was momentarily taken aback by the sound, and looked in astonishment at the speaker, Qi Mo Ling. This was the first time Wei Fong had heard him speak, and she was pleasantly surprised by the melodious quality of his voice. Not only was Wei Fong astonished, but the other individuals present also regarded Qi Mo Ling with expressions of wonder. Naturally aloof and typically taciturn, he rarely spoke unless absolutely necessary. It was not uncommon for him to remain silent for days or even months at a time, rarely uttering a single word, let alone initiating a question. He appeared to possess an innate disinterest in nearly everything, save for martial arts. Thus, his decision to pose a question today was indeed a remarkable occurrence, explaining the astonishment of those around him. Upon closer inspection, Wei Fong realized that this silent guardian, Qi Mo Ling, was actually quite handsome, rivaling Nan Yuchen. Though their styles differed, one exuded a gentle elegance, ethereal and refined, while the other emanated a cool, striking demeanor, steadfast as a mountain. These two distinctly different appearances and temperaments were strikingly beautiful in their own right. Upon hearing Wei Fang's words, the gathered crowd was taken aback. Wei Fang appeared to be no older than 14 or 15, which implied that her sister could not be significantly older, perhaps merely 20 years her senior at most. Under her sister's tutelage, Wei Fang had already attained an astonishing level of cultivation at such a tender age. To the extent that even Nan Yuqing and his companions were unable to discern her true strength, Nan Yuqing himself had reached the 12th layer of postnatal cultivation. It was improbable that anyone could conceal their prowess from him unless they were vastly superior. This indicated that Wei Fang had already reached the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation. The cultivation level of the person who could nurture such an exceptional talent as Wei Fang. Could it be that her sister had already transcended into the innate realm? At this thought, both Nan Yuqing, Yi Linxiao, and Qi Moling simultaneously felt a shift in expression. Qi Moling suddenly recalled Mu Tianxin and Mu Tianluo. They too must possess extraordinary abilities, and like Wei Fang, their cultivation levels were equally inscrutable. It was likely that their prowess surpassed that of the young master. The realization sent a tremor through Qi Moling's heart, and her dark eyes sparkled with a peculiar light as she gazed thoughtfully at Wei Fang. Miss Wei, do the Mu siblings also practice martial arts? Were their skills imparted by your sister as well? Evidently, Nan Yuqing and Qi Moling were on the same wavelength. Wei Fang nodded, indicating that there was nothing to conceal. Although they had suspected it all along, hearing the confirmation from Wei Fang's lips still left Nan Yuqing and his companions in disbelief. In the realm of martial arts, only 51 individuals are known to have reached the pinnacle of the postnatal stage, most of whom have surpassed the age of 100, with a significant number exceeding 80. Though martial artists maintain an air of mystery among the common folk, they are quite familiar with one another, frequently visiting to exchange insights and refine their skills. The rarity of postnatal masters makes the existence of innate martial artists even more scarce. To the best of Nan Yu's knowledge, there is but a solitary innate master within the entire martial community, known as Lin Tianyuan, revered as the heavenly origin master by his peers. Miss Wei, may I inquire about your esteemed sister's name and residence? Would it be permissible for me to visit and seek her guidance? Nan Yuqing earnestly asked, his gaze fixed upon Wei Fang. In the martial world, there exists an unwritten rule allowing prodigies to approach their more accomplished seniors for instruction. And unless there are exceptional circumstances, seniors generally cannot refuse. Upon hearing Nan Yuqing's request, both Qi Mo Ling and Yi Lin Zhao's eyes brightened, their gazes intensely fixed on Wei Fang. Seeing their reaction, Wei Fang initially hesitated to decline. The Mu household harbored many secrets that were unsuitable for outsiders. However, upon further reflection, she acquiesced. Nan Yuchun and his companions did not appear to be of ordinary origin. They might well belong to a prominent noble family. Cultivating a favorable relationship with them could prove advantageous in the future. If feasible, she also contemplated persuading her sister to accept them as disciples. For even if they lacked innate talent, her sister could still impart martial knowledge to them. With the bond of master and disciple established, the relationship between the Mu family and them became inseparable. Alas, this was merely a fleeting thought they had undoubtedly taken on their masters long ago. Unless they obtained their master's consent, it would be impossible to pledge allegiance to another. Upon witnessing Wei Fang's agreement, Nan Yuqing and the others could not contain their elation. Young Master Mu, young Lady Mu, you two have truly concealed your prowess well. If it weren't for Miss Wei's earlier mention, we would have remained oblivious to the remarkable extent of your cultivation, Yi Lin Xiao remarked, his admiration evident as he gazed at them. Upon hearing this, Mu Tianxun and Mu Tianluo were momentarily taken aback, only to notice the handprint on the table. They instantly recognized it as the work of Wei Fang. Their puzzled gazes shifted towards her. Knowing her well enough to understand that she would not engage in such activities without cause, surely something significant had transpired. Miss Fang, what has happened? Mu Tianxun inquired. Wei Fang had no intention of concealing the recent events. Upon hearing Mu Tianxun's question, she recounted the story to them. As they listened to her narration, their expressions shifted dramatically, with a piercing cold light flashing in Mu Tianxun's eyes. Meanwhile, Mu Tianluo cast a worried glance at Wei Fang. Miss Fang, are you unharmed? Those ruffians did not dare to disrespect you, did they? You need not worry. What could possibly happen to me? Have you forgotten that I am a practitioner of martial arts? A mere handful of ordinary individuals could hardly approach me, Wei Fang replied with a smile, though she was genuinely touched by their concern for her well-being. Upon hearing this, Mu Tianxun and Mu Tianlu both recalled that Wei Fang's cultivation far surpassed their own. It seemed they had momentarily lost their composure due to excessive concern. Such is the nature of worry, which often leads to confusion. That scoundrel may have fled swiftly, but should I encounter him again, I shall not let him escape so easily, Mu Tianlu declared with a glint of resolve in her eyes. Miss Fang, would you like me to seek out that scoundrel and teach him a lesson? Allowing him to go unpunished earlier was far too lenient. Miss Wei, if you have other matters to attend to, please do not feel obligated to concern yourselves with us. This issue is not pressing. We can afford to wait. Nan Yuchan quickly interjected. Upon hearing this, Nan Yuchan felt it unnecessary to say more. After finishing her porridge and rinsing her mouth, Weilan set the cup down just as the Yun family arrived. Their timing was impeccable. Indeed, your timing is perfect. Just as I finished my porridge, you arrived. As if you had calculated it, Weilan remarked with a smile as she wiped her mouth with a cloth. Hong Ri took the cloth Weilan had used and set it aside, laughing in agreement. Come, let us not keep our guests waiting. Upon entering the main hall, Weilan found Yun Qihua already there with his children and Yun Lu awaiting her arrival. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Boss Yun, Weilan exclaimed with a gracious smile as she stepped into the hall. Yun Qihua, hearing her voice, promptly stood to greet her, with Yun Ji, Yun Li, and Yun Lu following closely behind. Not at all. It is I who have caused the delay. I hope Madame Mu will not hold it against me. Come. Ji and Li, come greet Madame Mu. Yun Qihua spoke with a hint of reverence, subsequently summoning his children to greet Weilan. Meet Madame Mu. Upon hearing this, Yun Jiyun and Yun Li obediently approached, with Yun Li casting curious glances at Weilan. Young Master Yun, young Miss Yun, please rise. There is no need for such formalities, Weilan gently urged. She was acutely aware of the siblings' inquisitive stares, yet remained unperturbed, for she too was subtly observing the duo. Weilan noted the striking resemblance between the children and their father, particularly in Yun Li, who seemed to mirror him even more than her brother, Yun Ji. Fortunately, Yun Qihua possessed an exceptional and handsome visage. Otherwise, Yun Li might have been deemed unfortunate in appearance. However, as she was still young, it was likely that her features would evolve with time. Being a girl, she would probably soften in appearance as she matured. Both Yun Jiyun and Yun Li possessed bright, clear eyes, devoid of the typical arrogance, indulgence, and petulance often found in the offspring of affluent families. Although Yun Ji had yet to reach adulthood, his upbringing in a merchant family had imparted upon him a remarkable poise and sagacity for one so young. Meanwhile, the glimmer of mischief that occasionally danced in Yun Li's lively eyes revealed her spirited nature. She might be a tad willful, yet she was certainly not unreasonable, and her inherent disposition appeared to be kind-hearted. Mr. Yun, you are truly fortunate to have such charming and well-behaved children, Weilan complimented with a smile. Upon hearing Weilan's praise for his children, Yun Qihua couldn't help but feel immense joy. If Weilan held them in such regard, it would surely enhance the prospects of their apprenticeship. Hee, I sincerely appreciate your kind words, Madame Mu. To be candid, both Xier and Lier are the legitimate daughters of the Yun family, raised with great indulgence by my wife since childhood. Fortunately, they have not been spoiled by this affection. Xier began accompanying me to examine the accounts and engage in business from the tender age of 8, thus cultivating a composed and reserved disposition. As for Lier, she tends to be a source of exasperation. Her playful mischief and somewhat willful nature can be quite challenging. Nevertheless, she possesses a kind heart. Yun Qihua remarked with a hint of pride. Standing behind Yun Qihua, Yun Ji felt a bit bashful under her father's praise, lowering her head. Meanwhile, Yun Li, on the other side, protested with a playful tone, Father, how could you speak of your daughter in such a manner? I am not nearly as mischievous and willful as you describe. See, I scarcely utter a word about her, and she immediately contests it. Madame Mu, do you not agree that this is indeed a sign of stubbornness? Yun Qihua said, casting a fond glance at his daughter before turning to Weilan. Weilan could sense the deep affection between the father and daughter. Yun Qihua truly cherished his daughter, Yun Li. There is nothing wrong with a girl being lively and a bit headstrong. It only adds to her charm and vitality. This was Weilan's heartfelt opinion, as she could not abide by those overly rigid young ladies of high society. Upon hearing this, Yun Qihua was inwardly elated, realizing that his gamble had indeed paid off. When he initially decided to bring Lier to seek apprenticeship, he had some apprehensions that Lier's disposition might not appeal to Weilan. He contemplated whether to compel Lier to modify her temperament, even if it meant feigning a more docile demeanor. However, after careful deliberation, he resolved to allow Lier to present herself to Weilan with her true nature. He wagered that Weilan would appreciate Lier's innocent and vivacious authenticity. And it turned out that his intuition was spot on. Madam, you and proprietor Yun should take a seat before continuing your conversation. It wouldn't do to keep our guest standing, Hong Ri, who had arrived with refreshments, promptly reminded Weilan. Weilan, upon hearing this, realized that they had been standing in the middle of the main hall all along. She hastily invited Qinghua and the others to sit down and apologetically said, "Pardon my oversight, please be seated." "Not at all, madam, please do the same." Yun Qinghua demurred before taking a seat after Weilan. "Young Master Yun, young Miss Yun, and Manager Yun, please be seated as well. Everyone, please sample these teas and pastries. The tea is rather ordinary, but these pastries were made personally by the maids in my household, and their flavor is exceptional. In the presence of Madam and the proprietor, a subordinate has no right to sit. I shall remain standing." Yin Lu promptly demurred. Weilan, hearing this, responded with a smile, "Manager Yun, please be seated. There are no such formalities in my residence." This. Yun Lu was about to decline again when Yun Qinghua interjected. "Yun Lu, since Madam Mu has invited you to sit, please do so. Jier, Lier, you may be seated as well." "Yes, thank you for the honor, madam." Upon hearing this, Yun Lu took a seat to Yun Qinghua's left. "Thank you, Madam Xia, for the seat." Yun Ji and Yun Li also subsequently sat down across from Yun Qinghua in turn. Yun Li, upon seeing the novel pastries that the maids, Hong Ri and others, brought out, which she had never seen before, began to salivate. After sitting down, she could no longer resist picking up a piece and quickly devouring it. Lier, seeing his younger sister's impropriety, Yun Ji couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed and quietly tried to stop her. Yun Qinghua, noticing this, also felt somewhat awkward and looked at Weilan apologetically. "Madam Mu, my daughter is being impolite. Generally, when visiting someone's home, unless they are very close relatives or friends, guests usually do not touch the snacks on the table and only drink some tea." Yun Qinghua and Yun Lu keenly perceived this and couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. The more Weilan liked Yun Li, the more likely she would be to accept her as a disciple. Thinking of this, Yun Qinghua seized the opportunity and immediately made a request to Weilan to accept them as disciples. "It is my daughter's blessing to be liked by Madam Mu. I have a request to make of you, madam, to accept my unworthy children as disciples." "Jier, Lier," Yun Qinghua called out. Yun Ji and Yun Li, understanding their father's call, immediately walked in front of Weilan and knelt down, pleading, "We beg you, madam, to accept us as disciples. Please accept my brother and me. Madam, Lier will never be willful or naughty again, and will definitely listen to you obediently. Lier really wants to learn martial arts." Yun Li looked at Weilan with hopeful eyes, pleading. Yun Ji also kowtowed, saying, "We beg you, madam, to accept us as disciples. You don't need to do this. Please rise." With a delicate gesture, Azure effortlessly straightened Yun Ji and Yun Li, much to the astonishment of Yun Qinghua and the others. They had always known Azure to be an extraordinary individual, but they were now even more astounded by her capabilities. This further solidified their resolve to have Yun Ji and Yun Li become her disciples, a sentiment echoed by the two youths. Azure then declared with solemnity, "Proprietor Yun, as you have investigated me, you are undoubtedly aware of the circumstances surrounding my Mu estate." Upon hearing this, Yun Qinghua was visibly flustered, fearing Azure's displeasure. He hastily attempted to explain, "Madam Mu, please allow me to elucidate." However, Azure interjected with a wave of her hand, preventing him from elaborating. "Proprietor Yun, there is no need for anxiety or explanations. I am being forthright, not to express resentment. I understand that your actions were not driven by malice. Nevertheless, such endeavors must not be repeated. While I am willing to overlook this instance, should there be a recurrence." Although she was willing to disregard this particular incident, Azure would not hesitate to retaliate if Yun Qinghua persisted in investigating the Mu estate. Given her current abilities, eliminating a merchant would be a trivial matter. Yun Qinghua promptly reassured her, "Rest assured, such an occurrence will never transpire again." Azure nodded in satisfaction and resumed the previous topic, stating, "Since you have investigated the Mu estate, you should be aware that we do not accept disciples. We only acquire indentured servants through contracts of indenture." Upon hearing this, Yun Qinghua's countenance underwent a marked transformation. He comprehended the implications of Azure's words. Though a merchant of humble status, he possessed the advantage of being a free man. Should he sign a contract of indenture, he would be reduced to the ignoble status of a lifelong serf, further diminishing his standing and forfeiting his liberty. He was loath to subject his progeny to such a fate. As Yun Qinghua pondered his predicament, Yun Lu interjected, "Madam Mu, to my understanding, the Mu estate dispatches a disciple daily to impart martial skills. Yet, the villagers of Yunhua village have not entered into servitude with the Mu family. Furthermore, Madam Mu has pledged to select the most promising among them as disciples after 3 years. It appears that proprietor Yun has conducted a thorough investigation," Azure remarked, her gaze fixed upon the proprietor with an enigmatic smile. Yun Qinghua lowered his head, and she continued, "Proprietor Yun speaks the truth. I have indeed instructed the villagers of Yunhua village in martial arts and promised to accept the most exceptional as disciples. However, this is solely for the denizens of Yunhua village. After all, we are now registered residents of Yunhua village and are considered fellow villagers. It is only fitting that we assist one another. As for outsiders, I am under no obligation to do so. Moreover, I currently lack the time to accept disciples." Upon hearing Azure's pronouncement, Yun Qinghua and his companions visibly paled, their eyes reflecting profound disappointment. As despair began to set in, Azure's tone shifted, however. What? Madam Mu, state your conditions, and if the Yun family is capable of fulfilling them, I shall not hesitate to accede," Yun Qinghua exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with renewed hope. If Azure was willing to stipulate conditions, then a resolution could be reached. "Please do not misunderstand, esteemed proprietor Yun. I am not attempting to impose any stipulations. Although my current circumstances preclude me from accepting disciples, I could not possibly overlook a prodigy with exceptional martial aptitude, as my knowledge must be bequeathed to a successor." These words were uttered by Ms. Weilan to Yun Qinghua and his companions in a measured cadence. As expected, Yun Qinghua, Yun Lu, and even Yun Ji and Yun Li's countenances were suffused with renewed optimism. "Madam," Yun Qinghua inquired with some trepidation, "might you assess the innate gifts of Jier and Lier? Would they meet with your approval?" "That remains to be seen," Ms. Weilan responded. Thereupon, she initiated the application of her spiritual vision, the Ling Shi Eye, to scrutinize Yun Ji and Yun Li. This marked Ms. Weilan's inaugural endeavor to employ her Ling Shi Eye to evaluate the physiques of mortals, resulting in a degree of unfamiliarity. Observing this, Yun Qinghua and the others refrained from interrupting, awaiting her assessment in serene silence. Given Ms. Weilan's nascent mastery of the heavenly vision eye, discerning the presence of spiritual roots within an individual proved relatively straightforward. Despite her initial awkwardness, she swiftly ascertained the results. However, the findings defied Ms. Weilan's expectations to such an extent that she gazed upon Yun Ji and Yun Li in a state of bewilderment. As Ms. Weilan remained silent for an extended duration, her gaze fixed upon Yun Ji and Yun Li, Yun Qinghua and his cohorts grew increasingly anxious, their eyes riveted upon her. Yet they dared not utter a word to disturb her contemplation. After what seemed an eternity, Ms. Weilan emerged from her reverie. One could hardly fault her for her astonishment, as the endowments and spiritual roots of Yun Ji and Yun Li were exceedingly remarkable, eliciting envy. The two siblings were unexpectedly revealed to possess extraordinary spiritual roots. Yun Ji with the wind spirit root, and the young girl Yun Li with the thunder spirit root. This revelation was astonishing for Weilan, who had never anticipated the emergence of two such prodigies. "Madam Mu, how do you assess the talents of my son and daughter? Do they meet your approval?" Yun Qinghua finally inquired, unable to contain his anxiety. Upon hearing this, Weilan exhaled softly and then smiled brightly, saying, "Ji and Li both possess exceptional talents. To be candid, such gifted children stir my heart deeply. In the entire Mu residence, there is only one talent that rivals theirs, and that is Mo Xing, who also possesses extraordinary spiritual roots." Upon hearing Weilan's words, the four of them could not contain their elation. "Does this mean you agree to accept my son and daughter as your disciples?" Yun Qinghua asked joyfully. Seeing Weilan nod, without needing further instruction, Yun Ji and Yun Li excitedly stepped forward, bowing before Weilan, exclaiming loudly, "Yun Ji, Yun Li, pays respects to master." After which, they respectfully bowed 3 times. "All right, enough of that. Ji, Li, please rise," Weilan said, moving forward to assist them after receiving their bows. Weilan felt increasingly fond of her 2 new disciples, her smile radiating joy. She contemplated what kind of gift would be fitting for their first meeting. They were, in the truest sense, her formally inducted disciples, and the gifts could not be meager. "Ah, yes, that will do," Azure mused, recalling an item perfectly suited for them. Feigning a reach into her sleeve, she retrieved the objects from her vast inner world. They were two short swords, each about 7 inches long. These were no ordinary blades, but rather two mystical artifacts. Though merely low-grade, second-class magical implements, they would suffice for the pair's current needs. Here, accept these as a token of our first meeting, she offered. Thank you for your generous gift, esteemed master. Cloud and Crystal responded in unison, their eyes gleaming with delight as they accepted the exquisite short swords. It was their first encounter with such beautiful weaponry. Though low-grade, the swords were crafted with exceptional artistry. Each hilt was adorned with a sapphire and a ruby, respectively. These were not mere gemstones, but rather crystals imbued with elemental properties. In the cultivation world, alongside spirit stones, existed a type of elemental crystal. Like spirit stones, these crystals contained abundant spiritual energy. However, unlike the unaligned energy of spirit stones, elemental crystals possess specific attributes: red for fire, blue for water, green for wood, yellow for earth, and gold for metal. There were also cyan crystals for wind, violet for lightning, and white for ice. While spirit stones could be utilized by any cultivator, elemental crystals were only effective for those attuned to the corresponding element. Ordinarily, cultivators refrain from absorbing the essence of 5 elements crystal stones due to the volatile nature of their inherent spiritual energy, which renders them less suitable for cultivation. However, they are exceptionally well suited for assisting in the refinement of artifacts or the concoction of elixirs. Cloud Gigi, enraptured, fondled the short sword. Suddenly, with a resonant clang, he unsheathed the blade, revealing an edge as delicate as a silkworm's wing. The sword's body shimmered with a chilling glint, immediately indicating its exceptional sharpness and superior quality. Cloud Gigi's eyes widened with fascination, and he instinctively reached out to touch the blade. Seeing this, Azure swiftly cautioned him, "Do not touch it. This short sword possesses extraordinary sharpness. Be careful, lest you sever your finger." Azure's warning was by no means an exaggeration. This short sword was, after all, a magical artifact. Cloud Gigi, still in his mortal form, risked having his fingers sliced off with even the slightest contact with the blade. To emphasize the point, Azure took the short sword from Cloud Gigi, held the blade horizontally before him with the edge facing upward, and gently plucked a strand of his own hair. He tossed the strand upward, and as it delicately descended, it alighted upon the horizontal blade. Instantly, the strand was cleaved into 2. Witnessing this, the onlookers were startled. Cloud Lioli, who had been about to draw her sword, froze in astonishment, no longer daring to proceed. Cloud Gigi felt a chill run down his spine, grateful that his master had intervened promptly. Otherwise, he might have lost a finger. "Madame Mu, these 2 short swords are far too precious. We cannot accept them." Yin Qinghua, possessing an innate discernment, recognized that these 2 divine weapons were indeed rare treasures of the world. However, they had yet to present their formal apprenticeship gifts. Thus, accepting such valuable offerings seemed inappropriate. "In light of this, you 2 shall receive them," he declared. "You must take good care of these 2 short swords. Losing them would be unacceptable." Upon hearing Weilan's words, Yin Qinghua reluctantly agreed to accept the gifts and solemnly instructed Yunzi Yunli, "Understood, Father. We will safeguard them diligently and ensure they are never lost." In unison, Yunzi Yunli assured him. With their objective accomplished, Yin Qinghua, feeling it was inappropriate to linger any longer, rose to bid farewell to Weilan. "Thank you, Madame Mu. We shall take our leave now." He clasped his hands together in gratitude and, accompanied by his children and Yun Lu, departed from Weilan. "Goodbye, master," Yun Ziyunli called out, bowing once more to Weilan before following closely behind her father. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles from Yunhua village, outside the city of Nanning, Mu Yuting and Wei Hua found themselves entangled in a significant predicament. Unlike Wei Fong, who entered every city they encountered, Mu Yuting and Wei Hua were different. They would not enter a city unless their provisions were entirely consumed, as they specifically sought deep mountain bricks. Mu Yuting searched for spiritual herbs, while Wei Hua sought materials for crafting formation boards and pieces. Unexpectedly, along their journey, Wei Hua inadvertently attracted the attention of the city lord's daughter, Shi Bingling, who soon began to pursue him. "Shi Bingling, you have followed us for so long. What is it that you truly desire?" Wei Hua glared at the girl clad in pink before him, seething with frustration as he inquired. The maiden, adorned in roseate attire, haughtily tilted her delicate chin, her wide, innocent eyes fixed unwaveringly upon Wei Hua, maintaining a resolute silence. Throughout their journey, she had persisted in this manner, wordlessly shadowing Wei Hua's every step. Wei Hua, constrained from employing his wind manipulation techniques in her presence, found himself unable to elude her, thus allowing her to follow him from the city's confines to its outskirts. Within the city, the deployment of arcane arts was deemed inappropriate. However, now beyond its boundaries, their initial intention had been to expedite their travel through wind manipulation and seclusion. Alas, the presence of this persistent pursuer rendered such recourse impossible. "Esteemed young lady," Wei Hua implored, his tone shifting from exasperation to resignation, "I assure you, my actions were entirely unintentional. Have I not already tendered my sincerest apologies? What, pray tell, is the purpose of your continued pursuit?" Wei Hua labored under the impression that he had merely brushed against the maiden. Indeed, he had only made contact with Shi Bingling. However, the crux of the matter lay in the unfortunate fact that his touch had inadvertently landed upon a sensitive area of her person. As fate would have it, Wei Hua, in his haste, had failed to observe his surroundings as he passed a vendor of confectionery. Coincidentally, a maiden who had just completed a purchase was turning to depart, resulting in an unforeseen collision. By sheer misfortune, Wei Hua's hand had inadvertently made contact with the young lady's bosom, a detail that escaped his own oblivious notice. However, Mutating, who stood by, witnessed everything with clarity. Upon seeing the event, he inwardly exclaimed that trouble was brewing. The young lady's chest had been touched, and regardless of intent, accountability was inevitable. Thus, Mutating resolved to practice prudence, distancing himself to observe the unfolding drama. Wei Hua, realizing the collision, promptly apologized and hastened forward. The young lady, taken aback by the sudden impact and the intimate touch, momentarily froze, her mind blank. Upon comprehending the situation, her fair face flushed crimson, and tears welled in her eyes. Without hesitation, she pursued Wei Hua, demanding accountability. "You must take responsibility," the maiden, Shi Bingling, declared, her delicate eyes glistening with indignant tears, her voice laced with a blend of humiliation and anger. "Responsibility? For what, pray tell?" Wei Hua responded, momentarily mesmerized by the maiden's limpid eyes, his gaze fixed upon her. The maiden, misinterpreting Wei Hua's words as an attempt to evade his duty, grew increasingly agitated and resentful. The thought of her compromised purity and the prospect of being bound to him in matrimony overwhelmed her, and the tears she had been holding back cascaded down her cheeks. Upon witnessing the scene, Wei Hua was momentarily taken aback, his anxiety manifesting as he scratched his head. "Hey, Miss Shi, why are you crying? Please don't weep. If others see you like this, they might think I've wronged you." The thought lingered in Mutating's mind. "You haven't even taken responsibility for your actions after having so brazenly touched her. It's no wonder the young lady is in tears. If she doesn't give you a sound thrashing, that would be quite gracious of her. You are indeed bullying me. You despicable creature." Shi Bingling wept bitterly. "When have I ever bullied you?" "Miss Shi, please refrain from making such accusations," Wei Hua protested, feeling utterly wronged. He had merely bumped into her and had already offered his apologies. What more did she desire? You. Shi Bingling, seeing Wei Hua's nonchalant demeanor, concluded that he truly wished to distance himself from her, leading her to feel a surge of sorrow and pain, which ultimately caused her to faint. Wei Hua was taken aback by her sudden collapse and rushed forward to catch her delicate form. Mutating, observing the situation, was equally astonished. The young lady seemed exceedingly fragile to faint under such circumstances. Embracing Shi Bingling's soft body, Wei Hua found himself at a loss, instinctively casting a pleading glance toward Mutating. "Tinger, what shall we do now? We cannot simply leave Miss Shi here. Responsible? Why does everyone insist that I must take responsibility? What is it exactly that I am supposed to be accountable for?" Wei Hua, unable to contain his bewilderment, questioned Mutating, genuinely perplexed by the unfolding events. Upon hearing Wei Hua's inquiry, Mutating found himself at a loss for words. It appeared that his uncle was entirely oblivious to the fact that he had taken advantage of the young lady. Was he truly that obtuse? In light of this, it seemed more fitting to allow the young lady to speak for herself. Wei Hua, upon hearing this, was indeed distracted, yet he pondered, "How shall we transport her? We cannot simply carry her the entire way." After a moment's reflection, Mutating proposed, "Here's what we shall do. You remain here to tend to Miss Shi, while I venture into the city to hire a carriage." "Yes, do make haste," Wei Hua replied. He gently placed Shi Bingling into the carriage and climbed in to attend to her. However, Mutating did not follow into the carriage. Instead, he took a seat beside the coachman. "Uncle, hold on tight. We are about to depart. Mutating reminded him as the coachman steered the carriage through the city gates. Just as the carriage began to move, Shi Bingling stirred and slowly regained consciousness. Wei Hua was taken aback by her prompt awakening. Concerned that the jolting of the carriage might distress her, he kindly rested her head upon his lap, cautiously supporting her delicate shoulders with his arm. In a moment of instinct, he glanced at her, and their eyes met, her dark, expressive gaze locking with his. For an instant, both were rendered speechless, lost in each other's gaze, as Wei Hua momentarily forgot that he was still cradling the young lady's shoulder. After a brief moment, it was Zai Bingling who first regained her senses, realizing that she was still resting her head on Wei Hua's lap, and his arm was intimately wrapped around her delicate shoulder. Overcome with embarrassment, she let out a soft gasp, forcefully extricated herself from Wei Hua's grasp, and quickly sat upright, instinctively retreating to distance herself from him. Her pretty face flushed a deep pink, a mixture of shame and anger, as she glared at him and indignantly exclaimed, "You shameless scoundrel." At this moment, Wei Hua also became aware of his earlier actions, feeling a surge of panic. Upon hearing the girl's mortified rebuke, he hastily began to explain, I'm sorry, Miss Shi, I truly did not mean to. I was merely concerned you might fall, so I was trying to support you. You were clearly being intentional. Back at the market in the city, and now you're bullying me again, taking advantage of me. You are utterly excessive," Zai Bingling retorted in exasperation. However, when it came to the incident in the city, she found it difficult to elaborate further, resulting in her vague allusion to the matter. "What do you mean by again? I merely bumped into you accidentally at the market, and I apologize then. How could that be considered bullying? And as for this instance, I concede that my considerations may have been somewhat lacking, but my intentions were purely benevolent. You fainted, and I was concerned that if you continued to lie on the chair, you might fall and hurt yourself, which is why I allowed you to rest on my lap." Wei Hua protested, feeling unjustly accused. "You still refuse to acknowledge it. At this point, as Wei Hua continued to deny his actions, Zai Bingling could not help but feel a mix of disappointment and anger. The more she dwelled on the situation, the more she felt unfortunate, and before she realized it, tears began to stream down her cheeks once again. "Alas, I misspoke again. Why the tears once more? Please, cease your weeping. Very well. What is it you desire of me? Voice it, and I shall consent. I implore you. Just cease your lamentations." Observing her succumb to tears after uttering but a few words, Wei Hua's brow furrowed, and he relented with a sense of resignation. Wei Hua's elder sisters were not inclined to weep. He had never witnessed them shed tears, not even during their family's most arduous and trying times, or when they suffered grievances. Thus, encountering such a lachrymose maiden was quite foreign to him, causing him consternation and a desire to be rid of her forthwith. Alas, Wei Hua was yet unaware that he would never be able to dismiss her, for he had, regrettably, laid his hands upon the maiden's bosom. "Do you speak truthfully?" Upon hearing Wei Hua's softened tone, Shi Bingling immediately ceased her tears, her luminous, ink-black eyes fixed intently upon Wei Hua. Seeing that she no longer wept, Wei Hua inwardly breathed a sigh of relief and nodded solemnly. "Indeed, I assure you, would I deceive you?" Upon hearing this, Shi Bingling's mind was put at ease. "Then tell me, how old are you? Where do you hail from? Who are your kin? Are you betrothed?" Shi Bingling asked softly, her fair face flushed with a delicate blush. She considered herself to be Wei Hua's woman, yet all she knew was his name. She was naturally inclined to ascertain all the facts of his life. "Why do you inquire about such things?" Wei Hua asked, perplexed. "Just answer me. You promised just now. Do you intend to renege?" Shi Bingling gazed at him with her large, watery eyes and playfully scolded him. Wei Hua felt his face flush and his heart race under her penetrating gaze, and he awkwardly averted his eyes. Speaking in an unnatural tone, "It's not like that at all. If you want to know, I'll tell you. I live in Yunhua village, with only 2 elder sisters and a nephew. You've already met Mutating." To his surprise, Wei Hua showed no concern. Having lost his parents shortly after birth, he and his second sister, Wei Fong, were raised by their eldest sister, Weilan. He had no memories of their parents, and thus felt no emotional attachment. Mentioning them did not evoke sadness. "It's fine. My parents passed away before I could even remember. My eldest sister raised both me and my second sister, so I have no impression of them. Occasionally, I might feel a twinge of sorrow when I think of them, but that no longer affects me," Wei Hua stated. Despite Wei Hua's nonchalant recounting, Shi Bingling could easily imagine the hardships faced by the 3 siblings. Although Shi Bingling was the daughter of the city lord and had lived in a grand mansion, She was not an ignorant young lady sheltered from the world. Despite her youthful appearance of merely 13 or 14, she had displayed exceptional intelligence from a young age, growing increasingly astute and clever. Now, Shi Bingling had become a renowned talent throughout Nanning, with suitors almost flooding the gates of the city lord's residence. Were it not for the reluctance of the city lord and his wife, along with the old matriarch, to part with her, and the fact that the suitors over the years had not met their expectations, it was likely that Shi Bingling would have been betrothed long ago. However, despite the reluctance to part with her home, daughters of affluent families seldom remain under their parents' roof beyond the age of 16. As the years swiftly approach when her family will select a suitor for her, Shi Bingling finds herself increasingly anxious. She understands that her father and family will undoubtedly choose a match from families of equal status, yet she harbors no desire to marry into such a prominent clan. Having witnessed the intricate dynamics of grand households since her youth, and having heard countless tales from her mother, the more she learns, the more she detests such a life. She yearns for a tranquil existence akin to that of ordinary couples, devoid of rivalry among concubines and devoid of deceitful schemes. She would not mind marrying a commoner. Today, after inadvertently overhearing her parents discussing her marriage, Shi Bingling, overwhelmed by frustration, cast aside her maid and guard, seeking solace alone in the streets. Unexpectedly, while meandering through the marketplace and purchasing a few items, she collided with Wei Hua, who inappropriately touched her. Many witnesses were present, and though the number of those who recognized her in Nanning City was not vast, it was substantial enough. To preserve her reputation, she felt compelled to marry Wei Hua. In truth, even if no one had seen the incident, Shi Bingling would have insisted on Wei Hua's accountability. Although she was not as sheltered as many other young ladies, her mindset remained profoundly conservative, valuing her chastity above her very life. Judging by Wei Hua's age, he must be around 14 or 15. It's quite possible that his family has already arranged a marriage for him. This thought caused a sudden pang in Shi Bingling's heart, and her limbs grew cold. Upon hearing Wei Hua's words, the tension in Shi Bingling's heart immediately dissipated, and her clenched fists relaxed. She felt a surge of secret delight, but also a sense of bewilderment. Considering Wei Hua's attire and demeanor, he didn't seem like an ordinary young man. He was almost 15, so why hadn't his family arranged a marriage for him yet? Even though he had lost his parents, his sisters should have considered it. Could it be that his sisters didn't care for him? However, judging by the way he spoke about his sisters, it didn't seem like they had a bad relationship. On the contrary, she could sense that Wei Hua had deep affection for his sisters, especially his eldest sister. When Wei Hua mentioned his eldest sister, his expression seemed to carry a hint of respect and reverence. Unable to figure it out, Shi Bingling decided to stop dwelling on it. As long as he wasn't engaged, that was all that mattered. Just then, the carriage suddenly lurched, causing Shi Bingling to lean forward unexpectedly. Seeing this, Wei Hua instinctively reached out to support her. Originally, Wei Hua intended to support her by the shoulder, but unexpectedly, the carriage suddenly lurched again, causing Shi Bingling's body to bounce upward. By sheer coincidence, Wei Hua's hand landed squarely on Shi Bingling's still undeveloped chest. Both of them were instantly stunned, momentarily forgetting to react. Their eyes locked onto each other, and Wei Hua's hand remained frozen in place, still pressing against the young girl's budding flesh. Mu Yuting felt a twinge of confusion as an unusual silence lingered in the carriage for an extended period. Curiosity piqued. He gently lifted one corner of the curtain to glance inside. However, after just a fleeting glimpse, he hastily lowered the curtain and turned back to sit properly, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, his eyes sparkling with mirth. It seemed that his uncle would have no choice but to take responsibility now. Lost in his thoughts, he was suddenly startled by a piercing scream from within the carriage, swiftly followed by the sharp sound of a slap and a flurry of apologetic male voices intermingled with the girl's plaintive sobs. The chaos inside the carriage elicited a broader smile from Mu Yuting, his amusement intensifying. Shi Bingling felt the jade pendant nestled in her palm emanate a soothing warmth. The jade was lustrous, its surface smooth and exquisitely detailed. She recognized it as a piece of exquisite jade, a rarity she had never encountered even within the Lord's mansion. How could a mere country bumpkin possess such a priceless treasure? Was it possible that Wei Hua had been deceiving her all along? Would he truly honor his promise to visit the Lord's mansion to propose to her father? As she fixated on the jade pendant, a sense of unease gnawed at her. Yet, recalling Wei Hua's sincere demeanor, it seemed implausible that he was lying, leaving her mind in a state of turmoil. At that moment, a voice filled with excitement broke through her reverie. Fourth miss, is that you? I have finally found you. Wei Hua and Mu Yuting instructed the carriage driver to take them back to the city gates, disembarking with a sense of purpose. Young masters, are you certain you do not wish for this old servant to wait for you? Surveying the desolate outskirts, the coachman thoughtfully inquired. Thank you for your kindness, but it is unnecessary, sir. Wei Hua and Mu Yuting politely bowed to the coachman before turning away. As Wei Hua and Mu Yuting entered the mountains, they found the area devoid of human presence due to the lingering coolness of the weather. Promptly, they cast invisibility spells upon themselves and employed the art of aeromancy to hasten their journey towards Yunhua village. What is there to even ponder? You have thoroughly acquainted yourself with Miss Shi's person. Naturally, you must assume responsibility and take her as your wife, Mu Yuting stated calmly, as he and Wei Hua glided side by side. Upon hearing Mu Yuting's words, Wei Hua faltered abruptly. Were it not for his quick reflexes, he would have certainly stumbled. He halted hastily, glaring at Mu Yuting, who had also come to a stop, and stammered, You. I witnessed it, Mu Yuting interjected composedly, his eyes brimming with amusement. At this revelation, a flush of crimson surged across Wei Hua's handsome face. The thought of his junior having witnessed his imprudent handling of an innocent maiden, albeit unintentional, brought a burning sensation to his cheeks, filled with both shame and bewilderment. Yuting, do not let your imagination run wild. I did not intend to. Truly, I merely sought to support Miss Shi. I never anticipated. Wei Hua began to explain, his voice tinged with guilt, but ultimately trailed off, unable to continue. Dear uncle, the carriage incident marks the second time, Mu Yuting suddenly remarked. What? Wei Hua asked blankly, gazing at him in confusion. Dear uncle, do you truly believe that the young lady pursued you all the way from the city center to the outskirts solely because of that collision? Mu Yuting, seeing Wei Hua still appearing oblivious, felt compelled to enlighten him. Is that not the case? Wei Hua had long held such a belief. Naturally, it was not. Observing Wei Hua's sluggishness, Mu Yuting couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration. Dear uncle, take a moment to reflect. When you collided with Miss Shi at the market, did you not sense something amiss? He recalled that as he approached, Shi Bingling had suddenly turned around, resulting in their abrupt encounter. Instinctively, he had pushed her aside. Yes, he had indeed pushed. In that moment, he had not even registered that she was a lady. He merely acted on reflex, extending his hand forward. Only after he had pushed her did he realize he had collided with a young woman. The motion had been swift, and he distinctly recalled the softness of her skin. Yet he had thought little of it at the time. He merely offered an apology and departed hastily. Reflecting on it now, he understood why Miss Shi had pursued him all the way to the outskirts of the city. It was no wonder she felt compelled to take responsibility. It was all his fault for being so sluggish. Noticing the dawning realization on Wei Hua's face, Mu Yuting smiled, knowing he had regained his memory. Tinger, now that you've uncovered this, why did you not inform me sooner? Wei Hua chided Mu Yuting with a reproachful glare. Who could have imagined, dear uncle, that you would be so oblivious, taking advantage of the young lady while remaining in a daze? Mu Yuting shook his head, contemplating how difficult it was to articulate his thoughts. He pondered how he could possibly convey the message without directly stating, You have touched her chest. Such words were utterly unthinkable for him to utter. Hearing this, Wei Hua could only manage a foolish chuckle. The two of them fell silent, focusing entirely on their journey. Do you think my elder sister will be angry with me? After a while, Wei Hua's anxious voice broke the silence. He referred to the matter of his secret engagement with Shi Bingling. According to tradition, a sister often assumes the role of a mother, with both of his parents deceased. He had no other guardians aside from his elder sister. Both he and his second sister had been raised solely by her, so naturally, their marital arrangements were to be decided by Weilan. His actions, if scrutinized, could be deemed an act of clandestine affection, without Weilan's consent. Their engagement would hold no validity. How do you know? I just know. In truth, Mu Yuting himself could not fathom why he was so certain that Weilan would not reproach Wei Hua over this matter. It was merely an instinct. Upon hearing this, Wei Hua found himself at a loss for words. Once they returned home, Wei Hua promptly confessed to Weilan about Shi Bingling. As Mu Yuting had predicted, Weilan was indeed not upset. Rather, she teased him with a hint of amusement. Wei Hua, aware that Weilan was jesting, felt his handsome face flush with embarrassment. He shot a reproachful glare at the composed Mu Yuting, who was leisurely sipping tea nearby, thinking, It's all your fault, Brother Ting, for explaining everything so clearly. Why must I feel so bashful? When you were taking advantage of that young girl, you seemed quite pleased, did you not? I heard from Ting that you were so reluctant to let go even while touching her bosom. Weilan jested unabashedly. Her words not only deepened Wei Hua's embarrassment, but also flushed Mu Yuting's face crimson as he realized Wei Lan's audacity in making such lewd jokes in their presence. For Wei Lan, this level of jest was trivial. Before the end of the 21st century, far more risky topics had been discussed, and she had even watched foreign films, particularly Japanese ones, with friends, regardless of the explicit content, and had engaged in discussions about the physiques of the male and female leads. It was likely that many modern individuals had shared similar experiences. At this point, Wei Hua found himself at a loss for words, and Mu Yuting appeared equally uncomfortable. Amused by their reactions, Wei Lan, recognizing their conservative mindset, decided to temper her remarks and shift the conversation to more pressing matters. Hua Di, I had intended to wait a few years before discussing this, but now that you are about to wed, we must prepare in advance. He is not yet 15, and yet he is to be married. In Wei Lan's eyes, Wei Hua was still a child, far too young for such commitments. However, this was ancient times, and such norms were commonplace. She had no choice but to go with the flow and gradually acclimate to it. Wei Hua, utterly perplexed, inquired, "Elder sister, what is this about?" Noticing the look of abandonment and hurt on his face rather than joy, Wei Lan was taken aback and asked, "Hua Di, what troubles you? Has someone been mistreating you? Elder sister, do you no longer desire my presence? Otherwise, why would you seek to dismiss me?" Although he is nearing matrimony, Wei Hua is, in essence, a mere youth of scarcely 15 years. Upon hearing Lan Wei's intention to have him depart, he was overtaken by unease and sorrow. "What absurdities are you uttering? How could I ever wish to expel you?" Lan Wei responded, a mixture of laughter and exasperation in her tone. "Then, elder sister, why do you bid me to relocate? Is this not the natural order? Upon taking a wife, it is only fitting to reside separately with one's spouse. Do you not yearn for the sweet solitude of dwelling alone with your wife?" Lan Wei inquired, her brow furrowed in puzzlement. Lan Wei's thoughts remained tethered to the 21st century, oblivious to the customs of antiquity, where newlyweds rarely, if ever, immediately established separate households, save in instances of familial division or the absence of prior generations. Upon hearing this, Wei Hua vehemently shook his head, declaring, "Nay, I have no such desire. I only wish to remain with my sisters in perpetuity." 001 The advent of the apocalypse. Yuchuan, let us part ways. Lan Wei, her countenance serene, proposed a dissolution of their bond to the handsome man seated across from her. The comely gentleman, known as Cheng Yuchuan, was her 18th paramour. Their dalliance had spanned a mere half-year. Verily, Cheng Yuchuan possessed not only a striking and statuesque physique, but also a commendable lineage. Most significantly, he treated Lan Wei with utmost kindness, showering her with concern, attentiveness, and an almost celestial adoration. Alas, Lan Wei's affections for him had waned. In truth, Wei Lan had once loved him, just as she had loved her 17 past boyfriends. However, her affections never seemed to endure, perhaps due to her proclivity for ennui. Her feelings for Cheng Yuchuan swiftly diminished, mirroring the ephemeral nature of her previous romantic histories. Whether one deemed Wei Lan selfish or indifferent, she had never been one to compromise her own happiness. When something felt amiss, she would unhesitatingly initiate a breakup. "Lan, do not jest. This is not amusing in the least," Cheng Yuchuan replied, startled by her words, which struck him like a thunderbolt. He forced a smile, but Wei Lan remained silent, her unwavering gaze conveying a resolute truth that left him acutely aware she was not joking. "Why? Have we not been well together? Why the sudden decision to part ways? Have I erred in some manner? Please tell me, and I shall amend my faults," he implored, his voice laced with panic. "You have done nothing wrong," Wei Lan replied coolly. "Then why, pray tell, are you suddenly ending this?" Cheng Yuchuan felt as though he were on the brink of madness. He genuinely loved Wei Lan. Despite being 28 years old, he had never engaged with any woman in a romantic capacity before her, not even harbored a secret admiration. For the entirety of those 28 years, his emotional landscape had remained as pristine as untouched parchment, and Wei Lan was the very first to capture his heart. He had meticulously planned to propose to Wei Lan on her 20th birthday in a few days. However, to his utter astonishment, before he could take any action, she unexpectedly initiated a breakup, leaving him utterly unprepared. For him, Wei Lan was not merely his first love, she was the most significant person in his life. "Well, since you wish to know, I shall tell you. I no longer have feelings for you," Wei Lan stated calmly, revealing the harsh truth. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yachuan's handsome face instantly turned pale, and his eyes seemed to lose their luster in that fleeting moment. Observing his reaction, Weilan felt a twinge of compassion. After all, they had been together for half a year, and she had genuinely loved him once. She opened her mouth, intending to offer words of comfort, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Yachuan, don't react this way. It won't change the reality. A lack of feelings is simply a lack of feelings. I had told you before we started dating that I am an emotionally detached person, incapable of sustaining feelings for long. At that time, you assured me that should I wish to break up, you would unconditionally agree. Weilan maintained her calm demeanor. Cheng Yachuan recalled this reminder. Indeed, it had been said. Yet, the sweetness of their relationship had caused him to bury this fact in the recesses of his mind. He had never contemplated that Weilan would one day initiate a breakup. Every day spent together had been filled with such sweetness and happiness that he had always believed they would be together forever. He had envisioned a future that included Weilan, dating, marriage, children, and then growing old hand in hand. He loved her so deeply that he could hardly fathom a life devoid of her presence. The thought of how he would navigate the days ahead without her was unbearable. No, he could not live without her. A wave of self-loathing washed over him as he questioned why he had ever consented to such an arrangement. The matter had been made clear. There was no need for further contact. Just sit for a while, she said. I will take my leave now. Seeing Cheng Yachuan lost in thought, his expression shifting like the weather, she stood up after a moment of silence and spoke. Cheng Yachuan was jolted back to reality. No. Lan, don't go. Panic-stricken, he grasped her tightly, as if afraid she might vanish at any moment. I want to let go. If I do, you will leave. Lan, I don't want to break up. I love you. In his desperation, he tightened his grip on her hand, oblivious to the dark bruise forming on her wrist, causing her to gasp in pain. Let go. She glared at him, her face pale with anger, her voice cold and firm. Lan understood that her strength could never match that of a grown man, so she refrained from futile struggles. Cheng Yachuan, don't make me regret ever being with you, she said, meeting his gaze with determination. At her words, Cheng Yachuan's handsome face grew even paler, visibly shaken. His hands trembled, and he involuntarily released her. Seizing the opportunity, Lan hastily departed, ignoring the cries that echoed behind her. She felt a surge of relief, grateful for her foresight in having shared her home address with him. Otherwise, she would have nowhere to hide now. Amidst her fleeting relief, the firmament beyond the car window was abruptly plunged into a Stygian darkness, rendering her hand invisible before her eyes. An acute screech of brakes pierced the air, swiftly followed by the driver's strained exclamation, precisely as she had apprehended. A cacophony of screeching brakes and frantic cries erupted outside, culminating in a series of vehicular collisions. Regrettably, their vehicle was not spared, enduring a forceful impact. Unprepared, Azure's brow collided violently with the seat before her. As she reeled in a daze, the ominous rumble of thunder reverberated, and ghastly streaks of lightning intermittently lacerated the heavens, imbuing the scene with an unsettling eeriness. Before Azure could gather her wits, the world was enveloped in an unnerving hush. The thunder dissipated, and the clamor of vehicles and screams vanished, leaving only an all-consuming darkness, punctuated solely by the sound of her own respiration, akin to the ominous prelude of an impending tempest. Within the confines of the car, Azure's trepidation intensified, her heart pounding with increasing rapidity. She sensed an impending cataclysm. At that instant, the eerily silent sky was rent by a sudden burst of luminescence, succeeded by a deafening roar. In that fleeting illumination, Azure distinctly discerned a torrent of ebony stones, each the size of an infant's fist, plummeting from the heavens. An instinctive dread washed over her, sensing the stone's malevolent nature. Without hesitation, Azure abandoned any semblance of caution and, abandoning her deliberate exploration, fled headlong toward her abode. The extraterrestrial stones continued their descent behind her, yet with an unsettling absence of impact sounds. Azure felt the peril closing in, spurring her into an even more frantic sprint homeward. In the depths of darkness, Weilan could only rely on fleeting flashes of light to discern her bearings. After a series of stumbles, she finally arrived at the foot of her building. She was on the verge of reaching home when an unexpected incident had thwarted her journey. Rushing into the elevator, she swiftly ascended to her 11th floor abode. An orphan without any relatives, Weilan lived alone. As she entered her home and closed the door behind her, the sky outside brightened once again. Yet, rather than feeling joy, An unsettling sense of anxiety enveloped her. She secured the door with utmost vigilance and hurried to the window to peer outside. The sight before her was nothing short of harrowing. Her expression transformed instantaneously, her eyes widening in terror as an instinctive scream escaped her lips. Below on the street, most of the people were exhibiting a ghastly pallor. Their eyes rolled back, skin deathly white, lips tinged with a sinister blue, and fangs protruding from their mouths. They lunged at anyone in sight, draining the life from their victims, akin to the zombies depicted in apocalyptic films. The scant few fortunate souls who had not succumbed to this monstrous transformation were soon overwhelmed, their blood drained, only to join the ranks of the undead moments later. Covering her mouth in horror, Weilan dashed to the bathroom, where she violently retched into the toilet. Time seemed to lose its meaning as she purged the contents of her stomach, until, at last, she slumped to the floor, her face ashen and devoid of strength. After a brief interlude, a sudden thought struck her. With renewed urgency, she leaped to her feet and gathered every available container in her home: buckets, pots, bowls, cups, basins, and even the bathtub, filling them all to the brim with water. Once she had completed this task, she rushed to the kitchen to assess her supplies. Fortunately, she had gone shopping just yesterday evening, so now there were approximately 2 bags of white rice at home, roughly 37 or 8 pounds, a refrigerator brimming with fresh vegetables, meat, melons, and fruits, as well as 2 cases of instant noodles, one seafood-flavored and the other spare-rib flavored. Because she favored these 2 flavors of instant noodles, she had bought 2 cases in one go. There was also an abundance of snacks such as chocolates, biscuits, jerky, and jellies. Weilan was very fond of such treats, and each time she shopped, she would buy a large quantity to keep at home and slowly consume. Seeing all of this, Weilan was finally relieved. This food and water could at least sustain her for a month. After a month, the government should have resolved the situation here. With that thought, Weilan settled down on the bed and soon drifted off into slumber. After the fright and exertion of the recent events, she was utterly exhausted. 002 trapped Weilan was awakened by a knocking, or rather, a banging on the door. So early? Who could it be? Weilan vigorously threw back the covers and sat up. Having just risen, she was not fully awake, still groggy, and before her eyes had fully opened, she grumbled loudly. Weilan had a slight touch of morning irritability, and could not bear to be disturbed while sleeping. Once awakened, she would lose her temper. Annoyed, Weilan got out of bed, haphazardly threw on an outer garment, and, muttering curses under her breath, walked with heavy steps towards the front door. Without even looking, just from the sound of the banging, Weilan knew that this could not be the work of a normal human. If not human, then it must be. Weilan recalled the zombies she had seen yesterday, and a chill crept up from the depths of her heart. She believed that simply remaining at home, patiently awaiting rescue, would suffice. Little did she anticipate that the zombies would come crashing against her door, their relentless presence fixated on the thunderous barrier. With each impact, her heart raced with dread, fearing the moment the undead would breach her sanctuary. Just as these thoughts consumed her, the door could no longer withstand the violent assaults, and, with a resounding crash, it was flung open. A few pallid figures, their eyes rolled back and terrifying fangs bared, surged into the room. In a state of sheer panic, Weilan let out a terrified scream and swiftly retreated to her bedroom, locking the door with urgency. She feared the zombies would attempt to force their way in again, so she hastily barricaded the entrance with a wardrobe, a table, and her bed. Once the makeshift barrier was in place, she felt a modicum of relief and collapsed onto the floor, utterly drained. However, the chilling realization that several zombies lurked in her home sent shivers coursing through her body, leaving her in a state of shock and horror. What should she do? Who could possibly save her? A fleeting moment of vulnerability washed over Weilan. Perhaps it was the result of her upbringing as an orphan, but she had always been resilient, accustomed to bearing burdens alone without ever considering reliance on others. Yet, in this moment of despair, she yearned for someone to stand by her side to offer her solace. The sound of banging returned, this time against her bedroom door. Cowering in the corner of her room, she curled into herself, burying her face in her knees, her hands pressed tightly against her ears, like an ostrich refusing to acknowledge the terrifying cacophony of the relentless assaults. Azure had remained in the same posture for an indeterminate duration until a growl emanated from her abdomen. It was then that Azure recollected that she had not partaken in any sustenance since the previous afternoon, amounting to over 15 hours. Ravenous and yearning for nourishment, Azure placed her hand upon her stomach and gazed towards the chamber's portal. The cadaverous figures beyond the door were, at that moment, relentlessly assailing it, precluding her egress. Azure bit her lip and stared intently at the portal. The cadavers exhibited no inclination to desist, and the chamber would inevitably be breached. At that juncture, she would be devoid of any sanctuary. Nay, she must devise a means of self-preservation. Subsequent to her trepidation, Azure's fortitude resurfaced. She comprehended that, under such circumstances, fear was futile, and vulnerability would only expedite her demise. Should she desire to evade death, she must once more summon her resilience and independently contrive an escape. Several minutes elapsed before the numbness in her legs dissipated. Azure exhaled in relief and, steadying herself against the wall, rose to her feet. Subsequently, she proceeded to the window and peered downward. The thoroughfare below teemed with cadavers, devoid of any living soul. An assortment of vehicles, vans, trucks, BMWs, Hummers, Jaguars, and even Rolls-Royces and Ferraris were haphazardly parked. Azure's gaze fixated upon a Hummer H1, stationed less than 100 meters from her domicile. As an escape through the front portal was improbable, Azure contemplated the feasibility of exiting via the window. If she could successfully descend from the window and reach that Hummer H1, with its formidable speed and robustness, she would possess a glimmer of confidence in her ability to escape the city. However, as she gazed down from the window, a bitter smile gracing her lips, she felt a shiver run down her spine. Even though she did not suffer from acrophobia, the thought of descending from such a height made her feel lightheaded and her legs weak. For the first time, she regretted her decision to purchase an apartment on the 11th floor. Aware that this plan was folly, she could not help but cast a reluctant glance at the Hummer in the distance. Was she truly destined to perish here? Ignoring the violent pounding of the door, though fear still gripped her, she had managed to regain her composure. Panic would serve no purpose. It was far more prudent to devise an escape. If she failed to flee soon, starvation would claim her. With a grimace, she pressed her hand against her flat stomach, acutely aware of her hunger. How infuriating it was that she had foolishly stored all her food in the kitchen. A few snacks or fruits in her room would have been a wise choice. She lamented. Her gaze remained fixed on the door, her expression a tempest of emotions. She understood all too well that the door would eventually succumb to the relentless assault of the mindless zombies, driven solely by instinct. When that moment arrived, she knew she would not escape the fate of becoming a delectable meal for the undead. Hesitantly, Azure turned her gaze towards the window, her countenance indecisive as she peered downwards, a pensive expression upon her face. Her chamber door was besieged by a multitude of the undead, rendering escape through that avenue impossible. Now, as a last resort, she had no recourse but to hazard a desperate gamble. Although the 11th story was undeniably a considerable height, it presented itself as her sole means of egress. She was acutely aware that, given her present physical condition, she could not endure for long. It was imperative that she descend from the edifice with haste, before hunger sapped her strength, for the longer she tarried, the more perilous her situation would become. With these thoughts in mind, Azure ceased her hesitation and swiftly retrieved a sizable rucksack, into which she deposited essential items and a few articles of clothing. After setting the rucksack aside, she approached the bed and tore the bedsheet and duvet cover, then retrieved spare blankets from the cabinet. She rent them into strips and knotted them together to form a lengthy rope. A half hour later, Azure, her heart pounding and legs trembling, finally reached the ground floor. Without delay, she untied the fabric strips from her waist and promptly dashed towards the Hummer H1 she had long since marked as her objective. However, before she could reach her destination, she was intercepted by several of the undead, drawn by the scent of living flesh. Azure had not anticipated that the zombies' olfactory senses would be so acute, miscalculating the error rate. Her heart sank, a mixture of alarm and trepidation washing over her. Observing that she was but 40 meters from the Hummer H1, Azure gritted her teeth and drew the baseball bat from her waist, swinging it with all her might at the encroaching horde. Yet, her blows had no discernible effect on the zombies, who seemed impervious to pain. Azure, witnessing this, felt a surge of despair. What could she do? She was incapable of harming those zombies. Was she truly destined to perish here today? No, she must escape. Her azure eyes brimmed with determination, and her hands, inexplicably fueled by an extraordinary strength, struck down a zombie with force, allowing her to dart through the opening. She fixed her gaze upon the Hummer H1, her mind urging her to run faster. Once she reached the vehicle, she would be safe. 30 meters, 25 meters. 20 meters. She was nearly there. 15 meters. 10 meters. Suddenly, an unexpected transformation occurred, and in an instant, she vanished from her spot. Instinctively, she gasped, only to find herself materializing inside a car. To her astonishment, it was indeed the Hummer H1 she had longed for. Could this be the supernatural ability spoken of in novels? The Hummer H1 proved its remarkable performance. Its endurance and sturdiness were formidable. As she drove, she plowed through countless zombies, finally exiting the city after 2 arduous hours. Outside the city, the number of zombies was considerably lower, yet she dared not let her guard down. Fewer did not equate to none. Even a solitary zombie posed a significant threat. She continued her search for a safe haven. After 20 minutes, she finally found one. The dilapidated warehouse appeared to have been forsaken for an extended duration, evidenced by the pervasive cobwebs and a thick stratum of dust. The iron gate, partially ajar, bore the marks of oxidation. Inspected it and ascertained that it could still be secured with some effort. Despite its derelict state, the warehouse possessed a robust quality. Overjoyed, resolved to establish her temporary abode there. With expeditious movements, she cleared a space within the warehouse and promptly seated herself. Fatigued and famished, supporting herself with one hand and pressing her other hand against her empty stomach, she pondered where to procure sustenance. Suddenly, a thought illuminated her mind. She recalled observing a bag on the rear seat of the vehicle. She wondered if it contained provisions. Excitedly, leaped to her feet and hastened out of the warehouse, her swiftness belying her day-long hunger. Upon reaching the Hummer, she rapidly opened the door and discovered a bag on the rear seat. Eagerly, she unsealed it, her eyes widening with delight at the contents. As had hoped, the bag was replete with victuals: 3 large bottles of potable water, 3 substantial packets of biscuits, 2 packets of preserved plums, 5 packets of fries, and several bags of potato chips. If rationed judiciously, these provisions could sustain her for 2 to 3 days. Suddenly struck by an afterthought, abandoned the bag and dashed to the rear of the vehicle, opening the cargo compartment. A gasp of astonishment and elation escaped her lips upon beholding the contents within. The Hummer's cargo hold was brimming with sustenance and potable water. A whole box of mineral water and a case of liquor, accompanied by several large plastic bags filled with snacks, various jerky, jelly, preserved plums, and cookies, lay before her. Weilan gazed at this abundant array of food with a twinkle in her eye, realizing that these provisions would suffice to sustain her until she reached another secure city. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, she reclined in the freshly cleared space, with her head resting on her arms and her eyes gently closed. Her mind involuntarily wandered back to the perplexing incident from the afternoon. Even now, she struggled to comprehend how she had suddenly found herself inside a Hummer, a good 10 meters away from her previous location. Were it not for her personal experience, she would never have believed such an extraordinary occurrence. It was simply unfathomable. How had it transpired? Weilan meticulously reflected on the circumstances of that moment. She distinctly recalled battling zombies when, in a bewildering twist of fate, she was transported into the vehicle. How had she ended up inside? She was certain that she had been at least 10 meters away from the Hummer. Could it be that she had instantaneously teleported like the protagonists in novels? Wait a moment, teleportation? She remembered fervently wishing to escape to that very Hummer, and then, inexplicably, she found herself within it. Could it be true, as the story suggested, that in the apocalypse, extraordinary abilities would emerge, and she had fortuitously become one of them? How could that be possible? Why was she still here? Had she misjudged the situation? With these thoughts, disappointment washed over Weilan, yet she furrowed her brow in determination, pondering where she might have gone awry. If she were not an extraordinary being, how did they manage to reach the Hummer? She recalled that at the time, she was approximately 10 meters away from the vehicle, and now she found herself nearly 20 meters distant. Could it be that her teleportation had limitations, only effective within a 10-meter radius? As these thoughts crossed her mind, a surge of excitement coursed through her. She dashed out of the warehouse, approached a spot 10 meters from the car, and attempted once more, concentrating intently on the idea of being inside the vehicle. In an instant, she vanished from her position. Ha ha ha. Indeed, it worked. I have succeeded. I have succeeded. Elated, she leaped and cheered, only to be met with a sudden misfortune. She had forgotten that she was now inside the car. With a jump, her head collided forcefully against the roof, eliciting a cry of pain. After several trials, she ultimately confirmed that she could only successfully teleport within a 10-meter range. Furthermore, her teleportation was limited to 5 instances. after which she would need to wait 2 hours before utilizing it again. A sense of disappointment washed over her, though she quickly came to terms with it. After all, if there were no such constraints, she could teleport as many times as she wished, which would be rather extraordinary. With her newfound abilities, she felt no urgency to rush to the next city. She had no knowledge of the situation elsewhere. If it were similar to Jincheng, teeming with zombies, what could she do? For the time being, she resolved to gather information about the outside world before making further plans. Contemplating her situation, Azure habitually caressed the silver bracelet adorning her right wrist. 7 petite, differently hued beads, each about the size of a soybean, were embedded in the chain. Their colors, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet, mirrored the spectrum of a rainbow. She recalled being instantly captivated upon first seeing it and had worn it ever since, never once removing it. Her mother had personally placed the bracelet on her wrist when she was a tender child, proclaiming it a family heirloom passed down through the maternal line alone. Reputedly, the bracelet had been in their lineage for over a millennium. Whether true or not, Azure cherished it. Initially, she wore it out of fondness. Now, it was out of habit and for her mother's sake. Gazing at it, she could conjure her mother's image. Stroking the bracelet, Azure gently closed her eyes and gradually drifted off to sleep. Despite the late hour she had retired the previous night, Azure awoke early the following morning. In such unfamiliar and perilous surroundings, she found it difficult to rest soundly. Moreover, having always slept on a soft bed, Azure struggled to acclimate to the unyielding floor. Upon rising, she felt aches throughout her body. Frowning, Azure massaged her sore shoulders and slowly stood up. She rinsed her mouth with mineral water, but, finding no towel to wash her face, resorted to using her hands to splash some water on it. Although she had rinsed her mouth, Azure still felt uneasy, as if there was a strange aftertaste. She lamented not having brought a towel, toothpaste, and a toothbrush before fleeing. The discomfort stemming from her neglect to bathe the previous night weighed heavily on her, amplifying her unease. As a young woman, she possessed a natural inclination towards cleanliness, particularly evident in her character, Weilan, who harbored a certain obsession with hygiene. While she could endure such an oversight for a day or two, any prolonged period would be utterly intolerable. With a furrowed brow and a pained expression, Weilan absent-mindedly chewed on a biscuit, her mind racing with thoughts and strategies. At this moment, her foremost priority was to find a safe city to inhabit. The next city beyond Jincheng was Ningjiang City, which had initially been her intended destination. Apart from Jincheng, Ningjiang City was the place she knew best. Thus, it was only natural that her first thought upon escaping Jincheng was to head there. However, in retrospect, this decision appeared rather unwise. She remained unaware of the conditions in other locales, whether they were besieged by zombies like Jincheng. If the situation was indeed similar, venturing there recklessly would amount to walking into a trap, tantamount to courting death. Even with her extraordinary ability to teleport, she was not so arrogant as to believe herself invincible. Moreover, her powers were not without their flaws. Her immediate concern was to ascertain the current state of the nation. But where could she seek such information? Previously, she relied on the internet, television, and newspapers to keep abreast of the news. Yet now, with the power out and her laptop left behind, where could she turn for answers? Jinjing. She could reach out to her. Jinjing was her closest companion from their university dormitory, which housed 6 young women, and their bond was particularly strong. Although the two had seldom met over the past few years and resided in different cities, they maintained a daily ritual of video chatting online. Their bond remaining as strong as ever, if not more intimate, evolving into a friendship where they shared everything. Thoughts of Jinjing filled Weilan with concern. She fervently hoped that all was well with her friend. In her contemplation, Weilan retrieved her ever-present phone, only to discover it had inexplicably powered off. Hastily, she turned it back on, and a flood of missed calls and messages instantly appeared on the screen. All the calls and messages bore the same name, Jinjing. A wave of relief washed over Weilan, accompanied by a profound sense of gratitude. It was heartwarming to realize that Jinjing, her sole confidant, still remembered to reach out during such a critical time. The frequency of the calls and the multitude of messages spoke volumes about her concern. Weilan felt a twinge of guilt. Since the incident, she had not thought of Jinjing until she found herself in need. Ashamed, she lowered her gaze and instinctively tightened her grip on the phone, consumed by self-reproach. Just then, the phone rang abruptly, and Weilan instinctively looked down to see Jinjing's name flashing on the screen. The sight of those two familiar names ignited a surge of joy within her, causing her to momentarily forget her earlier feelings of guilt. Without a second thought, she answered the call. Hello. Weilan had barely uttered a word when Jingjing's voice interrupted her from the other end. Azure, you wretched woman, you have finally answered. Do you have any comprehension of the number of times I have endeavored to reach you? Do you realize the extent of my apprehension? I had feared that you. Goldie's voice was both hurried and rapid, eventually becoming choked with emotion towards the conclusion. Goldie, I am unharmed. There is no need for trepidation. Azure responded upon hearing this, cognizant that her friend was genuinely concerned for her well-being, and promptly offered reassurance. What is your present condition? Are you still within Jincheng? Is your location secure? Goldie inquired, pausing momentarily before posing a sequence of questions. It was truly gratifying to be aware that, even during such a juncture, there existed an individual who cared for her. A warm current coursed through Azure's heart. At that moment, Azure was unexpectedly imbued with valor. Irrespective of the arduousness and peril that the future might hold, she no longer experienced trepidation, for she had Goldie. Upon hearing this, Goldie could not help but release a sigh of relief, expressing that safety was paramount. Azure, provide me with your precise coordinates, and I shall promptly come to collect you. 006 Spatial Ability. Goldie, on the opposite end of the line, remained silent for a brief interval upon hearing Azure's inquiry, seemingly hesitant as to whether or not she ought to disclose the information. Goldie? Azure uttered, sensing her hesitation and questioning her. Azure, I implore you not to be alarmed upon hearing what I am about to divulge, Goldie stated, deliberating carefully before determining that it would be more prudent to reveal the truth to her, thereby affording her some degree of mental preparation. Furthermore, this matter would inevitably come to Azure's attention sooner or later, rendering it impossible to conceal for an extended duration. Rest assured, I shall not be afraid. Proceed with your disclosure, Azure responded. Upon hearing this, Weilan chuckled and remarked that having witnessed those terrifying scenes in Jincheng, there was little that could instill fear in her. I understand. Thank you, Jingjing. Thank you for what? By the way, do tell me where you are currently. I shall prepare to come and fetch you at once. No need, Jingjing. The distance from Kyoto to Jincheng is vast, spanning thousands of miles. Given the current circumstances, flights, trains, and long-distance buses are certainly all halted. If you wish to come for me, you would have to drive yourself, and the journey is far too perilous. Weilan interjected. I am unafraid, Weilan. Rest assured, I shall be fine. Allow me to share a secret with you, Jingjing suddenly whispered conspiratorially. What secret? Weilan inquired, her curiosity piqued. I must tell you, I have acquired supernatural abilities, just like in the novels. It's truly remarkable. I can handle 10 or 8 zombies with ease. Jingjing exclaimed, a mix of excitement and pride in her tone. You too have gained supernatural abilities? Upon hearing this, Weilan felt a surge of happiness for her friend and blurted out. 2. Jingjing immediately sensed the discrepancy and leapt up in excitement, eagerly asking, Weilan, did you say 2? Could it be that you also possess supernatural abilities? Weilan smiled and nodded, realizing that Jingjing could not see her from afar, and quickly added, Indeed. Yay, that is fantastic. Jingjing shouted joyfully, her elation surpassing even the discovery of her own powers. By the way, mine is water-based abilities. What about you? What type do you possess? I am uncertain as to which category my abilities belong. Upon hearing this, Weilan paused, a hint of embarrassment coloring her tone. I'm not sure. How could that be? How do you typically utilize your abilities? Jingjing inquired, a note of urgency creeping into her voice. It was accidental, really. I was in the throes of combat with zombies, surrounded on all sides. I was certain my end was near when, unexpectedly, my powers awakened. I instantaneously teleported from the horde into a Hummer, which allowed me to escape unscathed. Weilan confessed candidly. Jingjing absorbed Weilan's words, a momentary stillness preceding an outburst of elated excitement, erupting into a shriek as Weilan was caught off guard. Oh my heavens! You're a spatial ability user. That's so incredibly cool. Weilan instinctively distanced her phone from her ear, a mixture of amusement and exasperation in her reaction. Before she could respond, Jingjing bombarded her with a series of questions. By the way, Weilan, aside from teleportation, are there any other abilities you possess? Perhaps, like in novels, you also have a portable space for cultivation and planting? Weilan retorted, a blend of amusement and annoyance in her tone. Do I even need to try? Do you think you're reading a novel? How could such a fantastical space truly exist in reality? Jean Jing remained obstinate. Why couldn't it? Hasn't the apocalypse depicted in novels already arrived? Weilan, you should give it a try. Perhaps you truly possess it, Jean Jing encouraged. 007 really has a space. Jean Jing, stop joking. Such good fortune doesn't exist in this world, Weilan replied, feeling helpless. Come on, just try it. There is no harm in giving it a shot, Jean Jing insisted. Fine, Weilan relented, unable to resist her. But how do I even attempt this? Simply use your teleportation as you normally would, Jean Jing instructed. Oh, Weilan nodded in understanding. Her gaze fixed on the half-empty bag of cookies that had been left behind, her mind focused on entering it. Huh? Weilan stared blankly at the floor, which was now devoid of the cookies that had once been there. Initially puzzled, she gasped in disbelief, her eyes widening in astonishment, followed by an involuntary excited squeal. What's wrong, Weilan? Are you okay? Jean Jing's voice crackled with concern on the other end of the line. Jean Jing. You were right, Weilan murmured dreamily. What? What do you mean? Jean Jing was momentarily taken aback. Ignoring Jean Jing, Weilan struggled to contain her exhilaration. Her strikingly bright eyes half closed as a grayish space materialized in her mind. This space was vast, ample enough to contain an entire ocean. And she could no longer suppress her overwhelming joy. A space. She had indeed acquired a space of her own. Although it lacked the fertile black soil described in novels for cultivating crops, the realization filled her with delight. It is merely a simple storage space. Yet Weilan is already filled with joy. With this newfound space, she feels a sense of ease during her future escapades, no longer burdened by concerns of misplaced belongings or inadequate storage. Moreover, it presents an opportunity to stockpile provisions if the occasion arises. Lost in thought, a silly smile graces her face. Weilan, what's wrong? Speak up. Jean Jing's urgent voice emanates from the phone, jolting Weilan back to reality. She suddenly realizes that she had forgotten she was on a call with Jean Jing. Quickly, she responds, Jean Jing, I'm fine. I apologize for drifting off. Who said I didn't have one? Haha, you were right. I truly possess a personal space. Upon hearing Weilan's words, Jean Jing initially appears bewildered, but soon her surprise transforms into a delighted shriek. Really? That is amazing. I told you to try it, but you hesitated. Look, it turned out just as I predicted. Jean Jing's excitement escalates, her words spilling forth in a flurry. The two friends revel in their jubilant conversation for a brief moment before recalling the matter at hand. Weilan, are you absolutely certain you don't need me to pick you up? Jean Jing inquires once more. Weilan nods affirmatively, replying, Yes, I genuinely don't need it. I have food and a vehicle here. I can make my way to you. Well then, take care of yourself. Even though you've acquired extraordinary abilities, one must not be careless. Do your best to travel swiftly, and I shall meet you in Kyoto. Jean Jing expresses her reluctance to part ways. Indeed. You take care as well. I shall hurry to Kyoto to find you. Farewell for now. Let's reconvene in Kyoto for a more thorough discussion. With those words, Azure promptly ended the call. Little did Azure and Crystal know, this reunion, their first since the cataclysm, would also be their last. Azure transferred all her vital possessions into her interdimensional storage, a feature proving exceedingly convenient. Emboldened by this newfound spatial ability, Azure's thoughts began to stir with renewed vigor. She recalled the keepsakes of her parents, left behind in her hasty departure. An irrepressible longing began to take root in her heart. Azure, a woman of immediate action, wasted no time in translating her desire into motion. She started the car and set off towards Jincheng. Azure drove with considerable haste, completing the 2-hour journey in under an hour. Any undead that dared cross her path were either sent flying or left far behind in her wake. Without pause, Azure drove directly into Jincheng. 008 sweeping the marketplace, Azure cautiously surveyed her surroundings, noting the absence of any undead within a 10-meter radius. She felt a sense of relief. Azure was aware that the undead, though blind, possessed an acute sense of smell, albeit limited to a 10-meter range. Beyond that, they were oblivious. Azure teleported to the long strip of fabric, deftly looping it around her waist twice and securing it tightly. Then, gripping the fabric firmly, she used her feet to push off the wall and began her ascent. This was Azure's first time climbing such a tall building. However, emboldened by her initial descent, she was undeterred. With her unique abilities, the 11th floor, while high, was quickly reached. Upon reaching the 11th floor, Weilan did not recklessly rush inside. Instead, she cautiously peered in, observing the stillness of the room which revealed no presence of zombies. Presumably, they had departed in search of prey. Elated, Weilan climbed into the room. Not daring to linger, she swiftly collected the remnants left by her parents. A few faded photographs, 2 jewelry boxes, a venerable and sharp longsword, and 2 small, exquisite daggers. The jewelry boxes contained her mother's dowry, filled with precious gems. Her father had cherished collecting ancient cold weapons during his lifetime, and the longsword and daggers were the fruits of his considerable effort and expenditure. Weilan stored these treasures in her personal space, gathering everything of utility within the house. Clothing, bed, table, chairs, coffee table, teacups, toothpaste, toothbrushes, and towels were not overlooked. Naturally, she also secured the most essential provisions from the kitchen, including food and drinking water. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed nearby, sending a shiver down Weilan's spine. With no time for sorrow, she dashed into the bedroom and hurried towards the window, quickly climbing down. As her feet met the ground, she exhaled softly, instinctively glancing up towards the 11th floor, only to discover 2 zombies standing at the window, their milky eyes fixed upon her. A wave of instinctual fear washed over her, and she felt a surge of relief for her timely escape. Not daring to linger any longer, she unleashed her Hummer, swiftly leaping into the vehicle and speeding away. Along the journey, whenever confronted by obstructive vehicles, Weilan effortlessly absorbed them into her spatial realm. If faced with zombies, she would simply send them flying. Within a mere half hour, she had unknowingly collected no fewer than 100 cars into her space. Fortunately, her domain was vast enough to accommodate such an influx without concern for congestion. Suddenly, her keen eyes spotted a grand department store, a veritable jewel among the establishments of Jean City, renowned for its extensive array of goods. Weilan felt a flicker of excitement. The prospect of utilizing her expansive space to gather essential supplies for her future life was tantalizing. In this apocalypse, resources would undoubtedly become increasingly scarce. Procrastination would lead to regret when the moment for preparation had long passed. Resolute, she exited her vehicle, stowing it away with a flick of her hand. Armed with a baseball bat for protection, and swiftly entered the store. Perhaps due to the onset of the apocalypse, it was a Wednesday afternoon, and the department store was scarcely populated, resulting in a limited number of zombies within. Nonetheless, with the presence of staff, the total count approached 100. Yet, in such a large establishment, a mere handful of zombies could indeed be considered a fortunate occurrence. Upon entering the store, Weilan wasted no time. She collected everything in sight, regardless of its utility, and filled her space to the brim. Thus, she swept through the entire building, leaving no storage room unsearched. With her newfound abilities, she had become remarkably agile, often able to evade zombies before they even crossed her path. Although there were a few close calls, she managed to navigate the challenges with relative ease. Having traversed all 28 stories of the department store, Azure couldn't help but feel a bit weary. Yet, beholding the newly acquired bounty within her spatial dimension, all fatigue instantly dissipated. She meticulously organized her spoils, her spirits rejuvenated, finding herself increasingly enthralled by the unbridled freedom of acquisition. Seeing that the shopping center had been thoroughly emptied, Azure promptly departed. En route out of the city, she couldn't resist plundering any shop she encountered. With each uneventful foray, her audacity grew, and she began to deliberately seek out her favorite stores, stripping them bare before moving on. 009 Another spatial ability user. It had been 8 days since Azure left Jincheng. Along her journey, she frequently encountered zombies. Though most were detected in advance and deftly avoided, only a few unavoidable confrontations occurred, and when faced with small numbers, Azure would dispatch them. However, when confronted by hordes, she would instantaneously teleport away. Although zombies possessed an acute sense of smell and formidable resilience, their movements were sluggish and rigid. If their vulnerabilities were known, most individuals could contend with them. However, caution was paramount to avoid being bitten or scratched, as infection would swiftly transform a person into one of their own. How peculiar that I haven't encountered a single soul in all these days, Azure mused, perched in her vehicle, gnawing on a roasted chicken, her thoughts tinged with perplexity. For the past 8 days, Weilan had entered every shop she encountered, leaving no item unexamined, whether edible or utilitarian, diligently storing everything in her space. The sight of these accumulated possessions offered her a semblance of reassurance. After finishing a roasted chicken, she wiped her mouth and hands with a wet wipe and consumed nearly half a bottle of mineral water before restarting her vehicle, resolved to embark on her journey immediately. Just as she ignited the engine, a figure materialized abruptly in front of her car, causing her to startle and slam on the brakes to scrutinize the intruder. Before her stood a young, handsome man, who was now striding toward her. This marked the first encounter with another human being in 8 days. However, instead of feeling elated, she was engulfed in a sense of trepidation. If her instincts served her right, this individual was not to be underestimated, and she sensed an imminent danger. "Who are you? Why are you obstructing my path?" Weilan's body tensed with heightened vigilance, yet her gaze remained composed as she regarded the young man. Upon hearing her words, he furrowed his brow and issued a command, "Get out of the car." Weilan, disinterested in further engagement, revved the engine, intent on departing. However, as soon as the vehicle lurched forward, a hand unexpectedly grasped the steering wheel, applying the brakes with an icy fury. "I said to get out of the car. Do you not comprehend?" Witnessing the man's sudden and unannounced presence within her vehicle, her pupils dilated in alarm, prompting her to instinctively exit the car. The proximity of their bodies within the confined space intensified her sense of peril. She felt an unmistakable threat emanating from him. "Who exactly are you? What is your purpose in seeking me?" Weilan inquired, her demeanor still guarded as she scrutinized him. "Indeed, you are also a spatial adept. It seems my search was not in vain." The man alighted from the vehicle with a measured pace, subsequently circumventing the hood to approach her, halting before her to articulate. Judging by the tenor of his words, Azure ascertained the veracity of her prior conjecture that this man, like herself, was a spatial adept. The man continued, "My name is Mingyue, a level 2 spatial adept and a member of the National Ability Task Force. My purpose in seeking you out is simply to extend an invitation for you to join the aforementioned organization." Mingyue dispensed with superfluous discourse, directly stating his intent. The reason the National Ability Task Force became aware of her existence was due to Azure's conspicuousness. Commencing from Jincheng, she had a moderately amassed resources, emptying all the emporiums and marketplaces along the route from Jincheng to the capital, causing those dispatched by the nation to gather supplies to be invariably thwarted. Upon witnessing such thorough depletion, Mingyue and his cohort naturally harbored suspicions, and after a continuous investigation, they zeroed in on Azure. Upon hearing Mingyue's words, Azure furrowed her brow. Her heart filled with reluctance. Having been accustomed to freedom since childhood, she could not abide such constraints and instinctively recoiled from accepting. However, Azure was cognizant that she was presently no match for Mingyue, and thus dared not immediately refuse. Yet, acquiescing was equally out of the question. As she hesitated, the voice of Mingyue resonated once more. "Miss, you possess spatial abilities. Given the current state of our nation, individuals with such powers are exceedingly valuable. Should you join the abilities team, your safety would be assured. You may not yet realize that the zombies have begun to evolve. The ones you typically encounter are merely ordinary, first-tier zombies. However, many have already ascended to the second tier. Second-tier zombies are tenfold more formidable than their first-tier counterparts, exhibiting agility that surpasses the sluggishness of their predecessors and an enhanced sense of smell reaching up to 20 meters. It is estimated that, in the days to come, a further evolution to the third tier may occur. Please contemplate this carefully." Mingyue's words were not mere exaggerations. Their team had already faced several second-tier zombies, resulting in casualties among its members. Upon hearing this, Weilan felt a flicker of disbelief, yet the sincerity reflected in Mingyue's demeanor instilled a sense of doubt within her. However, she hesitated to make a definitive decision at that moment. After careful consideration, Weilan ultimately resolved to decline the nation's invitation. Regardless of the truth in Mingyue's assertions, she was unwilling to relinquish her freedom. More importantly, the bureaucratic complexities of the government were ill-suited for her. Furthermore, she was nearing Kyoto. Once she arrived, she would seek out Jinjing and find a secure, secluded place to live in peace. With the supplies she had gathered along her journey, she had enough provisions to sustain her for a lifetime. Upon hearing her refusal, Mingyue's expression darkened, as persuading Weilan to join the abilities team was his assigned task. The superiors are exceedingly mindful of this mission, specifically demanding its fulfillment, irrespective of the exceedingly bountiful rewards associated with this task. And considering he has already pledged his commitment upon accepting it, he is compelled to accomplish it. "Why the refusal?" Mingyue inquired, suppressing his irritation. I apologize, but I have grown accustomed to liberty and chafe at restrictions. Therefore, I regret to inform you that I cannot join the superability team, Weilan stated. Cognizant that her rejection had provoked Mingwei, yet unwilling to yield. Reconsider. While joining the superability team entails some loss of freedom, it ensures greater security. And each completed mission yields substantial rewards, which is unequivocally advantageous for you. Mingyue patiently exhorted, reluctant to antagonize Weilan unless absolutely necessary. I apologize. Weilan ceased speaking but surreptitiously prepared for defense, sensing the ominous aura emanating from Mingyue. Her silence affirmed her stance, and Mingyue desisted from further persuasion, casting a venomous gaze upon Weilan before abruptly initiating an attack. Fortunately, Weilan anticipated the assault and evaded Mingyue's initial strike. Mingyue, what is the meaning of this? Weilan demanded indignantly, questioning whether the superability team coerced individuals into joining. As a denizen of China, you witnessed the nation's tribulations yet declined to assist, prioritizing your own well-being. Such conduct is reprehensible. I merely seek to discipline you, an action unrelated to the superability team. Mingyue spoke with righteous fervor, his movements becoming swifter and more ferocious. Weilan finally witnessed the true meaning of distorting right and wrong, leaving her speechless with indignation. Momentarily distracted, she realized that her strength and combat experience paled in comparison to Mingyue's. This lapse in focus provided him with the opportunity he sought. He swiftly maneuvered behind her, poised to seize her in one fell swoop. When Weilan noticed that Mingyue had suddenly vanished from her sight, a sense of dread washed over her. Instinctively, she glanced backward, and in that instant, a spatial blade erupted forth, perfectly intercepting his strike aimed at her nape. No longer holding back, Mingyue unleashed a barrage of spatial blades, each faster than the last, overwhelming her. It dawned on her that he had not exerted his full strength previously. Otherwise, she would not have lasted this long, prompting a surge of retreating thoughts. Desperately evading, she scanned her surroundings, seeking an escape route. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed ominously, and she perceived the approach of zombies, intensifying her urgency. Mingyue, everyone has their own aspirations. Why do you insist on pressing me so hard? Do I harbor any animosity towards you? Weilan questioned, vexation evident in her voice. You bear no grudge against me, nor have you wronged me. But you are the target of my mission. I have given my word to my superiors that I shall complete this task, and thus, I must take you with me. Mingyue replied, sensing the horde of zombies drawing ever closer, accompanied by a menacingly evolved second-tier zombie, which further heightened his anxiety. Without further hesitation, Mingyue began to amass all of her strength, resolving to deliver a final blow to Weilan, aiming to subdue her before the arrival of the zombies and take her away. Weilan, seemingly of the same mind, similarly gathered her entire power. She did not aspire to kill him, but rather entertained the notion of creating a modicum of trouble for him, and then seizing the opportunity to depart. Simultaneously, they halted 10 paces apart, their countenances grave as they regarded each other. After a moment, their faces flushed crimson, and with a simultaneous roar, they unleashed their full-force attacks upon one another. Instantly, with a resounding boom, the sky contorted and quivered. Mingyue was sent hurtling backward, immediately losing consciousness, a completely unforeseen outcome. Concurrently, Weilan spat forth a mouthful of blood, which precisely struck the distorted space. In that instant, a brilliant white light erupted in the air, and the space twisted, forming a fissure. A potent suction force emanated, involuntarily drawing Weilan's body in. Before she was completely engulfed, 7 beams of light emanated from her wrist, enveloping her entirely. Simultaneously, Weilan's figure vanished into the spatial rift. Chapter 74. Sealed memories. Upon hearing Weihua's words, Weilan felt a surge of gratification. Indeed, her affection for him was not in vain. However, dear brother, I understand your sentiment, and I naturally desire for you to continue residing with me. However, Miss, she may not necessarily share that sentiment. Which new bride is fond of living with her husband's elder sister? It would be unfortunate if you two were to quarrel over this matter in the future. In contemporary society, many newlyweds are reluctant to reside with their in-laws, preferring instead to purchase a separate home for themselves. Thus, Weilan believes that she Bingling must also share this sentiment. Sister, is there any rationale for newly married couples to neglect their filial duties by moving out instead of living with their parents-in-law? Although our parents are no longer with us, you have raised me single-handedly. Everything I am today is due to your unwavering support. Without you, I would not exist as I do now. Moreover, as the elder sister, you are akin to a mother to me, and it is only natural that we remain by your side to honor and support you. How could Miss She possibly refuse this? Upon realizing that Weilan did not genuinely wish to expel him, Wei Hua felt a sense of relief. Filial piety? Obedience? Weilan's expression darkened at the thought. However, it dawned on her that they were in ancient times, not the modern era, and she could not impose contemporary thinking on individuals from the past. With this realization, Weilan understood that it was indeed customary for newlyweds to live with their families, while moving out alone would be deemed highly unfilial. The divergence of perspectives. Very well. Let us set aside that matter and proceed to deliberate on the proposal of marriage. Given the considerable distance of 1,000 miles that separates us from Nanning, observing the traditional formalities of the 3 matchmakers and 6 rites in sequence would indeed be a protracted and arduous undertaking. Therefore, we shall have to expedite the process by performing the 6 rites of betrothal, not Sai, Wenming, Naj, Najing, Qingqi, and Qin, concurrently. The matter of the betrothal gifts is easily resolved. I shall personally procure the gold, silver, jewelry, and adornments. As for the other sundry items, I shall dispatch the steward with a retinue to Luo City to acquire them, ensuring that Miss She is not slighted in any way. Once all is in readiness, Hua, you shall personally escort the matchmaker and the betrothal gifts to Nanning to formally propose marriage. However, the quantity of betrothal gifts and the amount of the bride price require careful consideration. An excessive display would be ostentatious, while a meager offering would be discourteous. What are your thoughts on this matter, Hua? Sister, I am not well versed in these matters. I shall defer to your judgment and abide by your decisions. Sister, wouldn't that be too burdensome? You silly boy, what do you mean by burdensome? This is a momentous occasion, unique in your life. Having uttered these words, Lon suddenly recalled that this was ancient times, where men were permitted to have multiple wives and concubines. This was unacceptable. She could not control the actions of other men, but her own kin were forbidden from taking concubines. Lon held the practice of ancient men engaging in such behavior in utter contempt, viewing them as mere breeding stallions. With this in mind, Lon fixed a stern gaze upon Wei Hua and Mu Yuding. Hua, Ting, listen to me. You two shall each marry only one wife, and you are absolutely forbidden from taking concubines. Do you understand? Hailing from a humble agrarian background, Wei Hua was deeply rooted in the rural ethos where the concept of concubinage was virtually unheard of. For villagers, securing a wife to perpetuate the family lineage was considered a significant accomplishment, with little inclination to expend resources on additional consorts. Consequently, the prevailing norm was monogamy, a principle that profoundly influenced Wei Hua, precluding any consideration of taking concubines. Yu Ting, being of tender age, had yet to entertain such frivolous notions. Eldest sister, rest assured. I shall be content with a single wife, Wei Hua affirmed, vowing to abstain from concubinage. Although he lacked first-hand experience, Wei Hua had been privy to numerous accounts of the sordid rivalries and intrigues that plagued the harems of affluent families. He had secretly pledged that, should fortune smile upon him, he would never succumb to the temptation of concubinage. Mother, do you not desire for younger uncle to take multiple wives, so as to propagate the Wei lineage? Yu Ting inquired, gazing pensively at Weilan. Nonsense. Such notions are merely self-serving justifications concocted by philandering men, retorted, her voice laced with vehemence as she abruptly rose to her feet. Her gaze, sharp and penetrating, fixed upon Yu Ting. Listen closely, she commanded. I care not for your premarital dalliances, nor the number of women you may concurrently possess. However, upon entering matrimony, you must sever all ties to your past indiscretions, dedicating yourselves, both body and soul, to a single wife. Should you dare to entertain the same capricious whims as other men, prepare yourselves for the consequences. S. tone was uncharacteristically resolute and severe. Without sparing another glance, she pivoted and strode purposefully from the room, leaving Wei Hua and Yu Ting momentarily stunned by her impassioned outburst. Particularly, Mu Yuding sensed an intense animosity within Wei Lan's azure gaze, causing him to tremble. Yet he lacked the valor to pursue her. After departing from the main hall, Wei Lan's heart remained turbulent. Mu Yuding's words had struck a deeply buried truth she had been hesitant to confront. Wei Lan's mind was in disarray, with long-suppressed memories surfacing unexpectedly. When Wei Lan was 8 years old, during summer vacation, her father, Wei Lin, had promised to take her and her mother, Lan Wenlin, on an overseas trip. However, Just before their departure, Weilan abruptly announced he couldn't go. Despite Weilan and her mother's disappointment, they understood Weilan's predicament. Given his high-ranking position in a multinational corporation and the sudden emergence of important business matters, since Weilan couldn't accompany them, Lan Wenlin initially decided to cancel the trip and stay with him. However, Weilan earnestly persuaded them to go, assuring them that he would join them in a few days once his work was resolved. Convinced, Lan Wenlin packed their luggage, preparing to depart with her daughter the next day. Although Weilan was disheartened that her father couldn't leave with them, the thought of him joining them soon eased her disappointment, and she eagerly anticipated the long-awaited journey. The following day, the Weilan family arose early. Lan Wenlin went downstairs to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, while her father assisted her in carrying the luggage from upstairs to the car. Weilan busied herself with organizing a few small items. Everything was going smoothly, and they were merely waiting to depart after breakfast. However, at that moment, Weilan inadvertently overheard a conversation that caused her immense pain, one that was nearly unbearable. Suddenly, she remembered that she had seemingly forgotten her camera, prompting her to hurriedly exit the car and search for it inside. Weilan was in the study on the first floor, engaged in a telephone conversation. Not wanting to disturb him, Weilan tiptoed into the house, but as she passed the study, a series of statements completely unrelated to work reached her ears. She paused, seemingly unable to comprehend, and instinctively concealed herself behind the door to eavesdrop. "Ning, please don't be capricious. Haven't I already promised you that after sending Wenlin and Lan Lan abroad, I would stay to accompany you? What more could you possibly want? All right, I understand. In half a month, once when Sun and Lan Lan have left the country, I assure you that during this time, I will be entirely yours. Will that suffice?" Wei Lin's tone was imbued with gentle affection. "Ning, please don't act this way. Regardless of the circumstances, Wenlin is my legitimate wife. Do not let your imagination run wild. I love Wenlin, and I also love you. It is just that I have put you in a difficult position by not being able to grant you a title. However, rest assured, aside from that, I will give you everything you desire. Look, you asked me to accompany you, and here I am, having intentionally left Wenlin and Lan Lan to be with you." Upon hearing this, Weilan could no longer absorb any words. A deafening roar erupted in her mind, draining the color from her face. The flawless image of her father in her heart shattered in an instant. All she comprehended was that her father had another woman, betraying both her mother and her. In a daze, Weilan stumbled out of the house, instinctively clutching her camera tightly in hand. As she climbed into the car, Lan Wenlin immediately noticed something amiss with Weilan and regarded her with gentle concern, inquiring, "Lan Lan, what's wrong? You seem so dispirited." Gazing at her kind and gentle mother, memories of what she had just overheard flooded her mind, and a surge of intense hatred erupted within the heart of the young Weilan. She loathed her father, despised his betrayal, and resented his infidelity. If he already had a mother, why would he entangle himself with another woman? What did he consider her mother to be? She would never forgive him, never. From this moment forth, she would only have one mother and no longer a father. Just as the young Weilan was about to divulge what she had overheard to her mother, she suddenly spotted Weilan approaching. He entered the car with an air of calmness, his expression a blend of warmth and regret. "I'm sorry, Wenlin. Have you been waiting long? I had to take an important call from the company." Had she not witnessed Weilan's true nature, Weilan would have remained oblivious to the fact that her father was such a skilled actor. She regarded Weilan with unfamiliar eyes, as if seeing him for the first time. The admiration and affection she once held for him had vanished, replaced by a profound sense of his hypocrisy and repugnance. She averted her gaze, unwilling to look at him even once more. It mattered not. Business took precedence. Lan Wenlin smiled. Both Weilan and Lan Wenlin, engrossed in their conversation, failed to notice the unusual demeanor of Weilan. "Thank you, my dear wife. And I sincerely apologize for not being able to accompany you this time. The company has secured a major client, and it may take up to half a month before I can rejoin you," Weilan said apologetically as he gazed at Lan Ning. "What kind of client requires such an extended commitment?" Lan Wenlin inquired, surprised. "Well, that's fine, my husband. Please take care of yourself while I'm away. Don't get so caught up in work that you forget to eat," Lan Wenlin reminded him with great care. "Understood, my love. I will, rest assured," Weilan replied. And a flicker of guilt passed through his eyes at Lan Wenlin's tender concern. He quickly masked it by turning away, starting the car. "Dear Lan Lan, please fasten your seatbelts. I am driving now." Upon hearing this, Weilan promptly secured Weilan's seatbelt before fastening her own. Once both mother and daughter were safely buckled in, Weilan accelerated onto the road. Little Weilan listened intently to her parents' conversation, observing her gentle father and her blissful mother, unable to suppress the urge to bite her lower lip. Falsehoods, mere illusions, everything was a fade. At that moment, her resentment for her father deepened. She despised his deceit, his betrayal. A resolute glimmer sparked in Weilan's eyes. She was determined to unveil the truth to her mother, to free her from the shackles of deception, and to make her see her father's true nature. Having steeled her resolve, Azure was about to speak when, without warning, a large truck came hurtling towards them. Her eyes widened in terror, but no sound escaped her lips as she watched their vehicle being struck head-on. Azure's eyes were wide with dread. She heard her mother's terrified scream, yet she instinctively threw herself over her daughter to protect her. The father, whose handsome face was now ashen, also turned swiftly, shielding his wife and daughter from harm. Azure could only watch, paralyzed. Scalding, crimson blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering her face and dripping incessantly. The metallic tang of blood grew stronger within the car. After the initial surge of fear, Azure became numb. She stared blankly at her parents, who were beneath her, their bodies now fountains of blood. She wanted to scream, to cry for help, but her mouth opened, and no sound came. Azure's parents, alas, did not make it to the hospital and died on the spot, but Azure, who had fainted, miraculously escaped injury. When Azure awoke, she buried her father's betrayal deep within her heart, forcing herself to remember only his love for her. Azure never understood why men could be so amorous. She understood that her father genuinely loved her mother. The proof lay in his selfless act during the car accident, when he threw himself protectively over them without a moment's hesitation. Yet, she pondered, how could he harbor such profound love for her mother while simultaneously accommodating another woman in his heart? Was he simply too magnanimous? Or was this a common flaw among men? If all men were thus, could there be any pure and beautiful love left in the world? In truth, Weilan had never contemplated marriage. In her heart, it should be sacred and pure. She believed that while her union could lack romance, it must be grounded in mutual fidelity. Before marriage, one could frolic freely, and she would remain indifferent, yet after the vows, unwavering loyalty to the institution was her unwavering principle. However, if even a man like her father could betray her mother and the sanctity of marriage, whom could she trust? What did it matter how deep their love was if betrayal still occurred? Reflecting on her father's infidelity filled Weilan with resentment toward him. Yet, when she considered that he had perished in an attempt to save her, that anger dissipated, leaving her unable to forgive him. To absolve him would be to cast her mother, who had remained blissfully unaware until her death, in an even more pitiable light. Weilan's mind oscillated between hatred and forgiveness. Mother, what should I do? If you had known the truth back then, how would you have reacted? The thought of her mother's gentle, serene smile transforming into anguish and perhaps even hatred upon learning the reality filled her with a sudden sense of relief. At least, she had not revealed her thoughts in time. Her mother had departed this world still enveloped in happiness. Father, should I express gratitude for your discretion in shielding mother from the truth, allowing her to live a life of bliss and contentment? Even though this happiness was founded on deceit and falsehoods, she lived her days joyfully and now rests eternally with the man she adored. Though her marriage may have been imperfect, mother was fortunate. Despite your betrayal, your heart belonged to her. Reflecting on the image of your hands intertwined as you both faced death, a sense of relief washed over me. You wronged her, yet you atoned with your life. Though she followed you into the afterlife, I know that mother, and I, held the most cherished place in your heart, irreplaceable by any other woman. While I once struggled to forgive you, I no longer harbor resentment. Years have passed since your departure, and I am no longer the same person. What is there left to dispute? Father, I absolve you. I only wish that in another realm, you will cherish mother and never again cause her sorrow. I gently caressed the photograph of you both, a smile of relief gracing my lips. Suddenly, a tremor ran through me, and my spiritual cultivation rapidly ascended. A flicker of delight danced in my eyes as I swiftly entered the grand thousand worlds. With a thought, I found myself by the mountain spring, immediately assuming a meditative posture. 3 hours later, Azure opened her eyes, her dark pupils appearing even more profound than before, a confident light radiating from her brow. A joyful smile resided within her deep, obsidian eyes. With the elevation of her state of mind, her cultivation had also advanced. She had finally progressed from the late first level of the spirit ode art to the second level, equivalent to the foundation establishment stage, truly embarking on the path of immortal cultivation. In truth, the chi refining stage could not truly be considered an immortal cultivator. Only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage could one be said to have entered the gateway, stepping onto the threshold of the grand path of immortality. Unexpectedly, just a year ago, she was merely a cultivator who struggled to even reach the first level of chi refining. She had believed that her greatest achievement in this life would be the third level of chi refining, perhaps breaking through to the fourth at most. She never anticipated that she would be able to advance so rapidly in such a short time, unexpectedly surpassing the chi refining stage and advancing to foundation establishment. This was undoubtedly inextricably linked to the grand world, but the successive fortuitous encounters that led to repeated breakthroughs in her state of mind were crucial. Azure truly comprehended the importance of her state of mind this time, and the desire to travel grew more urgent. It seemed she needed to carefully plan her travel time. However, it would be impossible to leave in the coming days, at least until the mountain villa was built and everyone was settled. With this in mind, Azure temporarily suppressed her eager emotions, preparing to carefully observe what changes the grand world would undergo with her breakthrough. Azure arose and gazed towards the foot of the mountain, her eyes beholding a tenfold expansion of the black earth. Adjacent to this expanse lay a newly formed verdant meadow, spanning approximately 1,000 acres. Upon this meadow, lush grasses thrived, providing sustenance for a multitude of docile creatures such as hares and fawns. An additional mountain had also emerged, nestled alongside the original one. This new mountain was replete with low-grade spiritual herbs and medicines, as well as a plethora of rare and precious trees. Turning her attention to the cottage, Azure observed that the courtyard had expanded, and 2 additional rooms had been added to the dwelling. The overall ambience of the cottage had been revitalized. With a swift teleportation, Azure arrived upon the newly formed mountain. Surveying the abundance of spiritual herbs and medicines that carpeted the landscape, a radiant smile illuminated her face. Their arrival was indeed timely, as she was in dire need of a copious supply of these ingredients for her alchemical endeavors. Having attained the second level of the spirit incantation, the Chi Gathering Pills, a first-grade spiritual elixir, no longer held efficacy for her. She now required the Spirit Convergence Pills, a second-grade spiritual elixir. However, she had yet to concoct such an elixir, and its successful creation would undoubtedly necessitate a substantial quantity of spiritual herbs and medicines. Alas, she mused, if only I had a mentor skilled in the art of alchemy to guide me. I would be spared from traversing so many circuitous paths, and my progress would be accelerated. Azure did not immediately commence the preparation of the Spirit Convergence Pills. Instead, she first proceeded to the cottage, where she gathered vegetable leaves, minced them, and fed them to the livestock. The animals within the courtyard had grown considerably, and in a matter of hours, they would be ready for consumption. She then ventured to the mountain, plucking several guavas and peaches to satiate her appetite. Nurtured by the spiritual energy of the dimension, these fruits and vegetables were imbued with a subtle, yet discernible spiritual essence, rendering their flavors far superior to those of ordinary produce. Moreover, if mortals consume it over an extended period, it can enhance their physical well-being and promote longevity. For cultivators, long-term consumption greatly aids in their spiritual development. Weilan, nibbling on a peach, gazed towards the direction of the grassland, her eyes sparkling as she observed a herd of spotted deer. It had been quite some time since she had savored roasted venison. The mere thought of tender, aromatic roasted deer meat nearly made her salivate. Weilan had a penchant for exquisite cuisine. Whenever presented with superior choices, she would never settle for inferior fare. In her quest for culinary delights, she had enrolled in a culinary academy, dedicating 6 years to mastering the art of cooking, exploring the cuisines of various nations. Later, she immersed herself in countless international recipes online. Although her culinary skills may not rival those of the world's top chefs, they were certainly commendable. Fixated on the herd of spotted deer, Weilan hesitated no longer. With a swift motion, she traversed the grassland, effortlessly capturing an adult deer. Before long, the fragrant aroma of roasting meat wafted from the mountainside. Satisfied, Weilan wiped her greasy lips and reclined comfortably on the grass, letting out a contented belch. As the warm breeze caressed her, she felt a delightful lethargy wash over her. In no time, she succumbed to a deep slumber, accompanied by the gentle mountain breeze. In her sleep, a smile graced Weilan's lips, and her brows unfurled in tranquility, a stark contrast to her past. When her furrowed brow and tightly pressed lips hinted at unspoken troubles that had disturbed her peace even in rest. After a lengthy slumber of half a day, Weilan finally roused herself. She sat up and indulged in a delightful stretch, reveling in the exquisite comfort of her rest, which felt more refreshing than ever before. She washed her face in the spring water, picked a few fruits to savor, and then emerged from the vast world with an entire cicadere, from which only a piece of hind leg had been taken. Upon stepping out, Weilan was momentarily taken aback to find herself in a place that was not her own room. It dawned on her that, after exiting the main hall, she had not made her way to her quarters, but instead had wandered through the back door of the Mu residence, entering the vast world in a daze. Unsure of her whereabouts, she surveyed her surroundings, feeling a sense of familiarity. After pondering for a while, she recalled that this seemed to be the forest adjacent to the village. Weilan had already explored all of Yunhua village and the terrain within 1,000 miles, and while she could not claim to know it by heart, she could certainly recognize it. Although she could have stored the cicadere in the vast world's repository, where it would remain unspoiled, she ultimately decided against it. She preferred to share it with others. With so many animals in the vast world, one person alone could not consume them all. Given the rapid proliferation of the flora and fauna therein, it was prudent to periodically extract some of its bounty. Otherwise, the space would inevitably become overcrowded. Thus, Weilan resolved to frequently bring forth some products from the vast world whenever the opportunity arose, both to enhance the meals of her companions and to alleviate the burden within that realm. Due to her frequent absences lasting a day or two, only a few individuals in the Mu residence noticed her disappearance this time, including her 4 personal attendants, except for Wei Hua and Mu Yuting. My dearest uncle, it has been almost a day, and she has not emerged, nor is she within her chambers. I am deeply concerned about her whereabouts and well-being, expressed, his eyes reflecting profound anxiety. Upon hearing's words, shook his head, his countenance still etched with worry. It is not so much that I fear she has encountered some peril. As you have rightly stated, her prowess should render her invulnerable to any harm. Rather, I am apprehensive that she may be grappling with some sorrowful matter, for she seems profoundly disturbed. Evidently shared line of thought. He had meticulously replayed their conversation from earlier in the day, yet he could discern no apparent cause for sudden outburst. The reason for her displeasure remained elusive. Ah, yes, suddenly recalled. It seemed she took umbrage when the subject of concubinage was broached. Could that be the reason? Yet, upon further contemplation, it seemed implausible that she would become incensed over such a matter. Pondered the situation, yet remained perplexed. You have noticed it as well? Inquired. I, too, am concerned. Why would elder sister suddenly become so vexed? We uttered nothing untoward. Nay, my uncle, I must venture out in search of her, for I cannot find peace of mind otherwise, declared, abruptly rising to his feet. Hold, I shall accompany you, responded, promptly standing and following in pursuit. 075 Further breakthrough. The Grand World upgrades again. 076 Wei Fong's sentiments. 077 An unexpected encounter, and gazed at Wei Fong with a tinge of apprehension. They were acutely aware of her affections, yet they harbored reservations about their prospects. Nan Yuqing was, without a doubt, exceptionally gifted. Despite his attempts at concealment, the nobility that radiated from him, along with the inadvertent displays of pride, were unmistakable to their perceptive senses. Indeed, Nan Yuqing's lineage was likely far more esteemed than they could fathom. It seemed improbable that a man of such striking countenance and distinguished status would develop genuine feelings for a maiden as unpretentious as Wei Fong. Perhaps a fleeting fascination might arise from novelty, but a sincere emotional connection seemed unlikely. This was not to suggest that Wei Fong was deficient or unworthy. On the contrary, considering her status as a cultivator, she was more than a match for even royalty. However, they felt that the pair lacked harmony in terms of both appearance and demeanor. Although Nan Yuqing was not a cultivator, his comeliness and aura were extraordinary, akin to a celestial noble descended from the heavens. Wei Fong, while possessing her own charm, paled in comparison to Nan Yuqing's ethereal beauty, and their auras were worlds apart. Nan Yuqing possessed a rare, divine endowment among mortals. If one were to seek a comparable aura and spirit, only the esteemed madam would suffice. The lady's countenance may not be of the most exquisite beauty, yet she possesses a singular charm. Perhaps due to her cultivation of immortality, the higher her attainment, the more refined and ethereal her essence becomes. radiating a natural grace that evokes a sense of unconstrained freedom coupled with elegant leisure. A sudden premonition arose within them that should Master Nan Yuchen behold the lady, her unique allure would captivate him, and he might very well develop an affection for her. This thought amplified their apprehension, and they could only hope that their concerns were unfounded, for if the arrival of this Master Nan Yuchen were to disrupt the harmony of the Mu estate. A sudden glint of cold resolve flashed in Mu Tianxin's eyes. He would never permit anyone to jeopardize the concord of the Mu household. Mu Tianxin was once a destitute farm boy, perpetually underfed and poorly clothed due to his family's poverty. He toiled daily in arduous labor, yet remained in a state of constant hunger and deprivation. Throughout his childhood, he had never known the satisfaction of a full meal or the luxury of new garments. Later, his father succumbed to exhaustion and fell ill, bedridden. The family was so impoverished that they could barely afford sustenance, let alone medical care for his father. In desperation, his mother was compelled to sell him. Even after being sold, his life did not improve significantly. He was subjected to rigorous training, and any shortcomings were met with physical abuse or the denial of food until he met the standards. Only after the lady purchased him did his circumstances truly ameliorate. Not only was he provided with ample nourishment, but he also received beautiful, new clothing that he had never before experienced, and he was even granted several monetary rewards each year. The remuneration was genuine silver, a sight he had never beheld in his life, let alone touched. The annual sum he received far surpassed the earnings of his family's year-long toil. Above all, he was profoundly grateful that the madam did not disdain him as a lowly servant, but imparted to him the arcane arts of immortals, elevating him to the status of a cultivator. Immortal cultivators were not only granted longevity, but also wielded supernatural powers, far surpassing the capabilities of mortal martial artists. His current station was entirely bestowed upon him by the madam and the Mu estate, and he had long regarded the Mu estate as his own home. Vowing to remain loyal to the madam until death, and to never permit anyone to harm her or the estate. Mu Tianxin was not alone in this sentiment. Mu Tianluo, and even the entire staff of the Mu estate, shared similar feelings. As Mu Tianxin and Mu Tianluo pondered, Yi Linxiao cast a subtle glance at them, then lowered his eyes thoughtfully, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Qi Moling, seated beside him, remained with his eyes closed, leaning against the carriage, exuding an aura of aloofness. At that moment, 5 large carriages rapidly approached from behind, almost colliding with the rear of their carriage, yet showing no signs of slowing down. Save for Qi Moling, who remained in repose with eyes shut, the countenances of the carriage's occupants underwent a subtle shift. Before they could react, the coachman from the pursuing vehicle bellowed impolitely, "Clear the way, carriage ahead." Their entourage numbered 8, necessitating the acquisition of a commodious carriage drawn by a pair of steeds. While not slow, its turning radius was somewhat unwieldy. The pursuing carriage, though of comparable size, boasted a trio of horses, granting it a marked advantage in velocity. Given their breakneck pace and the proximity, evasion was an impossibility for Wei Fang's conveyance. As a collision seemed imminent, Mu Tianxin, without hesitation, extended a hand out the window. To the astonishment of all, the pursuing carriage, poised to strike, seemed to encounter an unseen barrier. Its hooves pawed the air, as if pressing against an obstruction, halting its advance. In rapid succession, the following carriages, caught unawares, collided in a chaotic pileup. Cries of pain emanated from within the impacted carriages. Several individuals emerged from the lead carriage in disarray. The subsequent carriages, seemingly devoid of passengers, were laden with goods, which now cascaded onto the ground in a cacophony of disarray. Observing the scene, Mu Tianxin offered a disarming shrug and declared to the assembly, "It was not my intention." At this juncture, their carriage had come to a standstill. Within the confines of the compartment, save for Wei Fang and Mu Tianluo, all others gazed at Mu Tianxin in utter astonishment. Even Qi Moling had opened his eyes, a brilliant light gleaming within them as he fixed his gaze upon him. What manner of technique was that? Qi Moling inquired, his voice a deep murmur, laced with fervent excitement. It was remarkably potent. Could it be the legendary art of immortals? Upon hearing his words, Mu Tianxin, Mu Tianluo, and Wei Fang were taken aback in turn. "How do you possess knowledge of immortal arts?" Wei Fang blurted out, guileless. "Could it be that you, too, are a cultivator of immortality? But that cannot be, for I perceive your cultivation to be merely at the 11th level of the Houtian stage. So, you are indeed cultivators of immortality, Practitioners of immortal arts, Qi Moling exclaimed, rising abruptly, heedless of the crown of his head striking the carriage roof. His dark eyes burned with ardor as he beheld Wei Fang. There truly exist cultivators of immortality in this world. Wei Fang was about to respond when she was interrupted by the clamor of an argument erupting from the outside. It transpired that the drivers of the carriages that had been struck had come to demand an explanation. They insisted on receiving recompense, and were currently embroiled in a dispute with the coachman. While the initial collision was the fault of the other party, Mu Tianqian's subsequent lesson had been somewhat excessive. In retrospect, both sides bore a measure of culpability. Nan Yuqin deliberated for a moment before stating with some hesitation, "Miss Wei, perhaps we should descend and investigate." Their collision appeared to be rather severe. Indeed, Wei Fang concurred. Although they were at fault initially, we did administer a lesson. Now that they have been reduced to such a state, we bear a responsibility as well. It is only right that we take a look. Upon disembarking from the conveyance, the party was met by two youthful figures, a boy and a girl, whose resemblance suggested a sibling bond. The lad appeared to be in his early teens, perhaps 13 or 14, while the girl, a mere child, seemed to be around 7 or 8 years of age. Their attire implied that they were the proprietors of the small caravan. Anticipating a confrontation, Wei Fang and her companions braced themselves to elucidate the incident. However, to their astonishment, the siblings had not come to reprimand them, but rather to offer an apology. "Greetings, esteemed travelers," the boy stated, his tone earnest. "My sister and I are the owners of this caravan. We extend our sincerest apologies for the impetuousness of our driver, who, in his haste, caused offense. We are relieved to see that you are unharmed, and our hearts are at ease." The young man concluded with a respectful bow. "Please, young sir, rise," Wei Fang responded, feeling a pang of unease. "We are unharmed, and there is no need for such formality. On the contrary, we may have acted rashly in our defense, resulting in the overturning of your vehicles. It seems that both parties share a measure of culpability." Wei Fang felt a sense of embarrassment, as their party had emerged unscathed while the opposing caravan lay in disarray. In truth, their side seemed to bear the greater responsibility. Actions might have been excessive, but they were born out of necessity, for without them, they would have been the ones overturned. "We are grateful for your magnanimity, fair maiden," the boy replied. Upon hearing this, the young man expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Wei Fang. In truth, he was acutely aware that the majority of the fault lay with his own side. Had it not been for the recklessness of their own coachman, who nearly ran into someone, the other party would not have resorted to self-defense. This incident, upon reflection, was indeed a consequence of their own actions, for which they could hardly blame others. However, he was left pondering the identity of the formidable individual who had single-handedly halted their carriage, preventing it from advancing even a single step. It seemed evident that there was an extraordinary martial artist among them. The thought of soon acquiring such profound skills ignited a fervor within him. Yet, who could it have been that intervened? The young man discreetly scrutinized Wei Fang and her companions, attempting to discern the identity of the one who had acted. The first to be eliminated from suspicion were Wei Fang and Mu Tianluo, as they were but delicate women who appeared frail and unlikely to possess any martial prowess. Next, he considered Qing Ji and Qing Shu, who, by their refined demeanor, seemed to be servants attending to a distinguished gentleman, and thus were also unlikely to be capable of such feats. Observing Mu Tianqian, he appeared to be of a similar age, thus dismissing him. Nan Yuqin possessed a gentle and refined demeanor, seemingly delicate, suggesting a life of privilege and comfort, making him an unlikely candidate. That left the two stern men clad in robust attire. Their presence exuded an air of formidability, aligning with his perception of extraordinary individuals. It seemed plausible that one of them had intervened earlier, yet discerning the specific one eluded him. Wei Fang and the others perceived the young man's scrutiny, particularly directed towards Yi Linshao and Qi Moling. Comprehending his thoughts, they refrained from interference, deeming it unnecessary given the unlikelihood of future encounters. "Young sir, is your carriage still operational? Should you require assistance, we observe that you have a considerable amount of belongings," Wei Fang inquired with slight embarrassment. Considering their role in the carriage's overturning and the young man's gracious demeanor despite the misfortune, extending assistance seemed appropriate. "In that case, we shall take our leave," Wei Fang stated upon noticing that their guards had largely rearranged the items on their carriage, refraining from further formalities. "Farewell, and may our paths cross again," the young man responded, offering another courteous bow. Chapter 77. A Collision of Enlightenment. Chapter 78. VIP access before her departure, Weifang. Recalling the abrasions on the faces of the siblings and the grievous injuries sustained by their attendants, hesitated momentarily. Ultimately, she resolved to offer them some restorative elixirs. These remedies, bestowed upon her by her sister for potential injuries during their travels, possessed remarkable efficacy. Your benevolence is appreciated. Although possessing his own unguents, the youth, not wishing to spurn Weifang's kindness, accepted the proffered vial with courteous gratitude. It is of no consequence. Your injuries were sustained on our account. Providing you with salves is only proper, Weifang responded with a gentle smile before ascending into her carriage. Soon, the conveyance receded from the youth's view. Elder brother. Who are they truly? Their martial prowess was extraordinary. Do you suppose our master is as formidable? The girl inquired, her gaze fixed upon the departing carriage, her face alight with aspiration. Upon hearing his sister's question, the youth's eyes flickered momentarily. How would I possess such knowledge? Enough, they should be prepared by now. We have tarried long enough. It is time we resumed our journey. Once ensconced within their carriage, the girl noticed the vial in her brother's hand. Elder brother, your injuries remain unattended. Allow me to apply the salve. She reached for the porcelain vessel. With a swift motion, the youth evaded, preemptively uncorking the vial. Instantly, a delicate medicinal fragrance diffused, illuminating the siblings' eyes with comprehension. This unguent was undoubtedly a peerless panacea. It was astonishing that the maiden had so readily bestowed it upon them. After a moment's hesitation, the youth gingerly extracted a small amount with his index finger. Allow me to apply the balm to your wound first. Brother, the girl, known as, acknowledged. Indeed, these siblings were none other than Azure's newly acquired disciples, Yunji and Yunli. My injury is not severe. There is no need to expend such a precious elixir. It would be prudent to stow it away and cleanse the wound with our own provisions. Yunli demurred. As a maiden, and with the injury upon your face, this balm is most apartment, Yunji asserted, proceeding to apply the salve to Yunli's wound. Yunli felt a subtle coolness upon the lesion, the previous burning sensation instantly subsiding, replaced by a soothing, refreshing comfort. Yunli excitedly raised her hand to touch her face, but Yunji promptly seized her wrist, preventing her. Refrain from touching. Brother, this ointment imparts a delightful coolness. I shall apply it to your wound as well. Yunli exclaimed with fervor, promptly seizing the elixir from Yunji's grasp, imitating his cautious extraction of a small portion to apply to his injury. Indeed, Yunli concurred with a nod. 2/4 of an hour later, the siblings were astonished to discover that their facial wounds had miraculously healed in their entirety. Brother, what manner of person do you surmise that maiden to be, to so magnanimously bestow such a treasured panacea upon us? Yunli inquired with curiosity. I am uncertain, Yunji remarked, but their identities are undoubtedly extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Yunli rolled her eyes playfully and retorted, Of course I realize that. The young lady bestowed such a sacred medicine so casually. Even a blind person could deduce that she hails from a remarkable background. I merely wonder about their origins, from which sect they originate. I wonder if we shall ever have the opportunity to encounter them again. Yunji fell silent, yet he was acutely aware that in such a vast world, the chances of them meeting again were slim. Very well, I can see that you have been suppressing your curiosity for quite some time, and it must be quite uncomfortable. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, Weifang said with amusement, observing Nan Yuchun and the others staring intently at them since they had boarded the carriage. Miss Wei, I wish to know if you three are immortals. Could you enlighten me as to what the realm of cultivation truly is? Where can one find immortal sex? Qi Mo Ling, unable to contain himself any longer, swiftly interjected with his inquiry, much to the surprise of the others. Without hesitation, Qi Mo Ling divulged all that he knew. It turned out that the Qi clan was the most ancient hidden martial arts family in Nanning, with a history spanning thousands of years. Naturally, the Qi clan was privy to certain clandestine secrets unknown to others. The greatest secret of the Qi clan was that, a millennium ago, an ancestor of the Qi family had fortuitously encountered an immortal with great supernatural powers who had inadvertently arrived here from another star. The celestial being possessed the ability not only to soar through the firmament on a sword's blade, but also to command the weather, traverse the skies, burrow through the earth, and wield a vast array of arcane arts. With a mere gesture, that immortal could extinguish life imperceptibly. At that time, Old Master Qi had already attained the 3rd level of the Xiantian realm, Yet he found himself utterly incapable of resistance in the presence of the celestial being. A single glance from the immortal petrified him, rendering him immobile. Furthermore, the celestial being was suffering from severe internal injuries. Fortunately, the immortal harbored no ill intentions towards him, or he would have met his demise countless times over. It turned out that beyond their planet, there existed numerous celestial bodies of comparable size. The immortal had inadvertently stumbled upon their world while fleeing from a duel on another planet. The immortal had also mentioned that some planets harbored cultivators, while others did not, and their planet was devoid of such beings. Chi Mo Ling was the sole direct descendant of the Chi family. Having perused the ancient tome, he was naturally acquainted with the affairs of cultivators. Over the millennia, the descendants of the Chi family had come to regard the contents of the tome as mere legends, with nary a soul taking them seriously. However, Chi Mo Ling harbored a premonition that everything written in the tome might be true. Although he had never deliberately sought out the truth, he would discreetly observe and inquire about tales of immortals whenever he visited a new place. Yet, after so many years, his efforts had consistently yielded nothing. Unexpectedly, he discovered traces of cultivators without warning and witnessed immortals casting spells firsthand. As the legends say, with a mere gesture, they could inflict harm invisibly, far surpassing the capabilities of martial artists. Although he could replicate what Mutating had done, he could not do it with such ease, composure, and subtlety. He was already 19, while Mutating appeared to be only 11 or 12. Was this the distinction between immortals and mortals? Young Master Qi, ask what you wish. I will certainly tell you what I know, Wei Fang said, the first to regain her senses, looking at Chi Moling. I want to know if you are the cultivators described in the ancient texts, and how one can find the cultivation world. What kind of place is the cultivation world? I recall that my family's records state that there is no cultivation world on this planet. Could it have emerged only in the last millennium? Chi Moling asked, seizing the opportunity to inquire about what he had always wanted to know. It was rare for him to speak so many words at once. If the timing were not inappropriate, Mutating would have praised him, as it was the first time he had heard his cousin utter more than 15 words in one go. Indeed, Nan Yuqin and Chi Moling were cousins who had grown up together. Nan Yuqin had been sent to the Chi family to practice martial arts since childhood, and both of them had been personally taught by the head of the Chi family, who was also Chi Moling's grandfather and Nan Yuqin's maternal grandfather. Several years ago, Nan Yuqin achieved significant accomplishments in his studies and descended the mountain to gain practical experience. He requested his cousin, Chi Moxing, to accompany him on this journey. Chi Moxing, eager to investigate certain matters himself, consented to join him. Despite his tall and robust appearance, Chi Moxing's innate physical condition was frail. He had suffered from frequent illnesses during his childhood, reliant on medicinal remedies, and had narrowly escaped death on several occasions. Were it not for the profound resources of the Chi family, which hoarded countless precious herbs, he would not have survived to this day. This hardship cultivated his taciturn nature. While the Chi family sustained Chi Moxing's life with rare medicinal materials, they also tirelessly sought the elusive heavenly physician. After 9 arduous years, they finally found this renowned healer, the most esteemed doctor in the realm. Despite the physician's extraordinary skills and expertise, he devoted an entire 2 years to address Chi Moxing's ailment, gradually restoring him to health. Thus, he commenced his martial arts training, 6 or 7 years later than Nan Yuqin, resulting in a considerable gap in their respective martial prowess. Nevertheless, it is remarkable that within just 8 years, Chi Moxing ascended to the 11th level of the acquired realm, establishing himself as a prodigy within the martial world. Young Master Qi, Wei Fang responded earnestly, both Tianluo and Tianxin are indeed cultivators. However, we do not hail from the realm of cultivation. In truth, we are unaware of the location of the cultivation world, nor do we know if such a realm exists in our current domain. We have long desired to uncover these truths. Inconceivable, scoffed Chi Mo Ling, his gaze fixed on Wei Fang. If you are not denizens of the immortal cultivation realm, how did you acquire such celestial arts? His countenance betrayed a hint of umbrage, displeased with what he perceived as Wei Fang's prevarication. Nan Yuchun, Yilin Shao, and the siblings Qing Ji and Qing Shu, now fully roused, echoed Chi Mo Ling's sentiment, their expressions mirroring his dissatisfaction as they turned their gazes towards Wei Fang. In that moment, they seemed to have forgotten their own status as immortals. Sensing their skepticism, Wei Fang hastened to clarify, "Young Master Qi, I implore you not to misunderstand. I speak the unvarnished truth. Our mastery of these celestial arts is solely attributed to my elder sister's tutelage. We have never ventured into any realm of immortal cultivation, nor do we possess any knowledge of its existence. Mo Ling scrutinized Wei Fang's eyes, and perceiving the sincerity within, he found himself swayed to believe her words. Though his mind remained awash with perplexity, aware of his inner turmoil, Wei Fang proposed, "Young Master Qi, should you harbor any lingering doubts, you may seek answers directly from my sister upon our arrival at the Mu residence. Might I have the honor of meeting your sister?" Mo Ling's eyes lit up with sudden brilliance upon hearing Wei Fang's proposition. Nan Yuchun and the others were similarly stirred, their gazes fixed upon Wei Fang with fervent anticipation. It was then that Mo Ling remembered their true purpose, to pay homage to Wei Fang's sister. A faint blush crept across his handsome features as he pressed his lips together, resuming his silence. Yet, the tranquility that had once resided in his eyes was now replaced by an irrepressible excitement, and a sense of urgency began to stir within him. Serendipitous indeed. It seems fate has conspired to bring us together once more, young sir. Wei Fang and her companions had just settled into the inn and were preparing to descend for a meal when, to their astonishment, they encountered Yunji and her group upon their descent. Miss. Upon seeing Wei Fang and her companions, Yunji and Yunli were utterly surprised and filled with joy, never expecting to cross paths again so soon. It was indeed a remarkable coincidence. "Thank you for the medicine earlier," Yunji expressed, her injuries now completely healed. The miraculous efficacy of Wei Fang's elixir piqued her curiosity regarding the identities of Wei Fang and her companions, though she refrained from inquiring further. Wei Fang and her companions were equally astonished to see the siblings' injuries vanish within a mere half-hour. Wei Fang had not anticipated the remarkable power of the medicine her sister had provided, causing her to feel a pang of regret. Fortunately, she still possessed another vial. Otherwise, the loss would have been unbearable. Mu Tianxin and Mu Tianluo were also taken aback by the miraculous healing properties of the elixir given by their lady, which had managed to mend such severe abrasions in such a brief span. They felt an exhilarating thrill as they clutched the porcelain bottle tightly. The others, including Nan Yuchen and Qi Moling, had witnessed the siblings' injuries and were astonished to see them fully healed after only half an hour. Realizing that it was the elixir gifted by Wei Fang that had facilitated this miraculous recovery, their eyes sparkled with admiration. Indeed, she was akin to a celestial being. The mere offering of a single item surpassed all earthly treasures, intensifying their eagerness to visit the Mu residence. "There is no need for formality. I am simply glad that the medicine could assist you," Wei Fang replied graciously. Suppressing her heartache, Wei Fang spoke. Upon hearing this, Yunji felt that Wei Fang had become even more enigmatic. After contemplating for a moment, he could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "I am Yunji, and this is my sister Yunli. I apologize for the oversight. Having known you for so long, I am yet to learn your names. Might I be so bold as to ask for your esteemed names?" "Of course, I am Wei Fang. These are my two family members, Mu Tianxin and Mu Tianluo. Additionally, there are Nan Yuchen, Qi Moling, Yi Linxiao, and Qing Ji and Qing Shu. So it is Miss Wei and all the esteemed gentlemen and ladies. Please allow me to express my respects," Yunji replied with a smile, bowing to the group. "Greetings to you all, ladies and gentlemen." Without waiting for Yunji's cue, Yunli followed suit and saluted the assembly. "You are both too courteous," Wei Fang and the others returned the gesture. "By the way, if you do not mind, our group is about to dine. Would you care to join us?" Upon hearing this, Yunji, who had been keen to befriend their party, readily accepted the invitation. Due to the limited space at the table, Mu Tianxin and Mu Tianluo opted to sit separately with Yi Linxiao and Qing Ji, while Wei Fang, Nan Yuchen, Qi Moling, Yunji, and Yunli shared a table. Noticing Qi Moling seated at the same table as them, Wei Fang cast a curious glance in his direction. Ordinarily, Qi Moling, as Nan Yuchen's bodyguard, would not be entitled to dine alongside his master. Despite being a descendant of an ancient reclusive family, he was still merely a guard in terms of status. However, observing his ease and taking a seat, devoid of any signs of restraint, it seemed he was accustomed to such circumstances, leaving Wei Fang somewhat puzzled. However, Wei Fang refrained from inquiring further. Unbeknownst to her, the true relationship between Qi Mo Ling and Nan Yuchun was that Nan Yuchen's mother was Qi Mo Ling's own aunt, making them cousins. "Where are you two siblings headed with such an abundance of belongings?" Wei Fang casually initiated a conversation. Oh, congratulations to you both. May I ask who your esteemed master is? Nan Yu-chun inquired gently, recalling that there seemed to be no renowned martial artists residing in the vicinity. This, Yunji's expression turned awkward. I apologize, Miss Wei, but I am unable to disclose any information regarding my master without permission. I am truly sorry. Although he wished to befriend Wei Fong and her companions, he understood the gravity of the situation. No, I was the one being presumptuous. Please do not take offense. Young Master Yun, Wei Fong responded with understanding. The following day, eager to continue their journey, everyone rose early. After a swift breakfast, the two parties parted ways at the inn's entrance, each embarking on their respective paths. An hour later, noticing that the caravan behind her maintained a distance of approximately 10 meters, Wei Fong began to feel perplexed. It seemed likely that they would continue to follow her. The only route ahead led to Yulio town, prompting her to wonder if the Yun siblings were also bound for that destination. Despite her curiosity, Wei Fong chose not to pursue the matter further, urging the coachman to hasten, and soon enough, she managed to distance herself from the following carriage. The Yun siblings, trailing behind, were equally perplexed, yet they silently refrained from pressing further inquiries. Wei Fong and her companions traveled lightly, arriving at the Mu residence in Yunhua village by evening. The Yun siblings' carriage, drawn by 3 horses, was initially faster than Wei Fong's vehicle, yet their considerable cargo delayed them, causing them to arrive half an hour later. Upon their arrival, both parties were momentarily taken aback at the sight of one another. Was this truly the Mu residence, just half an hour ago? Chi Mo Ling gazed at the grand entrance of the Mu residence with palpable excitement, his voice barely a whisper. Upon hearing Wei Fong's words, the others eagerly dismounted their carriages, their expressions mirroring the same fervent anticipation as they beheld the residence. The doorman, sharp-eyed, spotted Wei Fong alighting from her carriage and promptly greeted her with a warm smile. Old Mu, his face beaming with joy, exclaimed, "Ah, indeed. I am well-fed and well-dressed. Not burdened with any labor, merely overseeing the entrance. What could be amiss? Miss Fong, are these esteemed guests of yours?" With a jovial chuckle, he stepped aside, urging, "Please, Miss Fong, enter without delay. I would not wish to squander your time." Wei Fong nodded appreciatively at Old Mu and turned to beckon Nan Yu-chun and the others, saying, "Let us proceed inside." With that, she led the group into the residence. Upon entering the main hall, Wei Fong instructed the maidservants to serve tea and refreshments. Just as she intended to seek her elder sister in the inner courtyard, Weilan and Wei Hua arrived, having heard the news. "Aunt, second sister," they greeted. And Wei Fong replied, "Let us discuss matters inside. We must not keep our guests waiting." With a graceful demeanor, Weilan entered the hall first, followed closely by the others. Nan Yu-chin and the others had already heard the sounds from outside and had come out to greet them. "You must be Madame Mu, the sister of Miss Wei. Am I correct? We apologize for intruding without an invitation, and we hope for your understanding." Upon seeing Weilan, a flicker of admiration passed through Nan Yu-chin's eyes, and recognizing her celestial nature, he immediately bowed respectfully. "Not at all," Weilan replied with a polite smile, her gaze subtly assessing Nan Yu-chin, as well as Ling Mo and Yi Lin Xiao, while she overlooked Qing Ji and Qing Shu, whose appearances were rather ordinary. A hint of admiration sparkled in her eyes. These 3 individuals possessed distinct temperaments, yet all were remarkably handsome. One exuded a serene and ethereal charm, while the other was strikingly handsome with a cold demeanor. As Weilan's gaze shifted to the last one, her eyes gleamed even brighter, captivated by a youth as cool as the wind, with piercing eyes, profound depth, and a cold yet proud beauty. Weilan could not deny her fondness for this type of cool youth, though she lamented his tender age, estimating him to be merely around 10. "Ah, if only he were a few years older, I might consider pursuing him," she mused with a touch of regret. She then discreetly averted her gaze, offering a slight smile as she turned to Wei Fong. "Fonger, wouldn't you kindly introduce us?" "Apologies, I nearly forgot. Allow me to introduce you. This is my elder sister, the mistress of the Mu residence, Weilan. This is my third brother, Wei Hua. And here is my sister's son, the young master of the Mu residence, Mu Yuding. Sister, this is the esteemed Nan Yu-chen. Indeed, he lives up to his name, exuding an air of elegance and grace. This gentleman is Qi Meling, and alongside him is Yi Lin Xiao. They both serve as guardians to young Master Nan. Lastly, the 2 individuals accompanying him are his attendants, Qing Ji and Qing Shu. It turns out his name is Qi Meling. and Weilan silently etched his name into her memory. As for Yi Lin Xiao and the attendants, she merely glanced at them before shifting her focus elsewhere. Qi Melling gazed at Weilan, captivated by her gentle smile and poised demeanor, feeling an unexpected flutter in his chest. The tranquil depths of his eyes stirred with a hint of emotion. Although Weilan's beauty may not be of the breathtaking variety, she possessed a rare radiance he had never encountered before, elegant, carefree, and enchanting. It stirred ripples in his heart that had remained undisturbed for 19 years, causing him to forget the purpose of his visit as he gazed at her in a daze. "Greetings, gentlemen. Please, take a seat." Weilan gestured graciously for them to sit before occupying the main seat herself. Once everyone was settled, a nimble maidservant presented tea and snacks. "Please enjoy the tea," she said with a smile, her humility evident. Even though the refreshments were rather ordinary, they were still palatable. Indeed, these tea leaves may appear ordinary. However, the tea trees from which they originate are products of a celestial transplantation into the vast universe. These trees are imbued with abundant spirit, and the water used to brew the tea is sourced from the springs of this grand cosmos, resulting in an exquisite flavor and an unparalleled taste that surpasses even the finest teas. Come, indulge in a taste. For these leaves were personally gathered by my elder sister from the mountains and then meticulously roasted. Her roasting technique is distinct from others. Even the most commonplace leaves yield a brew that is far superior to those from elsewhere. Wei Fong spoke with a radiant smile, lifting her teacup for a delicate sip. She sensed the rich spirit in the tea and could not help but close her eyes in delight. Without her utterance, the others, upon catching the fragrant aroma, recognized that this tea was indeed extraordinary, crafted with care by a celestial being, far beyond the quality of mundane products. The scent wafted through the air, and the taste was exquisitely sweet. Nanduchen could not restrain his admiration after just a single sip, exclaiming that even though he was accustomed to the finest teas, none could compare to this one. The simple phrase "good tea" did little to conceal the affection shimmering in his eyes. Not only was the tea delightful, but the pastries were equally delectable, treats that one could not find outside these walls. "You must try them," Wei Fong urged, savoring a piece of rose cake. Unable to resist reaching for another. The homemade pastries from our residence are simply divine. It has been over half a month since I last enjoyed them." "What kind of pastry is this? Its flavor is so unique," Nan Yu-chun inquired, intrigued by Wei Fong's comments. Without hesitation, he took a piece for himself and was immediately captivated, his eyes lighting up in astonishment. "This is called rose-flavored cake, a delightful creation taught to our household chef by my elder sister." Wei Fong spoke with pride, as if she had invented the rose cake herself. "Rose cake? Is it a confection made from roses? I had never heard of roses being used in such a way. I was only familiar with osmanthus cake, plum blossom cake, and chrysanthemum cake." Nan Yu-chin gazed in wonder at the delicacy in his hands. "Certainly, there are also many other flowers like lotus, water lily, and orchids that can be crafted into confections, not to mention various other culinary delights," Weilan chimed in with a smile. After some light-hearted conversation, Qi Melling fell into a contemplative silence, recalling the primary purpose of this visit. Unable to contain himself any longer, he called out, his gaze on Weilan softening with a subtle glow, almost imperceptible. "Miss Qi, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Weilan noticed the weight of his words and smiled gently at him. Qi Melling fixed his gaze on Weilan, abandoning any pretense, and asked directly, "Miss Wei, there is a matter I wish to consult with you about. I wonder if you might share the truth with me." "What is it, young Master Qi?" "If it is within my knowledge, I shall certainly disclose all." Weilan sensed that the inquiry from Qi Melling would be anything but ordinary. While she felt an affinity for him, it did not cloud her judgment. "We have heard from Miss Wei Fong about your true identities. We know that you are the legendary immortals. I merely wish to know where you learned your immortal arts. Is it from the realm of cultivation?" With trepidation, Qi Melling gazed at Weilan, posing a question. Upon hearing Qi Melling's words, Weilan's gaze instinctively shifted towards Wei Fong, her eyes betraying a hint of displeasure. Noticing the elder sister's apparent displeasure, Fong felt a surge of unease. Her initial decision to reveal her identity as a cultivator had been driven by a desire to benefit the Mu estate by enlisting disciples, but also by a personal longing to facilitate frequent encounters with Nan Yu-chen. In retrospect, she realized the impetuosity of her actions. Disappointment washed over Weilan as she turned her attention away from Wei Fong, addressing Qi Melling and the others. "Indeed, I am a cultivator," she conceded. But my mastery of immortal arts did not originate from the cultivation world. She continued, in truth, a year ago, while fleeing from the southwest, we stumbled upon a cavern while foraging for sustenance. Fortune smiled upon us, and we unearthed several cultivation manuals. Experimenting with them, I was astonished to discover that I had indeed achieved success. Subsequently, I imparted other techniques to my siblings and children. However, I possessed no knowledge of the existence of a true cultivation realm. While a significant portion of Weilan's account was fabricated, the concluding statement held veracity. Disappointment washed over Chi Moling upon hearing Weilan's explanation, a flicker of inner turmoil evident in his eyes. With a somber shake of his head, he resigned himself to the situation. He naturally harbored a deep yearning for the realm of cultivation, seeking any clues from Weilan that might lead him to this enchanting world. If he were to uncover the path to the cultivation realm, he could join a sect and hone his skills. However, the words of Weilan left him utterly disheartened. It seemed the path to cultivation was closed to him. Did this mean that if he wished to learn the art of immortality, he must become her disciple? Yet, as this thought emerged, he instinctively recoiled. No. He would rather relinquish his long-held aspirations of cultivation than kneel before Weilan as her student. Chi Mo Ling vaguely realized that should he truly become her apprentice, he would undoubtedly regret it in the future. Once Weilan finished speaking, the reactions of the crowd varied, yet miraculously, they all fell into silence. Chi Mo Ling and Nan Yuchen appeared contemplative, lost in their own thoughts. Yilin Xiao gazed at Weilan with fervent admiration, but upon noticing his master's silence, he restrained himself from speaking. Qing Ji and Qing Shu regarded her with faces full of reverence. Everyone has traveled a long distance and must be weary. I shall have my servants prepare several guest rooms for you. Please take some time to rest. We can discuss any matters after dinner, if that is agreeable. Weilan suggested with a smile as she noticed the silence enveloping the group. That sounds splendid. We appreciate your kindness, fair maiden, Nan Yuchen replied, standing and gazing deeply at Weilan. Although she was curious about when Weilan had taken a disciple, Wei Fong dared not voice her inquiry. Observing the faint displeasure in Weilan's eyes, she realized that the sister was genuinely upset with her this time. A wave of guilt and fear washed over her. This was the first time Weilan had been angry, and she couldn't help but silently regret her earlier actions. Sister had clearly admonished them not to disclose their identities, yet driven by selfish motives, she knowingly transgressed, leaving her with a profound sense of guilt towards the eldest sister. At that moment, Mu Tianchen and Mu Tianlu dared not even breathe, their heads bowed low as they silently stood behind Yulan. Though this predicament was not their fault, their failure to prevent Wei Fong from divulging the secrets of the Mu residents constituted a dereliction of duty, and they could only wonder how the mistress would choose to penalize them. Mu Yuding keenly sensed the unusual gaze that Nan Yuchen and Chi Moling cast towards Yulan, prompting an involuntary frown as a wave of inexplicable unease washed over him. His expression darkened as he regarded Wei Fong with discontent. Wei Hua, too, was taken aback by the carelessness displayed by the second sister. How could she so easily reveal the secrets of the Mu residents to a group of outsiders? What if they harbored ill intentions towards the Mu family? When had the second sister become so indiscreet? Naturally, the esteemed disciple of the immortal had arrived. So we shall refrain from causing any disturbances and take our leave to rest, Nan Yuchen remarked with a graceful smile. Indeed, Madam, Mu Guanjia, who had been waiting outside, responded, esteemed guests, please follow this old servant. Thank you for your service, Mu Guanjia, Nan Yuchen replied courteously. As they followed Mu Guanjia outside, they unexpectedly encountered two familiar figures, causing them to momentarily freeze in surprise. What are you doing here? Qing Ji exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. How did you end up here? Yun Ji and Yun Li echoed the same question in perfect unison, showcasing their uncanny rapport. Qing Shu seemed to have recalled something, her eyes widening in surprise as she exclaimed, could it be that you two young gentlemen and lady are the newly accepted esteemed disciples of the illustrious Weilan? We have encountered each other twice on our way here, so we might consider ourselves acquaintances, Yunji replied. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. I never anticipated our paths would cross so fortuitously, Nan Yuchen remarked, a fleeting look of astonishment crossing his features before he offered a gentle smile. Haha. It appears that there is a significant connection between you all and young Master Yunji and Miss Li, Steward Mu interjected, his surprise evident as he chuckled. Young masters and mistresses, the lady is still awaiting your presence in the hall. Allow me to escort our esteemed guests to their quarters for some rest. and once they are refreshed, you may engage in a delightful conversation. Upon hearing this, Yunji quickly responded, "Young Master Nan and everyone else. We shall discuss further in a while. Our master is eagerly awaiting us, so let us proceed inside." "Very well, please come in," Nan Yuchun said with a smile, gesturing for them to enter as he followed Steward Mo. Chi Mo Ling cast a contemplative glance at Yunji and Yun Li before turning to follow suit. Disciple Yunji, Yun Li, pays respects to master, they both said as they entered the hall, bowing respectfully toward Weilan. Weilan smiled and promptly encouraged them, "Rise. There is no need for such formalities in my presence." "Yes, thank you, Master," Yunji and Yun Li replied, standing up and respectfully stepping aside. "Young Master Yun." "Miss Li, it turns out that the master you referred to is indeed my sister," Weilan revealed. Wei Fong naturally overheard the conversation outside the door between Nan Yuchun and the others, and like them, she was equally astonished. Yunli was filled with joy upon seeing Wei Fong, although she was unaware of Wei Fong's status within the Mu residence. Her presence beside Weilan indicated that she too belonged to the family. The thought that the individuals they had long desired to befriend were, in fact, their own kind filled her with elation. "Fonger is your Shu, martial uncle, and from now on, you shall refer to her as Heir Shu, second martial uncle. Since you have made her acquaintance, I shall refrain from further introductions. As for these two, Wei Hua is your San Shu, third martial uncle, and Mu Yuding, my son. Though he is not older than Jir, he has trained for a year longer than you. Thus, you shall address him as Shi Xiao, senior brother. Tianer, Hua Di. These two siblings are my newly accepted disciples." Yunzi Yunli, Wei Lan introduced both parties. "We pay our respects to Heir Shu, San Shu, and to Shi Xiang," Wei Lan said. And upon her words, Yunzi Yunli promptly stepped forward to bow to the three. "Very well, I have no objections," Wei Fong responded with delight, noticing Wei Lan's glance towards her. Mu Yuding remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "Yes, madam." Yunji hesitantly looked towards Wei Lan. "Is there anything else, Jiu?" Wei Lan inquired gently. "Master, I have brought some gifts from my father this time. Would you like to take a look? Additionally, some guards and attendants have accompanied us. How would you like to arrange them?" Yunji respectfully asked. "Yes, madam," Hongri responded promptly, hurrying out. Shortly thereafter, Hongri returned with a large group, each carrying beautifully wrapped gifts and trays draped in fine silk. Under the astonished gazes of Mu Wei and Wei Hua in Azure City, a procession of servants meticulously arranged a series of gift boxes onto the tables in the hall. They continued their task in multiple trips until every table in the front hall was laden with presents. When there was no table space left, they resorted to placing the boxes directly on the tables. It was only when the entire area in the front hall was filled with gift boxes, leaving no room to move, that they ceased their efforts. Wei Fong, upon seeing the array of gifts, realized that the contents of the several carriages were all intended for her sister, which did not surprise her. The gift boxes contained premium medicinal herbs, birds' nests, and other nourishing items, as well as exquisite fabrics, jewelry, and antique paintings and calligraphy. Each item was precious, and although they did not match her own collection, they were considered rare treasures in the mundane world. These were not items that ordinary people could acquire, suggesting that the Yun family was indeed wealthy beyond measure. However, to be frank, these items were of little use to her, except perhaps for the several 500-year-old ginseng roots and the 700-year-old snow lotus, which were still somewhat useful, although their age was still insufficient. If they were 1,000 years old, they might have been of some use. However, they could serve as betrothal gifts. Since they were heading to Luning City, hereafter, Nanning City will be referred to as Luning City, tomorrow to propose marriage for her brother Hua. She had been contemplating what else to prepare. Now it was perfect. She only needed to add a few more pieces of jewelry and jade ornaments, and the betrothal gifts would be complete. This would also save Hua and Butler Mu from having to go to the city for purchases tomorrow. Upon encountering these gifts, Yunji and Yunli maintained their composure, displaying an air of indifference that concealed any signs of satisfaction or dissatisfaction. This demeanor left a tinge of disappointment in their hearts, for these offerings had been meticulously selected by their father, mother, and grandmother from the family's treasury. In comparison to the two divine weapons bestowed upon them by their esteemed master, these gifts seemed trivial. They could only hope that their master did not perceive their tokens of gratitude as insufficient. Yunji spoke a truth. Despite the exquisite and precious nature of the gifts he presented, they were items that could be acquired with wealth. Unlike the two short swords gifted to them by Weilan, which were genuine divine artifacts, priceless and unattainable through mere monetary means. If such a fact were to circulate, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among the martial artists. Enough of this discourse. You may retire for the evening, Weilan said, waving his hand dismissively. Yes, master. We take our leave. Yun Ji and Yun Li responded respectfully, bowing once more before following Mingyu and Yu Qin out. Once they had exited the main hall, Weilan instructed Hong Ri to catalog the gifts and relocate them to an adjacent vacant room. Tomorrow, Wei Hua would be arriving in Luning City to propose, and these betrothal gifts needed to be transported, eliminating the need for unnecessary back and forth. After issuing his orders, Weilan cast a fleeting glance at Wei Fong before departing the hall for his own courtyard. Wei Fong obediently followed, with Mu Tianxun and Mu Tianluo closely trailing behind. Wei Hua and Mu Yuting exchanged glances, contemplating before also following suit. Weilan paused in the main hall, his expression serious as he took his seat in the principal position. She observed the trio of Wei Fong, Mu Tianxun, and Mu Tianlu entering behind her, maintaining a silent demeanor. Wei Fong, noticing Weilan's somber countenance and wordless gaze, grew increasingly anxious. She would have found solace in a scolding. Yet this taciturnity exuded an intangible pressure, amplifying her unease. After a moment, Wei Fong, unable to endure any longer, knelt heavily with a pallid complexion. Sister, I was wrong. Please, do not be angry. I truly acknowledge my error. Punish me. Wei Fong offered no excuses, genuinely recognizing her transgression. She should not have divulged the manor's deepest secret to Nan Yuqin and the others without her sister's consent. As the younger sister of the Mu family's mistress, she had taken the lead in flouting the family's rules. Regardless of her motives, her actions were a blatant affront to Weilan. Most importantly, should this matter become public knowledge, it would undoubtedly cause considerable turmoil for the Mu family. Eldest sister, second sister, is already aware of her mistake. Please, forgive her. Wei Hua pleaded with a hint of compassion. Arise, Weilan stated impassively. Since you acknowledge your error, you should understand that transgressions merit retribution. Moreover, as a de facto mistress of the Mu Manor, your conduct is under constant scrutiny by the entire household. Therefore, your misdeeds warrant a more severe penalty. I hereby decree that your medicinal rations be withheld for 3 months, and you shall be confined to your quarters for 3 months commencing tomorrow, with no visitations permitted. Having articulated this, Azure deliberately cast a sweeping glance at Wei Hua and Mu Yuting. Eldest sister, I acquiesce, Wei Fong conceded without demur. Eldest sister, without elixirs to aid her cultivation, the second sister's progress will be impeded, Wei Hua ventured, unable to refrain from interceding on Wei Fong's behalf. Since Azure had mastered the art of alchemy, she had been dispensing a sufficient quantity of qi-gathering pills to all cultivators within the manor each month, thereby augmenting their cultivation. Indeed, mother, is the forfeiture of 3 months' worth of elixirs an unduly severe penalty? Perhaps the dosage could be halved, Mu Yuting chimed in, lending his support. Wei Fong bestowed a grateful look upon Wei Hua and Mu Yuting. In your estimation, which holds greater significance, the safety and security of the entire Mu estate, or Wei Fong's cultivation? Is the Mu estate more important? Azure inquired frigidly, deeming the punishment she had meted out to be lenient. Were she to mitigate it further, how could she maintain order and command respect? Upon hearing this, Wei Hua and Mu Yuting were poised to retort, but found themselves at a loss for words, ultimately relapsing into a troubled silence. Hua, my brother, and Yu Ting, there is no need for further remonstrations. Having erred, I must bear the consequences. The eldest sister's punishment is already merciful, Wei Fong declared without complaint. However, the thought of being confined to her quarters after tomorrow, thereby precluding her from seeing Nan Yuqing, filled her with despondency. Upon thinking of Nan Yuqing, Wei Fong was immediately reminded of the matter concerning qi moling, which she had yet to disclose to her eldest sister. She was about to speak when Mu Tianfa preempted her. Madam, I, too, am culpable in this matter. I implore you to punish me as well, Mu Tianxun proactively confessed. Madam, likewise, I should have dissuaded Miss Fong at the time, but I failed to do so. I beseech you to penalize me, Madam, Mu Tianluo echoed in succession. Excellent. You are all commendable for your courage and integrity. As exemplary members of the Mu family, it is natural that Wei Fong has no objections. Therefore, let us commence the implementation tomorrow. Tianxin and Tianluo were indeed at fault this time. However, considering their youth and that this is their first offense, They shall be confined for 3 days, during which their share of spiritual elixirs will be withheld. Do you have any objections to this? None, thank you, madam. Such a lenient punishment is practically inconsequential. They are well aware that the madam has shown them exceptional leniency, and they are too grateful to raise any objections. Very well. You may also begin implementation tomorrow, Weilan stated. Yes, madam. Sister, Wei Fong interjected, seizing the opportunity. Weilan turned to Wei Fong. Sister, it is like this. Wei Fong recounted everything that Qi Mo Ling had said to Weilan in detail. Upon hearing Wei Fong's words, Weilan's expression immediately became somewhat uncertain. She had no reason to doubt the veracity of Wei Fong's account. Qi Mo Ling had no reason to deceive them. Weilan furrowed her brow, her eyes narrowing thoughtfully. The absence of cultivators here is, for the moment, good news for the Mu family. However, if the cultivators within the Mu family wish to advance further in their cultivation, they must engage with cultivators from the outside world, though that is a matter for the future. What concerns Weilan is that if cultivators were able to reach this planet 1,000 years ago, then surely more cultivators will arrive in the future. Perhaps there are already foreign cultivators on this planet, unbeknownst to them, especially given the abundance of spiritual veins on this planet. That cultivator from a millennium ago was undoubtedly cognizant of this fact. Within the cultivation world, the significance of spiritual veins to cultivators is self-evident. And this planet abounds with numerous such veins, an irresistible allure for any cultivator. It stands to reason that the cultivator would have been tempted. Alas, before he could fully exact his vengeance, he perished alongside his adversary, and the knowledge of this planet faded into obscurity. It appears she must commence preparations forthwith. Given the current strength of the Mu family, should external cultivators arrive, the Mu family would either become a target for elimination or be disregarded entirely. Weilan is by no means one to relinquish her destiny to others. Her fate is hers alone to command. As she contemplated this, an imposing aura emanated from Weilan, startling those present. They immediately felt a wave of discomfort, and, aghast, they gazed at Weilan, perceiving her strength to be alarmingly formidable. Sister, Wei Hua, feeling a tightness in his chest, hastily exclaimed. The complexions of the others also paled instantaneously, their breathing becoming unsteady. Weilan, roused by Wei Hua's call, swiftly noticed their distress. She immediately retracted her aura and apologized. My apologies, are you all right? Everyone felt their breathing ease in an instant, the discomfort vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. We're fine, elder sister. What is your cultivation level now? How are you so powerful? Wei Hua asked, with a mix of trepidation and curiosity. Upon hearing Wei Hua's question, the others also turned to Weilan with curiosity, eager to ascertain the extent of her cultivation. I advanced to the foundation establishment stage just the day before yesterday. Weilan stated with a composure that barely concealed her elation. The Azure spiritual root is considered the most inferior among cultivators. However, she possesses the richly infused aura of the vast universe. Moreover, the passage of time within this universe is not merely doubled compared to the outside world, but rather tenfold. Since establishing her foundation, not only has the vast universe expanded, but her control over its temporal flow has also lengthened, transforming from the original double to a remarkable tenfold. Numerous elixirs are available for consumption, and under such exceptional circumstances, if it were Thunder and the others, they would likely progress far more swiftly than she has. Her pace, in comparison, is rather modest. Yet, Yulan feels immense satisfaction. Upon hearing this, the crowd could no longer remain composed, each individual rising with excitement to extend their heartfelt congratulations to Yulan. Sister, why didn't you mention this sooner? Wei Hua gazed at Yulan with a hint of reproach. If I hadn't inquired, would you have kept this from us? Yulan responded with a serene smile, revealing her lack of intention to disclose this information voluntarily. Muyuting observed her, suddenly struck by the sensation that as her cultivation advanced rapidly, he seemed to drift further away from her. Contemplating this, his gaze dimmed, soon replaced by a resolute gleam. Cultivation, indeed, he must dedicate himself more fervently to his practice, determined to close the distance between them and never allow himself to lag too far behind her. Yet, he could not fathom why this thought had arisen within him, nor did he dwell on its origin. In that nebulous moment, he felt an urgent need not to fall too far behind Yulan. Otherwise, he would lack the qualification to stand beside her, a notion he found unacceptable. Mother, what were you just thinking? Taking a deep breath, Mu Yuding calmed the tumultuous thoughts within him and gently inquired. I am pondering the matter that Fonger mentioned earlier. What are your thoughts on this? In response, Weilan posed a counter-question. Upon hearing Mu Yuding's words, Weilan was taken aback, utterly astonished that such profound insights could emanate from a mere 11-year-old child. It was indeed remarkable. The concerns expressed by Mu Yuding mirrored those that weighed heavily on Weilan's mind, revealing an unexpected alignment in their thoughts. Had she underestimated the intelligence of children from ancient times, or was Mu Yuding a particularly exceptional case? Weilan couldn't help but scrutinize him closely. Under her gaze, Mu Yuding felt a flush rise to his cheeks, a touch of bashfulness causing him to lower his head. To be continued. What about you all? What is your perspective? Upon hearing Wei Hua's inquiry, Weilan refrained from hastily sharing her own opinion and instead turned to Mu Tianxin, Mu Tianluo, and Wei Fong for their insights. Although Mu Tianxin and Mu Tianluo were merely 12 and 10 years old respectively, after witnessing Mu Yuding's maturity, she no longer dared to underestimate the children of ancient times. Yet, she remained uncertain whether these two youngsters shared the same precociousness as Mu Yuding. Grateful for the opportunity to hear their thoughts, Weilan resolved to encourage them to express themselves. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Tianxin remarked, "I believe that young Master Ting's reasoning holds merit. Although Mu Tianxin and Mu Tianluo are currently regarded as servants of the Mu residents, they simultaneously hold the esteemed status of inner disciples. Thus, it is not erroneous for them to refer to themselves as disciples in the presence of Weilan. Our domain boasts an abundance of spiritual veins and ample resources for cultivation, devoid of any other practitioners of the immortal arts. This place can truly be considered a treasury for cultivators. For a millennium, it has remained untouched by any practitioner. One can only surmise that a certain practitioner has long regarded this haven as his personal natural treasury. Should he discover anyone attempting to partake of his coveted treasures, it is unlikely he would simply allow it to transpire without resistance." Mu Tianluo stood quietly beside them, attentively listening, her dark eyes reflecting a semblance of contemplation. "Tianxin, why do you echo their sentiments?" Wei Hua expressed his vexation. Could it be that matters truly align with their assertions? Were it merely Ling voicing such thoughts, Wei Hua might have ardently contested the notion. However, with Mu Tianxin now in agreement, he was compelled to ponder deeply. "You have not taken a thorough look at the assorted notes I compiled regarding the realm of cultivation, have you? Do make an effort to peruse them when you have the time," Weilan remarked, casting a languid glance at Wei Hua. "Most cultivators are devoid of compassion and act out of self-interest. Daily occurrences in the realm of cultivation are rife with murder and treasure plundering. Here, we possess an entire, untainted resource for cultivation. What deeds might these practitioners not commit to monopolize such treasures?" Numerous accounts of such occurrences have been chronicled by the previous master of the vast world, thus affording Weilan a modicum of understanding regarding the realm of cultivation. "Indeed. Elder sister, I comprehend now. I shall reflect upon this," he conceded. Wei Hua felt a twinge of shame upon hearing Weilan's words, and promptly declared that he would soon retreat to the study to thoroughly peruse the assorted notes on cultivation. Observing Wei Hua's earnest demeanor, Weilan was quite pleased. "What do you all think? How should we address this matter?" Upon hearing her inquiry, the group, consisting chiefly of a few children, exchanged glances, each lost in contemplation. For quite some time, silence enveloped the room. Weilan refrained from urging them, quietly lifting her cup of tea and savoring its warmth. After she had finished her tea and nearly consumed the plate of pastries before her, someone finally spoke. It was Mu Yuding who broke the silence. "Mother, I believe our foremost task is to ascertain the level of cultivation possessed by that practitioner. Only after that can we seek to uncover the details of their current whereabouts." The others nodded in agreement. "We must hasten our advancement. That is our primary objective. Furthermore, we should recruit more talented individuals with spiritual roots for training. Ideally, we should establish a sect of cultivation," Mu Yuding earnestly proposed. "Well said," Weilan responded, unable to suppress a smile of admiration for Mu Yuding's insights. Upon witnessing her approval, Mu Yuding's lips curled into a subtle smile, his heart swelling with joy. "Eldest sister, how can we ascertain the strength and whereabouts of that practitioner?" Wei Hua inquired. "To traverse the cosmos and breach planetary barriers, one must possess at least the prowess of a virtual realm adept. This implies that the practitioner is at the very least a virtual realm cultivator, and it is highly likely that they possess even greater strength." Listen here, the crowd couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. The adept in the realm of virtuality was, to them, an existence as distant as the stars. They wondered how many years it would take to cultivate to such a level. Perhaps a lifetime may not suffice. "Madam, how do you know this?" Mutian Luo inquired. Once the mountain estate is completed, we shall formally establish our sect and widely recruit disciples with spiritual roots, Weilan replied. Upon hearing Weilan's decision, the attendees were filled with excitement and anticipation. Chi Moling stood by the window, his gaze lost in the twilight. As deep and unfathomable as a starry night, clearly in a state of distraction, he failed to notice Nan Yuchen, who was contemplatively observing his tall silhouette from behind. His expression a complex tapestry of emotions. He was acutely aware of his cousin's current disquiet, the source of which was evident. Chi Moling's demeanor was overly transparent. Even if he wished to feign ignorance, it proved challenging. Despite his seemingly aloof and cold exterior, he was, in truth, the most innocent of souls. The more innocent one is, the more steadfastly they cling to their beliefs. A layer of profound concern clouded his eyes, for he genuinely wished to shield his cousin, whom he held dearer than his own brother, from any harm. Yet, he found himself powerless to assist him. After all, a woman like Madame Mu nearly stirred his own heart. Had he not witnessed the spark in his eyes the moment he laid eyes on her, he mused. He too might have succumbed to her allure. At this moment, he felt fortunate to have distanced himself early on. After all, she was an immortal, while they were mere mortals, unworthy of her. Moling, what are you pondering? Nan Yuchen let out a quiet sigh and gently approached to inquire. Am I not allowed to come and see you? At that moment, he had already concealed his worry, reverting to his usual gentle and elegant demeanor. Upon hearing this, Chi Mo Ling turned to him in silence, clearly indicating that he should clarify his intentions. He understood well that this cousin of his, always carefree and unrestrained, was not one to intrude upon his space without reason. After all, they had only recently parted ways. Observing this, Nan Yuchen smiled softly, seated himself at the table, and then, with a serious expression, regarded him earnestly, advising, Cousin, do not act foolishly. She is beyond your comprehension. Though Nan Yuchen did not state it outright, Chi Mo Ling immediately grasped the implication, his expression shifting dramatically as his gaze turned icy towards Nan Yuchen. What do you mean by that? He demanded. Unfazed by the chill in his demeanor, Nan Yuchen maintained a gentle countenance and reiterated, Cousin, she is an immortal. She is not someone we mere mortals can fathom. At these words, Chi Mo Ling's body stiffened momentarily before he regained his composure. I will strive to practice diligently. Becoming an immortal is not beyond the realm of possibility, provided I have the means to cultivate, he asserted confidently, convinced that he too could ascend to the ranks of the immortals. Having discerned Chi Mo Ling's intentions, Nan Yuchen felt compelled to enlighten him. I comprehend your thoughts. However, have you considered that the Mu estate is the sole possessor of cultivation techniques? Even if you were capable of cultivation, to learn these mystical arts, you would need to become a disciple of Madame Mu, thereby establishing a relationship. Consequently, a union between you would become even more unattainable. Awakened from this reverie, upon hearing Nan Yuchen's words, Chi Mo Ling's countenance paled instantly. Cousin, reflect deeply. Before you become further ensnared, relinquish these notions, Nan Yuchen implored, albeit with reluctance. Leave, Chi Mo Ling uttered in a subdued tone, understanding his sentiments. Nan Yuchen did not follow them. With a sigh, he opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Casting a profound gaze upon him, he turned and departed. Once Nan Yuchen had exited the chamber, Chi Mo Ling slumped against the wall, his expression a tapestry of complexity. He disregarded societal conventions. Yet he could not ignore her perceptions. If she could not accept it, what would become of him? Must he forsake either cultivation or her? No, I refuse, Chi Mo Ling declared, his eyes gleaming with resolve. He would not abandon cultivation, for only through it could he become worthy of her and journey further alongside her. Nor could he forsake her, the one who had captured his heart at first sight, the only one he would ever cherish. In the dim light of the setting sun, Chi Mo Ling suddenly lifted his head, his gaze imbued with unwavering determination. He could not forsake the path of cultivation, for only through it could he be worthy of her, and only then could they journey further together. Therefore, surrender was not an option. She was the first and would be the only one to capture his heart at a mere glance, making her irreplaceable in his life. After leaving Chi Mo Ling's chamber, Nan Yuchen wandered into the courtyard, his expression lost in contemplation as he gazed at the fading sunlight. A subtle, nearly imperceptible melancholy and regret flickered in his eyes. Under the warm glow of dusk, his silhouette appeared ethereal, akin to a celestial being, seemingly ready to ascend with the gentle breeze. Moments later, he let out a soft sigh, concealing all emotions and adopting the demeanor of a refined nobleman before making his way to his own quarters. "We are not fatigued," Qi remarked. "We inquired a bit about the Mu residents from the servants, but to our surprise, their lips were tightly sealed. Despite our persistent questioning, we gleaned nothing of value." Upon hearing this, Nan Yuchen's brows furrowed like distant mountains. "This shall not occur again," he stated, his tone still gentle and elegant, yet tinged with displeasure, which did not escape the attentive ears of Qing Shu. The two were taken aback. Though they did not fully grasp their misstep, they immediately acquiesced. "Yes, my lord, we understand. My lord, would you care for some tea? Allow me to brew a cup for you." Qing Ji observed the lord's seemingly displeased mood and, thus, refrained from her usual casualness, approaching the matter with caution. Indeed, Nan Yuchen nodded and proceeded to seat himself on the divan near the window. Qing Ji, upon hearing this, hastily poured him a cup of tea, and a delicate fragrance diffused, invigorating the senses. Qing Ji inhaled the tea's aroma deeply before replacing the lid, then reverently presented the tea to Nan Yuchen with both hands, saying, "Master, please have some tea." "Very well, I require no attendance here. You may retire to rest," Nan Yuchen replied, accepting the tea without looking up. "Yes, master," Qing Ji and Qing Shu responded in unison, exchanging a glance before withdrawing from the room. Once the two had departed, silence descended upon the chamber. Nan Yuchen reclined languidly against the divan, gently lifting the lid of the cup, allowing an enticing fragrance to permeate the air. His eyes gleamed as he slowly raised the cup, parting his exquisitely formed lips to sip the tea. "The tea of immortals is indeed incomparable to that of mortals," he mused. As the sun dipped below the horizon, it was soon time for supper. Given the absence of a male head of household in the Mu residence, a widow would typically refrain from hosting male guests, especially unfamiliar ones. Even if circumstances necessitated their stay, the hostess would not join them at the table. However, Weilan, either unaware of these customs or indifferent to them, openly and graciously dined with Nan Yuchen and his companion. "Young Master Nan, young Master Qi, please be seated," Weilan greeted with a smile. "After you," Nan Yuchen responded with a refined nod, before taking his seat. Qi Mo Ling remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement to Weilan before pursing her lips and taking a seat. "Ji Li please join us," she invited. "Thank you, master." A total of 8 individuals were gathered around the table. Naturally, Weilan occupied the seat of honor, with Mu Yuting seated to her immediate left, while the siblings Wei Fong and Wei Hua took the first and second positions to her right, respectively. Yun Ji and Yun Li settled into the positions beneath Mu Yuting, while Nan Yuchen positioned himself next to Wei Hua, separated from Wei Fong by a single seat. Qi Mo Ling found herself directly opposite Weilan. "These are merely some home-cooked dishes. I hope you gentlemen do not find them lacking," Weilan humbly remarked. Indeed, the dishes were simple yet exquisitely prepared and rather rare. "You flatter me," Nan Yuchen exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at the unfamiliar array of dishes before him. Although he could not claim to have tasted every delicacy in the world, he had traveled far and wide, sampling countless culinary delights, and it was indeed rare for him to encounter something he could not recognize. "The title fairy feels rather awkward. I am unaccustomed to it. Please, call me Madame Mu, young Master Nan," Weilan smiled. "Very well, Madame Mu," Nan Yuchen replied, pausing slightly, as if reluctant to use the term Madame before complying. "Everyone, please dig in. Let us not allow the food to grow cold and lose its flavor," Weilan encouraged. Upon her words, everyone picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. The flavors are exquisite. Your chef's skills surpass those of the imperial kitchen by several magnitudes, madam," he praised. "Madam, might you enlighten me as to the nature of these dishes? I confess, I have never before encountered such fare," inquired Yuchen. "To be frank, since embarking on my travels at the age of 15, I have sampled a considerable array of culinary delights from various regions. Yet, I find myself quite unfamiliar with these particular creations." Nan Yuchen offered his sincere compliments, then posed his question. "You are too kind, Master Nan," replied Weilan with a modest smile. "The cooks in my humble abode are hardly comparable to the esteemed chefs of the imperial court. In truth, these dishes are prepared from seeds I gathered in the remote mountains during my days as a refugee. Upon settling here, I cultivated them. They are merely wild mountain vegetables, of little consequence, though their flavor is indeed quite exceptional." Upon hearing Weilan's words, Nan Yuchen's eyes flickered with a hint of contemplation, and he remarked thoughtfully, "Madam, Have you ever considered cultivating these delectable vegetables on a larger scale so that people throughout the realm might enjoy their sustenance? If you are so inclined, perhaps I could be of assistance in this endeavor. Indeed, I have entertained such thoughts, Weilan responded candidly. In fact, my two newly acquired disciples hail from the esteemed Yun family, the foremost merchants of Nanning. I am currently contemplating a collaboration with the Yun family. Upon hearing this, Yunji and Yun Li were overjoyed. Having tasted these novel vegetables, they were utterly captivated. Born into a family of merchants, Yunji immediately recognized their commercial potential. Should their master entrust this venture to the Yun family, he was confident that their business would flourish to even greater heights. With this in mind, Yunji felt a surge of excitement. Master, is what you say veritable? Although Yunli may not possess the same commercial acumen as Yunji, she is cognizant that these vegetables, unprecedented in her experience and exquisitely flavored, would undoubtedly attract numerous purchasers. Should Master genuinely consent to collaborate with the Yun family, their coffers would assuredly swell. Indeed, it is veritable. I shall personally engage with your father regarding this matter. Thus, absolve yourselves of concern and partake in your repast. Avowed with a smile. Yes, Master. Subsequently, after the evening repast, dispatched the siblings to the Mu residence's schoolroom to engage in the pursuit of literacy. Despite their status as the scions of the wealthiest family, neither had ever attended formal schooling nor acquired literacy. Yunji's proficiency was largely confined to numerical recognition. Upon learning of the opportunity to acquire literacy, both siblings departed with alacrity. With the burgeoning population of the Mu residence, formally inaugurated a schoolroom in the evenings, imparting literacy to all members of the household. Attendance was compulsory. Martial arts instruction was also available, accessible to any resident of the Mu residence with the inclination and availability. The Mu residence has established a schoolroom? Nan Yuchen remarked with astonishment, gazing at. Upon hearing Wei Fang's utterance, not only was Nan Yuchen taken aback, but even Qi Mo Ling manifested surprise. They had not encountered any individual who would specifically establish a schoolroom within their residence to educate their retinue in literacy. Even within the imperial palace, only a modicum of the eunuchs and maids attending to the emperor, consorts, princes, and princesses possessed literacy. Is this not the distinction between the celestial beings and the mortals? Indeed, Madame Mu's thoughts are remarkably unique, mused Nan Yuchen after a moment of contemplation. Weilan smiled gently, choosing not to linger on the subject, for the chasm between their ideologies was vast. Her perspective would be utterly incomprehensible to them. Young Master Qi, may I borrow the Qi family's tome containing the secrets of cultivation for a perusal? Upon hearing this, Qi Muling nodded without hesitation. Of course. But that particular volume is not with me at the moment. However, I can recite its contents from memory, having perused that text countless times. He had long since committed it to heart, making an oral recitation a simple task. Thank you, young Master Qi, Weilan said, a subtle smile gracing her lips, her bright eyes sparkling with gratitude. No need for thanks, Qi Muling replied, unable to suppress a smile in return as he beheld her radiant expression. Wei Fang's words sparked a glimmer of interest in both Qi Muling and Nan Yuchen. Qi Muling had been inclined to pursue the path of cultivation but had lacked the opportunity to voice his intention. Likewise, Nan Yuchen harbored aspirations of the same, yet hesitated due to internal reservations. With Wei Fang articulating their desires, both felt a sense of relief. There was no longer a need for pretense. If it were to come to fruition, he would be pleased. If not, he would not impose. Upon hearing Wei Fang's suggestion, Weilan did not oppose it. If Wei Fang could perceive the underlying motives, it was inconceivable that the astute Weilan would remain oblivious. She too wished for them to join the Mu household, but had refrained from broaching the subject herself. Now, with Wei Fang's mention, she found the perfect opportunity to gauge their opinions. With a gaze imbued with azure warmth, Weilan regarded them thoughtfully. Do you two have aspirations to embark on the path of cultivation? Yes, please, madam, test our spiritual roots, they replied resolutely. As Nan Yuchen and Qi Moli rose to their feet, although they were unaware of what spiritual roots entailed or how one might be tested, they gleaned from Wei Fang's words that only those possessing spiritual roots could practice the art of immortality. Very well, allow me to take a look, Weilan declared. Activating her Tianqi eye to probe into their beings. Moments later, she retracted her Tianqi eye, her expression alight with excitement as she scrutinized Qi Moli intently. It was truly unexpected. She had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Nan Yuchen possessed a water-based spiritual root of the heavenly type. Yet the treasure she referred to was not him. Although individuals of the heavenly spiritual root were indeed rare, the Mu family had already acquired one, and they even possessed two of the exotic roots. She had long ceased to covet such a find. Her treasure was Chi Moli. He was endowed with an ice-based exotic spiritual root, but what truly astonished her was not merely this attribute. Most significantly, Chi Moli also bore the pure yang body. This remarkable physique would surely incite a sensation throughout the entire realm of cultivation, a prodigious talent that appeared only once in a millennium. Those who possessed a pure yang body could cultivate at a pace exponentially faster than their peers, and more crucially, if one were to engage in dual cultivation with a pure yang body, their mutual progression could accelerate at an astonishing rate. Weilan felt her heart race involuntarily, and her gaze upon Chi Moli grew fervent. In her heart, she had already resolved to accept him regardless of the circumstances, dedicating herself to his cultivation. Should he, in the future, forge a bond with Fenger or another female cultivator from the estate, then the Mu family could undoubtedly nurture two extraordinary masters in a short span of time. The more Weilan contemplated this, the more exhilarated she felt, almost yearning for the moment when he could formally take on a mentor. Sensing Weilan's fervent gaze, a flicker of light passed through Chi Mo Ling's deep-set eyes, and a rare smile graced his lips. In contrast to his joy, Mu Yuting felt a pang in his heart as he noticed Weilan unabashedly fixating on Chi Mo Ling, her eyes shimmering with an uncharacteristic brilliance. He could not help but feel a heaviness settle within him, and his gaze darkened. "Elder sister, what are you staring at? Aren't you supposed to be testing the spiritual roots of young Master Nan and young Master Chi? Why have you yet to present the magical artifact for their assessment?" Wei Hua inquired, puzzled by Wei Lan's prolonged silence after she had spoken. "There's no need," Wei Lan replied, her voice brimming with uncontainable joy. "I am already at the foundation establishment stage, thus I can discern their innate qualities without the use of a magical artifact." Her words were laced with delight, a trace of happiness evident in her eyes and the corners of her mouth. Upon hearing this, everyone present realized that her earlier intense scrutiny of Nan Yuchun and Chi Mo Ling was, in fact, a test of their spiritual roots. The crowd could perceive the elation emanating from Weilan. "Sister, could it be that both young Master Nan and young Master Chi possess exceptional spiritual roots? Otherwise, how could you be so jubilant?" The term joyful hardly sufficed to encapsulate her mood. It was more akin to exhilaration. Upon witnessing Weilan's demeanor, the initially anxious hearts of Nan Yuchun and Chi Mo Ling instantly relaxed, their gazes fixed upon her in quiet anticipation. "Sister, do tell us, what is the situation?" Wei Fong urged eagerly. Both young Master Nan and young Master Chi possess spiritual roots, enabling them to cultivate immortality, and both of their roots are of the highest caliber. Young Master Nan has a heavenly water spiritual root, while young Master Chi possesses an extraordinary ice spiritual root, and Weilan paused at this juncture. Yet her unwavering gaze fixed on Chi Mo Ling could not conceal her excitement. "And what else?" Wei Hua inquired, tension evident in her voice. "And young Master Chi is a pure yang body." Observing the tranquil expression of the involved Chi Mo Ling and the perpetually aloof demeanor of Mu Yuting, contrasted with the palpable anxiety of the others, including the ethereal Nan Yuchun, Wei Lan decided against prolonging their suspense and promptly revealed the answer. "A pure yang body?" The crowd regarded Wei Lan with expressions of bewilderment, realizing that they were unfamiliar with the concept of a pure yang body. Wei Lan understood that she had yet to elaborate on this arcane knowledge. It became evident that without her prior explanation, they would remain oblivious. Consequently, Wei Lan meticulously elucidated the matter to them. Following her explanation, the gazes directed toward Chi Mo Ling shifted, becoming imbued with various emotions, some filled with envy, others with joy, excitement, and even a calm acceptance. Hua, Wei Fong, Mu Tianchun, and Mu Tianlu were filled with envy, while Nan Yuqing and Chi Mo Ling were naturally overjoyed and thrilled. Only Mu Yuting maintained a composed demeanor. However, it would be inaccurate to say that Mu Yuting was entirely indifferent. Upon hearing the news, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no envy, though he simply did not betray it outwardly. Despite being not yet 12 years of age, he was precocious, and the trials of nearly a year of fleeing had tempered his mind to a maturity rivaling that of an adult, enabling him to conceal his emotions effectively. "Congratulations, Moling," Nan Yuqing said with a gentle smile, sincerely regarding his cousin. "Congratulations, congratulations," others present echoed, extending their felicitations. "Thank you," Chi Moling responded with a rare, subtle smile. His gaze fixed intently on Weilan. "Are the two of you willing to enter the Mu Manor and become disciples thereof?" Weilan inquired, pointedly referring to the Mu Manor rather than herself. While others might miss the distinction, Chi Moling and Nan Yuqing discerned it immediately. "I am willing," Chi Moling replied without hesitation, his eyes gleaming. He had long desired to study the mystical arts of cultivation, and had assumed he would have to apprentice himself to Weilan. While he harbored affections for Weilan and cared little for societal norms, he still felt some reservations. Now, he could learn immortal techniques without becoming Weilan's disciple, a prospect that filled him with elation. "Yuqing is likewise willing to enter the Mu Manor," Nan Yuqing added, his delight fleetingly visible before he assented without a second thought. "Very well. From this moment forward, you shall be inner disciples of the Mu Manor. Henceforth, you may address me as Madam, just as Tianqin and the others do." Weilan smiled and said, "Tomorrow, I shall discover the appropriate cultivation techniques for you both and impart them to you. After class ends, you two should join Lyre in the study. This evening, I will first guide you through some fundamental concepts of cultivation." It was not that Weilan was unwilling to accept them as her disciples. Rather, the thought of such young lads addressing her as master felt rather peculiar. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to let them first enter the Mu residence. Ultimately, the outcome would be the same. Although they would not bear the formal title of master and disciple, she could still mentor them in their training. "Yes, thank you, madam." "Madam, could you also assist in testing my guard, Yi Lin Xiao, and the two attendants, Qingji and Qingshu?" Nan Yuchen looked at Weilan with anticipation. Weilan nodded. As they had already resolved to recruit more disciples, bringing in a few extra now posed no issue. "Thank you, madam." Nan Yuchen expressed his gratitude and promptly requested the maid waiting outside to fetch Yi Lin Xiao and the attendants from their quarters. Unlike Chi Moli, whose status was exceptional, the three of them did not possess the qualifications to dine at the same table as their master, and thus remained in the guest room for their meal. Before long, Yi Lin Xiao and the two attendants arrived. The results of Weilan's assessment came swiftly. Regrettably, both Qingji and Qishu were found to lack spiritual roots, while Yi Lin Xiao, though not as gifted as Nan Yuchen and Chi Moli, possessed a commendable dual spiritual root of fire and earth. Upon learning that he too could pursue immortality, Yi Lin Xiao's icy demeanor transformed, his face alight with excitement. In stark contrast, Qingji and Qingshu wore expressions of profound disappointment. Upon observing their reaction, Nan Yuchen promptly offered words of solace. In truth, he too harbored a tinge of disappointment. Qingji and Qingshu had been in his service for nearly a decade, and the bond they shared was profoundly deep. Naturally, he had hoped they would embark on the path of cultivation alongside him. Alas, Nan Yuchen inwardly sighed with regret. "Madam," he began, "now that I am a disciple of the Mu Manor, it is no longer appropriate for me to conceal my true identity. My given name is Nangong Yuchen, and I am the 6th prince of this nation. I apologize for having kept this from you." Nangong Yuchen, as he should now be addressed, spoke with a hint of contrition. Upon hearing Nangong Yuchen's revelation, Weilan was indeed taken aback. However, upon further reflection, she found it not entirely surprising. Nangong Yuchen possessed an air of nobility that surpassed even that of ordinary aristocrats, a quality typically found only in princes of the royal family. Wei Fang's expression was tinged with complexity, her heart a mixture of joy and apprehension. The fact that her beloved was a prince filled her with elation, but simultaneously, she was fraught with worry. As a prince of a noble nation, he could not possibly be limited to a single wife. Had he been born into a common aristocratic family, she could have leveraged her status as a cultivator to prevent him from taking concubines. Even if he were to become a cultivator in the future, with her sister and the Mu Manor as her support, she would have been confident in ensuring that he would only marry her. However, now that he was a prince, and soon to be a cultivator as well, with a talent that would undoubtedly surpass hers, could she still prevent him from taking concubines after marrying him? In such a scenario, her sister would not be able to openly interfere in matters of the royal family. The more she pondered, the more vexed Wei Fang became. 087 The 6th Prince is Enlightenment. 088 Initial Thoughts on Establishing a Sect. Wei Fang did not believe it was too early to be troubled by these matters. She had never considered that Nangong Yuchen might not harbor feelings for her. Her confidence had swelled since she became a cultivator. Mu Yuting, too, was taken aback and cast a glance at Nangong Yuchen before bowing his head in silence. "It matters not. Your unique status necessitates discretion for practical purposes, and we all comprehend that." Weilan did not alter her demeanor upon learning Nangong Yuchen's identity, speaking to him with natural ease. Observing this, Nangong Yuchen could not help but exhale in relief. Had Weilan changed her attitude after discovering his true identity, he would have felt a tinge of disappointment. "Thank you, madam." Nangong Yuchen expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. Weilan smiled lightly, gesturing for him to take a seat. "Young Master Nangong, Young Master Qi, Young Master Yi." "Madam, you may simply call me Yuchen," Nangong Yuchen interjected. "Madam, you may also use my name," Yi Linxiao added. "Mo Ling," Qi Meling said, her gaze fixed intently upon Weilan as she spoke succinctly. Upon hearing her name spoken by Weilan, Qi Meling's deep eyes flickered momentarily, a warmth blossoming within her heart. Being an orphan, with no family to speak of, she found herself at a loss for words. Lost in thought, Qi Meling did not register Weilan's subsequent remarks, as her gaze veiled her true emotions. "In that case, you shall commence your cultivation alongside Zhir and Lier starting tomorrow. The hour is nigh, and Zhir and Lier should be returning from their studies. Let us proceed to the study, where I shall impart to you the rudimentary knowledge of immortal cultivation this evening, and bestow upon you the cultivation techniques on the morrow. Hongri, inquire whether young Master Zhi and young Mistress Li have concluded their studies, and if so, escort them to the study." "Yes, madam," Hongri responded and departed. Upon concluding the lesson on the fundamentals of cultivation, Weilan excused herself from the study, allowing them to remain and assimilate the knowledge she had imparted. Returning to the main courtyard, Weilan, as was her custom, dismissed the 4 maids, secured the chamber, and entered the grand 1,000 worlds, whereupon she instantly teleported to the vault. Weilan resolved to bestow upon her 2 disciples, Yun Ji and Yun Li, advanced cultivation techniques. As they were, after all, her only 2 personal disciples, they were naturally entitled to treatment superior to that of the inner disciples. Yi Linxiao, along with the other ordinary inner disciples of the manor, Mu Tianchen, Mu Tianluo, and Mo Xing, would receive intermediate techniques. Nan Yuqing, after careful deliberation, she decided to grant the same treatment as Yun Ji and Yun Li, bestowing upon him advanced techniques. As for Mo Ling, due to his unique constitution, a paramount and crucial genius disciple to be nurtured, Weilan resolved to impart upon him the most supreme techniques. She established a sect dedicated to the pursuit of immortality, where those without spiritual roots were naturally barred from entry. Disciples with qualifications below the upper tier were classified as outer disciples, while those of upper tier talent were admitted to the inner sect. The treatment of outer and inner disciples varied significantly. Outer disciples were uniformly assigned intermediate cultivation techniques, whereas inner disciples received advanced methods. Only those who made substantial contributions to the sect or possessed exceptional talents, such as Qi Moling, who had a unique physique, could gain access to the highest tier techniques. Fortunately, the previous sovereign of the vast world had amassed a considerable collection of cultivation methods. There was no shortage of low-level techniques, and each category boasted dozens of intermediate techniques, with advanced methods numbering in the teens or 20s. The top-tier techniques were complete across all categories, with the most abundant having 7 or 8, while the least had at least 2 or 3. Thus, she lacked for nothing in terms of cultivation methods. After meticulously organizing all the techniques, Weilan selected the appropriate ones for her new disciples and made copies on blank jade slips. Satisfied, she intended to leave the repository. Suddenly she paused, recalling that Mo Xing's qualifications were also sufficient for entry into the inner sect. After a moment's thought, Weilan approached the shelf containing the advanced jade slips, selected a set of high-level techniques, and made a copy before teleporting out of the repository. Since she had advanced to the 2nd level of the Singing God Decision, Weilan noticed a significant enhancement in her teleportation abilities, allowing her to teleport not only 10 times more frequently, but also over 10 times further. Certainly, this alludes to the external realm. In the vast expanse of the world, she is akin to a deity, capable of instantaneous translocation at will, unconstrained by limitations. However, the skill of teleportation has become obsolete for her. Having mastered the art of spatial contraction, the former ability has become superfluous. Upon exiting the storehouse, Azure promptly fed the livestock in the courtyard and, as was her custom, ascended the mountain to gather fruit. Azure observed that she was growing increasingly accustomed to consuming the sustenance of this world. External provisions were largely unpalatable to her. As with each advancement in her cultivation, the spiritual energy within this realm grew increasingly concentrated, and the spiritual essence contained within the flora and fauna of this space became ever more potent. with an increasingly refined taste. She found herself increasingly drawn to their consumption. Azure, with eyes narrowed in contentment, savored the freshly picked fruit, her gaze directed towards the meadow below. She noted that in the span of a single day, the fauna inhabiting the grassland appeared to have multiplied considerably. Furthermore, the denizens of the meadow were exclusively herbivorous, devoid of a food chain. Their numbers would inevitably burgeon in short order. It seemed that henceforth, she could partake daily of these creatures within the space, sufficient even to sustain the entire Moo household. With no fear of their extinction, Azure contemplated this with great satisfaction. Which creature shall grace my palate today? The livestock in the courtyard are also ready for culling. Perhaps I shall partake of them first? Ah, yes, the Moo household has recently welcomed several new disciples. A celebration is in order. A feast shall be held tomorrow. Azure adamantly denied that her decision was influenced by the sight of the myriad rare and exotic creatures, unseen in her previous existence, that now populated her domain, igniting her appetite. In her previous existence, even affluence couldn't procure authentic, top-tier game, while the present expanse of grassland doesn't yet boast a plethora of wildlife species. It nonetheless offers a substantial variety, numbering in the dozens, all of which were either extinct or under strict protection in her past life. Now, she could indulge in them to her heart's content, a prospect that filled her with elation. Increasingly impatient, Azure swiftly consumed the fruit in her hand and teleported to the grassland, embarking on a spree of hunting those innocent, endearing creatures, driven by mere craving. She hunted several of each species, depositing them in the courtyard. Once she had hunted several of each of the dozens of species on the grassland, and after she had slain several of each domestic animal, she was taken aback upon beholding the mountainous pile of animal carcasses, dumbfounded. Did I really kill all of these? She wondered. Did I kill so many? Well, she conceded, she had. Surveying the mountain of corpses, Azure grimaced, the exhilaration of the hunt utterly dispelled. When will all of this ever be consumed? She lamented. Even with the entire Moo household partaking, it would take a full 10 days to finish. And that's if they ate nothing else. Am I to subject the entire Moo household to this fare for 10 consecutive days? She wondered. Even the finest game would become repulsive after such a prolonged period, wouldn't it? After much vexation, Azure suddenly chuckled, realizing her oversight. How could she have forgotten that items stored in the warehouse never decayed? She could simply place the excess there. Why had she troubled herself for so long? Having come to a realization, Weilan swiftly allocated the necessary supplies for the celebration and transported them all to the storeroom. Recognizing that meat should not be without vegetables, she foraged for wild mushrooms and various fungi on the mountain, and plucked a plethora of vegetables from the garden before discreetly exiting the vast world. Upon her return, only a brief moment had passed, less than a quarter of an hour, indicating it was nearly midnight. Apart from those still engaged in their cultivation, all the servants had retired for the night. In ancient times, entertainment ceased after dusk, leading to an early bedtime. Consequently, the kitchen was likely deserted, prompting Weilan to instantaneously teleport to the kitchen. As she settled at the table, she sensed the warmth of the rising sun outside. Realizing that she was on night watch, she called out. Upon hearing her voice, Hong-ri momentarily paused, taken aback. It was the first time in a year that Weilan had summoned her during her watch. Quickly regaining her composure, she responded from outside, "Madam, do you have any instructions? Today, the Moo residence has welcomed several new disciples. I plan to host a celebration tomorrow to uplift the spirits of everyone in the manor. Please inform Steward Moo first thing in the morning and instruct the cooks to begin preparations. If there aren't enough hands, hire some skilled women from outside to assist in the kitchen. Oh, and I have already prepared all the ingredients, which are stored in the kitchen." Weilan relayed through the door. Upon hearing this, Hong-ri was once again taken aback. Unable to comprehend how the madam had prepared the ingredients so discreetly and placed them in the kitchen without anyone noticing. If she remembered correctly, the lady had entered the room for no more than a quarter of an hour, leaving no time for preparation. Moreover, she was quite certain that the lady had not emerged from the room since her arrival. Hong-ri gazed at the door, her large apricot eyes filled with confusion, pondering the situation. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she would never comprehend it, despite having mentally prepared themselves. The village women were still astonished upon encountering such an abundance of ingredients early in the morning. Aunt Lu and the other cooks gasped continuously at the sight. The ordinary livestock, chickens, ducks, pigs, sheep, cows, and fresh vegetables were not the source of their astonishment. Rather, it was the precious game meats that left them in awe. There were dozens of varieties: sika deer, colorful wild chickens, argali, wild buffalo, hares, wild ducks, and more. Heavens, where did the lady procure these rare items? As the cooks stood in a daze, a sudden thought crossed their minds, recalling the rumors within the manor. Could it be true that the lady was indeed as legendary as they claimed, a celestial being? Otherwise, how could she possess such remarkable abilities? Acquiring so many exquisite game meats in just one night? Initially, they had been half skeptical, but now their belief strengthened. Although the azure skies strictly prohibited celestial beings from revealing their secrets to mortals, living under the same roof made complete concealment impossible. Over time, some whispers inevitably escaped. What are you all still dawdling for? Hurry up and get to work. You, go tend to the game and livestock. You, wash the vegetables. Move with purpose. We need everything ready for the banquet at noon. The rest of you, come with me to prepare breakfast. Aunt Lou was the first to react, promptly awakening those around her. With deft precision, she began assigning tasks, and after a brief contemplation, she instructed a young kitchen maid beside her, Junyong. Please inform Butler Moo that we are short-staffed in the kitchen. We require at least 30 more individuals to manage the workload. Let him devise a solution. Within the Moo residence, the total manpower consisted of 240 individuals, including 80 strong laborers purchased for agricultural purposes and 15 children under the age of 15 intended for training as guards. The daily meals for these individuals were managed by a mere dozen kitchen maids, which sufficed under normal circumstances. However, during any festive gatherings, the staff proved insufficient, often necessitating the assistance of village women. Today, Weilan had unexpectedly decided to host a celebration, and the procurement of wild game and livestock alone would require a full day's effort, likely insufficient without additional help. Understood, Aunt Lou, I shall go at once, replied the young maid named Junyong, swiftly departing to locate Butler Moo. Upon receiving the notification, Butler Moo immediately recognized the kitchen staffing deficiency and had preemptively summoned capable women from the village, successfully gathering 30 in total. Upon learning that the Moo residents required assistance in the kitchen, these 30 women readily abandoned their current tasks without hesitation. The villagers of Yunhua, filled with gratitude towards Weilan and the Moo household, regarded them as benefactors. They would not hesitate to offer their aid, even at great personal cost. Upon witnessing such an array of rare game, the village women could not help but silently marvel. Indeed, affluent families possess wealth beyond measure. To acquire so many uncommon specimens, one would undoubtedly require several hundred taels. Thank you, dear sisters-in-law, for your assistance in preparing these provisions for the midday feast. We were pressed for time, so I hope you will be accommodating. Lu Ant addressed the 30 women of Yunhua village. It is to celebrate the fact that my lady has taken on several disciples, including 2 who are her personal students. Lu Ant did not conceal her pride, speaking with a cheerful demeanor. Is that so? Those disciples must be exceptional martial artists. Otherwise, why would my lady take them as her personal students? One of the women remarked with a hint of envy, as she had 2 children studying martial arts, albeit with mediocre talent. Lu Ant seemed oblivious to the underlying tone, continuing to smile. It goes without saying, if their abilities were not outstanding, how could they possibly gain entrance to our Moo residence, let alone catch the attention of my lady and be accepted as personal disciples? Lu Ant spoke with immense pride. Indeed, indeed, the other women chimed in with compliments, yet inwardly lamented their own children's lack of ambition and poor aptitude, feeling that such a splendid opportunity had been squandered on outsiders. Dear sisters-in-law, please pause for a moment, having summoned you here so early. I presume you have yet to partake in breakfast. Come, let us all eat first, and we shall continue afterward, Lu Ant invited warmly. No, we are not hungry. It is quite all right, they replied. The women politely declined, exclaiming, Oh dear, having already completed so much work early in the morning, how could we possibly not be hungry? Please, do not stand on ceremony. The meal is prepared. Come, let us eat, for there is still much work ahead, and one cannot toil on an empty stomach. Upon hearing this, the women ceased their refusals, for they too felt the pangs of hunger. Their earlier rejections had merely been a formality, and with Lu Auntie's invitation, they readily rose to follow her. As they beheld the breakfast laid out at the Moo residence, the women could not help but gasp in astonishment, swallowing hard at the sight. The table was adorned with perfectly golden fried eggs, stir-fried bamboo shoots with shredded meat, spicy pickled radishes, and several baskets of fluffy white buns and large meat dumplings. Do not be shy, everyone. Please take a seat. we have little to offer. So let us share this simple fare, as there is no time to prepare anything else. Lu Auntie beckoned warmly. Is this not a fine meal? The tone of Lu Auntie suggested that these dishes were merely the everyday sustenance of their household. The women could not help but marvel again. If the servants of the Mu residence enjoyed such lavish meals, what exquisite delicacies must the masters partake? The thought left them in awe and envy. For while they had known the servants lived comfortably, they had not anticipated it to be to such an extent. Reflecting upon the sumptuous meals they seldom enjoyed at home, the women couldn't help but lament their usual fare of coarse grains. The mere thought of indulging in eggs, meat, or even substantial steamed buns seemed a distant luxury. Even the simplest white buns were a rare treat. The disparity among families was painfully evident. If only their own children could find a place in the affluent household. Even servitude would be preferable to the meager existence of subsisting on scraps. With these thoughts, the women's imaginations began to flourish. At Lu's invitation, they hesitantly gathered around 3 tables. Initially constrained, the allure of the exquisite dishes proved irresistible. After a brief moment of restraint, they eagerly dove into their meals, devouring everything in sight. Before long, every plate was rendered empty, licked clean of remnants. Observing this, Lu approached with a warm inquiry. Ladies, are you satisfied? Would you care for more? No, we are quite full, the women replied, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the sight of the spotless plates. Upon hearing Lu's question, they quickly responded, a hint of bashfulness in their tone. That is splendid. Please take a moment to rest before resuming your tasks, Lu suggested with a cheerful demeanor. No need for rest. We shall continue our work immediately, the women insisted, rising to return to their duties outside. A closer look revealed that their movements appeared more nimble than before. However, a few of the women occasionally glanced at Lu, as if hesitating to voice something unspoken. Desiring an opportunity to converse with Aunt Lu, the women found themselves thwarted, as she was preoccupied with her morning duties, oblivious to their subtle maneuvers. Disappointment washed over them as they observed her relentless busyness. It was not until nearly noon, after a collective effort, that all the livestock and game had been thoroughly attended to, allowing the weary crowd a brief respite. Seizing this moment, a few women approached Aunt Lu. What brings you here, ladies? Aunt Lu inquired amiably, noticing their intent expressions. Well, Aunt Lu, we wanted to ask if your esteemed household is in need of any additional servants. My eldest, though not particularly gifted in martial arts, is a diligent and capable lad. One woman began, only to be interrupted by another. Aunt Lu, my 4th daughter possesses remarkable embroidery skills and is well versed in household affairs. Before she could finish, another chimed in. Suddenly, a chorus of women clamored to extol the virtues of their own children. Initially, only a few had taken the initiative, but soon others caught on, eagerly joining the fray to boast about their offspring. Aunt Lu found herself overwhelmed by the cacophony, attempting to interject, yet her voice was drowned out by the fervent chatter. After a moment, her patience waned, and she raised her voice, commanding silence. Indeed, the surroundings fell silent in an instant, and Aunt Lu's ears were also momentarily at peace. Ladies, she began, the Mu residence currently does not require additional servants. Moreover, matters concerning the purchase of personnel are beyond the purview of a mere kitchen maid such as myself. The selection of servants has always been a task for the lady of the house. Not even Butler Mu possesses the authority to intervene. Aunt Lu spoke the truth. Weilan had entrusted all household affairs to Butler Mu, yet the acquisition of servants was a responsibility she never delegated. Each time she procured new staff, it was she alone who managed the process. Despite the large numbers she acquired, she meticulously observed each candidate, retaining only those with commendable temperaments. Having navigated the professional landscape of the 21st century for some time, Weilan felt confident in her ability to assess character. Her discernment proved accurate. The more than 200 individuals she had hired had never caused any scandal. Upon hearing this, the other women, disappointed, lowered their heads and dispersed. Observing this, Aunt Lu sighed in relief, yet she took note of their earlier remarks. When the opportunity arose, she would speak with Butler Mu about the need for numerous servants once the estate on the mountain was completed. She hoped he might persuade the lady of the house to assist these villagers. Although these villagers' daughters entered Shufu as servants, stripped of their freedom, their lives had transformed dramatically compared to their previous existence. Their future appeared exceedingly bright. Perhaps, if the lady were pleased, she might even impart to them the secrets of celestial arts. The thought of the lady and her esteemed young masters filled Aunt Lu with excitement and pride. Weilan and Butler Mu reviewed the list of betrothal gifts and finally reached a consensus. Very well, it is settled then. Butler Mu, please check the storeroom for the items and begin packing them. We depart tomorrow, and we must avoid any last-minute chaos, Weilan instructed, relieved to have finalized the betrothal gifts for Wei Hua. Understood, my lady, Butler Mu replied. By the way, have we finalized the personnel accompanying us? Have we also arranged for the matchmaker and the wedding procession? Weilan inquired, having delegated these tasks to Butler Mu. Indeed, that is mostly in order. However, we should add a few more to the party. Ling Feng, Ling Yun, Ling Yi, Ling Yu, Ling Hua, Ling Shi, Ling Shui, Ling Yu, Ling Yi, Ling Chong, Ling Wu, and Ling Ya, making a total of 12. Their martial skills are exceptional, and considering the long journey ahead, their presence would be beneficial in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Weilan reflected for a moment before making her decision. Certainly, you are most astute, my lady. Butler Mu complimented with a smile. Very well, it is settled. Take this list to young Master Hua and inquire if he wishes to add anything else. And then ensure it is promptly arranged, Weilan instructed as she handed the list to Butler Mu. Yes, my lady, he acknowledged, accepting the list and bowing as he retreated. Butler Mu, carrying the list of betrothal gifts, arrived at the courtyard where Wei Hua resided, presenting the list for Wei Hua's perusal. Young Master Hua, the madam has asked this old servant to inquire if you require any additional items. Please let me know at your earliest convenience, so that I may procure them before setting off tomorrow, Butler Mu said with utmost respect. Wei Hua, upon examining the list, could not help but exclaim in astonishment, rising from his seat. What troubles young Master Hua? Butler Mu inquired, perplexed. Is it that young master is dissatisfied with the prepared betrothal gifts? These offerings have been meticulously arranged by the madam herself and are exceedingly generous, richer, in fact, than those presented by the daughters of noble families. Aside from the few items received as a courtesy gift from the Yun family the day before, the gold, silver, and jewels were all personally provided by the madam, not drawn from the public treasury. Therefore, I was unaware of their existence until I beheld them, and I must admit, I was taken aback. However, considering that the madam is a celestial being, what could she possibly lack? My heart was soon at ease. This list was drafted by my elder sister? Wei Hua pondered, noting the extravagant nature of the items listed. Surely, such an abundance is unnecessary. These gifts could purchase an entire city. Where did my elder sister acquire such wealth? After the initial shock, Wei Hua began to harbor doubts. He recalled that when they fled, his elder sister had not had the opportunity to bring anything along. And even if she had, they possessed no such valuable items. It seemed there were many secrets his elder sister had yet to reveal. Yet, if she chose to keep them hidden, he would feign ignorance. Nevertheless, the realization that his elder sister harbored secrets from them evoked an undeniable sense of melancholy within him. The head butler remained reticent, understanding that the matter lay beyond the purview of his commentary. Head butler, where might my sister be at present? Wei Hua inquired. Clutching the inventory list, Wei Hua proceeded towards the main courtyard, declaring, very well, I shall seek her out in the main residence. At that moment, however, Weilan was not within the confines of the main courtyard. Apprehensive that the kitchen staff might mishandle the game meats, given her reservations about their culinary expertise, and surmising that the ingredients had been adequately prepared, she resolved to oversee the kitchen's operations, offering guidance as needed. After all, she had been nurtured in a nation renowned for its rich and ancient culinary heritage. While her practical experience might be limited, her familiarity with recipes was extensive, making the task of instructing the cooks a manageable endeavor. As Weilan was absent, Wei Hua's search in the main courtyard proved fruitless. Upon inquiring, he learned that his sister had gone to the kitchen. After a moment's contemplation, he elected to remain in the main courtyard, awaiting her return. Weilan arrived at the main kitchen to find that all the ingredients had indeed been thoroughly cleaned and prepared. Aunt Lu, accompanied by several cooks, was poised to commence the cooking process. Weilan's arrival was perfectly timed. Several observant servants promptly noticed her presence and hastened forward to greet her with respectful bows. Others followed suit upon hearing the commotion. Greetings, madam. Salutations, Madam Mu. Good day, Madam Mu. Esteemed aunts, Weilan responded with a gentle tone, offering a slight, supportive gesture. I am but a junior. Such elaborate formalities are unnecessary. Please, dispense with such courtesies. Indeed, indeed, how could it be undue? Madam, you are the benefactor of everyone in our Yunhua village. Even kneeling before you would be justified, let alone a mere courtesy. The other villagers chimed in, echoing the sentiment. After exchanging pleasantries with several women, Azure approached Aunt Lou. Aunt Lou, how do you intend to prepare these porcine ingredients? Azure inquired, wanting to ascertain Aunt Lou's methods first. Upon hearing Aunt Lou's response, Azure instinctively furrowed her brow, realizing that the techniques were limited to roasting, stewing, boiling, and stir-frying. Aunt Lou, your methods are too monotonous, and the flavors cannot be fully realized. Here's what we'll do. From now on, you will follow my instructions, and I will guide you step by step, Azure stated directly. Aunt Lou, far from being displeased, nodded happily, recognizing this as an excellent opportunity to learn culinary skills. Azure first inspected the preparation of the ingredients, finding them all meticulously cleaned, which pleased her. However, Azure felt as though something was missing from the ingredients. But what could it be? There were so many types of wild game, as well as chicken, duck. Ah, that's it, fish. How could I have forgotten about fish? It simply won't do to have a feast without fish. Azure asked Aunt Lou. Aunt Lou, is there anywhere nearby where we can purchase fish? Fish. Oh, I knew something felt amiss. It's fish that we're missing. Madam, it's too late to buy fish now. Hearing this, Azure frowned, pondered for a moment, and decided to retrieve some from the warehouse in the Grand Thousand Worlds, where the fish were plentiful. But madam, where will you procure the fish? Inquired Aunt Lou. In reality, she was not going to purchase fish. To maintain appearances, Azure left the manor and proceeded to a secluded spot where she entered the Grand Thousand Worlds. She was in no hurry, as the hour was still early. Azure strolled leisurely along the brook, luxuriating in the pleasant, crisp air, which caused every pore of her body to dilate in contentment. Gazing at the brook, Azure contemplated whether to bring some fish in to raise. Initially, she had refrained from doing so for fear of contaminating the stream water she intended to drink. Later, upon discovering the spring, she had forgotten about the matter of raising fish altogether. Now, however, she no longer needed to worry about the water supply. The fish in the storeroom would eventually be depleted, so it seemed prudent to raise some in the future. Azure luxuriated in a refreshing cold bath in the brook, washing her hair as well. Only then did she leisurely don new garments. In truth, with Azure's current cultivation level, she could simply cast a dust removal spell to cleanse her body, obviating the need for bathing altogether. However, Azure preferred to do it this way, for the dust removal spell could not compare to the comfort of a bath. Clad in her attire, Azure left her hair to dry naturally, allowing it to cascade down her back in damp strands. Barefoot, with her delicate, white, and tender feet, she sat by the brook, playfully kicking the water. Subsequently, she summoned a book and began to peruse it diligently, intending to venture out once her hair had dried naturally, as time within the dimension differed from that outside. She availed herself of this interlude to read assiduously. Madam, from whence did you obtain so many fresh fish? Aunt Lou exclaimed, upon beholding the large basket filled with fresh, plump fish. Well, let's discuss this later. Aunt Lou, could you have a few people clean up the fish? Have you finished roasting the venison leg and the whole lamb? Not yet. Only a few venison legs are done, and the whole lamb is only 6 parts cooked. No worries, take your time. To be continued. Celebration feast too young, she said. All right, you little one are quite dull, so serious at such a tender age. I wonder who you learned this from. You could certainly compete with my apprentice. Though the speaker's tone was laced with irritation, a glimmer of warmth and pride flickered in his eyes when mentioning his apprentice. He continued to inquire, Little one, may I ask, from whom did you learn this sword technique? The man gazed intently at Lu Yuntian, clearly intrigued. Why do you ask this? Lu Yuntian responded with immediate caution. He distinctly remembered the Mu family's strict decree forbidding the villagers of Yunhua from disclosing any martial arts matters. Recalling the unfamiliar sword technique he had just practiced, he realized he had never encountered it before. It was not boastful to say that in the entire martial arts world, he had seen the profound skills of every sect. A mere glance was enough for him to recognize them. Thus, Yang Qi was certain that Lu Yuntian's master was not one of the old fellows he knew. This only deepened his intrigue regarding the identity of Lu Yuntian's master. After all, it seemed there was no such figure in the martial world. May I ask, esteemed senior, what is your name? Please pardon my reticence, venerable elder. The senior who instructed me in swordsmanship strictly forbade me from divulging any information about her. Therefore, I regret to say that I cannot disclose it to you at this time. However, I would be willing to inquire on your behalf. Before ascertaining whether Madame Mu recognizes the elder before him, Lu Yuntian dared not risk offending him rashly. Upon hearing this, Yang Qi furrowed his brow involuntarily, But he did not press Lu Yuntian. After some deliberation, he decided to allow him to inquire. My surname is Yang, and my name is Yang Qi. Young lad, you may ask and see. I shall await here. I am grateful for your understanding, venerable elder. I shall inquire immediately. With these words, Lu Yuntian set down his axe, bowed to Yang Qi, and turned to hasten back to the village. Cloud Lad has done well. Before inquiring with Madame Mu, we must not carelessly reveal anything about her, lest we incur her displeasure, which we cannot afford to bear, the village chief said, regarding Lu Yuntian with an approving expression. Naturally. Let us hasten. We must not keep the esteemed elder Yang waiting, for it would be most discourteous if he were indeed acquainted with Madame Mu. The village chief rose immediately, speaking as he walked out. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuntian quickly followed closely behind. When village chief Lu and Lu Yuntian arrived at the Mu residence, Weilan had just emerged from the Great Thousand World. Upon hearing that village chief Lu had brought a young man seeking an audience, she received them without hesitation. Village chief Lu, greetings, Weilan said, entering the front hall and nodding to the village chief. Greetings, Madame Mu. The village chief returned the salutation, paying respects to Madame. This is the first time Lu Yuntian has seen Weilan up close, and his heart swells with excitement. However, he does not forget his manners and respectfully greets her. Subsequently, unable to restrain himself from secretly observing her, he perceives that Madame Mu is truly extraordinarily beautiful, the most exquisite and noble among all the women he has encountered, resembling a celestial being. Please, no formalities. Do take a seat. Weilan gestures invitingly and sits down first. Village chief, may I inquire what matter has prompted your visit? Madam, it would be best if Yunzi were to explain this matter to you. The village chief nudges the somewhat dazed Lu Yuntian, urging him to speak. Still lost in thought, Lu Yuntian snaps back to reality with the village chief's gentle nudge. Embarrassed, he scratches his head and apologizes. I beg your pardon. I have been rude. Upon hearing Lu Yuntian's voice, Weilan shifts her gaze towards him, instinctively activating her spiritual perception to scrutinize him. At first, it seemed inconsequential. But upon closer examination, she is momentarily taken aback. What is happening in this world? It is simply too astonishing. Was it not said that spiritual roots are 1 in a billion? Why, with just a casual glance, has she discovered another individual with such exceptional innate talent? Indeed, Lu Yuntian possesses a spiritual root, and it is a rare and extraordinary one. However, after a brief pause of surprise, Weilan quickly regains her composure. As she already has several individuals with extraordinary spiritual roots in her residence, it is no longer a rarity. Nevertheless, she is determined to cultivate this promising talent. Your name is Yuntian? Do you also share the surname Lu? Weilan asks, examining Lu Yuntian closely with a smile. Yes, madam, my name is Lu Yuntian. He responds. Lu Yuntian, upon hearing Weilan's inquiry, could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Weilan nodded and further inquired. The village chief mentioned that you have something to discuss with me. What is it? At her words, Lu Yuntian momentarily set aside his exhilaration and hurriedly relayed the matter concerning Yang Qi to her. He concluded by asking, Madame Mu, do you happen to know the esteemed elder Yang Qi? Should I fetch him to meet you? No need. He is already here. Weilan's gaze suddenly darted towards the window, and she called out, Mr. Yang, since you have arrived, why not descend for a chat? Staying up in the tree might lead to an unfortunate fall. As she spoke, her finger flicked gently, causing the towering, lush poplar tree outside to sway momentarily, from which a figure leaped down gracefully. As the figure descended, a resonant voice followed. Oh dear, young lady, are you trying to send this old man to his demise? Even if I came uninvited, there is no need for such harshness. Upon recognizing the individual, Lu Yuntian exclaimed in surprise, Elder Yang, what brings you here? Then, realization dawned upon him, and his tone shifted to one of indignation. Did you follow me here? Yang Qi, hearing Lu Yuntian's query, offered an awkward smile. I was merely anxious, my dear boy. As the words of Weilan hung in the air, as if to validate her statement, a sudden tremor shook a towering old tree just outside the window, and a figure swiftly plummeted from its branches. Fortunately, the individual possessed remarkable agility and exceptional skills. With a rapid twist of his body midair, he executed a perfect landing, stabilizing himself on the ground. Almost immediately, his voice resonated. Ah, young lady. Do you wish to send this old man to his demise? Even as an elder, my uninvited presence hardly warrants such harsh treatment. Upon recognizing the figure, Lu Yuntian gasped in surprise. Is it truly you, Senior Yang? What brings you to this place? After a moment of realization, his expression shifted to one of annoyance as he glared at him. Abandoning any formalities, you've been following me? Yang Qi, feeling the weight of Lu Yuntian's inquiry, chuckled awkwardly. Forgive me, dear lady, I was merely anxious. With a resentful glance at Yang Qi, Lu Yuntian turned to Weilan, his head bowed in contrition. This esteemed elder has indeed been shadowing me. I was practicing my swordplay in the small grove by the village, and he happened to spot me. I never anticipated he would follow me. I apologize, Madame Mu, it was my oversight. Lu Yuntian succinctly recounted the events. Weilan, upon hearing his explanation, grasped the situation entirely. She bore no ill will towards Lu Yuntian, recognizing that it was not his fault. With his limited skills honed over merely a few days, how could he have detected the stealth of such a profound master? I shall handle the matter concerning Mr. Yang Qi. Moreover, you are called Lu Yuntian, are you not? Without a doubt, it is imperative that you visit the Mu residence to speak with me. I have matters to discuss with you, Weilan stated. Hearing this, Lu Yuntian cast a nervous glance at Weilan and inquired, Madam, what is the nature of the matter? Weilan, understanding the implications, simply replied, You may go. Very well. Young one, she continued, since the madam has spoken, let us take our leave. Rest assured, when you arrive tomorrow, Madame Mu will certainly enlighten you. Indeed. Lu Yuntian replied dutifully. Thus, they took their leave, with the village chief offering a respectful bow to Weilan before departing with Lu Yuntian. Once the village chief and Lu Yuntian had exited, attention turned back to Yang Qi. Pray tell, Mr. Yang, what business do you have with Weilan? Could it be that this seemingly youthful woman, appearing no older than 18 or 19, possessed a cultivation level surpassing his own? No, that was utterly inconceivable. Yang Qi could not fathom such a reality. He had devoted himself to martial arts since the tender age of 5, laboring tirelessly for over a century to barely break through to the acquired realm and ascend to the innate realm, a feat that positioned him among the gifted. Yet, this Madame Mu, merely a girl of 18 or 19, could not possibly have cultivated to such a level in so short a span, even if she had begun training from the womb. Nevertheless, he was indeed unable to discern her true cultivation. Was it conceivable that she was merely an ordinary person? Was the young man's swordsmanship not her teaching? Considering this, Yang Qi swiftly dismissed the conjecture. Although he hadn't clearly discerned her involvement, his intuition strongly suggested that his fall from the tree was orchestrated by the very Madame Mu before him. A sudden realization struck Yang Qi. Moments after he had concealed himself in the tree, she had detected his presence. While he conceded to a degree of recklessness, it was implausible for someone of significantly lesser ability to have discovered him. Could it be that this Madame Mu, with the appearance of a maiden, was not only extraordinary but also possessed a cultivation level surpassing his own? Yang Qi was astounded and disheartened. It seemed utterly unfair. He had toiled for over a century to barely attain the innate realm, while this enchanting woman— Wait a moment. Something occurred to Yang Qi, and a tremor ran through him. His eyes widened as he stared intently at Weilan. Weilan watched with amusement as Yang Qi's countenance shifted rapidly, surpassing the artistry of Sichuan's face-changing performances. She couldn't help but find it comical as she surmised what was going through his mind. After all, Yang Qi's cultivation had reached the innate level, making him a quasi-cultivator. He was only considered a quasi-cultivator because, despite his innate realm strength, Weilan could discern that Yang Qi lacked innate cultivation techniques. Yang Qi's current cultivation was insufficient to perceive her true strength, but he could sense it, especially since she made no deliberate effort to conceal it. Since the decision was made to establish a sect in the coming year, Weilan resolved to no longer conceal her cultivation and to reveal a hint of her prowess at the appropriate moment. Madam, did you venture to the great mountain outside Luoqing a few months ago to gather herbs? Yang Qi suddenly asked, his expression filled with excitement as he fixated on Weilan. Indeed, the woman before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the celestial figure described by his disciple and based on her cultivation level. He was 90% certain that the fairy his disciple spoke of was none other than this Madame Mu. Could he possibly be related to the sect? Weilan pondered, but quickly shook her head. They had never met before, and there was no reason for Yang Qi to follow her. Although Weilan did not directly confirm it, her words undoubtedly implied an acknowledgement, sending Yang Qi into a frenzy of joy. He had been searching for her for months, and to his astonishment, what had seemed an endless quest bore fruit effortlessly. After toiling for months without success, he had unexpectedly encountered her by chance. It was truly fortuitous. Yang Qi hurriedly recounted how his disciple had stumbled upon her on the mountain and the lengths he had gone to find her afterward, sharing every detail with Yulan. Yang Qi hastily recounted to Weilan how his disciple had fortuitously encountered her on the mountain and how, afterward, he had gone to great lengths to seek her out. Indeed, Yang Qi was the master of Fengyu, the grandson of the noble city of Luocheng. Upon hearing Yang Qi's words, Weilan felt a surge of astonishment. Although her cultivation was still in its infancy, having reached merely the first layer of the singing spirit decision, she was astounded that she had failed to perceive the presence of others nearby. Even if her mind had been somewhat preoccupied at the time, such an oversight should not have occurred. If those nearby had been enemies. At this thought, a chill ran through her, and she realized she must exercise greater caution in the future. What brings you to seek me? Weilan was inwardly alarmed. Yet she maintained a calm exterior as she inquired of Yang Qi. Aware of the truth, Yang Qi dared not overstep and referred to her as little girl again. No, esteemed Yang. Please address me as Madame Mu. It feels more comfortable that way. Being called by an elder who could easily be her grandfather felt utterly inappropriate. Prompting Weilan to quickly interrupt him. As you wish, Madame Mu, Yang Qi acquiesced, his demeanor respectful. Having attained the innate realm, and thus glimpsed the threshold of celestial pathways, Yang Qi could subtly perceive the formidable aura of a cultivator emanating from Ms. Lan. Consequently, his demeanor adopted an attitude of deference. Esteemed Ms. Lan, he began. This junior has heard from my humble apprentice that you possess the ability to soar through the skies upon a sword. Initially, I found such a notion implausible. For who in this world, save for deities, could achieve flight? However, witnessing my apprentice's earnestness, and knowing him to be a man of composure and never given to exaggeration, I was compelled to believe. For months, my apprentice and I have sought you out, Ms. Lan, with the express purpose of seeking your guidance. I have toiled in martial arts for over a century, only to barely breach the innate realm a few years ago. Since then, lacking an appropriate innate cultivation technique, I have striven to cultivate through my own devices, yet to no avail. If I am not mistaken, Ms. Lan, your cultivation far surpasses mine, suggesting that you possess a cultivation technique suitable for the innate realm. I implore you to impart your wisdom, for which I would be eternally grateful. Yang Qi, his bright eyes ablaze with fervent anticipation, bowed deeply as he entreated Ms. Lan. Surprised by this display, Ms. Lan swiftly offered a gesture of support, causing Yang Qi to straighten involuntarily. Venerable Elder Yang, please rise. Let us discuss this matter further within. With these words, Ms. Lan, disregarding Yang Qi's astonished countenance, turned and led the way into the main hall. Yang Qi was aware that Ms. Lan's cultivation exceeded his own, but he had not anticipated such a vast disparity, one that defied his imagination. Although he could levitate a person with his true energy, just as she had done, he certainly could not achieve it with such nonchalance and ease. She accomplished it with a mere gesture, as naturally as breathing. It seemed that this senior's cultivation was far more profound than he had imagined. While he was still in awe, Azure had already entered the house. Startled, Yang Qi quickly followed. Elder Yang, please be seated, Azure said, gesturing to the guest seat opposite her. Thank you, Madame Mu, Yang Qi said, sitting down with deference. Azure smiled faintly, slowly picked up the tea on the table, took a delicate sip, and then gradually raised her head to look at Yang Qi, saying calmly, I can grant you a set of innate swordplay techniques, but on one condition. She had plenty of swordplay techniques. So giving Yang Qi a set was not a significant matter, but she couldn't simply give it to him so easily. Speak, whatever the condition may be. This junior will agree, Yang Qi said, overjoyed and agreeing without hesitation. Although Azure was much younger than him, her cultivation was evident. So Yang Qi referred to himself as a junior in front of Azure without much resistance, as he felt it was only natural. In the martial world, respect has always been given to the strong. My condition is that I want you to come to the Mu estate and instruct the martial artists within the estate who are mortals. As long as you can cultivate innate experts for me, for each person you cultivate, I will personally guide you for a month. How does that sound? The allure of the Azure is such that one need not fear a lack of dedication. Although Weilan cultivates the path of the Tao, whether through the Tao or swordsmanship, they ultimately converge upon the same destination. Given Weilan's current level of cultivation, guiding Yang Qi is more than sufficient. Very well, I accept. Madame Mu's word is binding. He proclaimed. For the sake of this innate sword technique, he would not hesitate to instruct a few individuals in martial arts. He would even be willing to risk his life. Moreover, he would gain the guidance of an enigmatic master. There is no need for a lengthy period of 10 days. I possess little in terms of material wealth, and my only companion is a younger brother. I have no other kin. Currently, my disciple resides in Yuyo Town. Madam Mu. My disciple possesses an extraordinary aptitude for martial arts, demonstrating exceptional talent. At merely 18 years of age, he has already reached the 12th layer of postnatal cultivation. Might you consider? Yang Qi implored, gazing earnestly at Weilan. Though Yang Qi did not complete his sentence, the implication was clear, and Weilan understood perfectly. If his disciple truly possesses such qualities, there is no reason for the Mu residents to turn him away. Allow me to share a secret. Weilan pondered briefly before deciding to reveal his plans to establish a sect. By the end of the year, I shall establish a cultivation school, and I will actively recruit disciples. If your disciple has spiritual roots, regardless of circumstances, I shall prioritize his admission based on your recommendation. Thank you, Madam, Yang Qi said, containing his overwhelming joy as he expressed his gratitude. Sister, do not worry. Once the eldest sister has calmed down, I shall beseech her to release you. Although Wei Hua comprehended that Wei Fang was at fault this time, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy upon seeing her confined alone within the courtyard, the house door locked, unable even to step beyond the courtyard gate. Wei Fang shook her head, interjecting, "There's no need, dear brother. Indeed, I was in the wrong this time. My elder sister's punishment is already lenient. Your intervention would only place her in a difficult position. If she were to release me, how would she manage such a large household? Or even the sect in the future?" Upon hearing Wei Fang's words, Wei Hua experienced not only astonishment but also a surge of elation. As long as his second sister had a change of heart, he was genuinely concerned that this incident might cause discord between her and their eldest sister. Now, hearing her words, he felt relieved. Very well, I shall heed your advice, dear sister. Rest assured, during these 3 months of your confinement, I shall allocate half of my cultivation pills to you. How could that be? The pills provided by our eldest sister each month are barely sufficient for our own cultivation. What will become of you if you give them to me? It matters not. I recently broke through to the 3rd level of Qi training and have now reached the 4th level. My pill supply has also increased by 1/2. So sharing half with you will have little impact on me, Wei Hua stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing that Wei Hua had advanced, Wei Fang was overjoyed. Third brother, is this true? Have you truly advanced to the 4th level of Qi training? Wei Hua nodded, affirming, indeed, it is true. Why would I deceive you? Not only myself, but Tingo has also advanced. Splendid. Congratulations to you all. When I see Tinger, I shall convey my heartfelt congratulations to him. Wei Fang genuinely felt happy for them. Indeed. I shall, she replied. The 2 siblings conversed for a little longer, but Wei Fang soon urged Wei Hua to depart. Third brother, you have already been here for a while. If someone discovers your presence, it would be quite unfortunate. You should leave now. She had not forgotten that their elder sister had prohibited visitors from seeing her. Upon hearing this, Wei Hua did not object, acknowledging that he had indeed overstayed his welcome. Well then, I shall take my leave. Second sister, I will come to see you again next time. Very well, Wei Fang nodded, but suddenly recalled something and quickly called out to Wei Hua. Wait a moment. Third brother, you are to propose in Luqing tomorrow, and I have yet to offer my congratulations. I can hardly believe how swiftly time has passed. My little brother is all grown up and ready to wed. Wei Hua's face flushed at her words, and he awkwardly replied, not so quickly. This time, I am merely going to propose. Eldest sister says we are still quite young, and the formal wedding date is set for 2 years from now. Eldest sister is right. You are only 15, so it is indeed a bit early. Waiting 2 more years is for the best, Wei Fang agreed. By the way, Hua Di, has eldest sister mentioned what you should do after you are married? Wei Fang asked, her gaze lingering on Wei Hua with a hint of uncertainty. Wei Hua was taken aback, puzzled by her inquiry. What do you mean by what to do? Naturally, I mean matters pertaining to your marriage. Has eldest sister said anything about it? Where will you and your new wife reside? I am reluctant to leave, but I worry it may cause trouble for eldest sister, considering. However, since you all have come to an agreement, I shall refrain from saying more. Indeed. Third brother, you have yet to disclose the reason for your sudden decision to wed. Wei Fang is aware that Wei Hua intends to propose to Lord Lu. Yet the underlying cause of this abruptness eludes her understanding. Upon hearing Wei Fang's inquiry, Wei Hua felt a slight flush of embarrassment creep across his face, uncomfortably rising. He stated, Sister, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave for now. We can discuss this further at a later time. With that, he swiftly turned and departed. Wei Fang gazed at Wei Hua's hasty retreat, perplexed. However, After a moment's reflection, she surmised that his discomfort stemmed from shyness. And with a gentle smile, she dismissed the matter from her mind. The following day, a procession of horse-drawn carriages laden with gift boxes began to emerge from the Mu residence. Wei Hua, accompanied by a retinue of guards, led the impressive convoy out towards the village. The villagers, witnessing the abundance of gifts, could not help but express their astonishment. Indeed, it was evident that they hailed from a prominent family, as the betrothal gifts amounted to a staggering 10 carts. Envy washed over the onlookers as they gazed at the magnificent display. It was only after the caravan vanished from sight that the villagers dispersed. Once the villagers had cleared, Lu Yuntian approached the gatekeeper with measured politeness, saying, "Old sir, I seek an audience with the lady. I would appreciate your assistance in announcing my arrival." The gatekeeper, having anticipated his presence, greeted him with a knowing smile. "You must be Lu Yuntian, young sir. The lady has already instructed me to inform you of your arrival. You may proceed directly inside. Allow me to escort you to her." "Thank you," Yang Qi replied gratefully to the gatekeeper, then, accompanied by Feng Yu, entered the estate. Navigating his way to the main hall with familiarity, Feng Yu closely followed his master, and as the thought of meeting that celestial being approached, his heart began to race uncontrollably with anxiety. Sensing Feng Yu's unusual breathing, Yang Qi assumed he was troubled about his spiritual roots and offered gentle reassurance. "My dear Yu, do not be anxious. Matters of spiritual roots cannot be forced. Whether one can cultivate immortality is ultimately determined by fate, and worrying will serve no purpose." "Master, I understand." Feng Yu replied respectfully, deciding against offering any further explanation. Yang Qi smiled contentedly at his disciple's response. The two soon arrived at the entrance of the main hall. Weilan had sensed their arrival the moment they entered the estate, and now that both had reached the main hall, she promptly called them inside. "Greetings, madam," Yang Qi said as he entered, bowing respectfully to Weilan. Noticing that Feng Yu was staring blankly at Madame Mu, he discreetly tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to pay his respects to Weilan. Upon seeing Weilan, Feng Yu instantly recognized her as the celestial he had been desperately searching for over the past few months. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the excitement surged within him as he laid eyes on her again. Previously, he had only observed her from a distance, marveling at her ethereal form as she soared through the air on her sword. Now, standing so close, he realized that she was even more exquisite than he had ever imagined. To be continued. Chapter 096. The reunion of two at that moment. He merely observed from a distance, captivated by the ethereal grace of Yulan as she soared through the skies on her sword. Yet, now, in this closer proximity, he was astonished to discover that Yulan appeared even more enchanting than he had previously remembered, hardly resembling a married woman at all. In truth, Yulan was not exceptionally beautiful by conventional standards, but her unique aura rendered her unforgettable. "Where? What are you pondering? Quickly pay your respects to the lady." Yang Qi noticed Feng Yu's dazed gaze upon Yulan, and perplexed by his lack of response to his subtle cues, he furrowed his brow and gently urged him. Startled by Yang Qi's voice, Feng Yu jolted back to reality, realizing he had been rudely staring at Yulan. His handsome face flushed crimson as he stepped forward and respectfully bowed, saying, "Feng Yu pays his respects to the lady. No need for formalities. You are Feng Yu, the one who witnessed me flying on my sword that day? Can you recount to me how you managed to remain undetected? Why was I unable to sense your presence?" Although Yulan was already aware of the truth, she couldn't resist inquiring once more, as the enigma of the situation perplexed her. Given that Feng Yu was merely in the early stages of the 12th level of cultivation, she was baffled by her own failure to perceive him. Though she had indeed been somewhat careless that day, she felt she should have sensed him. The more she contemplated, the more she sensed an underlying mystery in the occurrence. Reflecting on it now, Feng Yu considered himself fortunate with Yulan's level of cultivation, even if her thoughts had been preoccupied with gathering herbs. It was hard to believe she would not have noticed his presence at all. Upon hearing this, Weilan furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Feng Yu with earnestness, instinctively employing her heaven's rhinoceros eye. So that was the case. Weilan swiftly discerned the answer. A wood spirit physique. Feng Yu actually possessed a wood spirit physique, also known as the physique of nature. Wherever flora thrived, the wood spirit physique enabled cultivation at a pace far surpassing that of other cultivators. The denser the vegetation, the more accelerated the cultivation. Moreover, upon reaching a certain level of attainment, the individual could seamlessly integrate with the natural world, metamorphosing into various plants at will. their aura completely merging with the surrounding foliage. Even individuals of advanced cultivation would find it exceedingly difficult to detect. Furthermore, those with a wood spirit physique, unless mortally wounded on the spot, would swiftly recover from injuries, even those of a life-threatening nature. Feng Yu's cultivation had already reached the 12th level of the Hotian stage. Although he was not yet capable of merging with nature or transforming into various plants, he could still conceal his presence within the forest. Even without consciously employing this ability, his fervent longing would resonate with the surrounding wood spirit energy, which would automatically aid in concealing his aura. No wonder she had not sensed his presence initially. While the wood spirit physique might not quite match the pure yang physique, it was only marginally inferior. Both physiques were exceedingly rare, occurring perhaps once in 10,000 years. Weilan inwardly marveled at her own fortune. Not only had she amassed a plethora of individuals with heavenly spiritual roots and variant spiritual roots, talents coveted by major sects in the cultivation world, but she had also stumbled upon two such unparalleled prodigies, a feat that others would strive for in vain. To say she is fortunate is indeed overly simplistic. Weilan immediately accepted Feng Yu as an inner disciple, and in recognition of Yang Qi for bringing her such an extraordinary talent, she decided to bestow upon him not merely a basic sword technique, but an advanced sword technique instead. In high spirits, Weilan naturally did not impose any difficulties on Lu Yuntian, promptly admitting him into the inner sect as well. Originally envious of Feng Yu, Lu Yuntian was taken aback upon learning this news, soon overwhelmed with joy and excitement. Very well, I shall now introduce the disciples of the Mu residence to you. Mo Zhu, please summon all disciples of the Mu residence who are inner sect and above. Weilan said with a smile, gazing at Feng Yu and Lu Yutian. Yes, madam, Mo Zhu responded and departed. Before long, Mo Zhu returned with all the disciples engaged in cultivation, except for Wei Fong, including Nangong Yuqin, who had joined the residence just yesterday, as well as Qi Mo Ling, Yilin Xiao, and Yunji Yunli. Upon entering the main hall, before Weilan had the chance to speak, both Feng Yu and Nangong Yuqin were stunned, then joyfully approached one another. Sixth Prince, Yu, what brings you here? They exclaimed in unison, their delight evident. Qin. Ling, how is it that you two are here? Have you both also joined the Mu residence? Yang Qi, who was familiar with Nangong Yuqin and Qi Mo Ling, noted that Qi Mo Ling's grandfather was renowned alongside Yang Qi, and the two shared a close friendship, as Yang Qi often visited the Qi household, making them quite well acquainted. Greetings, Grandfather Yang. Nangong Yuqin and Qi Moli bowed to Yang Qi. Nangong Yuqin then replied, Indeed, we have entered the Mu residence. From your words, it seems that you have also joined the Mu family? Upon hearing Weilan's voice, Nangong Yuqin and the others suddenly remembered they had yet to pay their respects to her, and they hurriedly approached her to bow. Greetings, madam. We are indeed acquainted with Grandfather Yang and his disciple. We became quite emotional upon meeting an old friend and acted inappropriately. We hope you will not hold it against us. Nangong Yuqin respectfully saluted. No offense taken. It is merely a trifling matter. Please, everyone, take a seat. Weilan replied with a smile. Thank you, madam. Seeing that Weilan bore no grudge, Nangong Yuqin felt relieved and found a place to sit among the others. Once everyone was settled, Weilan said, Although Yuqin and Feng Yu are already familiar with each other, the rest of you are not yet acquainted. Allow me to reintroduce them. This is Mu Yuting, my son. Hearing this, Mu Yuting instinctively furrowed his brow and pressed his lips tightly together, feeling an inexplicable aversion. However, he found himself unable to refute her words. Yet, despite his still youthful face, which would undoubtedly rival the handsomeness of Nangong Yuqin and Qi Moli in a few years, it suddenly turned cold. Weilan did not notice his peculiarity and continued the introduction. This is Wei Hua, a cultivator with dual spiritual roots, and my younger brother. I also have a sister who, due to other commitments, could not be present today. Yun Ji and Yun Li possess extraordinary spiritual roots. A few days ago, I accepted into our ranks two disciples, Nangong Yuqin and Qi Meling, along with Yilin Xiao, Mu Tianqin, Mu Tianluo, and Mo Xing, all of whom are inner disciples. Feng Yu and Lu Yuntian are the newly accepted inner disciples. This is Yang Qi, the master instructor for the outer disciples. With that, she instructed, Now, let us exchange greetings. Upon hearing her words, everyone rose to their feet, adhering to her request with respectful gestures. Weilan observed this with satisfaction. Then her expression turned solemn as she spoke with gravity. Currently, within our estate, including myself, there are a total of 14 disciples in the art of cultivation. Yang Qi is not counted as a disciple of the Mu residents. From this moment forth, you shall all be considered fellow brothers and sisters in the same sect. Regardless of your esteemed statuses in the mundane world, now that you have entered the Mu residence, your identities are equal, as mere disciples of the Mu estate. You are to coexist harmoniously and must not harm one another. Should I discover any violations of our sect rules, regardless of the circumstances or justification, the consequence will be the forfeiture of your cultivation and expulsion from the Mu residence. Do you all understand this clearly? Upon hearing Weilan's words, the group was taken aback. Solemnly committing her message to memory, they then stood up, responding with utmost seriousness. Yes, we disciples understand clearly and shall strictly adhere to the sect rules, never to transgress. Seeing that everything was in order, Azure expressed her satisfaction. Mr. Feng Yuyang, you and your apprentice shall reside in Tingner's courtyard for the time being. Accommodations within the Mu residence are currently limited, so you must bear with the temporary arrangement. Once the villa on Yunshan Mountain is completed, everyone can have their own individual residence. As for Yuntian, Azure turned her gaze towards Lu Yutian, who immediately pleaded before she could continue, Madam, my ailing mother requires my constant care at home. I cannot be away from her even for a day. May I request to stay at home to attend to her? Azure had originally intended for Lu Yutian to reside in her own home. With the Mu residence barely accommodating Yang Qi and Feng Yu's apprenticeship, there was truly no space to accommodate him. Upon hearing his plea, she readily acquiesced. In that case, you shall remain at home. However, this must not impede your cultivation. You must dedicate 3 hours each day to cultivating at the Mu residence, without fail. Yes, disciple will remember. Thank you, Madam. Lu Yuntian gratefully acknowledged upon receiving Azure's consent. News of Lu Yuntian's selection by Azure and his induction into the Mu residence swiftly spread throughout Yinhua village. Upon hearing this news, Lu Qin's mother seemed to be rejuvenated, her spirits soaring with elation. Her condition rapidly improved, and with the added benefit of the physique-enhancing elixir that Azure had sent upon hearing of her illness from Lu Yuntian, she made a complete recovery, her health even surpassing its pre-illness state. The villagers of Yunhua village were filled with admiration, though a few individuals harbored jealousy. Regardless of their sentiments, both the envious and the admiring flocked to offer their congratulations and to inquire how Lu Yuntian had caught the eye of Madame Mu. Every day, Lu Chunshur found herself besieged by numerous villagers seeking to extend their felicitations or gather news. Although her health had returned, she felt somewhat fatigued by the constant attention. Nevertheless, Lu Chunshur remained immensely joyful. Her son was to enter the Mu residence to acquire great knowledge, and no matter how weary she felt, her happiness prevailed. Mother, there's no need for that. I can chop the firewood myself. It's perfectly fine if I visit the Mu residence a little later, Lu Yutian insisted, determined not to let Lu Chunshur bear the burden of such labor. Yet, my dear, Lu Yutian began to argue. But Lu Chunshur would hear none of it as she gently ushered him into the kitchen. On the small table within, a bowl of thin porridge, a generous plate of pickled vegetables, and a stir-fried egg awaited him. Come, Tianer, eat up, Lu Chunshur said, personally handing him the chopsticks. Faced with her insistence, Lu Yuntian relented and sat down, pulling over a small stool beside him. Mother, please sit with me, let us dine together. Very well, Lu Chunshur acquiesced, taking a seat. You must be exhausted from your daily training. Do have an egg to replenish your strength. Due to the regulations of the Mu residence, the affairs of the cultivators must remain confidential until the formal establishment of their sect. Therefore, Lu Yutian did not disclose the truth to Lu Qin, leaving her unaware that her son was not an ordinary martial artist, but rather a cultivator. Mother, you can keep the egg for yourself. The lady has been exceedingly kind to us disciples, providing splendid meals with fish and meat daily. There is no need for me to supplement my diet. Rather, you should nourish yourself well, especially since your health has only recently improved, Lu Yuntian remarked, placing an egg into Lu Chen's bowl. Then I certainly do not need it. You know well that ever since I took those few spiritual pills gifted by the lady, my health has returned, even surpassing my youth. I am now brimming with vitality. Lu Chen replied with a smile, her voice filled with gratitude for the benevolent lady. Tiana, once you achieve success, you must repay the lady's kindness. Without her, our lives might have taken a very different turn, she added. Mother, you needn't worry. I am well aware, Lu Yutian assured her. As the two conversed, they quickly finished their meal, ultimately sharing the egg between them. By the way, Mother, please refrain from preparing my meals in the future. I will dine at the Mu residence from now on. Also, feel free to cook whatever you desire. If we lack anything at home, just go out and purchase it. Do not hesitate, for as an inner disciple of the Mu residence, I receive monthly stipends, he said. After concluding his meal, prompted by Mrs. Lu Chun, Lu Yuntian proceeded towards the entrance. Upon reaching the courtyard gate, a thought struck him, causing him to pause. He remarked, both inner and outer disciples indeed receive monthly stipends, albeit with distinctions. Outer disciples, being martial practitioners of the mortal realm, receive their stipends solely in silver. Inner disciples, however, are privileged with a supplementary allowance of spiritual elixirs to aid in their cultivation, in addition to the silver. Monthly stipends? Such beneficence exists? Mrs. Lu Chen exclaimed, regarding Lu Yuntian with incredulity. Indeed, Lu Yuntian affirmed with a nod. At that moment, several villagers approached from afar, laden with gifts. Lu Yuntian, with keen perception, noticed them immediately. He hastily informed Mrs. Lu Chun and darted away, lest he be ensnared by their effusive attentions. These past few days, he had grown weary of the villagers' overwhelming zeal. Within her chamber, Weilan cast her divine sense across the Mu residence, observing the diligent cultivation of her disciples. A smile of satisfaction graced her countenance. She then seamlessly entered the great thousand world, immersing herself in rigorous cultivation. In the city lord's manor of Deer City, she Bingling, lost in contemplation, gazed upon a jade pendant with a flushed complexion. It was none other than the token of betrothal presented to her by Wei Hua. Since their parting that day, Shi Bingling had found herself frequently absorbed in reverie, her gaze fixated upon the jade pendant. Involuntarily, the image of that robe would surface in her mind, alternating between moments of delicate reproach and bashful coyness. Her peculiar behavior did not escape the notice of her personal attendants, who watched their mistress with growing concern. The sight of the jade pendant offered them a vague understanding of the situation, yet they dared not broach the subject with her. Sister Xiaolian, do you not see how the young lady gazes longingly at the jade pendant? It is evident that she has already given her heart to someone. Should word of this reach others, it could bring calamity upon us as well. Should we not advise her? Xiao He asked anxiously, turning to the maid in pink beside her. Be silent. What nonsense are you uttering? Xiao Lian admonished softly. Is this a matter for you maidservants to meddle in? Xiao Lian, do not scold Xiao He. Xiao Cha makes a valid point. The young lady has indeed been behaving oddly these past few days. That jade pendant is clearly a token of affection. She is not yet betrothed. From where does such a token arise? This could escalate into a serious matter. If rumors detrimental to the young lady's reputation circulate, we shall bear the brunt of it first, Xiao Bai interjected. Beside them, the usually silent Xiaolan joined in. Xiaolian, perhaps we should report this to the mistress. We must ensure the young lady does not fall prey to deception. Upon hearing Xiaolan's words, both Xiao He and Xiao Bai nodded in agreement. In this era, if a woman is discovered to be involved with a man, it not only tarnishes her reputation but could lead to severe repercussions, especially in a noble household such as the Lord's, where such matters are utterly intolerable. Enough, Xiao Lian rebuked quietly. The situation remains unclear, and yet you speak so recklessly. Besides, the young lady has always treated us well. How can we betray her trust? Being the eldest among the four maids, possessed a maturity and steadfastness that rendered her exceptionally loyal to Shi Bingling. Consequently, Shi Bingling held her in the highest regard, thus establishing Lian as the de facto leader of the quartet. Lian, she began, we are all cognizant of your unwavering loyalty to our mistress. However, your current actions are not assisting her, but rather jeopardizing her well-being. Having attended to her since our youth, we are intimately acquainted with her acquaintances. Apart from the young masters of this estate, she has had no interactions with men from outside these walls. If my deduction is accurate, the encounter between our mistress and the gentleman who gifted her the jade pendant transpired on the day she eluded us to venture out alone. Subsequently, she has not had occasion to meet with him again. As their acquaintance is still in its nascent stages, I surmise that our mistress harbors merely a nascent affection for him and has not yet succumbed to deeper emotions. To aid her, we must intervene promptly. You are undoubtedly aware of the gravity of the offense of an unmarried maiden engaging in clandestine exchanges. Should this be discovered, our mistress, despite her status as the legitimate daughter, would not be spared severe punishment. Only Madam, her own mother, can intercede on her behalf. She would not abandon her daughter to certain doom. Lan regarded Lian with a serene gaze, articulating her thoughts with earnestness. Although younger than Lian, Lan was the most astute and perceptive among the four. However, Her inherent disposition leaned towards tranquility and discretion, and she eschewed the limelight. Consequently, she was often overlooked among the four maids. Xiao Lian had not previously considered these matters. Her sole intention was to protect the young lady and to keep this incident concealed. However, upon hearing Xiao Lan's words and reflecting carefully, she found them to be profoundly insightful. A cold sweat broke out as she realized how close she had come to jeopardizing the young lady's well-being. You are absolutely right. Xiaolan, I am grateful for your timely reminder. Otherwise, I would have regretted my negligence immensely. Thank you, Xiaolan. Xiao Lian expressed with heartfelt gratitude, clasping Xiaolan's hand. Do not mention it. The young lady is our mistress, and we all act in her best interest, Xiaolan replied with a gentle smile. Indeed. I apologize for my earlier remarks. It was thoughtless of me, Xiao Lian quickly added, playfully tapping her own mouth in contrition. At this moment, Xiao He interjected. When shall we report this matter to the madam? The four maidens were startled by the voice. Glancing at the young lady to find that she seemed unaware of their previous conversation, which brought them a sense of relief. It is nothing, young lady. We were merely engaging in idle chatter, Xiao Lian quickly assured, knowing full well that the contents of their discussion could not be disclosed to Shi Bingling. Quickly bring it here. I shall personally deliver the chicken soup, Shi Bingling exclaimed with delight upon hearing this. Yes, young lady, Xiao Lian responded and hurried to the small kitchen. Moments later, she returned, carrying a bowl of black-boned chicken soup. Shi Bingling lifted the lid to examine it, inhaling the enticing aroma. Satisfied, she nodded. It smells delightful. Mother will surely love it. Let us be on our way. With that, she replaced the lid and took it upon herself to carry the chicken soup outside. The young maidens exchanged glances. Realizing that they had missed the opportunity to inform the mistress today, they decided to leave it for tomorrow and promptly followed suit. In the main room of the back courtyard, the esteemed matron, Lady Yun, reclined lazily on a small couch, indulging in a brief repose. Several senior maids and an elderly matron stood quietly by her side, not daring to make a sound. Despite Lady Yun's graceful and dignified appearance, she was known for her strict adherence to propriety. Any minor errors made by her attendants would result in severe repercussions. Thus, none of her servants would dare to be careless, even in her slumber, as silence was paramount. Madam will soon awaken. Lianxiang, please fetch the prepared pastries and tea from the small kitchen, Matron Yao instructed softly. Lady Yun had a habit of enjoying some snacks upon waking from her afternoon rest, a detail well known to the maids and matron in her service. Yes, Matron Yao, Lianxiang replied quietly before slipping out. Not long after Lianxiang departed, Lady Yun stirred awake. Madam, you are awake? Matron Yao exclaimed with a smile, stepping forward to adjust Lady Yun's slightly disheveled garments and hair. Indeed, what time is it? Lady Yun, freshly awakened, appeared somewhat languid, her usual grace momentarily replaced by a hint of allure. Upon hearing the question, Lady Yun rose and remarked, as one ages, one tends to sleep more. Madam, you jest. You are hardly old. You appear no more than 24 or 25. If the fourth miss were to stand beside you, people might mistake you for sisters. No one would discern that you are mother and daughter. Nanny Yao, a trusted confidant of Madame Yun since her marriage, enjoyed a rapport that allowed her to exchange light-hearted banter with her mistress. Despite her intention to please, Nanny Yao's words were not without merit. Madame Yun, though in her 30s, possessed a youthful radiance that made her appear no older than a woman in her late 20s. Madame Yun was indeed pleased by Nanny Yao's compliment, as flattery is universally appreciated, especially by women, and she was no exception. Cease your frivolous remarks. You'll invite ridicule, if overheard, Madame Yun gently scolded, reclining against the soft cushions of her chaise lounge, though her tone and demeanor lacked any genuine reprimand. Oh, madam, I would never utter falsehoods. Every word I speak is the unvarnished truth. Pray, inquire of the maids present if I have misrepresented anything, Nanny Yao promptly responded. Very well, very well. There's no need to take it so earnestly, Madame Yun retorted with a smile. At that moment, Lianxiang entered, bearing Madame Yun's tea and refreshments, followed by Shi Bingling. Mother, what are you and Nanny Yao discussing that brings such joy? Shi Bingling inquired with a smile as she personally carried a bowl of black-boned chicken soup toward Madame Yun. Linger, what brings you here at this hour? Madame Yun asked affectionately, her face lighting up at the sight of her beloved daughter's smile. Linger longed to see her mother. So I came to visit. And look, daughter has brought you your favorite black-boned chicken soup, Shi Bingling replied playfully, setting down the tray and nestling beside Madame Yun. Madam, Observe how dutiful your daughter is. Knowing your fondness for black-bone chicken soup, she has thoughtfully brought you some, Nurse Yao remarked with a smile. Indeed. Yunshe responded with a loving smile. It is often said that a daughter is a mother's closest companion. Shi Bingling personally ladled the soup and presented it to Yunshe, saying sweetly, "Mother, please drink the chicken soup while it's hot. I shall partake of the pastries Lianxiang brought, as I am rather peckish myself." Without waiting for Yunshe's response, she took the pastries from Lianxiang's hand and nibbled on a piece of mung bean cake. Upon seeing this, Yunshe jested with a smile. "So, that's why you were so well-behaved today, bringing me chicken soup. I see you've come to pilfer my pastries." "Oh dear, Mother has discovered my intentions," Shi Bingling exclaimed playfully, sticking out her tongue in mock chagrin. "You are such a mischievous girl, even at your age," Yunshe chided gently, lightly touching Shi Bingling's nose. "Be careful, or you'll never find a husband." Upon hearing the word marriage, Shi Bingling's fair face flushed crimson, and an image involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Her hand, concealed within her sleeve, tightly clutched the jade pendant in her palm. Although she was the most beloved legitimate daughter in the family, this matter concerned her reputation and the family's honor. Neither her father nor her mother would be pleased if they were to find out. She had considered concealing the matter, yet upon reflection, it felt inappropriate. The incident involving Wei Hua's misconduct had been witnessed by many, and although few were acquainted with her, it was likely that at least one or two might recognize her identity. Rather than allowing her parents to hear of it from others and draw erroneous conclusions, it would be preferable for her to disclose it herself. The challenge lay in finding the right words. As Shi Bingling pondered her approach, Yunshe, noticing her daughter's flushed cheeks, assumed she was merely shy. With a light chuckle, she remarked, "What is there to be embarrassed about? You are 14 now, nearly of marriageable age. It is time to discuss suitors. I shouldn't have mentioned this, but it pertains to your lifelong happiness, so I thought it best to inform you in advance. Just a few days ago, the Lord of Chuyun City proposed to your father." Upon hearing her mother's words, Shi Bingling's complexion turned pale, and she anxiously inquired, "Mother, did father agree?" "Not yet," replied Yunshe. "He said he would consider it. However, it is highly likely that this marriage will proceed. Your father will provide a response in a couple of days." Unbeknownst to Yunshe, Shi Bingling's reaction revealed her true feelings. The gentle smile remained on Yunshe's face, but she sensed that her daughter was not simply shy. She was genuinely opposed to the union, expressing that she could not rather than that she did not want it. Could it be? A certain possibility occurred to her, and Yun's gaze towards Shi Bingling involuntarily sharpened. Regrettably, Shi Bingling was too distraught to notice. "Mother, please implore father on my behalf. I truly cannot marry Chu Qingqing," she pleaded. Yun gestured for all the servants and maids in the room to leave. Her countenance, no longer able to maintain its gentle facade, turned rather unpleasant as she inquired, "Why?" Shi Bingling was in a state of utter disarray. After a moment of deliberation, she bit her lip and resolved to confide in her mother. She had intended to find an opportunity to clarify matters with her mother today. Even if she were to be punished, she would accept it. She could never marry any man other than Wei Hua. With this thought, Shi Bingling abruptly knelt before Yun. "Mother, I beg you to help me. I truly cannot marry young Master Chu because... Yun was startled by Shi Bingling's kneeling, and a sense of foreboding arose in her heart. Maintaining her composure, she asked, "Because of what?" "Because..." Shi Bingling's eyes reddened as she mustered the courage to recount the events that had transpired with Wei Hua that day, omitting nothing. As her words trailed off, Yun's face had already turned ashen with rage. With a resounding smack, a heavy slap echoed through the room. "I'll beat you to death, you shameless wretch. What good are you to me, to commit such a brazen act? You. Yun's complexion alternated between green and white, rendered speechless with fury. Observing the way Cloud was trembling with intense emotion, Shi Bingling, disregarding the stinging sensation on her face, crawled forward and clutched at Cloud's garment, pleading, "Mother, I implore you. Please do not be angry. Your daughter knows she was wrong. Whatever punishment you deem fit, your daughter will accept without a word of complaint. I only beseech you not to be angry any longer. Wretched girl, I disown you as my daughter." Cloud, noticing the swollen mark on Shi Bingling's pale face, felt a pang of heartache. This was her only biological daughter, cherished and protected. She had always hoped for her to marry someone of equal standing. Her heart softened momentarily. But upon recalling that her daughter's willful departure had led to her loss of innocence, the anger that had just begun to subside surged anew. Cloud's anger towards her daughter was matched by her resentment towards the culprit who had wronged her precious child. Her daughter's body had been defiled, making it impossible for her to marry Chu Qingqing. They were not fools. The truth would inevitably surface. If they were to conceal this matter and force the marriage, the consequences upon discovery were unimaginable. Yet, she was unwilling to give her daughter away to a low-born rustic. But what other options were there? Cloud had considered silencing all those who knew of the incident. However, numerous individuals had witnessed it, and silencing so many voices seemed an insurmountable task. Cloud inhaled deeply, contemplating her next course of action. At that moment, although she was deeply enraged, the bond of motherhood prevailed, and her heart ached for her daughter. She had reprimanded and scolded, but as Yun began to regain her composure, thoughts turned to how she could assist Zibingling. Yun was visibly moved, yet she pondered what alternative actions could be taken. It had crossed her mind to silence all who were privy to this matter, but with so many witnesses present, it was an impossible task to quell the multitude of voices. Taking a deep breath, she contemplated the best course of action. Despite her anger, her daughter remained her flesh and blood, cherished since childhood and held dear in her heart. Now, having vented her frustrations, Yun settled into a more rational mindset. Considering how to aid Zibingling. Observing her mother's fluctuating expressions, Zibingling felt a chill in her heart, yet she had no regrets about revealing the truth. Mother, I understand that I have brought shame upon you, but the deed is done. What can be done now? I implore you, think of the bond we share, and help me. I simply cannot marry Lord Chu. Yun, her heart hardened, replied, even if you refuse to become the wife of Lord Chu, I shall not permit you to be wed to that impoverished youth. Seeing her daughter's desperate plea, she would rather see Zibingling become a concubine to Lord Chu than suffer alongside a poor country boy. Mother, although Brother Wei resides in the countryside, he is not a mere impoverished lad. Upon hearing this, Zibingling hastily defended, Wei Guo possesses martial skills. He is truly not a mere impoverished youth. Instinctively, disbelief washed over her. How could a rural lad possibly have martial prowess? Such extraordinary individuals would never reside in the countryside, having long been sought after by prominent families. Despite the Shi family's possession of a grand city and a considerable guard, the truly skilled warriors were few, barely numbering 100, with most being of lesser rank. Among them, only 2 surpassed the innate level, one merely at the first layer and the other at the third, both of whom had been arduously recruited by the Shi family. Observing her mother's demeanor, Zibingling recognized her skepticism and urgently exclaimed, Mother, what I say is entirely true. If you do not believe me, look here, this is the token he gifted me. She presented the jade pendant to her mother. As Zibingling spoke with heartfelt sincerity, it became evident she was not fabricating her tale. Knowing her daughter, who was not one to deceive, Yun Shi began to waver in her doubt. It was only upon seeing the jade pendant that her belief was wholly solidified. This pendant, unmatched in hue, brilliance, and texture, was a rare gem of immense value. Precisely as Linger had stated, indeed, the Shi family could not produce such a treasure. The more Madame Yun gazed at him, the more her eyes sparkled, a sense of relief washing over her. A person possessing such a jade pendant could hardly be a mere pauper. Moreover, the fact that he so generously gifted away such a precious item suggested his family was far from ordinary, perhaps on par with, or even more distinguished than the Shi and Chu families. With this in mind, she was confident the marriage would proceed without a hitch. She believed that once the master knew he was a warrior, he would undoubtedly consent to the union. Reflecting on this, Madame Yun abandoned her previous stern and frosty demeanor, tenderly assisting Zibingling to her side, caressing her still swollen cheek with concern. Does it still hurt, Lingo? She asked with heartache. It's all my fault. My grip was too strong, and I hurt you. Look, it's swollen like this. Mother, it's all right. I don't feel any pain, Zibingling replied. Sensing her mother's change of heart, and feeling a wave of relief and joy. How could it not hurt? It's swollen like this. I'll have someone fetch medicine. Mother, there's no need. I truly don't feel any pain. Mother, have you agreed to help me? She interjected hastily, unable to resist seeking confirmation from Madame Yun, despite her anticipation. That way, Madame Yun struggled to recall Wei Hua's full name. Wei Hua, mother. My Wei brother's name is Wei Hua, Zibingling quickly supplied, noticing her mother's lapse in memory. Indeed, Wei Hua, Yun Shi gently reproached. Had you mentioned earlier that young Master Wei Hua was a warrior, your mother wouldn't have been angered to the point of striking you. She then inquired, by the way, did young Master Wei Hua indicate when he might arrive at the city lord's mansion to propose marriage? Yun Shi mused, glancing at the jade pendant. No, he wouldn't. Given that he presented Linger with such a valuable jade pendant as a token, his sincerity is evident. He wouldn't deceive Linger. Weigage resides in Yunhua Village, Yulio Town. Luo City, Shi Bingling stated, having committed Wei Hua's words to memory. In Luo City, is it? No wonder. It's quite a distance. After Linger marries, seeing her will be difficult. However, as long as Linger is happy, that's all that matters. Yunshe further inquired, did he mention anything about his family? Yes. Weigage mentioned that he only has 2 elder sisters and a nephew. His eldest sister is a widow, and his second sister is unmarried. Both sisters are also warriors. His martial skills were taught by his eldest sister. Shi Bingling quickly added. Noticing a hint of displeasure in her mother's expression upon learning that Wei Hua had no parents and that one of his sisters was a widow. Hearing Shi Bingling's words, Yunshe's displeasure softened slightly. Oh, so they are a family of martial prodigies? She asked, intrigued. Indeed, and that's not all. Not only is their entire family skilled in martial arts, but the Mu residence also boasts 100 warrior guards. It's said that these guards are all Hotian experts, with the lowest being at the 3rd level of Hotian. Shi Bingling said with a hint of pride. Upon hearing this, Madame Yun was profoundly moved. Rising abruptly to her feet, she fixed her gaze intently on Shi Bingling, inquiring with palpable concern, Linger, is what you say true? A retinue of 100 acquired experts, with even the least accomplished possessing at least the 3rd level of acquired skill? How could this be possible? What is true? Shi Bingling responded, taken aback and somewhat perplexed by her mother's reaction. Madame Yun, her composure shattered, rose swiftly and hastened towards the exit. Shi Bingling, bewildered, promptly restrained her, asking, Mother, where are you going? She had never witnessed her mother in such a state of agitation. Naturally, to inform your father of this matter. Come, dear Linger, join me. With that, Madame Yun seized Shi Bingling's hand and, without further ado, briskly led her out of the room, her composure abandoned in her excitement. Within the study, Shi Wenjin, the city lord of Lu Ning City, along with his brothers Shi Wenyu and Shi Wenhao, were engaged in a discussion regarding Shi Bingling's marriage. Brother, Shi Wenhao began. The Chu family is not only a suitable match for our Shi family, but Chu Qingxing is also a handsome young man with the strength of the 2nd level of acquired skill. Marrying our Bingling to him would be no disgrace. Why do you hesitate? Agree to it promptly. Shi Wenhao was exceedingly pleased with Chu Qingxing. Had he a daughter, he would have eagerly offered her hand in marriage without a second thought. Third brother, exercise patience. Our elder brother undoubtedly has his reasons, Shi Wenyu interjected, displaying a more composed demeanor than Shi Wenhao. He then turned his gaze towards Shi Wenjin, who was seated at the head of the table. What reasons could there be? Is there anyone more suitable than the Chu family's son? Shi Wenhao retorted. The literary figure of the past scoffed, proclaiming, who says there aren't better men than that lad from the Chu family? For instance, the current 6th prince, His Highness, and the legitimate grandson of the Duke of East City, Feng Yu, are both far superior. Their backgrounds are undoubtedly more illustrious. As Su Wenyu articulated his thoughts, Su Wenhao paused momentarily, left speechless by the undeniable truth of Su Wenyu's assertions. Indeed, both the 6th prince and Feng Yu possessed not only a more prestigious lineage but also unparalleled martial prowess, and their looks far surpassed those of the Chu family's scion. Particularly, the 6th prince, Nangong Yuchen, was exceptionally handsome, exuding an ethereal charm. Upon hearing Su Wenyu mention Feng Yu, Su Wenjin's eyes brightened. Su Wenyu, with keen perception, noticed the flicker in his elder brother's expression and, raising an eyebrow in surprise, inquired, Elder brother, you wouldn't truly consider marrying Bingling to Feng Yu, would you? Just as Su Wenjin was about to respond, Su Wenhao interjected urgently. What nonsense are you spouting, second brother? Do you truly dare to entertain such thoughts? The Feng family is of a different caliber. How could they possibly regard our Su family? They would only consider Bingling as a concubine. And if that were the case, I would vehemently oppose it. Su Wenyu echoed his brother's sentiment, his expression mirroring agreement. I share your views, elder brother. What exactly are you contemplating? Please enlighten us. He found it implausible that his elder brother would disregard the happiness of his own daughter, callously allowing her to be made a concubine. Who said I would allow Bingling to become a concubine? Am I that kind of person? Su Wenjin retorted, glaring at his 2 younger brothers. While I am indeed eager to forge a connection with the Duke of East City, it is not to the extent of offering the daughter of the Su family as a concubine. Upon hearing this, Shi Wenyu and Shi Wenhao chuckled sheepishly. Our apologies. Elder brother, it's merely a minor shopkeeper. Who would recall such a person? Shi Wenhao declared boisterously. Shi Wenyu, unlike the impetuous Shi Wenhao, possessed a more discerning mind. He understood that their elder brother would not bring up such an insignificant figure without reason. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Wenyu recollected, "Elder brother. Are you referring to the father of one of the concubines of a distant 19th cousin from a collateral branch of our family?" "Precisely," Shi Wenjin affirmed, casting an appreciative glance at Shi Wenyu. "Your memory remains as sharp as ever." Then, adopting a serious tone, he continued, "This evening, I received a missive via carrier pigeon from shopkeeper Yi, conveying a piece of news." At this juncture, Shi Wenjin's eyes involuntarily gleamed with excitement, and his demeanor betrayed a hint of agitation. In truth, since receiving the message from shopkeeper Yi, he had been in a state of exhilaration, though he had suppressed it in front of his two younger brothers, refraining from revealing it. Observing this, Shi Wenyu was inwardly astonished. Since their elder brother had assumed the position of city lord of Luning, he had never witnessed such an overt display of emotion. Even the habitually oblivious Shi Wenhao took note. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of message shopkeeper Yi had delivered that could stir such excitement in his elder brother, who was usually as steadfast as Mount Tai. "Elder brother, what exactly is the news?" Shi Wenjin was acutely aware that his emotions were spiraling out of control. However, he found it impossible to restrain himself. The magnitude of this revelation had left him profoundly shaken, and how could he possibly remain composed? Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he finally spoke. "The eldest son of Master Yi has married the sister of the personal attendant to the heir of the Yiqing Duke. Just a few days ago, the eldest son learned from his wife that the young Master Feng Yu has taken a celestial being as his mentor. It is said that this immortal possesses extraordinary powers, able to traverse the heavens and the earth with ease." The more Shi Wenjin spoke, the more animated he became. Meanwhile, Shi Wenyu listened intently, visibly moved. He knew his elder brother well. If there were no substance to the matter, he would not speak of it so freely. Given that he had brought it up, it was undoubtedly true. However, Shi Wenhao scoffed at the notion, utterly disbelieving. "Brother, do not be deceived by Master Yi. Is there truly such a being with supernatural powers? It is not as if immortals walk among us. Surely, Master Yi is merely attempting to curry favor with you, exaggerating the truth. Be silent. I have confirmed the authenticity of this matter. It is indeed true," Shi Wenjin retorted coldly, casting a reproachful glare at Shi Wenhao. He continued, "As early as a few months ago, there were whispers in the Feng family regarding the search for some celestial being. At the time, I did not pay it much heed, but in retrospect, it must pertain to this very incident. Elder brother, did Master Yi mention anything about this immortal? For instance, where she resides? How might we find her?" In a moment of frustration, Shi Wenyu disregarded the words of Shi Wenhao, who, emulating Shi Wenjin, endeavored to calm his agitated spirit and inquired repeatedly. "Indeed, that celestial being resides not far from Luoqing, in Yuliu Town, Yunhua Village, and is known as Madame Mu." Suddenly, a profound smile appeared on Shi Wenjin's face, hinting at an unspoken understanding. Shi Wenyu, oblivious to the peculiarity of Shi Wenjin's expression, found his thoughts in disarray. Upon hearing Shi Wenjin's words, he sprang to his feet and exclaimed, "What are we waiting for, elder brother? Let us hasten to Yunhua Village. We must earn the celestial being's approval and persuade her to accept members of the Shi family as her disciples. Even if only a couple of us catch her eye, it would be a great fortune. Do not rush. There is no need for us to seek her out. Let us remain patient. Someone from Yunhua Village will surely come to find us," replied Shi Wenjin, adopting a leisurely demeanor as he smiled. "Elder brother, what do you mean by that? Have you lost your senses? Do you truly believe that the celestial being will come to seek us out? Such a notion is preposterous. Second brother, you cannot possibly be swayed by elder brother's words." Only Shi Wenhao remained perplexed, lost in his thoughts. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door, halting abruptly before the entrance, followed by a series of knocks. Upon realizing her previous indiscretion, Yun's family member, having brought Shi Bingling to the study, paused to compose herself, adjusting her attire and steadying her breath before raising her hand to knock. "Come in," called Shi Wenjin, recognizing the footsteps of his wife and legitimate daughter, instantly grasping their purpose, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he beckoned them. Su Wenyu and Su Wenhao, naturally, recognized the footsteps of their sister-in-law and niece, feeling a sense of surprise at how their typically dignified and virtuous sister-in-law could be so uncharacteristically hasty in her departure. "Dear niece, please rise quickly," Su Wenhao exclaimed upon seeing Su Bingling, instantly forgetting the previous topic, his face lighting up with joy. Having no daughters of his own for many years, he cherished Su Bingling as if she were his own child. "Thank you, uncles," Su Bingling said obediently. Retreating behind Yunshi, her gaze averted from her mother, her heart throbbing with anxiety at the thought of her father's impending fury upon learning of her situation. "Oh, so both of our little uncles are here. Have we disturbed you?" Yunshi, having composed herself, gently inquired. "Not at all, sister-in-law. We have concluded our discussion. If you have matters to discuss with your husband, I shall take my leave," Su Wenyu replied, suppressing his curiosity. He realized that he would not be able to extract the information he sought from his elder brother today and would have to wait patiently for 2 more days. Hearing Su Wenyu's words, Su Wenhao protested, "How can you say we are finished? We have yet to finalize Bingling's marriage." Just as Su Wenyu was about to disregard his protest and insist on departing, Yunshi interjected, "Uncles, you need not leave. I have come specifically to discuss this matter. As elders of Ling'er, it is fitting for you to listen in and participate in this discussion." Upon hearing this, Shi Wenyu cast an astonished glance towards his eldest brother's wife, while Shi Wenhao was overjoyed, exclaiming that they should indeed deliberate and reach a resolution regarding their niece, Shi Bingling's marital prospects. Shi Wenyu was somewhat surprised to see his sister-in-law bring Shi Bingling along, considering the matter at hand. He thought that discussing a young lady's marriage in her presence was rather inappropriate. However, knowing his sister-in-law to be a woman of sound judgment, he trusted that she had her reasons and remained silent. Shi Wenhao, on the other hand, had not given it so much thought. Upon hearing that they would be discussing Shi Bingling's marriage, he was thrilled, asserting that they should indeed deliberate and reach a resolution regarding their niece's marital prospects. "Madam, please speak your mind," Shi Wenjin said, having understood the situation as soon as he saw Yunshi bring Shi Bingling along. It was evident that Ling Er had heard about the Chu family's proposal, grown anxious, and confided in Madam, prompting her to bring her to his study in such haste. "My lord, you must not marry Ling Er into the Chu family," Yunshi declared, without preamble. Before Shi Wenjin could respond, Shi Wenhao interjected, voicing his displeasure. "Eldest sister-in-law, what is wrong with Chu Qingcheng? Why are you also against this marriage?" Upon hearing this, Shi Wenyu glared at Shi Wenhao as a warning. Shi Wenhao, realizing his tone was inappropriate, dared not retort and sheepishly touched his nose, retreating to the side. "Uncle, please do not hold a grudge against third uncle. That is simply his disposition. I won't take it to heart," Yunshi remarked casually. Having lived together for nearly 2 decades, she was well acquainted with the temperaments of her husband's younger brothers. Although third uncle was somewhat impetuous, he possessed an excellent character and genuinely cherished Ling'er. "My lord, from third uncle's implication, have you already resolved to decline the Chu family's marriage proposal? Logically, this should not be the case. The Chu family's lineage was comparable to, or even subtly surpassed, their own. Her lord should be delighted to facilitate such a union. How could he possibly refuse, unless he had discovered an even more advantageous match? Indeed, I intend to decline this marriage proposal," Shi Wenjin affirmed, with no intention of concealing his decision. "Why?" Yunshi inquired in astonishment, not expecting Shi Wenjin to make such a decision before she could even speak. Her heart was filled with bewilderment. Could it be that her lord had truly found an even more favorable match? If that were the case, she should inquire further and dissuade him. She believed that no matter how advantageous the match, it could not compare to the Wei family. "Originally, I intended to wait a few days until the Wei family arrived before discussing this matter. However, since you have come, madam, I presume you are already aware of the circumstances. Therefore, I shall clarify everything for you today," Shi Wenjin stated calmly, taking satisfaction in observing the expressions of shock on his wife and daughter's faces. Upon hearing Shi Wenjin mention the Wei family, the complexions of Yunshi and Shi Bingling, mother and daughter, immediately changed, particularly Shi Bingling, who was so frightened that her fair face turned pale. "My lord, so you were already aware of this matter." Given the long-standing companionship between Yun and Shi Wenjin, the latter's demeanor revealed that, despite being aware of the situation, he bore no resentment towards Ling'er, which put her at ease. With a smile, he acknowledged his understanding. Sensing her father's benevolent gaze, Shi Bingling surreptitiously cast a glance at him. Upon meeting his familiar, gentle eyes, her heart lightened, and her complexion regained its color. Yet, she was engulfed in confusion. How could her father, knowing the truth, refrain from admonishing her? Despite the turmoil within, Shi Bingling, wise beyond her years, refrained from voicing her inquiries, dutifully standing behind Yun. The trio's interaction did not escape the notice of Shi Wenyu and Shi Wenhao, who were left bewildered, pondering the implications of their exchange. Elder brother, sister-in-law. What are you discussing? Who is the Wei family, and what relevance does it have to Lingo's marriage? Shi Wenhao, known for his forthrightness, inquired directly about his confusion. Shi Wenyu also regarded Shi Wenjin and Yun with a face full of questions. Earlier, Shi Wenjin had mentioned the immortal and only referred to Madame Mu of the Mu family, failing to elaborate on the connection between Wei Hua and Madame Mu, leaving even Shi Wenyu, with his intelligence, unable to draw the necessary conclusions. Indeed, such a significant matter has spread far and wide. How could I possibly remain unaware? Had I not acted swiftly to contain the information, the situation might have escalated beyond control, Shi Wenjin remarked. I am truly sorry, father. It is entirely my fault for tarnishing the reputation of our family, Shi Bingling exclaimed, alarmed, and promptly knelt to offer her apologies. Oh dear niece, what are you doing? Please, rise, rise. When the esteemed scholar Su Wenhao saw Su Bingling suddenly kneel down, he was taken aback and hurriedly approached to assist her. However, Su Bingling refused to rise, gazing at her father, awaiting his approval. Upon hearing her father's gentle words, stand up, this matter is not your fault. Su Wenjin felt a profound satisfaction with Su Bingling's demeanor. He personally stepped forward to lift her up, softly saying, thank you, father. Su Bingling looked at her father, a bit taken aback by his kindness. What is there to thank? We are father and daughter. There is no need for such formality. Please sit down. And you ladies as well, Su Wenjin remarked with a smile. Observing the puzzled expressions on Su Wenyu and Su Wenhao's faces, Su Wenjin decided to reveal the entire situation to them without further delay. As soon as he finished explaining, before those present, including the Yun mother and daughter, could fully comprehend the news, a servant arrived to announce that someone was at the gate with a dozen carts of betrothal gifts seeking to propose. The visitors outside were none other than Wei Hua and his entourage. After nearly 2 months of travel, Wei Hua, bearing 10 carts of gifts, arrived at Luning City without even pausing for a moment, heading straight to propose. Welcomed warmly into the main hall by Su Wenjin and his 2 brothers, Wei Hua had scarcely begun to express his intentions when Su Wenjin promptly agreed to the marriage proposal, leaving Wei Hua utterly bewildered by the smoothness of the proceedings. Furthermore, the warmth displayed by the Shi family brothers towards him was rather excessive. Nevertheless, the seamless progression of the betrothal filled Wei Hua with pleasant surprise. He reasoned that an ardent reception was preferable to an indifferent one. He had initially anticipated that a family of such eminence as the Shis would subject a rustic lad like himself to considerable tribulations. He expected to expend considerable effort in persuading Shi Wenjin to consent to the union. To his astonishment, Shi Wenjin proved remarkably reasonable. Considering his past inadvertent transgression against their daughter, Wei Hua felt a profound sense of indebtedness towards Shi Wenjin and resolved to make amends to the Shi family. Consequently, he discreetly divulged to Shi Wenjin that the Mu estate would be establishing a sect and widely recruiting disciples with spiritual roots by the year's end, urging him to prepare in advance. Naturally, he had obtained Azure's consent for this disclosure. In light of Feng Yu's ostentatious search for Azure, the affairs of the Mu estate were bound to come to the attention of interested parties, possibly including the Shi family. As anticipated, upon hearing this news, Shi Wenjin was overcome with elation. He mused that he had made an excellent choice in a son-in-law, who was already inclined to favor their family even before the marriage had taken place. His goodwill towards Wei Hua surged. Subsequently, he covertly convened all the younger generation of the Shi family, both direct and collateral descendants, instructing them to assemble at the Shi residence within 2 months. With strength in numbers, despite the limited time, he managed to amass an exceptionally opulent dowry within 3 days, sufficient to create a nationwide sensation. The convoy transporting Shi Bingling's dowry comprised a staggering 200 carriages, stretching across several streets and nearly depleting the resources of the city lord's mansion, as well as the inventories of shops in Lucerne and neighboring cities. Witnessing the seemingly endless procession, Wei Hua was utterly astonished, a wry smile creeping onto his face as he regained his composure. Alas, he mused, had I known it would come to this, I would have dissuaded City Lord Shi from preparing so much. Who could have foreseen that in a mere 3 days, Shi Wenjin would amass such an extravagant trousseau? Not only were there goods aplenty, but also a retinue of maids and matrons, numbering an astounding 88 souls. This rivaled the pomp and circumstance of a princess's wedding, leaving Wei Hua even more speechless. This will not do, he thought. The goods are one thing, but accommodating so many attendants in the manor will be impossible. And so, Wei Hua's wedding procession, in all its grandeur, circled Lucerne once before setting off towards Yunhua village. Your maternal uncle should have arrived in Lucerne by now, shouldn't he? Weilan remarked thoughtfully, bowl in hand as she ate. Couldn't you be a bit more loquacious? She added, exasperated by the boy's affected solemnity, itching to grab him and administer a sound thrashing. Mu Yuting merely cast a fleeting glance at Weilan before resuming his meal in silence. Weilan, feeling utterly defeated, wondered when this insufferable child had become so unreasonable. He had seemed so normal when she first arrived. Could it be that she lacked the innate ability to raise children? Could such a transformation be wrought upon an innocent child? Azure mused, her gaze fixed thoughtfully upon Mu Yuting, oblivious, or perhaps feigning ignorance. Mu Yuting finished his meal with composure before silently departing for the backyard garden, where a spirit-gathering array awaited his cultivation. In recent days, his words had diminished. His smiles vanished, yet his dedication to cultivation had intensified, bordering on mania. Within a mere 2 months, he had ascended 2 levels. Now standing at the early stage of the 6th level of Qi training, Azure found herself utterly helpless in the face of his fervor. Watching him disappear into the garden, Azure's face was etched with resignation. Perhaps she should find solace in the fact that he still punctually joined her for meals, a small comfort amidst the changes. A wry smile touched her lips as she contemplated this meager consolation. Attend to me, Azure called out, setting down her bowl, still half full of rice. Remove the dishes, and emerged from the side room. Noticing the untouched rice in Azure's bowl, implored, Madam, such a meager portion is hardly sufficient. Pray, partake in a little more. Azure felt a surge of gratification when the topic shifted to the new disciples, particularly, and their rapid advancement filled her with elation, instilling a newfound confidence in confronting the threat posed by the unknown high-level cultivator. She firmly believed that with a little more time, their cultivation levels would reach astonishing heights, turning the dream of a mortal ascension into a tangible reality. At that juncture, they would be able to stand their ground, not just against a single high-level cultivator, but against the entire world of cultivation. The return journey is an awakening. As long as they wait for their true growth, by then, it will not only be a matter of being an advanced cultivator, they could establish themselves within the entire realm of cultivation. While Weilan was deep in thought, the sound of footsteps reached her ears, and moments later, Qi Mo Ling pushed open the door. He had changed out of his fitted attire and donned a loose, dark-colored long robe. Compared to the previous cool demeanor of his fitted clothing, he now appeared serene, elegant, and enigmatic in the flowing garment. Mo Ling, you have arrived. Please, take a seat. Is there something you find perplexing today? Weilan smiled, gesturing toward the cushion opposite her. Since entering the Mu residence, Qi Mo Ling visited the quiet chamber daily to seek her guidance on cultivation matters. Although his visits were brief, always concluding with his inquiries, he remained steadfast in his routine. Weilan could certainly perceive the glimmer of light hidden within Qi Mo Ling's icy gaze when it fell upon her. She understood all too well what such a look signified. Initially, she was taken aback by her feelings for him, surprised that this handsome youth, merely 18, would harbor affection for her, a woman 5 years his senior and a widow to boot. In the context of the 21st century on Earth at the age of 23, she would have been considered a flourishing beauty. Yet, in this ancient setting, she felt like a mere remnant. Unable to fathom how a striking young man could be drawn to her, whom he perceived as an elderly matron, regarding pulchritude. She conceded that she was not as comely as Hongri, and perhaps even slightly inferior to Fong. Moreover, they were considerably younger. It seemed illogical that Qi Mo Ling would overlook them and develop an affection for a widow like herself. Despite her perplexity, a subtle elation stirred within Weilan's heart. The fact that someone harbored affection for her, especially a youth so much younger, was testament to her enduring allure. She was loath to relinquish such a promising prospect, and could only offer Qi Mo Ling her apologies. Upon hearing Weilan's inquiry, Qi Mo Ling posed several questions concerning cultivation. After Weilan elucidated them, Qi Mo Ling, to her astonishment, did not immediately depart. Weilan regarded him with surprise and queried, "Is there anything else?" Could it be that he intended to profess his affections? Qi Mo Ling's handsome countenance was flushed, and his demeanor was somewhat ill at ease, which only served to reinforce Weilan's suspicions. Upon hearing her words, Qi Mo Ling raised his gaze slightly and produced a narrow wooden box from his bosom, approximately 2 centimeters in width and length. With an uncharacteristic haste, he presented the box to Weilan, uttering, "This is for you." Weilan, observing this, arched an eyebrow. Her curiosity piqued as to the contents of his gift. After a moment's contemplation, she accepted it, reasoning that his persistence would know no bounds if she refused. And she saw no point in prolonging the impasse. Upon Weilan's acceptance of the wooden box, Chi Moling heaved a sigh of relief. His deep-set eyes gleamed as he regarded Weilan, and in a resonant voice, he inquired, "Take a look. Do you like it?" Elated, Azure was eager to discover the gift Chi Moling would present. Prompted, she opened the box. Upon beholding the contents of the elongated wooden case, Azure was momentarily stunned. Then ecstatically scooped up the item within, handling it with ardent delight. "Where did you acquire such an exquisite lotus hairpin?" It was the first time Azure had encountered such a minimalist and refined wooden hairpin. The lotus upon it was budding, incredibly lifelike, as if freshly plucked from the water. Its verisimilitude was a testament to the sculptor's masterful artistry. Had it been before the Earth's apocalypse, this wooden hairpin would undoubtedly be considered a supreme work of art. Observing Azure's delighted demeanor, Chi Moling's heart swelled with joy, and his lips unconsciously curved upward. Azure, catching sight of this, was momentarily captivated. It was the first time she had witnessed Chi Moling smile, albeit subtly. She had not anticipated that a man's smile could possess such beauty and purity. "It pleases me that you appreciate it," Chi Moling expressed, his profound eyes gleaming as he gazed at Azure, his tone imbued with subtle elation. "Indeed, thank you. I am truly fond of it," Azure responded with a joyful smile. "By the way, you still haven't revealed where you procured this lotus hairpin." Upon hearing Azure's renewed inquiry, Chi Moling's expression once again betrayed a hint of unease. Azure, noticing this, widened her eyes in disbelief as she regarded him. "Could it be that you crafted this lotus hairpin yourself?" Seeing that Azure had discerned the truth, Chi Moling ceased his reticence and offered a slight nod. "Indeed. My goodness. I never anticipated that you possessed such remarkable skills. When did you embark on learning this art of wood carving? What inspired you to pursue it? It is truly astonishing that such a seemingly aloof youth could be a master of this craft. In my childhood, I was frail and often ill, spending almost all my days in bed until the age of 12, with little to occupy my time aside from reading. I eventually exhausted my collection of books and found myself at a loss for activities. During a moment of boredom, I stumbled upon a servant who had the talent for carving, and I decided to learn from him," explained Chi Moling. Upon hearing his words, Weilan was taken aback to discover the hardships he faced in his youth, a pang of sympathy stirring within her as she reached out her hand. Taken by surprise by Weilan's sudden gesture, Chi Moling momentarily faltered. Once he comprehended her intentions, his handsome face flushed involuntarily, and he hesitated to extend his hand. Noticing his reddened cheeks, Weilan found herself both amused and exasperated, realizing he had misunderstood her intentions. Without further ado, she grasped his hand and channeled a stream of spiritual energy into his meridians. Though Weilan was not adept at diagnosing ailments, as a practitioner of cultivation, she could effortlessly assess one's physical condition. Chi Moling felt a surge of spiritual energy coursing through his veins, and as it meandered through his entire body, he immediately recognized his earlier misinterpretation, his countenance deepening in color. After a swift examination, Weilan ascertained that Chi Moling was indeed afflicted with a congenital frailty, a condition of considerable severity. Had he not been administered copious tonics at birth, coupled with the ministrations of a highly skilled physician, he would not have survived to the present day. Although his constitution has been fortified through martial practice, the underlying weakness, inherent from birth, has prevented him from attaining his physical zenith. Weilan resolved to devise a method to eradicate the root of his ailment, thereby precluding any latent complications. Prompted by this thought, she immediately scoured her memory for a curative alchemic formula. Indeed, the divine physician Niao once remarked that while he had alleviated my condition sufficiently to permit a normal life and martial pursuits, my inherent constitution remained weaker than that of an ordinary person, and that this congenital malady was incurable, Chi Moling confessed hesitantly. "The divine physician's assessment is both accurate and inaccurate," Weilan countered. "Mundane medicine and remedies are indeed incapable of curing your ailment, but within the cultivation realm, the complete eradication of such a condition is quite feasible." Upon hearing Weilan's pronouncement, Chi Moling's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he awaited her response. Despite the minimal impact of his congenital condition on his daily life, its inherent detriment to his health made a cure highly desirable. This feat would represent an astounding accomplishment for a novice cultivator such as herself. In the realm of cultivation, such an individual is undeniably a prodigy among prodigies. And if discovered, would undoubtedly attract the attention of various sects eager to recruit them. Regrettably, Weilan remains oblivious to this reality. After stowing away the jade vial, she glanced at the remaining 46 materials that had yet to be utilized. Considering that the flow of time in the vast world she inhabits is 120 compared to the outside realm, meaning that for every day outside, there are 20 days within, she realized that only a few hours had elapsed since her arrival, while time outside had barely advanced. It would be prudent to refine all 46 materials, as even after their completion, it would not be too late in the outside world. Resolute in her decision, Weilan's expression turned serious as she promptly commenced the alchemical process. Qingji handed the bowl and chopsticks to Nangang Yuchun and replied, "Not yet." Then, recalling something he had heard, he hesitated, glancing at his master, uncertain whether to divulge the information. Noticing Qingji's indecision, Nangang Yuchun chuckled, setting down the bowl and looking at him with a smile. "Qingji, feel free to speak your mind. Your hesitance is uncharacteristic of you." Qingshu shot a disapproving glance at Qingji and interjected, "Master, the food is getting cold. Please eat first, and we can discuss matters afterward." "It's quite all right. Qingji, please proceed. I can listen while I eat," Nangang Yuchun replied, lifting the bowl once more with a gentle smile. Intrigued by what Qingji wished to convey, "The young lady Wei?" Upon hearing this name, Nangang Yuchun instinctively paused, quickly recalling whom Qingji was referring to. The day after they arrived at the residence, Wei Fong was nowhere to be seen. As a young lady, it was inappropriate for him to inquire about her whereabouts. Subsequently, he became engrossed in his cultivation and forgot about her. What could have happened to Miss Wei? Did she encounter some misfortune? Upon this thought, Nangang Yuchun's expression grew solemn as he turned to Qingji. Indeed, something unfortunate had befallen Miss Wei, Qingji affirmed with a nod. Hearing this, Nangang Yuchun was taken aback and anxiously pressed. What has happened to her? Is she gravely injured? Isn't she a cultivator? Who possesses the strength to harm her? Your Highness, you are mistaken. Miss Wei is unharmed, Qingji promptly clarified, noticing Nangang Yuchun's misunderstanding. She has been confined as a punishment by the madam. Upon hearing this, Nangang Yuchun felt relieved, but was soon enveloped in confusion. Why did the madam impose such a punishment on Miss Wei? I have heard it is because she disclosed the secrets of the Mu residence to us without the madam's consent, which led to her punishment. Furthermore, I was informed that the supply of spiritual pills has also ceased during her 3-month confinement. So, Miss Wei was punished because of us? Nangang Yuchun inquired, a tinge of guilt evident in his voice. Qingji remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the implication. Observing this, Nangang Yuchun rose to his feet. Qingshu, noticing his movement, hurriedly asked, "My lord, where are you going?" "I intend to visit Miss Wei. After all, it is due to our actions that she has faced this punishment. It has been far too long since we learned of her plight, and I feel deeply remorseful for her," Nangang Yuchun confessed with a sense of shame. "My lord, there is no need to rush to see Miss Wei at this very moment. Perhaps it would be wiser to have dinner first and then visit her. For given the time that has already passed, what is a little longer?" Qingshu advised. Upon hearing this, Nangang Yuchun contemplated for a moment, then resumed his seat. Agreeing with the suggestion, Nangang Yuchun hastily finished his dinner, carelessly wiped his mouth, and then rose to leave. Qingshu and Qingji, aware of their master's eagerness to see Miss Wei, quickly followed in his wake. Before long, the three arrived at the entrance of Wei Fong's courtyard. To their surprise, the courtyard was devoid of any attendants. All the servants who typically attended to Wei Fong, including Chaoxia and Yunxi, her personal maids, were absent. This was not due to any negligence on their part, but rather a directive from Weilan, who had ordered the temporary withdrawal of all staff during Wei Fong's confinement. Even Yunli, who had been assigned to the courtyard, had been relocated elsewhere. Now, Wei Fong was left alone in her quarters. The entire responsibility of maintaining the courtyard fell upon Wei Fong. She had to clean and prepare her own meals. Fortunately, she was not one of those pampered ladies, having been accustomed to household chores in the past. Thus, she managed with relative ease. However, the solitude over the past 3 months had begun to weigh heavily upon her. Initially, she had Wei Hua to converse with, but since his departure, she had been without company. Although Ling Er had visited her several times, his naturally reticent demeanor had grown even more taciturn of late, leaving Wei Fong with little to discuss. His presence felt almost as if he had not come at all. For the past 2 months, Wei Fong had been eagerly anticipating Nangang Yuchun's visit, but her hopes were consistently dashed, leading to a profound sense of disappointment, a tinge of displeasure and heartache. She couldn't help but feel dejected that he hadn't bothered to visit her, especially since she had been penalized on his account. Was he truly so averse to seeing her? Wei Fang yearned for her confinement to end swiftly so she could seek out Nangong Yuqing and demand clarity. As she was immersed in thoughts of Nangong Yuqing, his uniquely gentle voice echoed from outside her quarters. Could it be a mere figment of her imagination, born out of her longing for him? Wei Fang mused with a wry smile. Miss Wei? Wait, no, it was indeed Nangong Yuqing's voice. Young Master Nangong, is it truly you? Wei Fang exclaimed in joyous disbelief upon seeing him. Indeed, it is I. I offer my sincerest apologies, as I only recently learned of your punishment. I hastened here to see you. I am deeply sorry that we are the cause of your predicament, Nangong Yuqing said with genuine contrition. Upon hearing Nangong Yuqing's explanation, Wei Fang's resentment dissipated. The fact that he rushed to her side upon learning of her confinement filled her heart with warmth. It seemed he did harbor feelings for her after all. It is of no consequence. My elder sister is very fond of me and would never impose a severe punishment. Wei Fang replied with a sweet smile. Indeed, apart from the lack of freedom, she was living comfortably. Hearing this, Nangong Yuqing scrutinized Wei Fang and noted her vibrant spirit and rosy complexion, confirming that she had not suffered any hardship. This put his mind at ease. Miss Wei, no. I should address you as senior sister Wei now. Initially, I casually addressed her as Miss Wei, but suddenly recalling the inappropriateness of this title, Nangong Yuqing swiftly corrected herself, saying, Sister Wei, if you are well, then I am relieved. It's quite all right. I am younger than you. So you may continue to call me Miss Wei if you wish, Wei Fang replied, her cheeks flushed. That simply cannot be. Without rules, there can be no order. Since you have already joined the Mu family, it is only natural to adhere to their customs, Nangong Yuqing gently countered. She continued. I have heard that your spiritual elixirs were confiscated during your 3-month confinement. I have a few here. Though they may not be sufficient, they are better than nothing. Please accept them, sister. With that, she retrieved a jade vial from her bosom and extended it to Wei Fang. To be continued.